Top-tier Providence secretly cultivate for 1,000 years. Chapter 146 to Chapter 219. Destroy the mortal world. Han Yan was shocked. So ruthless? He hurriedly asked. If heaven does this, can it still be considered heaven? It was simply inhumane to destroy a mortal world at the slightest move. So what? There are thousands of mortal worlds. Destroying one mortal world won't cause any waves in the upper realm. Moreover, it's only the mortal world that's destroyed. All living beings can still enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and reincarnate. Moreover, have mortals not destroyed many races? If mortals think about heaven, they shouldn't think about themselves. Zhang Guxing waved his hand, feeling that Han Yan's idea was laughable. Han Yan felt that it made sense. To put it bluntly, it was still the law of the jungle. Whoever set the rules had the final say. Han Yan asked, how long will it take for heaven to clean up the demon? Zhang Guxing replied, it'll take at least a few hundred years, or at most 1,000 years. It won't be too long. The faction behind the demon saint is about to reach an agreement with heaven. It's a pity that the demon saint is still in the dark. Han Yan had a strange expression as he asked, is that demon saint the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong? No. Oh. Han Yan thought that he had come to the journey to the west. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before Han Yan continued forward. After realizing that he was in his main body, Han Yan consolidated his understanding of the reincarnation sword intent. The reincarnation sword intent had also successfully advanced to the grand unity level. His strength could only be said to be more comprehensive, but the strength of his attacks did not increase. He still had to increase his cultivation. After consolidating his sword intent, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Suzaku and Daoist Juyan. No matter what achievements he achieved, he could not forget his conscience and his enemies. 12 days later, Han Yan continued cultivating. The pressure brought by heaven was immense. Han Yan had not felt such pressure in a long time. During this time, he summoned Feng Liang into his cave residence. The heaven of the upper realm is preparing to hunt down the demon. Our mortal realm has been invaded by the demon, and it's very likely that we'll be treated as a subordinate force of the demon by the heaven. We'll end up being cleaned up, and all living things in the mortal realm will be massacred. They'll be reincarnated and reincarnated. If you want to avoid this disaster, you'll have to inform the Tianjin prefecture and ask them to call on the cultivation world to eradicate the demon forces and get rid of the suspicion. Don't say that I'm the one who said this. Just say that you were instructed by an earth immortal. Han Yan said solemnly. Hearing this, Feng Liang's eyes widened. Wu Daojian, who was cultivating, couldn't help but open his eyes. Feng Liang's expression changed greatly as he asked, Grandmaster, is this true? When will heaven take action? 1,000 years at most. Remember, that's the maximum. Recently, many geniuses have obtained great opportunities. This is the final radiance of the heavenly Tao in the mortal world. They want to rely on the strength of the masses to protect themselves. I'll immediately send a message to the Tianjin prefecture. I won't reveal that it was you who said this. Feng Liang left in a hurry. Wu Daojian asked curiously, Master, how did you know about the upper realm? Han Yan said, I have connections in the upper realm. What connections? I can't say. Han Yan closed his eyes and said no more. In Wu Daojian's heart, his image was once again elevated. 2 years later, Feng Liang received a reply saying that the Tianjin prefecture had accepted his suggestion and began to inform all the sects in the world. Less than 3 years later, Jioding Jinren came to visit. Han Yan noticed that his qi and blood were somewhat chaotic. He had been beaten up a lot in the past few years when he went out to train. Elder Han, the Tianjin prefecture has called on all sects in the world to hunt down the demon path. They said that due to the invasion of demons, the immortals think that the mortal world has become the mortal world of the demons. They are afraid that we will be enraged by the heavens. Mortals need to save themselves. As the first sacred land of the Yan kingdom, Yuqing has also received a letter from the Tianjin prefecture. What do you think we should do? Jioding Jinren was distressed. What was this? In his opinion, the Tianjin prefecture was talking nonsense. Han Yan said seriously, this is true. Yuqing should help if you can. How could mortals resist the overlord of the upper realm, heaven? They could only try their best to distance themselves from the demons. Jioding Jinren heard this and could not help but be moved. If even Han Yan said so, it seemed to be true. He did not say anything else and left quickly. Han Yan could not help but have a good impression of the Tianjin prefecture. The Tianjin prefecture actually believed it. If this happened in some other world, they would definitely not believe it and cause a disaster, forcing the protagonist to rely on himself. After saving the world, everyone in the world would be shocked, and the sacred lands would regret it. At the same time, they would respect the protagonist even more. Cough cough, Han Yan thought about it again and felt that he was too naive. Perhaps the Tianjin prefecture was also related to the upper realm. After all, there were countless ascenders in the Tianjin prefecture. Some of them would definitely be nostalgic and secretly leak the information to the Tianjin prefecture after hearing the news. As a sacred land, the Tianjin prefecture would not believe the alarmist words of a mysterious person for no reason. No matter what, with the Tianjin prefecture and other sacred lands taking over this matter, Han Yan could cultivate in peace. When he was not cultivating, Han Yan would pay attention to Mo Zhu and the other two. More and more members of the Mo family came along. Mo Fuzhou and the others did not have the heart to compete. They only wanted to find a place to hide. However, Mo Fuzhou's devil qi was too strong, and he was often attacked by righteous cultivators. Because of personal matters, Han Yan was also worried that Mo Zhu and Mo Fuzhou would encounter misfortune. However, Han Zhu had already tried to persuade him. Everyone had their own path. Han Yan could not accept the entire Mo family into the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. As long as he opened his mouth, his disciples and grand disciples would beg him to take in more people in the future. In the mortal world, who did not have feelings, who did not care about people, in a dark cave, the blood demon ancestor, the white-haired fiend lady, and avarice sat together. A ball of devil qi floated between them. If the righteous sects in the world join forces, the devil Dao will suffer. If this continues, in a few hundred years, not to mention reviving the devil Dao, even the devil Dao will be wiped out. The blood demon ancestor smiled bitterly. A cold voice came from the devil qi. Humph, don't be afraid. I will soon send a group of true devils over. When the time comes, I will wash the Tianjin prefecture with blood and intimidate the righteous sects. As soon as he finished speaking, the devil qi dissipated. Avarice frowned and asked, "Didn't Senior Julian tell us not to interfere in the devil Dao?" The white-haired fiend lady shook her head and said, "It's not that we want to interfere, but if we wait any longer, before Senior Julian descends into the mortal world, we will probably die at the hands of Xianxia. The current Xianxia is not a match for the three of us even if we join forces." Avarice was silent. The blood demon ancestor sighed and said, "We have already become chess pieces. Our ambitions are not worth mentioning. It's good that we can survive. Even if we want to ascend, there is no place for us to transcend the tribulation. The Tianjin prefecture is watching us too closely. The only thing we can do now is to ask the devil Dao for help." The once majestic three venerables of the devil Dao smiled bitterly and sighed. Ascension required time. If they were attacked during the tribulation, it was very likely that they would die. The blood demon ancestor's ascension tribulation was interrupted. Avarice gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, did the devil lord ascend because she received some information in advance?" When she ascended, the Tianjin prefecture did not interfere. Why is it our turn? At the mention of the devil lord, the three venerables were very indignant. "You can ascend, but why didn't you bring us along?" 12 years later. Han Yan broke through to the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. With pressure came motivation. His cultivation speed was faster than before. After breaking through, Han Yan habitually took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed while checking his emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X4729. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X110332. Your grand disciple Morong Qi was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X78. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X74110. Your good friend Jioding Jinren was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X85. Your grand disciple Feng Liang comprehended the heavenly Tao during his cultivation. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your Dao partner Xianxia has obtained the providence of the divine Dao. Your good friend Dooku was attacked by an itinerant immortal. His life is hanging by a thread. The whole thing was about the attacks of fiendish cultivators. But this time, it was no longer the fiendish cultivators who swept the world. Instead, the fiendish cultivators were being hunted down. Han Yan did not sympathize. He was not a saint. The righteous and demonic sects were irreconcilable. Previously, when the fiendish cultivators swept the righteous path, many sects were slaughtered, and many people were killed by the fiendish cultivators. Perhaps there were many scum in the righteous path, but it was impossible for the fiendish cultivators to be slandered as fiends. As for the righteous and fiendish cultivators joining forces to fight against heaven, that was too ridiculous. It was impossible. Heaven was already on the side of the righteous path. It was equivalent to the superior of the righteous path. Now that the superior suspected that the subordinate was colluding with the enemy, would the subordinate really collude with the enemy in order to survive? Not to mention, even if the righteous and demonic sects joined forces, they would not be able to stop heaven. If they did that, would the righteous path still be the righteous path? Han Yan did not place all his hopes on the righteous path. He still had to become stronger himself. When the time came, if heaven insisted on destroying the mortal world, he had to have the strength to protect himself. At most, he would take the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain and hide in the netherworld. Han Yan could still jump to other realms. After all, he had chosen the path of the reincarnation sword immortal. However, he could only go to other realms by himself. He could not bring others with him. Moreover, he had no understanding of other realms and could not choose which one to jump to. In other words, once he used the reincarnation mystique and jumped to other realms, he would land randomly. Unless he had no other choice, he would not jump to another realm. If he jumped into the demon's world, wouldn't it explode? Han Yan silently thought that there were still many ways for him to survive. He secretly prayed that the demon saint would cause a ruckus for a while longer, so that the heaven wouldn't come to their senses in a short period of time. After the curse ended, Han Yan continued to cultivate. He only had one goal now, and that was to reach perfection of the 9th level of the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. 1 year later. A familiar voice drifted into Han Yan's ears. Fellow Taoist Guan, come out. I won't challenge you this time. Ji Xianxia, Han Yan frowned. Why was this guy here again? Han Yan thought for a while and decided to go out and meet him to prevent this guy from causing trouble. It was still the same forest. After not seeing Ji Xianxia for decades, his aura had more than doubled. This guy could still become stronger after slaughtering demonic cultivators everywhere. It was simply unreasonable. Han Yan even suspected that he and Huang Jihao had a system that allowed them to farm monsters and level up. Why didn't my system have such a function? Those check-ins and other people's systems allowed me to become stronger no matter where I went. I still had to cultivate by myself. Han Yan sighed in his heart. Ji Xianxia looked at Han Yan and said with a burning gaze, Fellow Taoist Guan, on behalf of the Tianjin Prefecture, I invite you to join us and become an elder of the Tianjin Prefecture. Are you willing? Thank you for your kind offer from the Tianjin Prefecture, but there's no need for that. Why? A nest of gold or silver is not as good as a doghouse at home. Ji Xianxia was stunned by Han Yan's words. What was that supposed to mean? He continued, the Tianjin Prefecture has discovered a barrier set up by the demonic path that connects to an unknown world. I'm afraid it has something to do with demons. We've encountered a world created by a demon before, and I've even killed my way in. Are you interested in fighting a demon with me? Usually, such a world would contain cultivation resources given to the demonic path by a demon. There might be treasures that you need. Han Yan asked in surprise, demons are that weak? Ji Xianxia became angry when he heard that. What do you mean? Ahem, I'm not belittling the Tianjin Prefecture. No matter what, a demon should be stronger than a mortal. Otherwise, why would the demonic path respect them? The real demon is trapped in the underworld. They can only send some true demons to preach. The strongest true demon we've encountered was about the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. I won't go. I wish you all the best. Han Yan shook his head. With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Ji Xianxia pulled him back and asked, "By the way, is Feng Liang related to you? I saw him on the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain." Han Yan said, "It's okay. He's just a guest." "That's good. This kid is very talented. Some people even think that he's more talented than me. I'm prepared to deal with him." "Oh, I remember now. He's my grand disciple." Ji Xianxia wanted to curse. No wonder Feng Liang was so abnormal. To be honest, Ji Xianxia had lived for more than 1,000 years. Other than Han Yan, this was the first time he felt pressure. It wasn't the pressure of strength, but of talent. Feng Liang's rise was too fast. Even his master had reminded him, hoping that he would guide Feng Liang more. "Humph. Goodbye." Ji Xianxia waved his sleeves and left. Han Yan shook his head and returned inside the congenital cave. Under the fusang tree, the three-headed Wyrm king frowned. Others couldn't sense Ji Xianxia's aura, but he could. Very strong, such a powerful existence was like a child in front of Han Yan. He was even more curious about Han Yan's cultivation. 7 years later. Han Yan, who was cultivating, suddenly felt uneasy. He opened his eyes. "What's going on? Why am I suddenly so uneasy?" Han Yan frowned. Wu Daojian, who was cultivating opposite him, also opened his eyes. "Master, do you have an uneasy feeling?" Wu Daojian asked. Han Yan asked, "You have it too? What do you feel?" "I don't know. It's just very oppressive." Wu Daojian's answer made Han Yan even more uneasy. Could it be that heaven is attacking, so fast? At this moment, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Detected that the true demons have invaded the mortal world. The mortal world is facing a great calamity. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately come out of seclusion and kill all the true demons. Your name will shake the world. You will receive a numinous treasure and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Continue to cultivate and stay away from trouble. You will receive a mystical power inheritance. True demons are invading. Han Yan's brows twitched. It turned out that the demon had made its move. His first reaction was to contact the heavenly puppet and ask Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shi Xian, and Chang Yuer to hurry back to the sect. It was the first time the 3 women had heard Han Yan ask them to return so urgently. They immediately put aside the matter at hand and returned to Yuqing. Han Yan silently chose the second option. To be able to cause a great calamity, this group of true demons must be very powerful. He couldn't take the risk. He could make a move, but it was best if he was confident. Immediately, Han Yan checked if there were any true demons within 50 kilometers of Yuqing. Lu Yuxue, Mahayana Realm Level 9, True Demon Commander, you have chosen to continue cultivating and stay away from trouble. You have obtained a divine power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining a divine power, soul summoning technique. Soul summoning technique, legacy divine power that can be passed to others. When others use the soul summoning technique, they can summon you from afar. You can use the soul summoning technique to return to your original location within 2 hours. Han Yan ignored the 3 lines of text that suddenly popped up in front of him. Instead, he looked at the information regarding Lu Yuxue. A true fiend commander? How did he come so quickly? Is he coming for me, or did he just happen to appear around Yuqing? Han Yan frowned and became even more nervous. He immediately used the simulation trial to fight Lu Yuxue. That was close, instant kill. However, the aura Lu Yuxue emitted during the battle was much stronger than Ji Xianxia and Xuanqing's. Han Yan began to detect Lu Yuxue's location. This fellow was less than 15 kilometers away from Yuqing. He was standing on a mountain peak and had not moved. This is a good opportunity. I can intimidate the 3-headed Wyrm king. Han Yan thought silently before sending a voice transmission to the 3-headed Wyrm king. On the mountain peak, a black-robed man looked into the distance. He had a head of white hair and a demonic face. He had double pupils, and his lips were so red that they were dripping blood. Under the sunlight, he still looked rather terrifying. Lu Yuxue, a demon true fiend. This time, he had brought dozens of true fiends to the human world. The other true fiends had first gone to gather information about Tianjin Prefecture. He had been sent to the place with the richest providence in the mortal world by the fiend ancestor. The fiend ancestor had asked him to destroy this place first. This way, the providence of the human race in the mortal world would greatly decrease, allowing them to do things more smoothly in the future. Lu Yuxue used his divine perception to scan the place. This sect was not strong, so it should not be Tianjin Prefecture. Why was it the place with the richest providence in the mortal world? He could not figure it out and felt that there might be a trap. He did not dare act rashly. At that moment, a figure rushed over. It was the three-headed Wyrm king. 6th stage Mahayana realm. Lu Yuxue frowned. Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain was enveloped by Hanyan's system barrier. There was indeed a trap, although this place looked weak, it was actually the most terrifying place in the entire mortal world. The three-headed Wyrm king took out a large halberd and laughed sinisterly. You are the true demon? Without another word, he brandished his halberd towards Lu Yuxue. Lu Yuxue's expression changed. How did she know he was a true demon? Could it be that the demon's plan had already been exposed? Lu Yuxue did not have the time to think too much. Soon, he was engaged in a battle with the three-headed Wyrm king. How terrifying were the auras of two grand ascension stage beings. In less than 5 breaths of time, the surrounding mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. The roar of the battle alarmed Yuqing. The elders all flew out of the sect and looked into the distance nervously. Lu Yuxue was indeed a true demon commander. He was indeed much stronger than the three-headed Wyrm king. His demonic chi filled the sky and covering the sun. It covered a radius of 10 miles, suppressing the three-headed Wyrm king to the ground. The domineering demonic chi transformed into pillars that descended from the sky, forcing the three-headed Wyrm king to constantly dodge in the ruins. After fighting for a short while, the three-headed Wyrm king was already covered in blood. Damn it! The three-headed Wyrm king was both shocked and enraged. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong. This was his first battle after becoming Hanyan's subordinate. Was he going to lose? The three-headed Wyrm king roared into the sky and transformed into his true form. A black-scaled Wyrm with 3 heads appeared between heaven and earth. It was a few thousand feet long and looked mighty and domineering. Its 4 claws stepped on dragon flames and it had a pair of wings that spanned 1,000 feet. Lu Yuxue raised his eyebrows and thought, true dragon bloodline? He raised his right hand and pressed down. The demonic chi in the sky turned into a black palm the size of a mountain and smashed down. In front of this black palm, the three-headed Wyrm king was pressed to the ground like a small snake, unable to move. Master! I can't hold on any longer. The three-headed Wyrm king hurriedly shouted. The difference in spiritual chi was too great, causing him to be unable to use many divine abilities and dharma spells. Lu Yuxue's demonic chi was extremely strange. It caused the three-headed Wyrm king to be unable to use any divine abilities within the range of the demonic chi. Even his speed was much slower, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. The three-headed Wyrm king had never met such a terrifying opponent before. He was clearly very strong, but from the perspective of a bystander, he was unable to resist at all. He was like a clumsy beast, not a Mahayana Fey monarch. There is indeed someone else. Lu Yuxue's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Boom, a strong wind suddenly blew, scattering the demonic chi in the sky. Lu Yuxue's eyes widened as he turned to see a figure speeding over. It was Han Yan. Lu Yuxue's soul trembled as he felt an extremely terrifying danger. He subconsciously took out a black wooden sword and swung it at Han Yan. Just as he raised his wooden sword, Han Yan raised his finger and shot out a beam of sword chi. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Lu Yuxue could not block it in time and his body was directly annihilated by the sword chi. In a flash, Han Yan raised his palm and sucked Lu Yuxue's soul away. This was the reason why he had come out personally. Otherwise, he could have stood on Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain and killed Lu Yuxue. Lu Yuxue had fallen, the demonic chi in the world dissipated. The black palm that was suppressing the three-headed Wyrm king also dissipated as he looked at Han Yan in shock. The high and mighty Han Yan glanced at him before disappearing into the sky. The three-headed Wyrm king was ashamed and wished he could find a hole to crawl into and sleep for tens of thousands of years. Returning inside the congenital cave, a line of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. The three-headed Wyrm king's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Yan did not mind as he sat on the bed. He opened his right hand and Lu Yushua's soul appeared. Under the restriction of the six-path spirit energy, Lu Yushua could not escape. He looked at Han Yan in fear and said, "You are an immortal?" "How could a mortal be so powerful?" Han Yan asked expressionlessly. "Why did you appear nearby?" Lu Yushua gritted his teeth and said, "I was just passing by, I did not want to harm you." Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying divine sense attack hit his soul, causing him to almost scream in pain. "I was sent here by someone because the luck here is the highest in the mortal world. I am also afraid of death. Senior, please spare my life." Lu Yushua gritted his teeth as his soul trembled. Han Yan asked expressionlessly, "Who sent you here?" "Demon. Ancestor, what does the demon ancestor want?" "To wash the mortal world with blood." "He sent you? Are demons so weak?" Lu Yushua felt greatly insulted, but he had to lower his head. He did not want to die. He gritted his teeth and said, "The real demon was defeated in the great tribulation of the heavenly path many eras ago and was sealed in the 6 paths of reincarnation. We true demons were found by the demon after much effort. The demon ancestor bewitched the ghosts on the bridge of helplessness, making the ghosts who did not want to reincarnate become demon cultivators until they cultivated into true demons. The mortal world has heavenly rules. If an existence above the Mahayana realm enters, it will alarm the heavenly rules. Heaven, the divine palace and even the Buddhist sects will be furious, so the demon ancestor can only send us Mahayana stage 9 true demons to infiltrate the mortal world." Han Yan raised his eyebrows. A question mark appeared in his mind. Did the demon realm and the underworld not have heaven evading stones? "Senior, as long as you let me go, I will never come again." Lu Yushua clenched his teeth. Han Yan's strength left him in the dust, so he could only beg for mercy. Damn it, as expected, this mission was not reliable. When Lu Yushua received the demon ancestor's order, his first reaction was that there was a trap. The demon's plan for the mortal world was not 1,000 or 100 years old, but tens of thousands of years. He had never succeeded. As expected, he had just come to the mortal world and he had already screwed up. Lu Yushua hated the demon ancestor. Was he not comfortable in the underworld? Why did he have to come to the mortal world to cause trouble? Lu Yushua has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 1 star. Han Yan narrowed his eyes. 1-star hatred was not bad, but it was far from a situation where one had to die. Han Yan hesitated whether or not to let him go. Even if he did, he had to imprison his soul. "Are there any other true demons stronger than you?" Han Yan asked. Lu Yushua smiled bitterly. "No, I am the strongest, but I met you in my first move." Han Yan stopped and imprisoned Lu Yushua's soul in the depths of his soul. Perhaps he could use this guy in the future. Wu Daojian, who had been holding back, could not help but ask, "Master, the demon is attacking, what should we do?" Han Yan said calmly, "Let's wait and see. If we can't win, then we'll run." Outside the cave, the three-headed Wyrm king returned to the Fusang tree. He lowered his head, not daring to face the others. Heiyuji laughed mockingly, "So this is the Wyrm king? We need Master's help, and you also need Master's help. Tell me, what is the difference between us?" The three-headed Wyrm king almost exploded in anger. Fong Liang sighed, that true demon was indeed ridiculously strong. It looked like the Wyrm king was suppressed to the point of being unable to resist, but in reality, the difference in strength was too great. Hearing this, the three-headed Wyrm king became even more depressed. Sun Chang'an took this opportunity to educate Fong Liang, saying, "You have to cultivate well. You and your senior martial brother are our hope. In the future, we will still have to rely on you to solve Master's problems." Yang Tiandong, the three-headed Wyrm king, Heiyuji, and Tengu all felt like they had been implicated. Especially Tengu. Its strength was already at the bottom. Usually, it would not be able to rebuke anyone, so it was extremely sullen. "No, I want to surpass them. The two gold crows lay on the branches of the fusang tree, shaking their heads while looking at these people. They communicated with each other. Their voices were sweet like that of 6 or 7 years old children. Is that guy very strong? I don't feel like it's that strong. Maybe they are too weak. Probably. 1 year later, Han Yan had successfully mastered the invocation of the gods technique. The invocation of the spirit technique had a main divine ability and a subdivine ability. After learning the subdivine ability, one could summon the person who had mastered the main divine ability. Learning the partial divine ability was just mastering the summoning. Han Yan decided to pass the partial divine ability to his disciples and grand disciples. This divine ability could only be passed on to his own people. It was impossible to pass it on to the entire Yuqing. Even if he passed it on to his own people, he had to change the way he said it. Han Yan called Wu Dao Jian and walked out of the Khanate cave abode together. They came to the fusang tree, and he also called Su Qi out. Morongqi had already returned. He wanted to go out again, but Han Yan stopped him. He wanted to pass on the invocation of the gods technique. Among the people, except for Heiyuji and Tengu, it was the first time that the others had seen Su Qi. Fang Liang and Morongqi were very interested in this mysterious second martial uncle. Demonic cultivator, Fang Liang whispered softly. Su Qi smiled faintly. He was very excited. These brothers and juniors were very talented. Especially Fang Liang and Morongqi. The cultivation of the third-generation disciples was almost catching up to him, a second-generation disciple. Han Yan said, previously, Su Qi was sent by me to infiltrate the devil sect. He had no choice but to become a demonic cultivator. During the war between the righteous and demonic paths, many demonic cultivators died in his hands. Hearing this, everyone felt deep respect for Su Qi. Among Han Yan's disciples and grand disciples, there was no one else who had been given a mission by Han Yan. When they looked at Su Qi's weathered face again, they felt guilty. Han Yan protected them so much, but they often wanted to go out. Han Yan caught everyone's expression but did not say anything. This time, he called Su Qi to test him. He wanted to see if the Providence of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain could suppress Su Qi's bad luck. Previously, Lu Yushue said that the Providence here was the best in the world. As for Du Ku, he was not related to Han Yan and was not someone with great providence. It was normal for him to suffer because he dared to be alone with Su Qi for 5 days. I will teach you a divine power. This divine power can only be used when your life is at stake. Once you use this divine power, you will obtain extremely powerful strength, but the price is also unimaginable. You will face the nightmare that you are most afraid of. Han Yan said solemnly. Everyone looked at each other. Fang Liang asked curiously, is the nightmare an illusion, or is the thing that you are afraid of becoming real? Han Yan said unfathomably, only you know whether you are afraid of becoming real or afraid that everything is an illusion. In short, unless it is absolutely necessary, do not use this divine power. However, if it is a matter of life and death, you should still use it. I hope that you can all live and accompany me to the great Tao and enjoy eternal life. Hearing this, everyone's blood surged. Go to the great Tao together, enjoy eternal life. Morongqi clenched his fists and said, I will definitely cultivate well. In the future, I will kill all the obstacles on the great Tao for Grandmaster. The others also promised. Sun Chang'an, who had always been lazy, also had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Golden Crow, three-headed dragon, come over and learn together. Han Yan looked to the side and smiled. The three-headed Wyrm king, who had been eavesdropping, heard this and quickly crawled over. The two little golden crows also flew over and landed on Fang Liang's shoulders. For some reason, they especially liked Fang Liang and often rubbed against Fang Liang. The three-headed Wyrm king's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Yan began to teach them the divine power of the invocation of the god technique. He taught them for a full 2 months. The divine power of the invocation of the god technique was very complicated. However, Fang Liang, Morongqi, and Su Qi only took a few days to master it. Yang Tiandong and Heiyuji were the slowest to learn. They almost became depressed. Tengu finally found his confidence and was overjoyed. Han Yan brought Wu Daojian back to the Khanate cave abode. Suchi didn't stay any longer. He quickly returned to his cave abode and cultivated in peace. Han Yan used the heavenly puppet to check on Xianxia and the other two. They were still on their way back and hadn't encountered any true demons for the time being. According to Lu Yuxue, the true demon's target was the Tianjin prefecture. He didn't know if the Tianjin prefecture could withstand them. 8 years later, Han Yan was close to the 9th stage of the Mahayana realm. He wanted to continue cultivating in one go. Detected bearer of Khanate Providence. Do you want to check its origin? Han Yan raised his eyebrows. It had been a long time since he had encountered a new bearer of great providence. The last one was Xianxia, a conceited maniac who wanted to be number one in the world. Han Yan immediately chose to check it. An introduction of the bearer of providence popped up in front of him. Han Yan's eyes widened. This, not bad. Tu Linger, 9th level of the void amalgamation realm, the reincarnation of an ancient grand magus. In the primordial era, shamanism and the demon race fought for the hegemony of the heavenly Tao. Both of them died and lost the destiny of their race. Shamanism was destroyed, and a few grand magi hid in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tu Linger experienced 10,000 reincarnations and finally washed away the negative karma of shamanism. However, her soul is still the soul of a grand magus. After becoming an immortal emperor, she can transform into a grand magus and be omnipotent. Tu Linger is the deacon of Tianjin Prefecture. Ancient grand magus, she can only transform into a grand magus after becoming an immortal emperor. How strong is she? Han Yan was secretly shocked. This woman is not simple. However, he noticed that Tu Linger was here on the orders of Tianjin Prefecture. She probably came with ill intentions. He was cautious and went through a simulation trial with Tu Linger. A second later, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Tu Linger only had the background of a grand magus and was not a real grand magus. Her strength was only comparable to some body integration cultivators, far inferior to him. Han Yan detected that Tu Linger had arrived at the foot of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Fang Liang sensed her aura and personally went down the mountain to see her. Senior, why are you here? Fang Liang cupped his fists and asked with an awkward expression. He had almost forgotten that he was also a disciple of Tianjin Prefecture. Tu Linger was wearing a yellow shirt and green clothes. Her hair was coiled up under a jade hairpin. She had a beautiful face. Although she was not a stunning beauty, her temperament was still stunning. Tu Linger looked at the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and asked, Fang Liang, what's the origin of this mountain? Why is the spiritual energy so dense? This was already comparable to the cultivation holy land of Tianjin Prefecture. A small place like the Great Yan actually hid a treasure land. Fang Liang said awkwardly, this is my first sect. Why are you looking for me? Didn't I tell the Tianjin Prefecture that I won't go back unless the Tianjin Prefecture is in trouble? The Tianjin Prefecture was not a simple sect. Other than the disciples that they personally trained, they would also teach disciples from other sects to build good relationships. Your talent is comparable to that of Ji Xianxia. Do you think the Tianjin Prefecture is willing to give up on you? I'm looking for you because the Tianjin Prefecture is in trouble. Dozens of true demons attacked the Tianjin Prefecture, and the Tianjin Prefecture is in a fierce battle. My master asked me to look for you, hoping that you can ask the demigod you mentioned in your letter to help us. Is he on the mountain? Tu Linger asked casually. Her eyes were fixed on the fusong tree at the top of the mountain. That tree was not simple. Where did it come from? Fang Liang shook his head and said, the demigod I met was just a chance encounter. He has already left. There is no one in Yuqing who can help the Tianjin Prefecture. Tu Linger asked with a smile, does Yuqing still need an elder? I want to cultivate on this mountain. Can you help me ask around? Huh? Why? Isn't the Tianjin Prefecture in trouble? Senior, aren't you worried? That's why I can't go back. Didn't you say that if the Tianjin Prefecture is in trouble, you'll go back? Fang Liang was speechless. He thought for a while and said, wait here. I'll go ask my grandmaster. Tu Linger nodded and sat in front of the stone tablet at the mountain gate. Fang Liang quickly went up the mountain to visit Han Yan. Han Yan invited him into the mansion for a chat. Fang Liang told him the purpose of Tu Linger's visit and said, "Grandmaster, Tu Linger's talent is in the top 10 in the Tianjin prefecture. However, this woman is famous for being cunning. Now that she has left the Tianjin prefecture with the excuse of a mission, it means that she is not a good person." Obviously, he did not like Tu Linger. However, he had to give her face because of her seniority in the Tianjin prefecture. Han Yan asked, "Does she have a blood feud?" Fang Liang thought for a while and said, "No. She grew up in the Tianjin prefecture. However, she has been cultivating hard all year round and rarely makes friends with others. Reject her." Okay. Fang Liang left happily. Although Tu Linger's soul had a powerful background, she had grown up and was not easy to brainwash. Moreover, she was a disciple of the Tianjin prefecture. Han Yan did not want to cause trouble. Immediately, Han Yan began to check his mail. After so many years, the true demons did not cause much of a stir. Without Lu Yushua's leadership, they could not even conquer the Tianjin prefecture. This surprised Han Yan. The Tianjin prefecture was something. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by the true demons, X145. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was seriously injured and his life is hanging by a thread. Your good friend Ji Lingchan was attacked by the true demons, X4. Your good friend Zhou Fan obtained an opportunity and his body transformed. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by the true demons and was seriously injured. Your Dao partner Xianqing comprehended the true meaning of the great Dao and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was bewitched by a demon and developed a mental demon. Your good friend Ji Xianxia comprehended a holy technique and his primordial spirit transformed. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Even Ji Xianxia was seriously injured. It seemed that the Tianjin prefecture was indeed in danger. Han Yan hesitated. Should he go and help? Then he shook his head. He had already dealt with the true demon commander. If the Tianjin prefecture could not even deal with the other true demons, how would they face the demon in the future? Han Yan did not want his Yuqing to be stolen after he left. Moreover, Ji Xianxia had comprehended a holy technique and was clearly a protagonist. Perhaps this battle would become the battle that would make Ji Xianxia soar to the top. Just as Han Yan was thinking, Fang Liang returned. "Grandmaster, she refuses to leave. She says she can become your disciple," Fang Liang said with a wry smile. He was no match for Tu Linger, so he could not force her to leave. Han Yan said expressionlessly, "She can become my disciple, but she has to kowtow for 10 years. Fang Liang hesitated when he heard that, but he still went down the mountain to pass on the message. Wu Daojian asked curiously, "You really want to take her in?" Han Yan said with a smile, "Let's see if she's willing to lower her head first." At the foot of the mountain. After hearing Fang Liang's words, Tu Linger knelt in front of the stone tablet and started kowtowing. Fang Liang frowned and asked, "Why are you doing this? Even if you want to avoid the calamity of the Tianjin prefecture, you don't have to do this." Tu Linger said with a smile as he kowtowed, "The owner of this mountain must be the demigod that you believe in, for you to give up the Tianjin prefecture and cultivate such a treasure mountain." Fang Liang was silent. There was one more thing that Tu Linger did not say. In fact, it was not the Tianjin prefecture that asked Fang Liang to return. How much could Fang Liang help the Tianjin prefecture in its current calamity? She was the one who took the initiative to ask for Fang Liang. She said that she wanted to gather the forces of the Tianjin prefecture. More than 10 years ago, Tu Linger often fell into dreams when she was cultivating. In her dreams, she often saw a mountain with a mysterious figure on top of it. At first, the dream was blurry, but later it became clearer. She knew that she dreamed that Fang Liang, who she had interacted with before, was kneeling in front of the mysterious figure. She knew that the figure must be related to Fang Liang. Tu Linger believed in her dreams. Since she was young, she had even learned supernatural powers in her dreams. This was the biggest reason why she became the chosen one of the Tianjin prefecture. When she heard that Han Yan wanted her to kowtow for 10 years, her first reaction was not anger, but relief. The other party was so arrogant. He must be a powerful person. As expected, the dream was leading her to the opportunity again. Seeing that she was determined, Fang Liang did not try to persuade her anymore. He turned around and prepared to return to his residence to continue cultivating. Tu Ling'er's arrival did not attract too much attention from Han Yan. He continued to cultivate and strive to reach the 9th level of the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. Time flew by. The winds and clouds of the world were constantly changing, but for the cultivators, time seemed to have stopped. Xianxia, Chang Yuer, and Fairy Shi Xian had already returned. However, when they heard that Han Yan was in seclusion, they did not disturb him. 7 years passed quickly. Han Yan finally broke through to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm, the peak of the human realm. After the breakthrough, the spirit power in Han Yan's body skyrocketed. He did not stop. Instead, he continued to cultivate and increased his spirit power to a state where it could no longer increase. 3 years later, Han Yan asked Wu Daojian to bring Tu Ling'er up the mountain to cultivate under the Fusang tree first. They would talk about the matter of becoming a disciple in the future. After Tu Ling'er entered the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, she realized that the spirit energy inside was even richer than what she felt at the foot of the mountain. Could it be that there's a powerful and invisible barrier on this mountain? Tu Ling'er was secretly shocked and became even more curious about Han Yan. Under the Fusang tree, Yang Tiandong, Sun Chang'an, Morong Qi, Tengu, Heyu Ji, the 2 little golden crows, and the 3-headed Wyrm king all looked at her. Tu Ling'er's gaze landed on the Fusang tree. Tu Ling'er was in a daze. When she saw the Fusang tree, she was inexplicably distracted. Wu Daojian said, "Cultivate here first. Don't make any noise." Tu Ling'er came back to her senses and hurriedly nodded. The others did not communicate with her and continued to cultivate. Although Tu Ling'er had many doubts, she still suppressed them in her heart and obediently began to meditate and cultivate. For some reason, she felt that these people were not simple. She could not help but think of the prodigies in Tianjin Prefecture. Half a year later, Han Yan finally raised his cultivation to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the human world. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and transform into an immortal. You can obtain a mystical ability inheritance and a numinous treasure. 2. Don't ascend for the time being and continue to stay in the human world. You can obtain a supreme treasure. Han Yan chose the second option without hesitation. You chose not to ascend for the time being and obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, the 9-5 Supreme Providence Robe. 9-5 Supreme Providence Robe, Grand Unity Cardinal Treasure, a cardinal treasure refined from the providence of the Emperor. Its defense is extremely strong, and after wearing it, the wearer will gain the aura of the Emperor. A primordial defensive treasure. Defense. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. This felt too good. The system won my heart. Han Yan took out the 9-5 Supreme Providence Robe. This was a golden robe with dragon patterns. It was mighty and domineering. Golden light shone in the cave. Wu Daojian opened his eyes to take a look. He was shocked. Isn't this too high profile? Han Yan frowned. But on second thought, he was hiding in the cave every day, so he wasn't afraid of being high profile. He immediately began to make the 9-5 Supreme Providence Robe recognize him as its master. 2 days later, this Grand Unity Supreme Treasure finally recognized him as its master. It was indeed a supreme treasure. Han Yan put on the 9-5 Supreme Providence Robe and felt much safer. He wanted to put the 9-5 Supreme Providence Robe on top of the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe, but it was extremely awkward to wear, so he could only take it off. Master, can you give me this robe? Wu Daojian pointed at the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe on the table and asked. Han Yan said, "You're not going out, so you don't need to wear the numinous treasure robe. But master, you're not going out either. If I die, you won't be able to escape death, so I can wear it." Wu Daojian pursed his lips, feeling wronged. Han Yan wanted to give the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe to Xianxia, but on second thought, the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe was also high profile. If Xianxia went out wearing it, it might cause more trouble. Fine, I'll give it to you. You can go out after wearing it. I'm going to break through, so I'm afraid the shock will kill you. Han Yan waved his hand. Wu Daojian was pleasantly surprised. He quickly thanked Han Yan and put on the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe. Han Yan was speechless. This girl actually took off her clothes in front of him, although he had seen it before. It was too rash. Han Yan frowned and said, "You can't take off your clothes in front of others in the future." Wu Daojian looked at the golden cicada's mystic divine robe on his body happily and replied, "I understand that there are differences between men and women. I will only change in front of master." After that, he quickly slipped out and showed off to Yang Tiandong, Sun Chang'an and the others. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. Then he pulled himself together and prepared to break through. He raised his hand and sucked the heaven-evading stone into his palm. He put the heaven-evading stone next to his leg and murmured, "It's up to you now." If Han Yan could surpass the cultivation of the mortal world and stay in the mortal world, it would be perfect. Han Yan began to practice the 6 paths of reincarnation. After he mastered the cultivation of the mortal world, he would be able to comprehend the cultivation method of a higher realm. Under the Fusang tree. As soon as Wu Daojian came out, the atmosphere under the tree became lively. Fang Liang, who was meditating, opened his eyes and glanced at Tu Ling'er. He asked, "Will you go back to Tianjin Prefecture in the future?" Tu Ling'er didn't open his eyes and replied, "Why would I go back? It's good here. It's isolated from the world and I can cultivate in peace. I don't want to go back and suffer." Fang Liang was speechless. Did the Tianjin Prefecture raise an ingrate? He wasn't a disciple of the Tianjin Prefecture after all. He had also carried out missions for the Tianjin Prefecture. However, Tu Ling'er was a prodigy that the Tianjin Prefecture focused on nurturing. She only needed to cultivate since she was young and didn't need to go out. In other words, she hadn't done anything for the Tianjin Prefecture yet. "You won't continue to betray my grandmaster when you're successful in your cultivation, right?" Fang Liang asked cautiously. The others also looked at Tu Ling'er. Tu Ling'er finally opened his eyes and said angrily, "What do you mean by betrayal? Although I've left the Tianjin Prefecture, I'm not an enemy of the Tianjin Prefecture. How is that betrayal? Moreover, isn't this the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain? Isn't cultivating diligently the greatest comfort for master? Now, even if the elders of the Tianjin Prefecture personally came to force her to return, she wouldn't go back. The spirit qi under the Fusang tree was too rich. Tu Ling'er couldn't bear to leave. Rumble, thunder roared from the horizon. Everyone turned their heads to look. Dark clouds rolled over. There was no demonic aura. It seemed like a storm was coming. Tu Ling'er frowned and muttered, "That guy finally succeeded." Fang Liang asked curiously, "Who succeeded?" Xianxia, the top prodigy of the Tianjin Prefecture. "You haven't seen him before, but his talent is definitely the best in the world." Tu Ling'er's eyes revealed a complicated expression. Being in the same generation as Xianxia was the sorrow of prodigies like her. When Feng Liang heard that, his eyes revealed his fighting spirit. He had also heard of Xianxia. One day, he would prove to the world who was the top prodigy of the world. He wanted to win glory for his grandmaster, Morongqi, Sun Chang'an, and the others had also heard of Xianxia. When they heard Feng Liang and Tu Ling'er's conversation, they couldn't help but be even more curious about Xianxia. There's no need to worry about the Tianjin Prefecture. The Tianjin Prefecture's calamity will definitely be resolved. Tu Ling'er closed his eyes and smiled. Feng Liang asked in surprise, "Just because of Xianxia? He can resolve the Tianjin Prefecture's calamity by himself?" "Yes, I'm afraid no one in this world is his match. He can't possibly be my grandmaster's match." "Isn't your grandmaster a land god?" "He's not a mortal." Inside the congenital cave. After Han Yan mastered the mortal cultivation chapter of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, he finally comprehended a higher level of cultivation technique. 6 realms of rebirth: loose immortal, earth immortal, sky immortal, true immortal, mystic immortal, golden immortal. Han Yan's emotions surged as he began to break through to the itinerant immortal realm. Daoist Jian was also an itinerant immortal. When he reached the itinerant immortal realm, how could he not instantly kill Daoist Jian and Suzaku? He was only an earth immortal. Han Yan suddenly felt that these two enemies were not strong. At the very least, he could see the hope of surpassing them. Han Yan stopped thinking about it and focused on breaking through. With his aptitude, breaking through wouldn't take too long. Inside the dark cave. The blood demon ancestor, white-haired demoness, and avarice gathered together once again. Avarice clenched his fists and cursed in a low voice, "When will Daoist Juyan be willing to come down? The demon Zhen Mo has been attacking the Tianjin prefecture for 10 years, but he still hasn't succeeded. It's said that Xianxia has learned the most powerful holy technique in the Tianjin prefecture. This holy technique hasn't been learned by anyone for 10,000 years. He is already invincible. What awaits us is a dead end." The blood demon ancestor's expression was gloomy. White Hair Fiend Ant gritted her teeth and said, "I don't care, I want to ascend." Avarice nodded. He didn't want to wait any longer. "But if we ascend now, won't we be attacked by the righteous path?" Patriarch Blood Fiend hesitated. Avarice scolded, "Blood demon ancestor, are you confused? When the true devils attacked the Tianjin prefecture, how could they have the time to care about us? If you don't want to ascend, you might regret it in the future." After he finished speaking, he and white-haired fiend lady stood up and left. The blood demon ancestor's expression changed. After Avarice and the white-haired fiend lady's auras disappeared into the distance, the blood demon ancestor took out a crystal ball and asked softly, "Senior, how much longer do you have?" He did not receive a reply, so he continued to wait. After a long time, a weak voice came from the crystal ball. "Don't worry. Cough cough. Soon." The blood demon ancestor's heart thumped as he asked, "You're injured?" "No, there's been some hiccups in my cultivation. I'm waiting for a senior from the heaven." "Don't worry, as long as you're obedient, I'll take care of you after you ascend. I won't let you wander about." The blood demon ancestor suppressed his surprise and said, "The demons sent the true demons to attack, but they couldn't defeat the Tianjin prefecture. I'm afraid, trash of the Tianjin prefecture, continue to encourage the demon to send more true demons. Remember, don't get involved. You only need to persuade them. If you get involved, I won't be able to protect you." Junior understands, yes. "Senior, can you tell me a time? I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it." 100 years at most, okay? 100 years, I'll try to be faster, humph. "Thank you, Senior." 2 years later. The Khanate cave abode shook violently, causing the entire Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain to shake. Under the Fusang tree, Feng Liang, Sun Chang'an, and the others turned their heads to look. Li Qingzi, Fairy Xixian, Xingxian, and Chang Yuer, who were cultivating, were also alarmed and walked out of their cave abodes. They followed them to the top of the mountain and gathered with everyone. "What's going on?" "It's Master's cave abode. Master is breaking through? It's never been like this before. This is the first time, right? What realm is Grandmaster at now? If he breaks through, he will have to transcend the tribulation. Why is he always in the cave abode?" Everyone was discussing. Li Qingzi said, "Elder Han will also transcend the tribulation. Previously, I led him to transcend the tribulation. This time, he must have comprehended some kind of mystical power." Xingxian smiled proudly and said, "My husband is that powerful." Husband, Tu Linger couldn't help but look at her. "This is Master's wife." Wu Daojian and Chang Yuer glanced at Xingxian meaningfully. At the same time, in the cave abode, Han Yan had successfully broken through. The six-path spiritual energy in his body had transformed into Dharma powers that were endless and constantly being produced. Congratulations on becoming a reincarnation itinerant immortal. You have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and enjoy the baptism of the heavenly Tao. You can obtain a supreme treasure and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Stay in the mortal world and obtain a supreme treasure. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yin. He chose the second option. Since there was no heavenly tribulation and he was not expelled by the heavenly Tao, why should he ascend, unless the heavens really want to destroy the world? "I'll stay in this immortal mountain." Han Yin set a goal for himself. Either he did not ascend, or he would not be afraid of Suzaku after ascending. You chose not to ascend for the time being and obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, Taishi Phoenix Wing Crown. Taishi Phoenix Wing Crown, Tai Defensive Supreme Treasure. It is a crown refined from Taishi Chi and Phoenix Wings. Its defensive power is extremely strong. Defensive supreme treasure, yes, Han Yan was in a better mood. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. The Dharma powers in his body circulated along with the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and rapidly increased. Somehow, Han Yan felt that he had lost a lot of restrictions. It was as if the world could no longer stop him. With a leap, he could jump out of the mortal world. This feeling was too wonderful. After consolidating his cultivation, Han Yan's essence soul left his body. He quickly jumped out of the cave abode and arrived at the immortal mountain. He looked down and saw that there were shadows above the heads of his disciples and grand disciples. There was a ball of qi above Feng Liang's head. There was a ginseng above Sun Chang'an's head. A divine shadow floated above Murong Qi's head. It was wearing armor and looked mighty and domineering. A black phoenix floated above Heyu Ji's head. It was completely different from its chicken body. It could even be said to be worlds apart. Han Yan's gaze landed on Tu Ling. Grand Magus, Tu Ling was good-looking and could be considered a beauty. However, the Grand Magus looked extremely ferocious. He had a human body and a beast head. He looked ferocious. So terrifying. When Han Yan stared at the soul of the Grand Magus above Tu Ling's head, the soul of the Grand Magus suddenly raised its head and looked at Han Yan with its snake-like eyes. When their eyes met, Han Yan felt very uncomfortable. No, this fellow is a little dangerous. I have to send him away. The soul of the Grand Magus opened its mouth to Han Yan. There was no sound, but Han Yan could clearly see what she was saying. Save me, Han Yan was puzzled. Why should he save her? He did not think too much about it. He first grasped the feeling of breaking through. Han Yan continued to rise into the sky. The mountains and rivers of the earth shrank rapidly in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the top of the sky. If he went up, he would be in the endless sea of stars. This time, Han Yan felt that he could easily jump across the resplendent galaxy and fly to the upper realm. But he did not. He was afraid that Suzaku was waiting for him, thus, Han Yan's essence soul rushed towards the ground. His eyes focused, and he jumped out of the mortal world and came to the netherworld. The familiar darkness and the familiar aura of reincarnation. Fortunately, there was no yellow spring or bridge of helplessness nearby. Han Yan spread out his divine sense. There were no living creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles. His essence soul began to enjoy the baptism of the aura of reincarnation. During this process, the strength of his essence soul rapidly increased. You're here again. A hoarse voice sounded. Han Yan was shocked. Wasn't this the voice that the heavenly puppet had encountered earlier? He subconsciously wanted to run away. Wait, I won't harm you. When Han Yan heard this, he could not help but calm down. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he had overreacted earlier. The other party really did not have the intention to kill him. There's actually a genius like you in the mortal world. You've surpassed all living beings in the mortal world before the age of 800. You don't need to undergo tribulation and become an itinerant immortal. You can freely travel between the 2 realms of yin and yang. Perhaps you're the person I've been waiting for. Han Yan listened to the other party's words and pondered. What does he mean? Wants to recruit me, wants to take me in as a disciple, wants to possess me, possess me. Han Yan's heart was in a panic. He was so handsome and had such a high aptitude. Even immortals would be envious of him. This area has been isolated by my magic. No one can detect our existence. We can talk without worry. The hoarse voice sounded again. Han Yan asked cautiously, May I know Senior's identity? The hoarse voice replied, I'm from the Bridge of Helplessness. Bridge of Helplessness? Isn't that a bridge? Bridge of Helplessness transformed? Wait, Mengpa. Han Yan was shocked. What does Mengpa want? Does she want me to be her assistant? Your new disciple. You know her background, right? Han Yan asked doubtfully, what background does she have? Tianjin Prefecture's prodigy? Could it be that Tianjin Prefecture has your support? A wandering immortal could see through a great shaman's background. If this were to spread, it would be feared. You really don't know? Your disciples and grand disciples are not ordinary people. The hoarse voice laughed mockingly. Han Yan was silent. The hoarse voice continued, I'll be frank. Tu Linger is the reincarnation of a great shaman of shamanism. If she can find you, it must be because you can make her stronger. Every great shaman has a special innate ability. Tu Linger's special ability is to foresee the most beneficial opportunities through dreams. This is also the reason why she was able to survive the great shaman tribulation. You've been to the underworld before. I remember your aura. So when Tu Linger found you, I specially investigated you. You have no karma and no background, but you have reached this step. You may become the hope of shamanism. The hope of shamanism, Mengpa is shamanism, Han Yan quickly thought. As long as you lead Tu Linger to become an immortal emperor, you will be the benefactor of shamanism. Han Yan asked curiously, what is the immortal emperor? Golden immortal? Above the golden immortal is the immortal emperor. To be honest, heaven might want to clean up the mortal world I'm in. Can you help me? No, heaven is in charge of the underworld. I have no right to interfere. Then what can I get if I help shamanism? If you die, I can take you in. Han Yan was speechless. He felt like he had been toyed with. He then asked, can you help me carve out a place in the underworld where I can live without being disturbed? That's not a problem. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. That was more like it. So, you've agreed? The hoarse voice asked. Han Yan replied, I'm also quite fond of Tu Linger. Besides, she's already acknowledged me as her master. The other party had already laid out their cards on the table. If Han Yan refused, he might not be able to leave. Mengpa has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Han Yan immediately activated the simulation trial with his primordial spirit as the center. He found Mengpa and immediately started fighting. 1 second later, he was defeated instantly. Han Yan was not surprised. He just wanted to copy the data and use Mengpa as a template in the future. In Mengpa's eyes, Han Yan had only closed his eyes for a second as if he was thinking about something. Han Yan cupped his fists and said, I still have to continue breaking through. I won't talk to you anymore, senior. Okay. Mengpa's voice sounded. Han Yan stopped thinking and focused on absorbing the chi of samsara to strengthen his primordial spirit. Peace returned to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Xianxia, Li Qingzi, and the others also left one after another to continue cultivating. The disciples and grand disciples did not discuss for long. 3 years later. Inside the congenital cave. Han Yan's primordial spirit returned to his body. His entire state had transformed. His numinous treasures and supreme treasures shone like an immortal god. He had completely become a reincarnation itinerant immortal. His strength was more than 100 times stronger than before he broke through. Han Yan opened his attribute list. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 779 129 4000, race, immortal, cultivation, early stage of the reincarnation itinerant immortal realm, cultivation technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be inherited, Dharma arts, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major kiliacosm thunderstorm, wind god technique, still phase technique, mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost. Deity sword, Dharma phenomenon, somersault cloud, 10,000 sword sect, Tathagata incantation, 6 paths ultimate seal, firmament sword chi, grand unity, heaven earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger, grand unity, universe in the sleeve, door of reincarnation, god inviting technique, Dharma artifacts, little universe belt, Qilin sword, demon binding rope, burning fiend bell, 6th grade numinous treasure, frost lord's glazed crown, 4th grade numinous treasure, book of misfortune, grand unity supreme treasure, earth emperor's soul ward, 3rd grade numinous treasure, heart protecting immortal chain, 3rd grade numinous treasure, meditation mat, grand unity 6th grade numinous treasure, heavenly spirit bracelet, supreme grade numinous treasure, purple gold soft armor, grand unity 8th grade numinous treasure, 9-layered heaven trampling boots, grand unity 6th grade numinous treasure, giant spirit bracelet, grand unity 5th grade numinous treasure, imperial dragon destiny carriage, grand unity 2nd grade numinous treasure, 9-5 supreme destiny robe, grand unity supreme treasure, self-created mystical power, 3 pure world cleansing, grand unity, sword Tao, reincarnation sword intent, grand unity, birth dharma treasure, Primordial Judgment Sword, Spirit Root Aptitude, Spiritual Body of the Six Paths contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spirit roots. Increases Providence to a certain extent. Connate Providence is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao comprehension, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude, descendant of the immortal emperor, obtained a peerless cultivation technique. 29 million years of lifespan, who else? Han Yan's ego swelled. Han Yan loved to see his lifespan increase. Han Yan suppressed his excitement and checked Mengpo's cultivation level. Mengpo, early stage grand unity true immortal, a ghost god of the netherworld, created by the ancestral Magus. She lurks in the netherworld and is responsible for the cycle of life and death. She wants to strengthen shamanism. Current favorability, 3 stars, grand unity true immortal, no wonder he could not defeat her. Han Yan secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he did not reject Mengpo. Otherwise, he would have died in the netherworld. This was also good. In the future, after the people he cared about passed away, he could greet Mengpo and ask her not to feed them Mengpo soup. But then again, the demon and shamanism were both hiding in the netherworld. Could it be that the netherworld was a shelter for the defeated races? Han Yan took out the Taishi phoenix-winged crown and began to make it recognize him as its master. Several hours later, he put on the Taishi phoenix-winged crown. He decided to give the Frost Lord's glazed crown to Xianxia. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Suzaku. As for Daoist Juyan, he was no longer afraid. Han Yan decided to wait for him to deliver the package. As he cursed, he checked the emails. From the emails, the cultivation world seemed to be very peaceful. Only Xianxia was attacked dozens of times by true demons. After that, there was no news of them. Could it be that Xianxia had wiped out all the true demons? Oh my, this fellow was a little fierce. He did not have a prominent background in his previous life, but he had killed his way out of the encirclement of many people with great providence and became the #1 prodigy in the world. Han Yan checked Xianxia's profile picture and realized that his cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. This breakthrough speed is very fast, second only to me. Han Yan sent a telepathic message to Wu Daojian, indicating that she could come in. Upon hearing this, Wu Daojian immediately stood up happily and rushed towards the innate cave. When the others saw this, they understood that Han Yan had finished his closed-door training. Morongqi clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "How strong is Grandmaster now?" This is the first time he has been in seclusion for so long. Although Han Yan had been cultivating diligently, he could visit him at any time. Unlike this time, they were not allowed to disturb him for several years. Even the Wu Daojian was chased out. I'm not sure. I'm afraid he's already at the 5th level of the Mahayana realm. Feng Liang shook his head. 5th level of the Mahayana realm, the 3-headed Wyrm king was secretly disdainful. I'm afraid your martial ancestor has already reached the 9th level of the Great Realization realm. The 3-headed Wyrm king was very curious. Han Yan was clearly an ascetic cultivator. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm, so why didn't he ascend? Could it be that he wanted to experience being invincible? But Han Yan didn't go out either. Tu Linger was also very curious about how high Han Yan's cultivation was. On the other side, inside the congenital cave, Wu Daojian sat on his own futon and looked curiously at Han Yan. He asked, "Master, what realm did you break through? Or is it divine power?" Han Yan closed his eyes to cultivate and answered, "Realm." He was pleasantly surprised to find that the Fusang tree was not only emitting the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but also a more advanced spiritual qi. This spiritual qi was much more powerful than ordinary spiritual qi. Could this be the immortal qi of the immortal world? Very likely. The fact that the Fusang tree could attract the golden crow of the upper realm to descend to the mortal world meant that the Fusang tree had spiritual energy that could help the living beings of the upper realm cultivate. Han Yan was completely relieved. Even though he had already stepped into the reincarnation loose immortal realm, he could still cultivate in the mortal world. He was a little confused. Was the reincarnation loose immortal equal to the loose immortal realm? The 6 realms of reincarnation were divided into loose immortal, earth immortal, sky immortal, true immortal, mystic immortal, and golden immortal. Was the reincarnation earth immortal equivalent to the Tai earth immortal? He still had to ask his brother. Cultivate well. I need to continue comprehending the divine ability. Han Yan interrupted the incessant Wu Dao Jian and began to comprehend the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. Wu Dao Jian suppressed his excitement and also began to cultivate. Several days later, Han Yan entered the Sword Dao River. This time, he didn't cause any worldly phenomena because he had already surpassed all living beings. The heavenly Dao couldn't control him. He quickly walked over to Zhang Guxing. Zhang Guxing laughed and said, "You brat, you're here again. You are at the itinerant immortal realm. Have you ascended?" The first half of his sentence was still very calm, but the second half of his sentence was suddenly raised in pitch. Han Yan asked with a smile, "Senior, I'd like to ask you something. Is it Earth Immortal or Primordial Unity Earth Immortal above Individual Immortal?" Zhang Guxing calmed down and replied, "Naturally, it's the Tai Earth Immortal. Above that are the Tai Heaven Immortal, Tai True Immortal, Tai Xian Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal. Primordial Unity is a Dao fruit, created by the Dao sects. When the Dao sects were at their peak, they opened up the cultivation system, and the Primordial Unity Dao fruit was deeply embedded in the rules of the Heavenly Dao." Han Yan was suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. He thought that the Grand Unity realm was above the 6 rebirth realms. If that was the case, it would be too frightening. That was right. He was the reincarnation sword deity. He didn't follow the conventional system. Han Yan continued to ask, "Is the Daluo above Grand Unity realm?" In myths and legends, there were such systems. In Taoist literature, it was also mentioned that Grand Unity and Daluo were on the same level. They were just different systems. Zhang Guxing replied, "In the desolate era, the Daluo was indeed above Grand Unity realm. But in the long years, countless experts emerged. They used their own cultivation to raise their strength and passed it down from generation to generation, changing the level of cultivation. Now, Grand Unity and Daluo are separated by the Emperor realm and the Immortal realm. When one becomes a celestial emperor, he can jump out of the 6 realms and freely travel through thousands of realms. He is not restricted by the rules of the Heavenly Dao and no longer has a limit to his lifespan. Celestial emperors are the top existences in the upper world. Even if they die, as long as their souls remain, they can come back from reincarnation and not be destroyed by reincarnation." Speaking of celestial emperors, Zhang Guxing's tone was full of envy. Han Yan couldn't help but think of Morongqi. This guy was besieged and killed by a group of celestial emperors in his previous life. Could he have reached an even higher immortal realm? Han Yan asked, "What about the immortal realm?" "What is the immortal realm?" Zhang Guxing replied, "The immortal realm is formed by enjoying luck and the incense of the mortal world. As long as the luck is not destroyed, even if the soul is destroyed, it can still be resurrected. It is more difficult to deal with than celestial emperors. In terms of the strength of Dharma power, it is also more powerful than Emperor realm. As for Daluo golden deities, they are the supreme existence. Legend has it that Daluo golden deities are above the 3,000 rules. They can traverse the river of history and time and cause and effect." Han Yan didn't understand, but he was impressed. He set a small goal. "Daluo golden deities." Zhang Guxing changed the topic and asked curiously, "You are not even 1,000 years old and you are already an itinerant immortal. With your talent, if you pass the ascension tribulation, you may directly become a Tai earth deity. You didn't ascend?" Han Yan nodded and said, "Didn't I say before that Suzaku is waiting for me in the upper realm? I don't want to die, and I don't want to delete my account and start over." "Delete your account and start over?" "It's reincarnation." "Oh." The two fell into silence. After a while, Han Yan asked again, "How does heaven clean up the mortal world? Does it destroy the mortal world directly or slaughter all living things?" Zhang Guxing replied, "Slaughter all living things. The formation of a mortal world takes countless years. The price of destruction is too high. Usually, they send celestial soldiers and celestial generals to kill all living things, and then bring in living things from other mortal worlds to reproduce. To the heavenly axiom of the mortal world, living things are the heavenly axiom. If all living things are destroyed, the heavenly axiom will be destroyed. Then how strong are the celestial soldiers and celestial generals sent by heaven? Most of them are led by Tai earth deities. In some extreme cases, Tai heaven deities will be sent. Han Yan felt a sense of pressure. He asked a few more questions, and Zhang Guxing told him everything he knew. Han Yan bade farewell and continued moving forward. After becoming a reincarnation scattered deity, he wanted to see how far he could go. Zhang Guxing looked at Han Yan's back, secretly looking forward to it. How far can this kid go? A line of words popped up in front of Han Yan's eyes. Zhang Guxing's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Yan smiled secretly. As expected, strength was the best way to communicate. Back inside the congenital cave. Han Yan's heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger had transformed, and it was far stronger than before. After consolidating his understanding, Han Yan immediately entered the simulation trial and fought with Mengpa. Scraping Sha, he was insta-killed by Mengpa again. Han Yan fought with Xianxia again, insta-killed. It was not exciting. Han Yan desperately wanted to meet a scattered deity to test his strength. Oh no, my Dao heart is unstable. Shouldn't I stay away from danger? Han Yan was secretly vigilant. He felt that his thoughts were very dangerous. The heavenly Dao is bewitching me again. Han Yan calmed himself down. He did not think or do anything. When his heart was as calm as water, he stood up and left. After walking out of the congenital cave, everyone under the Fusang tree stood up. Master! Grandmaster! When Tu Ling'er heard that, she opened her eyes and looked at Han Yan. This was the first time she had seen Han Yan. What a handsome man. Tu Ling'er was stunned. Even in Tianjin Prefecture, there was no such handsome man. Tu Ling'er has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Was this a 4-star impression? Han Yan sighed inwardly. He ignored his disciples and walked towards Xing Hongshuan's cave abode. When he arrived at Xing Hongshuan's cave abode, Han Yan was warmly welcomed by Xing Hongxian. Han Yan wanted to chat with her first, but he didn't expect her to be so anxious. He had no choice but to use his magic power to envelop this cave abode to prevent any commotion from spreading. 1 month later. The two of them were neatly dressed and sat facing each other. Han Yan took out the Frost Lord's glazed crown and gave it to Xing Hongxian. Xing Hongxian accepted it happily and didn't say any more polite words. She took out the elixir that she obtained by chance and wanted to give it to Han Yan, but Han Yan rejected her. I don't need anything from the mortal world anymore. You should take care of yourself in the future, Han Yan smiled and said. Although he had many female friends, he still liked Xing Hongxian the most. Liking someone was cheap, but it was hard to give. If you liked someone, it could be because she was good-looking, or because she said something that you agreed with, or because she smiled at you when you were at your lowest point. But only by giving would you be able to prove the person's position in your heart. In the past, every time Xing Hongxian went out to train, she would give Han Yan treasures when she returned. Although Han Yan didn't thank her, he always remembered it in his heart. Han Yan asked Xing Hongxian to take out the heavenly puppet. As he chatted with her, he helped her change the spiritual power of the heavenly puppet. With a loose immortal realm heavenly puppet, it would be hard for Xing Hongxian to die if she went out again in the future. Xing Hongxian kept a smile on her face. She realized that Han Yan treated her better and was more talkative than before. Now, she didn't want to monopolize Han Yan. She only hoped that she could become the most important person in his heart. Han Yan could sense that she was scheming, but this wasn't important. She did everything she could to please him, so what could he do? Through Xing Hongxian, Han Yan also learned about the recent situation in the cultivation world. Tianjin Prefecture was attacked by demons and was almost destroyed. Fortunately, the other holy lands came to the rescue. In the end, Xianxia killed all the demon by himself and became famous throughout the world. Today, Xianxia was truly the best in the world. What number 1 in the world? I think my husband is the number 1 in the world. However, my husband keeps a low profile. He is a true cultivator. Xing Hongxian snorted. Han Yan said snappily, I'll only be satisfied when you become number 1 in the world. Alright, I'll work hard. I've been training hard every day, and I haven't wasted any time. Keep it up. Several days later, the heavenly puppet was replaced with itinerant immortal Dharma power. Han Yan asked Xianxia to put it into her storage ring. After that, he walked out of the cave abode with Xianxia and called Fairy Xixian, Chang Yuer, Li Qingzi, and Su Qi to the Fusang tree. Han Yan deliberately asked Tengu, Fang Liang, and Morong Qi to surround Su Qi and suppress Su Qi's bad luck. He began to preach the Tao to everyone. After becoming a reincarnation itinerant immortal, Han Yan had a deeper understanding of the Tao. His words could make everyone have a deeper understanding. His voice could also temporarily increase everyone's comprehension. The reason for this was that Han Yan integrated his Tao into his voice so that they could comprehend it together. This preaching lasted for a year. When Han Yan stopped preaching, everyone came to their senses. Tu Linger's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Not only Tu Linger, but the others also more or less improved their favorability towards him. Han Yan stood up and said with a smile, "That's it. I should continue to cultivate." He turned around and walked back to the cave abode. Wu Daojian hurriedly followed. Li Qingzi said with emotion, "Elder Han is really getting more and more powerful. I feel like he has already become an immortal." Fairy Xixian asked in confusion, "If he has become an immortal, how can he stay in the mortal world?" The others were also curious about Han Yan's realm. Su Qi was the first to leave. He rushed back to his cave abode without stopping and continued to comprehend the Tao. After becoming a reincarnation itinerant immortal, Han Yan still did not relax and continued to cultivate diligently. As long as Yuqing was safe, he did not care about the flood of the cultivation world. 5 years passed. Xianxia came again. "Where is Guan Yu? Come out and fight." This time, Xianxia did not transmit his voice to Han Yan. Instead, he shouted loudly. His voice resounded throughout Yuqing so that everyone could hear him clearly. Under the Fusang tree, Tu Linger opened his eyes and looked surprised. "Why is Xianxia here?" Morong Qi asked in confusion. "Who is Guan Yu?" Yang Tiandong said with a smile, "He is your grandmaster. He has other names, Chao Chao and Zhao Yun." Inside the cave abode, Han Yan frowned. This guy is a little arrogant this time. It seems that he has become a little arrogant after becoming the strongest in the world. Han Yan immediately started the simulation trial. Instant kill. That's it? Han Yan shook his head and laughed. He felt that Xianxia was too arrogant. He immediately disappeared from the cave abode. Dozens of miles away, it was still the same forest. Han Yan appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia had changed into a golden robe. However, it was still inferior to Han Yan's regal supreme Providence robe. Xianxia glanced at Han Yan and was secretly jealous. "He's dressed more extravagantly than me." Xianxia said proudly, "Guan Yu, I have killed dozens of Mahayana demons. My strength is not what it used to be. Do you dare to fight me?" Han Yan said expressionlessly, "Didn't you say that you would not disturb me again?" I just want to spar with you. There is no end to this. Let's fight to the death." So arrogant? Xianxia was angry when he heard Han Yan's aggressive tone. However, he thought about it again. What if I can't beat Han Yan? He hesitated. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I lose this time, I will ascend directly. I will not disturb you again." "You said that?" "Yes, we will only fight, not to the death." Han Yan suddenly stepped forward. The two of them were less than half a meter apart. Han Yan raised his hand and pressed on Xianxia's shoulder. His magic power erupted and suppressed Xianxia. Boom, Xianxia could not take it. His legs went soft and he knelt on one knee. The forest shook violently. His face turned pale. How is this possible? This spiritual power, Xianxia wanted to break free, but he could not do so. The spiritual power in his body could not rush out of his body. Han Yan's magic power formed shackles and imprisoned him. After a long time, Xianxia lowered his head and gritted his teeth. I lost. He was not just defeated. He was utterly defeated. Han Yan stopped and said, "Cultivate well. With your talent, you will surpass me sooner or later. As for ascension, wait. The mortal world needs your protection. This guy can't ascend. Heaven is coming soon." Xianxia took a deep breath. He also had dignity. "I will never come again." Xianxia got up and left. Han Yan returned to the cave and continued to cultivate. Under the fusang tree, Tu Ling'er and Fang Liang were still in shock. The others did not recognize Xianxia, but they did. Although they were dozens of miles away, they could see clearly with their cultivation. Xianxia was pressed to the ground by Han Yan and could not move. How big was the gap between their cultivation? "I really came to the right place," Tu Ling'er thought to herself. However, Han Yan had not officially said that he wanted to take her as his disciple. Could it be that he was still worried about her? Was it because of her previous identity? Tu Ling'er was distressed. How could she please Han Yan? When she thought of Han Yan's peerless face, her cheeks could not help but blush. Bah, how could I, a cultivator, think of such improper things? How about giving him treasures? Defeating Xianxia did not make Han Yan too happy. For Xianxia to take the time to challenge him, it means that the true demon tribulation is over. Han Yan understood a principle. No matter who left the world, it would still continue to spin. Looking at it this way, with the demon defeated and the demonic path suppressed, heaven should not need to clean up the human world, right? Han Yan thought silently. No, there must be a foolproof plan. Han Yan's primordial spirit immediately left his body and jumped into the underworld. Jumping from the world of the living to the underworld was faster than him rushing to the ends of the earth. After becoming a reincarnation scattered immortal, Han Yan could clearly sense the existence of the underworld and the immortal world. Above was the immortal world, below was the underworld. As for the other worlds, he could not capture them for the time being. "Senior Mengpa." Han Yan opened his mouth and shouted. There was ghost fog in all directions, the world was dark, there was no sun or moon, it was like the deepest part of the abyss. "What is it?" Mengpo's voice came. Han Yan asked, "If I want to bring some people to the underworld, can I?" "Living people can't enter the underworld, you can kill them, then I will send their souls to you." Han Yan smiled and asked, "Senior, are you serious?" Mengpa said helplessly, "I am only a ghost servant, I can't make the decision of the underworld. If shamanism rises in the future, I can help you." "Then what can Senior help me with now?" "If you want me to accept the Tu Ling'er, I will accept it, but you can't do anything for me. You want to gain something without risking anything?" Hearing this, Mengpa was silent. Han Yan was also silent. Mengpa would not fly into a rage and want to kill him, right? If so, then he could not have a deep relationship with this person. Han Yan was a bit panicked. After a while, Mengpa sighed, "How about I give you 2 spots as ghost servants?" Han Yan said helplessly, "Then I still have to kill them." "I will also give you a red spider lily, it can increase spirit energy and can bear fruits that can bring the dead back to life." Red spider lilies can bear fruits? Han Yan's knowledge was broadened. "Alright, how do I get the red spider lily?" Han Yan asked. "In the dead of the night, I will have the black and white impermanents send it to your cave residence." "Alright. I'll leave Tu Ling'er in your care." "No problem." Han Yan cupped his fists and bowed to the void, then left. Late at night, Han Yan patiently waited for the arrival of the black and white impermanents. Speaking of which, he had never seen a ghost constable before. There were very few ghosts in Yuqing. After all, it was a righteous sect with the protection of fate. After the disciples died, their souls would be directly reincarnated into the netherworld. They would not be reduced to wandering ghosts. At midnight, a cold wind blew inside the congenital cave. 2 ghosts passed through the stone door, one black and one white. They looked like the black and white impermanents. They wore long ghost robes and had ferocious faces. Their tongues hung out of their mouths and reached their chests. The 2 ghosts looked exactly the same. The only difference was that one was black and the other was white. Hanged ghost, Han Yan complained to himself. Wu Daojian was still cultivating. He obviously did not feel the arrival of the black and white impermanents. The black impermanence came to Han Yan and said respectfully, Mengpa asked us to bring this treasure to you. He waved his right hand and a flower appeared on the table. The red spider lily. Its petals were narrow and thin, like thousands of red lines exploding. It was strange and poignant. Han Yan immediately used the simulation trial to check. Black and white impermanence, level 5 itinerant immortal, ghost constables of the netherworld, only level 5 itinerant immortal. Han Yan thought that the black and white impermanents were very strong. He asked curiously, are there only 2 black and white impermanents in the netherworld? The white impermanent smiled, that's not all. We are only responsible for the yin and yang ghosts in this mortal world. A pair of black and white impermanents in the mortal world? Goodbye. The black impermanence smiled and turned to leave with the white impermanence. Before they reached the stone door, they disappeared into thin air. Han Yan got up and picked up the red spider lily. Wu Daojian asked curiously, who were you talking to just now? Hearing this, Han Yan answered casually, 2 ghost constables. Ghost constables? Wu Daojian's hair stood on end. Why didn't she see them? Han Yan carefully sized up the red spider lily. He could feel that it contained a huge amount of spirit qi and the aura of reincarnation. As expected of a flower from the netherworld, Han Yan couldn't judge the value of the red spider lily. He planted it in a corner of the cave abode. Take care of this flower in the future, Han Yan instructed Wu Daojian. Wu Daojian hurriedly nodded and watched as Han Yan planted the red spider lily in the corner. Han Yan returned to the bed and began cultivating. The reincarnation itinerant immortal realm was not divided into 9 minor realms. Instead, it was divided into the early, middle, late, and perfected stages. After being divided into 4 levels, Han Yan would definitely need more time to break through each minor realm than before. The more this was the case, the more Han Yan had to spend time cultivating. He couldn't slack off. Above the layers of clouds, a black crack appeared in the blue sky. Lightning constantly seeped out, swaying like a lightning snake. A figure slowly stepped out of the black crack. It was Daoist Juyan. Daoist Juyan opened his arms and breathed in the spirit qi of the mortal world. He sighed. The mortal world is still the best. Another figure stepped out of the black crack behind him. It was a woman in black. The woman in black had a cold expression. Her beautiful hair was tied into a bun, and her posture was dignified. However, there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. I won't interfere in the matters of the mortal world unless I encounter an existence that surpasses the mortal world, the woman in black said. Daoist Juyan hurriedly turned to look at her and bowed. Thank you for following me, senior. The woman in black snorted coldly. I don't know what your relationship with him is. Since he personally asked, I'll help you. Go ahead. I'll take a look around the mortal world. Daoist Juyan smiled apologetically and nodded. The woman in black disappeared. Daoist Juyan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Tianjin Prefecture, and the fellow who killed my demon pet. Don't even think about escaping. After planting the red spider lily, time flew by. 10 years passed. Han Yan, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned slightly. For some reason, he had been feeling uneasy recently. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger. The last time was when a true demon attacked. Could it be that the demon was going to cause trouble again? Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Suzaku to vent his anger. As he cursed, he checked his interpersonal relationships. After so many years, his good friends had all improved. The slowest were the original elders of Yuqing, including Li Qingzi. Their aptitudes were too mediocre. The current Yuqing was already considered a holy land. The disciples it recruited were not only from the Great Yin, but also from the surrounding provinces. Their aptitudes far surpassed the previous disciples. As the Yuqing became stronger, the elders were constantly replaced. Most of them were dismissed by themselves. They could not withstand the pressure. When the average cultivation of the core disciples reached the nascent soul realm, the nascent soul elders were indeed very embarrassed. No, my cultivation can't increase in a short period of time. I have to strengthen my divine abilities. After all, heaven can come at any time. Han Yan thought silently. 6 days later, he began to comprehend the 3 pure world cleansing. A month later, he continued to comprehend the somersault cloud. He couldn't just think about insta-killing. He had to develop comprehensively. A year later, Han Yan comprehended his divine abilities and sword intent to the limit. He heaved a sigh of relief, and the uneasiness in his heart finally disappeared. As expected, a sense of security still depended on one's own strength. After a year of comprehension, Han Yan felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He began the simulation trial. Against the black and white impermanents, against two at once, the black and white impermanents were both at the 5th level of the itinerant immortal realm. As soon as the battle began, Han Yan immediately used 3 pure world cleansing. Millions of sword shadows erupted, leaving the black and white impermanents with nowhere to hide. Han Yan was a reincarnation sword immortal. He could directly crush the living beings of the yin and yang worlds. Not bad, as long as he could kill them instantly. He just did not know if he could kill Daoist Juyan, who was at the 8th level of the itinerant immortal realm. Thinking of Daoist Juyan, Han Yan suddenly felt relaxed. Perhaps the uneasiness did not come from the heaven, but from Daoist Juyan. It was very possible. Han Yan immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Daoist Juyan. After 6 days of cursing, he was still worried. Should he sacrifice some of his lifespan and curse Daoist Juyan to death? After all, he had 1,000,000 years of lifespan. With this thought, Han Ju was immediately tempted. No, if there was a first time, there would be a second time, and countless times. This was just like the various things in modern society. This was a trap, a trap. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. Then, he began to check his emails. He wondered how the cultivation world was doing recently. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou encountered a fortuitous encounter and was blessed by a divine beast. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by your enemy, Daoist Juyan, and was severely injured. Your good friend Lingchan was attacked by your enemy, Daoist Juyan, and died. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X76544. Your grand disciple Feng Liang dreamed of the heavenly Tao during his cultivation, and his cultivation increased greatly. Your Tao companion Xianqing was attacked by demons, X10223. Daoist Juyan, this bastard actually descended into the mortal world. Han Yan was shocked. Ji Xianxia was severely injured, and Ji Lingchan was killed. Could it be that Tianjin Prefecture had been destroyed by Daoist Juyan? No, I have to curse this guy to death. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune again and continued cursing Daoist Juyan. Although he could instantly kill the black and white deities, it did not mean that he could instantly kill Daoist Juyan. They might not even be able to defeat him. After all, the black and white deities were 3 minor realms apart from Daoist Juyan. The mountain range was continuous, and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. The sky was so beautiful. On top of a giant mountain that was several thousand feet tall, numerous palaces were destroyed, and smoke rose in spirals. Daoist Juyan sat in a dilapidated hall. His face was pale as if he was seriously injured. In the corner of the hall, a group of high-level officials from Tianjin Prefecture were trapped in a circle of light, including Ji Xianxia. What happened to him? Injured? Did any of you hurt him? Maybe it's G deviation. He's a fiendish cultivator to begin with. Perhaps he harbors evil thoughts in his heart and is currently fighting against them. Sai, what does he want to do with us? Why didn't you kill us? Ji Xianxin's face was gloomy. He did not participate in the whispers of others. He stared fixedly at Daoist Juyan, wishing he could tear him into pieces. Facing Daoist Juyan, he had lost miserably. It was even worse than facing Han Yan. Han Yan had at least held back against him, but Daoist Juyan would not. Not only had Daoist Juyan defeated him, but he had also trampled on his dignity. Ji Xianxia had been waiting for an opportunity. He did not know why Daoist Juyan did not kill them all, but he knew that this was an opportunity, at this moment. Pfft! Daoist Juyan spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered all over the ground. His aura weakened. He clutched his chest and opened his eyes. His expression was ferocious as he muttered, "Damn it! Who is it?" He panicked. He was cursed again, and this time, the curse was stronger than before. His dermic powers rapidly melted, and his lifespan decreased rapidly. If this continued, he might die. Daoist Juyan hurriedly cast a spell to summon the black-robed woman. Not long after, a black vortex appeared in front of him, and the black-robed woman stepped out. "What's the matter? Why are you panicking?" the black-robed woman asked impatiently. Her gaze landed on Daoist Juyan, and her expression changed slightly. Daoist Juyan began to bleed from his 7 orifices. He was in an extremely miserable state. He gritted his teeth and said, "The curse I mentioned earlier has begun again. It's stronger than before." The black-robed woman raised her right hand and pinched her fingers to deduce. However, she couldn't figure out where the curse energy came from. She had no choice but to come from behind Daoist Juyan. Her palms landed on his back and she used her spirit energy to heal him. In less than 5 breaths of time, the black-robed woman also began to bleed from her 7 orifices. She had no choice but to stop. "No, this curse is too strong," the black-robed woman said in a low voice. Daoist Juyan was in despair. He hurriedly shouted, "Can I ask Xianxia for help? Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer." The black-robed woman hesitated for a moment before taking out a token and probing it with her spiritual sense. Everyone from Tianjin Prefecture was stunned. The power of a curse, someone was cursing Daoist Juyan, they were overjoyed. Daoist Juyan was a mighty cultivator who had ascended before. To be able to curse him to such an extent, it had to be an immortal god. The black-robed woman stared at Daoist Juyan and said, "You have to find a place with the strongest providence to suppress the power of the curse. Otherwise, you won't be able to wait for him to come." Daoist Juyan nodded. The 2 of them immediately stood up and disappeared. As for the people from Tianjin Prefecture, in Daoist Juyan's opinion, they could not escape at all. The mortal world was the biggest prison. Your enemy, Daoist Juyan, lost 500,000 years of his lifespan under your curse and was severely injured. Han Yan immediately stopped when he saw this email. He wiped the blood off his face and nodded in satisfaction. He had lost nearly 100 years of his lifespan in this wave. Although it was insignificant compared to his 1 million years of lifespan, his heart still ached. This is the only time. There won't be a next time. Han Yan thought silently and began to heal. A few days later, his injuries recovered and he continued to cultivate. His injuries were not serious, but it would be difficult for Daoist Juyan to recover without decades. Decades were enough for Han Yan to break through to the mid-stage of the reincarnation loose immortal realm. The immortal qi emitted by the Fusang tree was even more abundant than its spirit qi. Han Yan could feel his dermic powers increasing every day. Good times did not last long. A month later, Daoist Juyan and the black-robed woman arrived. They stood on the clouds and looked at the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain in the distance with surprised expressions. This mountain actually contains immortal qi. Where did it come from? Daoist Juyan was shocked. Before he ascended, he had traveled the world and had never seen such a treasure mountain. The black-robed woman's gaze landed on the top of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. She saw the Fusang tree. The 2 fire crows on the Fusang tree seemed to be, her eyes widened as waves of shock surged in her heart. How was that possible? 2 little golden crows, could this mountain be the habitat of Jinwu? She took a deep breath and carefully advanced with Daoist Juyan. Currently, only this place could help Daoist Juyan suppress the power of the curse. When they arrived in front of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, the black-robed woman did not dare to forcefully break the array. Instead, she cupped her fists and bowed. "We apologize for disturbing you. May I know your name, Senior?" Under the Fusang tree, Morong Qi, Fang Liang, Sun Chang'an, and the others opened their eyes to look. They were shocked to discover that they could not see through their cultivation levels. The 2 little golden crows spread their wings as if they were facing a great enemy. Top-notch Providence, secretly cultivating for 1,000 years. Top luck, quietly cultivate for 1,000 years. Address /read/166750 /topnotch Providence, secretly cultivating for 1,000 years. Top luck, quietly cultivate for 1,000 years, /read/166750 for the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the collect button below to record this time. You'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. You'll be able to see it, if you like top-notch Providence, secretly cultivating for 1,000 years, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Daoist Jian, 8th level of the itinerant immortal realm, itinerant cultivator of the immortal world, Xianxia, 9th level of the itinerant immortal realm, disciple of the immortal world's dragon immortal island. Han Yan fell silent when he saw the 2 lines of words. He was panicking. He did not answer the woman in black named Xianxia. Instead, he began to use the simulation trial. Against Daoist Jian, instant kill. Against Xianxia, he could not kill her instantly. This fellow actually had a mysterious Dharma treasure that could block Han Yan's attack. Fortunately, a few seconds later, Han Yan still killed her with his tyrannical strength. Han Yan tried fighting 1 against 2. 10 breaths later, he opened his eyes. No way, I can't kill them instantly. With their abilities, it was very likely that Yuqing would be implicated. What should I do? Han Yan frowned. Wu Daojian asked, Master, why are you frowning? Are the enemies outside? Han Yan said softly, stay in the cave abode and don't go anywhere. Han Yan stood up and walked out of the cave abode. The other party was already here. He couldn't hide even if he wanted to. In front of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Daoist Jian and Xianxia were still waiting. Is it really Jinwu? Daoist Jian asked in shock. Xianxia nodded and said, it's indeed a golden crow, but it's only at the Mahayana realm. Its aptitude is considered average in Jinwu. However, to be able to take in a golden crow with average aptitude, this person is definitely not an ordinary person. We should be careful. Daoist Jian nodded, his eyes filled with hope. Fellow Daoists, what's the matter? Han Yan's voice drifted out. Daoist Jian felt that it was familiar. He narrowed his eyes and saw Han Yan walking out of the cave abode. It's him. Daoist Jian's expression instantly turned sinister. The memories of great sage green python before its death were transmitted to Daoist Jian through a special mystical ability. This was also the reason why Daoist Jian hated Han Yan. In an instant, Daoist Jian thought of many possibilities. The person who cursed him was very likely Han Yan. Daoist Jian immediately sent a voice transmission to Xianxia and told her about the hatred of his demon pet. Hearing this, Xianxia was not moved. She smiled at Han Yan and said, can the 2 of us stay on the mountain for a while? My friend is seriously injured and needs to find a place to recuperate. She could not see through Han Yan's cultivation, but she was sure that he was also from the upper realm. In addition, this person was really handsome. Daoist Jian tried his best to control his emotions and did not interrupt. This kid doesn't know of my existence. I can find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Daoist Jian thought silently. Han Yan's voice floated over. That's not good. There's not enough space on the mountain to accommodate the 2 of you. Xianxia has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 4 stars, this was a 4-star, Han Yan cursed silently. This woman looked very polite, but he didn't expect her to be so petty. Xianxia sighed and said, fellow Daoist, how can you be so heartless as to leave us in the lurch? We're only staying for a while and won't disturb you. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Jioding Jinren and a group of elders rushed over. The other party wanted to stay on the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain the moment they arrived. They were clearly not ordinary people. Fellow Daoists, which sect are you from? Jioding Jinren cupped his fists and asked with a smile. He was very smart and did not approach them. He maintained a distance from Xianxia and Daoist Jian. Xianxia glanced at him and looked at Han Yan again. Fellow Daoist, is it really not possible? Although she could not see through Han Yan's cultivation, she did not sense any danger from Han Yan. Han Yan's attitude was not tough either. It seemed that he did not have a powerful background. Before Xianxia descended to the mortal world, she had also asked around. There were no famous immortals hiding in the mortal world. After thinking about it, Xianxia raised her right hand and a flying dagger appeared in it. Han Yan narrowed his eyes and said, fellow Daoist, are you threatening me? He immediately teleported out of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and arrived outside the mountain protecting array. Xianxia narrowed her eyes and smiled. We have nowhere else to go. We have to stay on your mountain for a period of time. I hope fellow Daoist won't be too. Before she could say the word heartless, Han Yan suddenly waved his sleeve. The primordial judgment sword had appeared in his hand at some point. In an instant, countless sword shadows shot out from the primordial judgment sword's blade, turning into a black torrent that swept towards Yang Yanjun. Yang Yanjun's expression changed drastically. She did not expect Han Yan to be so decisive. Almost instantly, Yang Yanjun threw out the flying dagger. The flying dagger transformed into a huge saber that was 1,000 feet long. It stood in front of her and blocked Han Yan's sword shadows. Rumble, the battle between itinerant immortals shook the world. Even the sky was torn apart as bolts of lightning appeared. Jioding Jinren and the elders retreated in fear. Under the Fusong tree, everyone watched the battle nervously. What a terrifying aura. What realm are they at? Cold sweat broke out on Murongqi's forehead. He originally thought that he was already considered an expert, but facing Han Yan and Yang Yanjun's pressure, he realized how insignificant he was. The others were also shocked. Tu Ling'o looked at Han Yan with shining eyes. Daoist Jian was shocked. He did not expect Han Yan to be so powerful. At this moment, Han Yan suddenly raised his left hand and pointed his index finger at Daoist Jian. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger, swoosh, sword chi shot out and swept across the sky. Yang Yanjun widened her beautiful eyes and shouted, "How dare you!" Han Yan fought with her and even dared to attack Daoist Jian. Was he not afraid of offending them? The heavily injured Daoist Jian was caught off guard and could not react in time. He was directly killed by the sword chi. His body and Dao dissipated, his soul dissipated. Han Yan approached Yang Yanjun. He retracted his sword with his right hand and pointed it at the sky. Sword intent soared into the sky, and a sea of sword chi quickly appeared in the blue sky. It was majestic and magnificent, spanning hundreds of kilometers. "You're dead meat." Yang Yanjun was furious. Her mission was to protect Daoist Jian. She did not expect him to die in front of her. How was she going to explain this to her senior brother? She had to kill this person. She could also occupy his treasure mountain. Yang Yanjun cast a spell with both hands, and a huge flying saber shot towards Han Yan. She wanted to interrupt Han Yan's divine power. Unexpectedly, Han Yan ignored her flying saber and continued to use 3 pure world cleansing. Countless sword shadows condensed from the sea of sword chi. There were millions of them and they soared through the sky, shaking the world. All the cultivators in Yuqing looked up and were dumbfounded. From their point of view, the entire sky was filled with sword shadows. This was the first time they had seen such a scene in their lives. Boom, the huge flying saber collided with Han Yan. Han Yan's body burst out with a strong light, forcefully blocking the flying saber. A grand unity supreme treasure. Yang Yanjun cried out involuntarily. How could this fellow have a grand unity supreme treasure? Han Yan answered her by attacking. Millions of sword shadows swooped down as if the sky was collapsing. All the cultivators in Yuqing felt a strong wind descend from the sky, pressing them to the ground. The mountains trembled, and the ground cracked. Yang Yanjun quickly cast a spell. Her dermic powers shone brightly around her like a huge ball of light. Boom! 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 Countless sword shadows descended crazily, causing the huge ball of light to tremble violently. Yang Yanjun's body was also trembling. He's not an itinerant immortal? Yang Yanjun thought in horror. Not good, I can't block it. Han Yan stared at Yang Yanjun. Seeing that Yang Yanjun did not run away, he was overjoyed. Since you have the guts, don't even think about running away. Han Yan swung his sword again. The sword aura in the sky condensed into countless sword shadows and charged at Yang Yanjun. It was unstoppable. Yang Yanjun was shocked and immediately moved away. However, at that moment, her magical power dissipated and she was injured by Han Yan's sword aura. She moved dozens of miles away. As soon as she appeared, she was so angry that blood rushed to her throat. Pfft! Yang Yanjun raised her hand and the flying dagger pierced through the sky and landed in her hand again. Damn it! If it weren't for the heavenly rules, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Yang Yanjun cursed angrily. She threw the flying dagger above her head and quickly cast a spell with both hands. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. The earth's spiritual energy gathered towards her flying dagger, forming a visible airwave. It was a spectacular sight. She had no intention of running away. She wanted to fight, Han Yan had completely enraged her. Whoosh, a piercing sound came. It was the heaven-earth arcane yellow world-piercing sword finger. Yang Yanjun was already mentally prepared and immediately dodged. Just as she turned around, Han Yan appeared behind her. Han Yan used the somersault cloud as the foundation last year to create a Tai-level movement technique. With a somersault, he could jump behind the enemy with great precision. Yang Yanjun caught a glimpse of Han Yan from the corner of her eye. Her eyes widened. How is that possible? A black sword aura suddenly erupted and shot into the sky. It was like a brush waving at the sky. The black sword aura hung high in the sky. Yang Yanjun's physical body was destroyed by Han Yan's sword aura. Only her primordial spirit was left in front of Han Yan. I'm a disciple of the Dragon Immortal Island. My senior brother is a heavenly general from heaven. Yang Yanjun exclaimed. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned around and her primordial spirit flew away. Han Yan swung his sword and millions of sword shadows came from all directions to kill Yang Yanjun. She's finally dead. Is a heavenly general that great? I'm a descendant of the immortal emperor. Han Yan thought to himself. Now that things had developed to this point, even if he let Yang Yanjun go, it was impossible to end this karma. Han Yan raised his left hand and sucked a storage ring and a flying dagger into his palm. He flew towards Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Along the way, he did not find Taoist Juyan's storage ring. It had probably been destroyed by the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. When he returned to the Fusang tree, everyone immediately surrounded him. Even Xianxia, Fairy Xixian, Chang Yuer, and Lei Qingzi were there. Master, what's the situation? Where did those two people come from? Grandmaster is too awesome. Is there a need to ask? He must be dead. Who in this world can survive from the hands of our master? Everyone was very excited. In the past, Han Yan had almost always killed his enemies in an instant. It was rare for him to engage in such a large-scale battle. They couldn't forget the sword shadows that filled the sky and the pressure that made their souls tremble. The three-headed Wyrm king was the most shocked of all. Even though he was at the 6th level of the Mahayana realm, he was forced to kneel on the ground by the pressure. What did this mean? It meant that Han Yan and Yang Yanjun had definitely surpassed the Mahayana realm and were immortals. Han Yan smiled and said, "It's fine. Continue cultivating." With that, he returned inside the congenital cave. There were some things that didn't need to be told to others. It would only create panic. Seeing that the battle was over, Jioding Jinren hurriedly asked the elders to comfort the disciples of the sect. Today's battle caused the name of the deity-slaying elder to once again shake Yuqing. After so many years, many disciples had almost forgotten about the deity-slaying elder. The new disciples were the most excited. They didn't expect the Jade Pure Sect's deity-slaying elder to be so terrifying. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan began to count Yang Yanjun's storage ring. Wu Daojian came over curiously. Yang Yanjun was indeed from the upper realm. She was really rich. She had Dharma treasures, secret spell scrolls, mystical ability scrolls, and so on. There were also many pills that could help itinerant immortals cultivate. He had made a killing this time. Yang San has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Taoist Master Zhou Qing has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. 2 lines of words appeared before Han Yan's eyes. He was not surprised. Taking revenge could be summed up in 2 words. Nesting dolls. After killing the younger ones, the older ones would come. What was a person? What was the pugilistic world? The pugilistic world was connections. If someone killed Han Yan's disciples and grand disciples, Han Yan would definitely take revenge. Moreover, the people of the upper realm definitely had mystical abilities that could deduce who killed the people they cared about. Only 2 people had developed hatred towards Han Yan. Han Yan felt that it was too little. It seemed that Yang Yanjun's luck was not good. Han Yan pulled out his interpersonal relationships and began to check the information of these 2 people. Yang San, late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal, 8th grade Heavenly General in Heaven. Because you killed his beloved junior sister, Yang Yanjun, and his subordinate, Taoist Juyan, who he was preparing to support, he developed hatred towards you. He will not rest until you die. Current hatred points, 6 stars, Taoist Master Dan Qing, Mid-stage Grand Unity True Immortal, one of the 7 Taoists of the Dragon Immortal Island. Because you killed his beloved disciple, Yang Yanjun, he developed hatred towards you. If we meet, he will definitely kill you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, Late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal, Mid-stage Grand Unity True Immortal, very good, they were both very strong. Han Yan forced a smile, feeling a little flustered. However, he noticed that Taoist Master Dan Qing's message said that if they met, would Taoist Master Dan Qing descend to the mortal world. There was also Xianxia. He was a heavenly general in heaven. When heaven cleaned up the demon, this fellow would definitely personally lead the team. No, he had to curse. Han Yan did not curse immediately. He would curse after a while to prevent the other party from discovering him. Once Xianxia and Taoist Master Dan Qing discovered that Han Yan was cursing them, they would definitely get rid of Han Yan as soon as possible. In a bright hall, the stone pillars and decorations in the hall were all shaking. A valiant man sat at the head of the table. He wore a loose Taoist robe and had a handsome face. At this moment, his face was filled with anger, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Junior sister, Xianxia gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyeballs were about to turn into blood. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let junior sister go. If I had waited a little longer and waited for heaven to retract the heavenly rules, how could her early-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal cultivation be restricted to the itinerant immortal realm? How could she have died? Xianxia muttered to himself in pain. How could he have expected that an itinerant immortal was hidden in the mortal world? It was all Taoist Jian's fault. This fellow kept urging him to descend to the mortal world, but in the end, he implicated his junior sister and caused her to die. That fellow was so ruthless that he was even willing to kill a woman. In the end, his junior sister had already revealed her identity, but he actually did not give her face. Xianxia hated Han Yan to the core. He wished he could cut him into 1,000 pieces. When he caught Han Yan, he would let Han Yan taste the most painful heavenly punishment. No, I have to report this to the immortal officials. Xianxia immediately stood up and turned into a gust of wind as he rushed out of the hall. After killing Yang Yanjun and Taoist Jian, Han Yan removed the soul imprint on Yang Yanjun's flying dagger and gave it to Su Qi. Su Qi happened to be lacking a powerful Dharma treasure. Han Yan took out Yang Yanjun's pills and continued to cultivate, striving to break through to the mid-stage of the reincarnation itinerant immortal realm as soon as possible. With his strength, it was very difficult for him to defeat a late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal. A year later, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Xianxia. From now on, Suzaku could delay cursing. Xianxia was his primary target. Just as he began to curse, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Liriopterus has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars, Liriopterus, who's that? Han Yan was stunned. He immediately checked his profile picture. At first glance, Xianxia looked like a mortal. He had a head of red hair, and his face was neither handsome nor ugly. His eyes were green, and it was hard to tell what race he was in. Liriopterus, early-stage Grand Unity Heaven Immortal, a 6th-grade immortal official in heaven. He controls the heavenly Tao in the mortal world. Xianxia reported you killing Yang Yanjun to the celestial ruler of heaven. He is extremely displeased with Xianxia and has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Early-stage Grand Unity Heaven Immortal, that's quite impressive. Han Yan was secretly surprised. The cultivation realms were divided into itinerant immortal, Grand Unity Earth Immortal, Grand Unity Heaven Immortal, Grand Unity True Immortal, Grand Unity Mystic Immortal, and Grand Unity Golden Immortal. In other words, Liriopterus was more powerful than Xianxia. He controlled the heavenly Tao in the mortal world. Could he be the heavenly god in the mortal world Han Yan was in? If that was the case, Han Yan could understand. Xianxia was basically messing with Liriopterus territory. How could Liriopterus tolerate that? However, this was only Han Yan's guess. If the heaven really wanted to clean up the mortal world, would a 6th-grade immortal official like Liriopterus dare to refute it? Han Yan stopped thinking about it and continued cursing Xianxia. 6 days later, Han Yan stopped cursing and began cultivating. No matter what, he had to make the best use of his time to become stronger. 3 years later. detected that you are 800 years old. You have taken another step forward in your life. You have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and become an immortal. You will receive a supreme treasure. 2. Do not ascend for the time being. Stay in the mortal world and cultivate. You will receive a divine ability inheritance. Han Yan looked at the 3 lines of words that appeared in front of him and did not immediately make a choice. Before he knew it, he was already 800 years old. He could not help but feel melancholy. Life really passed quickly. Han Yan silently chose the second choice. You chose not to ascend for the time being. You will receive a divine ability inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the divine power, 3 heads and 6 arms, 3 heads and 6 arms. A Dharma body with 3 heads and 6 arms will be able to use 6 Dharma treasures at the same time. The strength of the physical body will be greatly enhanced. Han Yan immediately began to inherit the 3 heads 6 arms technique. A few days later, he completely grasped the 3 heads and 6 arms divine power. When he transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, Wu Daojian was shocked. After learning that this was a supernatural power, Wu Daojian expressed that she also wanted to learn it. Han Yan sized her up and said, "You're so pretty. If you learn from it, it'll affect your image." Wu Daojian was rejected, but he was not sad. Instead, he was happy. Am I good looking? The next second, she thought of another question. Her image was that of the previous master of the immortal god. Did Han Yan like her or her previous master? Thinking of this, Wu Daojian became depressed again. Han Yan didn't care about the change in her expression and continued to cultivate. As Wu Daojian matured, she also had human emotions, so it was normal for her to have her own emotional changes. As the saying went, a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. As Han Yan cultivated, he clicked on his interpersonal relationships to check. He was already 800 years old, so Fairy Xianxia must be more than 1,000 years old. He didn't know when the end of her life would come. At present, Fairy Xianxia had already broken through to the 5th level of the soul formation realm. Her progress was not bad, thanks to the spiritual energy of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and the opportunities she had encountered. Xianxia and Changyu were still at the nascent soul realm, but they were close to the soul formation realm. Mo Zhu was already at the soul formation realm. The Mo family was quite something. Li Qingzi was stuck at the 2nd level of the soul formation realm and couldn't make any progress for a long time. Her aptitude was really a shortcoming. Su Qi had already stepped into the void amalgamation realm. Heiyuji was also at the void amalgamation realm, but they were still far from the body integration realm. Yang Tiandong, Sun Chang'an, and Tengu were still at the soul formation realm, but they were close to the void amalgamation realm. Fang Liang and Murong Qi had stepped into the void amalgamation realm one after another. The talent of the 3rd-generation disciples was terrifying. Ever since Tu Linger came to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, he had not broken through to the body integration realm, but he was close. The 2 little golden crows had reached the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. The 3-headed Wyrm king had not made any progress in its cultivation. Han Yan looked at the email again. The cultivation world was peaceful again. Ji Xianshen, Huang Jihao, Zhou Fan, and Mo Fuzhou had been competing for the top 3 of the number of attacks. The demon seemed to have calmed down. That made sense. If Han Yan was the demon ancestor, he would probably give up. 10 years later, Han Yan finally broke through to the mid-stage of the reincarnation itinerant immortal realm. It took him a total of 31 years to go from the early stage to the mid-stage. For itinerant immortals, this speed was definitely fast, but Han Yan still felt that it was a little slow. The immortal chi of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain was already very dense. In addition, no one was competing with him for the immortal chi, so he enjoyed it alone. Apart from the Fusang tree, the earth immortal gourd vine also began to produce immortal chi. With the addition of the resurrection lily, the immortal chi of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain would continue to increase as time passed. After all, the Fusang tree, the earth immortal gourd vine, and the resurrection lily were far from mature. When Wu Daojian and Sun Chang'an broke through to the itinerant immortal realm, it might also increase the immortal chi of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. After breaking through, the first thing Han Yan did was to undergo the simulation trial. Han Yan killed Daoist Juyan and Yang Yanjun in a 1-on-2 battle. He was instantly satisfied. He checked on his good friends. No one died, and Xing Hongxian and the other two were not in danger. He continued cultivating. A few months later, Tu Linger came to visit. In the past 10 years, she had gone out to transcend the tribulation and successfully broke through to the body integration realm. Han Yan hesitated for a moment before letting her into the cave abode. Although he did not like Tu Linger's attitude towards Tianjin Prefecture, he could not appear too repulsed by the person behind Tu Linger. After all, Mengpa had given him money before. Tu Linger came in front of Han Yan and bowed. "Senior, I've already broken through to the body integration realm. I obtained an opportunity on the way back and specially came to offer it to you." She took out a palm-sized scale. Han Yan glanced at it and asked, "What's this?" He no longer cared about the treasures of the mortal world. "I'm not sure either. It's precisely because I don't know that I feel that it might be very valuable. I need you to take a look." Tu Linger's posture was very humble. Han Yan took the scale and probed it with his spiritual sense. A look of surprise appeared on his face. There was actually a dragon's soul hidden in the scale. Furthermore, it was not a mortal soul. It emitted dermic powers fluctuations. In other words, it was at least an itinerant immortal. However, this dragon's soul was very weak and did not pose a threat to Han Yan. Han Yan accepted it for the time being and looked at Tu Linger. "You're very thoughtful. Senior, I'm glad you like it," Tu Linger said happily. Han Yan hesitated. "From now on, you're my fourth disciple. First disciple Yang Tiandong, second disciple Su Qi, and third disciple Sun Chang'an." Tu Linger said, "I don't have to be your disciple. I can be a maid too. I can guard this mountain and protect you like the three-headed Wyrm king." Han Yan frowned. This woman was lusting after his body. Tu Linger's favorability towards him had already reached 5 stars. As long as he asked, she would give herself to him. However, Han Yan did not want to get involved in a more complicated relationship with her. After all, this woman was the reincarnation of a great shaman. With shamanism's past and current situation, there would definitely be endless trouble in the future. "I've made up my mind. You can leave." Han Yan waved his hand. Tu Linger could only give up. She was indignant. After leaving the cave abode, her eyes were resolute. "I won't give up." At this point, Yang Tiandong and the other two had another junior sister. A junior sister who was stronger than them. After Tu Linger left, Han Yan began to observe the dragon's soul in the scale. He used his divine sense to awaken the dragon's soul. "Who are you?" the dragon's soul asked weakly. Han Yan used his divine sense to communicate with it, asking about its identity and how it ended up like this. The dragon's soul did not hide anything. It was already at its wit's end. It was not easy for someone to discover it. This dragon's soul came from the true dragon clan of the upper realm. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when this realm was just created, it came down to travel, but it encountered a battle and died, leaving only a remnant of its soul. To prevent being discovered by the enemy, the dragon's soul hid in a snake scale, wanting to attach itself to a demon and absorb its spiritual energy to nourish its remnant soul. Unfortunately, after hundreds of thousands of years, this scale was buried in the ground most of the time. In order to reduce the consumption of its soul, it could only fall into a deep slumber. "If you save me, I will definitely repay you," the dragon's soul continued. Han Yan agreed, "Okay, I will think of a way to save you. Nourish my soul with your immortal energy every day, persevere and you will save me." "Okay. Thank you, no problem." Han Yan agreed on the surface, but he was very dissatisfied. "I already promised to save you, why don't you have a good impression of me?" Han Yan tried to use his immortal energy to nourish the dragon's soul. After 2 hours, this B** still did not have a good impression of him. Han Yan directly cut off his immortal energy. "Why did you stop?" the dragon's soul exclaimed in the scale. "Yuan Huanglong has developed hatred towards you, current hatred level, 2 stars, son of a bitch, that's 2 stars of hatred." Han Yan wanted to scold it, but he still carefully checked Yuan Huanglong's information. Yuan Huanglong, mid-stage Tai Earth Immortal, from the True Dragon clan, treacherous and petty, once offended Liriopteris and was killed by Liriopteris. Because you stopped nourishing his remnant soul, he developed hatred towards you, current hatred level, 2 stars. Han Yan saw this, so the one who killed him was Liriopteris. Then he did not have to worry about offending the True Dragon clan. Han Yan immediately probed into the scale with his divine sense and erased the dragon soul's consciousness, leaving only a wisp of unconscious remnant soul. Devouring remnant souls could strengthen one's soul. This was one of the reasons why possession was so popular. Some almighties were able to prosper because they were possessed by almighties when they were young. In the end, they suffered a backlash and inherited the almighty's memories and inheritance. Their souls transformed, and they soared to the heavens. There were many such examples. Han Yan did not devour the dragon soul. Instead, he kept it. When the 3-headed Wyrm king performed well, he would give it to him. He checked his interpersonal relationships and realized that Yuan Huanglong's profile picture was gone. This meant that he was really dead. Han Yan felt completely at ease and began to cultivate. Wu Daojian was perplexed. From her perspective, Han Yan's expression kept changing as he held the scale. His emotions were constantly changing, and it was extremely strange. But she didn't ask. This was not the first time Han Yan had done this. 4 years later, Fang Liang and Murong Qi went out to train, while the others were still cultivating under the Fusang tree. On this day, late at night, Han Yan, who was cultivating, suddenly felt a strong divine sense attack him. He subconsciously opened his eyes and realized that his consciousness had arrived in a vast sea of stars. The universe was dark, and it was dotted with billions of stars. It was extremely beautiful. In front of Han Yan, there was a figure surrounded by red clouds. Han Yan recognized him at a glance. Liriopteris smiled and looked at Han Yan. He asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Han Yan said, "If Senior wants to kill me, it's useless even if I'm afraid." As expected of someone who dares to offend a heavenly general. You've already become an itinerant immortal. Why don't you ascend? I offended Suzaku. I'm afraid he'll ambush me. I can help you and secretly send you to heaven. Heavenly soldier, the Suzaku you offended should be Judo's father. Back then, when Suzaku descended to the mortal world, he didn't give me face. I'm also unhappy with him. I can protect you. Liriopteris smiled. His attitude surprised Han Yan. In Han Yan's opinion, immortals shouldn't be too straightforward. They were all shrewd and wouldn't easily fall out with each other. Enter heaven as a heavenly soldier? Han Yan was a little resistant. As a soldier, how could he cultivate? Moreover, he would be attacked by a demon sage in heaven. It was too troublesome. Han Yan asked, "May I know your identity, Senior?" Liriopteris stroked his beard and smiled. The mortal world you're in is managed by me, Liriopteris. I'm mainly in charge of the heavenly Tao to prevent mistakes in the heavenly rules. I can't interfere with the matters of the mortal world, but promoting you to heaven is a small matter. Han Yan continued to ask, "I heard that the heaven wants to clean up the mortal world. Is this true?" Hearing this, Liriopteris' face darkened. Who did you hear this from? To tell you the truth, I know a senior from the Sword Dao River. Sword Dao River? Could it be that? I didn't expect you to be a genius in the Sword Dao. My mortal world is indeed very lucky. No wonder the demon has been scheming. Liriopteris' favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Yan was secretly pleased. Elder brother, you're quite impressive, Liriopteris said seriously. To tell you the truth, the heaven has indeed listed the mortal world you're in as a key assessment. This world is very likely to be cleaned up. When that time comes, all life will be annihilated. The heavenly Tao of this world will no longer exist. I will also be transferred from my position to another immortal official. That's why I came to find you. No matter what, you're still immortal under my command. I'm willing to help you. Han Yan frowned and said, "Then can I bring my disciples along?" Liriopteris shook his head and said, "I'm afraid not. Their cultivation bases are weak. Even if they go to heaven, they won't be able to withstand the heavy pressure of the heaven's immortal qi. Besides, it's against the heaven rules for mortals to enter. I can only bring you to heaven. Once you leave heaven, Suzaku will cause trouble for you. I can't do anything about it. Han Yan's frown deepened. Liriopterus sighed and said, the demon has invaded too deeply. In addition, Xianxia, as a celestial general, has been writing to me. Although my position is higher than his, in the eyes of the celestial ruler, in heaven, literature is inferior to martial arts. It's also my fault. I've been cultivating in seclusion all year round and neglected my jurisdiction over the mortal world. Han Yan asked, there's still a demon in the mortal world? Yes, there are many descendants of the demon. They're even hiding in the righteous sects and clans. They don't have any demonic nature. They only have the blood of the demon. If they're all killed, the world will fall into chaos. As an immortal official of the heavenly Tao, I can't personally attack the living beings of the heavenly Tao under me. Otherwise, I'll suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Liriopterus' words made Han Yan think of the Mo clan. He didn't expect there to be so many clans like the Mo clan. The demon really has a lot of backup plans. Actually, it's not like there's no way. Liriopterus suddenly smiled. Han Yan asked, what way? Kill all the attacking celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Liriopterus' words were shocking. Han Yan looked at him in surprise. This guy can't be a werewolf, Liriopterus said, this is my spiritual world. No one can see our conversation. In fact, although the heavenly Tao is the land of immortals and gods, it has countless enemies. If you can kill all the celestial soldiers and celestial generals and prove your potential, the heavenly Tao might recruit you. With the rise of the divine palace and Buddhism, the heavenly Tao yearns for powerful geniuses, especially geniuses from the mortal world. They don't have a strong background, but they can kill immortals and gods. This kind of talent is enough to make the heavenly Tao go crazy. 1,000,000 years ago, the divine general of the heavenly Tao killed his way out. Before he ascended, he killed all the immortals and gods who descended to the mortal world, shocking the heavenly Tao. Now, he's the strongest among the celestial generals. He's also the most famous immortal in the heavenly Tao. Top Providence, secretly cultivating for 1,000 years. Top luck, quietly cultivate for 1,000 years. Address /read/166750 /Top Providence, secretly cultivating for 1,000 years. Top Providence, secretly cultivating for 1,000 years. Mobile reading /read/166750. For the convenience of next time, you can click on the collect button below to record this time. Yuan Huanglong, kill all celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Read the record, you can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Top Providence, secretly cultivating for 1,000 years, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Kill heaven's soldiers and generals, then wait for heaven to recruit me? Han Yan looked at Liriopterus with a strange expression, as if to say, are you serious? Then, he suddenly thought of a story. Sun Wukong's story. Sun Wukong had a powerful background, but he didn't. This was too dangerous, he couldn't do it. Liriopterus smiled, if you don't dare and want to live, then follow me to heaven. Han Yan asked, is there really no other way? No, if you want to save your disciples, this is the only way. When will heaven clean up the mortal realm? A few hundred years at least, 1,000 years at most. Let me think about it. Okay. Liriopterus waved his sleeves, and the universe around him shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to his body. Han Yan opened his eyes, rubbed his chin and thought. I have to ask my brother about this. Han Yan immediately started to comprehend the sword path. A few dozen days later, he entered the sword path river, as if he was going home, familiar with the road. He found Zhang Guxing and asked about the divine general. As for Liriopterus, he didn't sell out Liriopterus. Liriopterus already told him so much. If he told him about Liriopterus, would he still be human? This might offend Liriopterus. Zhang Guxing pondered, you want to imitate heaven's divine general? The celestial emperor does indeed have such a bad habit of bullying the weak. There are many celestial generals in the celestial court who were once enemies of the celestial court. The celestial emperor saw that their talents were not bad, so he let bygones be bygones and even rewarded them greatly. If you want to take this path, you can. If you can enter the eyes of the celestial emperor, then the vermilion bird will not dare to do anything to you. Although heaven is wary of the Suzaku clan, it cares more about the heavenly prides. The celestial ruler once offended Buddhism for the sake of the divine general and almost caused a war in the immortal world. It's very difficult to take this path, and you don't have that much time. Han Yan sighed, I can only try. If it doesn't work, then I can only run. If he couldn't win, he would jump to the underworld. If the heaven sent the underworld to hunt him down, he would jump to another world. There was always a place to hide. TSK, if you can really succeed, then your future will be bright. Although heaven has been in a lot of trouble recently, it's still the most powerful force in the upper realm and represents the heavenly axiom. Zhang Guxing laughed, but in his heart, he was curious as to who had told Han Yan about this. This person was really bold, Han Yan lamented. Most of the living beings in the mortal world have done nothing wrong, yet they have to face the fate of being slaughtered. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals have risked their lives for the heavens, yet in front of talent, they are all ants. This seemingly divine power also has many flaws. Those who believed in the immortals would not know that the immortals were just powerful people. The so-called immortals are a lie. Zhang Guxing shook his head. Han Yan did not say much. After learning that this method was feasible, he left. After Han Yan left the Sword Dao River, a purple figure appeared beside Zhang Guxing. This is the mortal you have your eyes on? The purple figure asked. Zhang Guxing replied, yes, this child is only 800 years old. The purple figure joked, he is not immortal. He has the immortal emperor's fate on him. He is probably the descendant of some immortal emperor, or has received the favor of an immortal emperor. Immortal emperor? I see, then his future is even more worth looking forward to. What are you looking forward to? You want him to replace you? Wait until he survives this calamity. Let's not talk about him. The Celestial Palace sent me to invite you. Are you willing to return? Your original body is still in the Celestial Palace. The Celestial Palace has never truly given up on you. The Celestial Palace is deep, I don't want to go back. It's quite good here. I have no worries, I can comprehend the Sword Dao without thinking about anything else. If my eternal life is like this, then I will be satisfied. After returning inside the congenital cave, Han Yan consolidated the Sword Dao that he had just comprehended. A few days later, he began cultivating again. Mid-stage reincarnation loose immortal realm was not enough, while Han Yan was cultivating in seclusion, the cultivation world was in turmoil. Tianjin Prefecture was massacred by Daoist Juyan, and more than half of the people were killed or injured. Many years had passed since then. The other Holy Lands sensed hope and took the opportunity to develop. The fiends gathered their forces to continue attacking Tianjin Prefecture. Although Tianjin Prefecture was miserable, most of the cultivation world in the world was peaceful. It was no different from the past cultivation years. Jioding began to go out again, recruiting guest elders and new disciples with outstanding spirit roots for Yuqing. In the blink of an eye, 7 years passed. Li Qingzi could not hold on any longer. His time was up. He came to visit Han Yan. Elder Han, I might not be able to hold on for a few more years. The natural treasures in the sect can no longer increase my lifespan. I plan to go out and explore for a few years. I might die outside like my master, Li Qingzi said with a smile. He was not sad. Instead, he felt relieved. Han Yan asked, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Li Qingzi's smile disappeared, and he said seriously, before you ascend, protect Yuqing and my junior sister, Fairy Xian. Han Yan nodded. Li Qingzi began to talk to him about the past and told him about his life. Han Yan listened attentively. Wu Daojian was also engrossed. Li Qingzi's life might not be considered legendary. From being selected by the Grand Elder to running around for the sect, he spoke very calmly and tirelessly. Han Yan was not sad, only a little emotional. It was good that he died. He could reincarnate into a good body in his next life and pursue the great Dao. Other than longevity, Li Qingzi had obtained all the fame, power, and women that most people wanted to pursue. He had no regrets in this life. He did not leave until the next day. Han Yan got up and sent him out of the residence. Li Qingzi had already visited Fairy Xixian, Zhouding and other old friends. Han Yan was last. The person who influenced him the most in this life might not be Han Yan, but Li Qingzi felt that he should thank him the most. Watching Li Qingzi fly into the sky, Han Yan stood at the edge of the cliff and watched quietly with a calm expression. Heiyuji was not joking. Instead, he came to Han Yan's side and asked, "Master, from now on, we don't have to run anymore, right?" Although Han Yan kept saying that they had to run, Heiyuji had been here for as long as he could remember. "That's not necessarily the case," Han Yan replied. Li Qingzi's departure did not cause a stir in Yuqing. After so many years, many people had forgotten about him. "If we meet again in the next life, I will give you an opportunity." Han Yan chuckled softly. After saying that, he lowered his head and turned back. It was normal for people to be separated by life and death. Moreover, Li Qingzi did not die with hatred. 4 years later, Han Yan saw an email. "Your good friend Li Qingzi's life is coming to an end. His body and soul have died and he has fallen into the cycle of reincarnation." Han Yan just sighed softly and continued to cultivate. After experiencing Li Qingzi's death, Han Yan's state of mind improved. 23 years later, Han Yan broke through to the late stage of the reincarnation loose immortal realm. He stopped cultivating, took out the Book of Misfortune, and began to curse Xianxia, Suzaku, and perfected Zhou Qing. On this day, the sky changed dramatically, and an immeasurably long black crack appeared above the sea of clouds. When the cultivators of Yuqing saw this scene, they all panicked. This was heaven collapsing? What's that? Did the sky split open? Could it be a demonic attack? Everyone, be careful. Something's wrong. There's no demonic qi or demonic qi. How long is this crack? The Yuqing disciples looked up at the crack in the sky and exclaimed. Han Yan, who was cultivating in his cave abode, also sensed the abnormality outside. He extended his divine sense and saw the spectacular and terrifying phenomenon in the sky. Han Yan immediately checked the cultivators in Yuqing according to their cultivation level. He didn't find any enemies. He got up and walked out of the cave abode. Wu Daojian followed closely behind. Sun Chang'an, Yang Tiandong, and the others all gathered around. "Master, what's the origin of this phenomenon? Is it an enemy attack?" Yang Tiandong asked. Han Yan looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He saw nothing. Not long after, the crack in the sky disappeared again. The sky returned to normal. It was beautiful and magnificent, as if the previous phenomenon was just an illusion. Since it wasn't an enemy attack, Han Yan was relieved. He was really afraid that the heavens would attack at this time. With his current cultivation level, he couldn't stop the heavenly army. That demon sage, you have to hold on a little longer. Han Yan thought silently. Then, he walked to the Fusong tree and began to check the growth of the Fusong tree and the earth immortal gourd vine. Not bad, the Fusong tree was almost 1,000 feet tall. The earth immortal gourd vine was like a snake coiled around the trunk. The 2 golden crows had also built their nests and were cultivating quietly. As time passed, they weren't as close as before. They were always huddled together. It was worth mentioning that, perhaps because of Heiyuji's influence, the 2 golden crows had become sharp-tongued. They often mocked others, especially Tengu and the 3-headed Wyrm king. "Master, I want to go back to Tianjin Prefecture." "I'll be back soon," Tu Linger walked to Han Yan and said carefully. Would Master think that she was going to run away? Han Yan replied, "Go." He wasn't worried about Tu Linger at all. So what if he ran away? When Tu Linger heard this, he immediately let out a sigh of relief and said, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely return as soon as possible." There's no need for that. Tu Linger thought that his master didn't want him to tire himself out, so he didn't think much of it. After she left, Han Yan checked his email. After so many years, he wondered if the cultivation world was peaceful. "Your friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by righteous cultivators, X2993 inch your good friend Zhou Fan has joined the 5 Immortal Mountain and has a land god as his master. His luck has increased tremendously. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X84333. Your good friend Huang Jihao is severely injured and his life is hanging by a thread. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has left the human world. Your grand disciple Murong Qi has awakened the mystical abilities of his previous life. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Ji Xianxia has cultivated the azure thunder sacred body. He has torn apart the firmament and shocked the world. Zhou Fan, Huang Jihao, Feng Liang, Murong Qi, and Ji Xianxia each had great opportunities. They could be called the 5 main characters. Han Yan checked Feng Liang's profile picture. It was still there, which meant that he hadn't died. He had just left the mortal world. In the decades of Han Yan's cultivation, they had their own highlights and opportunities. Han Yan looked for a while and returned to the Connate cave abode to continue cultivating. A few months later, an old friend came to visit. Wei Yuan, the sect master of the 9 Dragons sect in West Abyss. His true identity was Huang Zuantian, the sect master of the Raincoat sect. If Han Yan hadn't given Huang Zuantian a chance, Huang Zuantian would have died long ago. It was even more impossible for him to possess Wei Yuan and become the sect master of the 9 Dragons sect, which was even more powerful than the Raincoat sect. Huang Zuantian found Jioding Jinren and directly explained his purpose of visit. He joined them. Jioding Jinren was shocked. The Yuqing sect had never targeted the 9 Dragons sect. Why did the sect master join them? Could it be that he was in trouble? Previously, the Bloodfire Heavenly sect couldn't defeat the Formless sect, so they joined the Yuqing sect. After some communication, Jioding Jinren finally believed that the 9 Dragons sect really wanted to join them. Out of caution, Jioding Jinren said that he had to discuss with the elders first and let Huang Zuantian stay as a guest for a while. Huang Zuantian had no objections and went to visit Han Yan. Han Yan invited him to his residence for a gathering. After entering the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain, Huang Zuantian was shocked. The spirit chi here was, seeing Yang Tiandong, Sun Chang'an, and the others, Huang Zuantian had a strong impulse. He wanted to be Han Yan's slave. Huang Zuantian was very excited to see Han Yan again. He was now at the 2nd level of the void amalgamation realm. Compared to hundreds of years ago, he had only broken through 1 level. Han Yan smiled and asked, "How have you been all these years?" Back then, Huang Zuantian had saved Yang Tiandong and Tengu and was seriously injured because of him. He had always remembered this favor. When Huang Zuantian saw his smile, he was no longer nervous and began to talk about his experiences over the years. Dao Comprehension Sword listened quietly from the side. After listening for a long time, Han Yan finally understood why Huang Zuantian had come. Huang Zuantian couldn't withstand the pressure of the 9 Dragons sect. He didn't want to be the sect master anymore and wanted to focus on cultivation. If you want to move to my side, you have to make contributions. When the 9 Dragons sect merges into the Yuqing sect, you have to make contributions to the Yuqing sect. When you become a senior respected by the disciples of the Yuqing sect, I will allow you to move in. Han Yan pondered. Huang Zuantian was overjoyed and immediately agreed. The two chatted for a while more before Huang Zuantian left. Han Yan fell into deep thought. As the spirit chi of the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain became denser, it would attract more people in the future. He had to control the scale well to prevent the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain from being overcrowded and weakening the spirit chi. It would be good if it attracted more people with great providence. At that time I would no longer teach personally and let the disciples do it. Han Yan thought silently. He didn't have connections that could reach the heavens, but he could create connections that could reach the heavens. When the powerful Sun Wukong stepped on the path to heaven, he had to rely on his connections in heaven to overcome all obstacles. Of course, all of this was under the condition that it didn't affect Han Yan's cultivation. Above the sea of clouds, countless bolts of lightning struck the same place. It was a person. Ji Xianxia was meditating in the air. Lightning wrapped around his body, and his black hair was wantonly twisting like a group of snakes. At that moment, it was as if he was possessed by an immortal god, exuding an insufferably arrogant aura. In the distance, more than 10 figures stood on a cloud. They were all the higher-ups of the Tianjin prefecture. Unbelievable. He has really cultivated the azure thunder sacred body. He has surpassed all the geniuses of the Tianjin prefecture. There is no one like him. What a terrifying aura. I'm afraid that even a Mahayana cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. The #1 cultivator in the world. I wonder when he will choose to ascend. While the higher-ups of the Tianjin prefecture were still discussing, a huge eye appeared in the thunderclouds above Xianxia's head, looking down at Xianxia. At the same time, in another part of the sky, the rolling sea of clouds formed the ground. 2 majestic stone pillars stood tall, with 2 white dragons coiling around each of the stone pillars. Below the pillars stood 2 rows of heavenly soldiers in silver armor, looking extraordinarily mighty. At the top of the 2 stone pillars was a golden and jade plaque, engraved with 3 big words. East Heaven's Gate. A bolt of lightning pierced through the sea of clouds and shot toward the East Heaven's Gate plaque. One of the heavenly soldiers immediately waved the long spear in his hand to disperse the bolt of lightning. The sudden heavenly thunder frightened the heavenly soldiers. They thought it was an enemy attack and immediately reported it to the heavenly general. Then, they began to investigate where the lightning came from. Soon, a heavenly general wearing heavy silver armor and a crown with phoenix wings and pearls rushed over with a large saber. This heavenly general had a dignified face and eyes like torches. He was awe-inspiring without being angry. "Where did the lightning come from?" the heavenly general asked in a low voice. A heavenly soldier replied, "It came from a mortal world." "Mortal world?" The heavenly general was interested. He took a few steps forward, took out a mirror, and looked down. His left hand was on the back of the mirror. The mirror emitted light that shot into the sea of clouds. Not long after, the light disappeared. The heavenly general raised the mirror and looked. The scene of Xianxia's tribulation appeared in the mirror. "Eh? Such a prodigy has appeared in the mortal world again. He can cause the heavenly rules to tremble. How impressive." The heavenly general muttered to himself, his eyes shining. He had to accept this kid. 30 years later, Han Yan successfully broke through to the perfected reincarnation itinerant immortal realm. This breakthrough speed was not much slower than before the itinerant immortal realm. It could even be said that it was almost the same. In the past, he could break through a major realm in about 100 years. Now, it was about the same. After breaking through to the perfected reincarnation itinerant immortal realm, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to do his daily missions. Every 10 years, he would curse once to prevent his enemies from living too comfortably. As he cursed, he checked his emails. Your disciple Tu Linger was attacked by demon beasts, X10489. Your disciple Tu Linger was attacked by demon kings and was seriously injured. At the critical moment, he activated Grand Mega Soul Power. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has returned to the mortal world. His providence has increased. Your good friend Xianxia received a dream from an immortal god. His providence has increased. Your good friend Zhou Fan has comprehended an ancient mystique. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Lu Bumi was attacked by demons and was seriously injured. Your grand disciple Feng Liang saved the demon race's saintess who had transformed into a fish. Her cultivation has increased. Was this the final radiance of the heavenly Tao? How terrifying, Han Yan cursed inwardly. Many people had obtained opportunities. Han Yan noticed that Lu Bumi had been attacked by demons. Lu Bumi was now Yuqing's law enforcement elder and had a special status. He checked Lu Bumi's profile picture. It was still there, which meant that he was fine. Han Yan continued to curse. Half a month later, he started to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation skill, preparing to break through to the Earth's celestial stage. He put the heaven-evading stone on his waist. The closer the heaven-evading stone was to him, the safer he felt. He didn't know how long the heaven-evading stone would allow him to stay in the mortal world. The immortal chi of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain surged towards him, forming a whirlwind in the cave. Wu Daojian could not cultivate in peace. Han Yan then asked Wu Daojian to wait outside. This time, he must break through to the Earth's celestial stage. Under the blue sky, the ocean was vast. On the beach, Feng Liang sat on a rock and looked at the horizon, lost in thought. He was no longer the youth from back then. Now, he had matured, and his shoulders were much broader. A graceful woman in black walked out of the forest behind him. She had a beautiful face and a pair of beast ears on her head. She walked to Fang Liang's side and sat down. She said gently, Liang, what are your plans next? Fang Liang came back to his senses and said, I want to go back and see my grandmaster. Why? Didn't you say you were going to ask my father for my hand in marriage? This matter has to be approved by my grandmaster. Oh? You were brought up by your grandmaster? No, but if it weren't for my grandmaster, I wouldn't be who I am today. I'll go with you? You go back first. When my grandmaster agrees, I'll immediately go and ask for your hand in marriage. What if your grandmaster doesn't agree? He won't. Don't worry. My grandmaster doesn't like to meddle in our private affairs. I just feel that we should inform him of this matter first. This is respect. All right. The woman in black frowned, but she still agreed to Fang Liang's request. Fang Liang also stood up and said, That's it. See you next time. The woman in black responded and then watched Fang Liang leave. Humph, this is the kid you like? Although his aptitude is not bad, he's already so old, yet he still listens to his grandmaster. Could it be that his grandmaster is a Mahayana realm cultivator? A rough and majestic voice sounded in the woman's ears. The woman in black said coquettishly, Isn't that good? He's loyal and loyal. It's hard for people to understand the relationship between humans and demons. If his grandmaster objects, no. Liang won't give up on me. Then we'll see. 2 years later. Han Yen finally succeeded in breaking through. Name, Han Yen, lifespan, 873576120/0, race, immortal, cultivation, early stage of the reincarnation Earth immortal. Looking at his attribute panel, Han Yen was excited. 7 million years of lifespan, this was longevity. Han Yan's magic power continued to skyrocket, and so did his divine sense. After stepping into the Earth immortal realm, all his senses were transformed, and the world became different in his eyes. I can't be arrogant. This cultivation is not enough. Han Yen thought silently. After breaking through, he still had to seize the time to cultivate. Half a year later, Han Yen completely consolidated his magic power in the Earth immortal realm. In order to celebrate this, he took out the Book of Misfortune and began to do the daily missions. After cursing, he called Wu Daojian in and continued to cultivate. Wu Daojian asked curiously, Master, you broke through again? She was also becoming stronger, but Han Yen was becoming more and more unfathomable in her eyes. Yes, Han Yen responded casually. Wu Daojian continued, Sun Chang'an wants to find you, but he doesn't dare. Hearing this, Han Yen opened his eyes and asked, What's the matter? He wants to find Miss Qian'er's reincarnation. During this time, he didn't cultivate and sat under the fusang tree as if he had lost his soul. Wu Daojian couldn't help but shake her head when she mentioned this. She couldn't understand Sun Chang'an's state. Did he have to be so concerned about someone? Han Yen was silent. Was the curse of the gods and Buddhas so terrifying, even the heartless flying sword couldn't make Sun Chang'an completely forget about love? Forget it, let Qi accompany his master. It's a good way to train him, Han Yen said. Morong Qi had already returned and was cultivating under the fusang tree. Wu Daojian immediately got up to pass the message. Sun Chang'an, who was originally distracted, immediately got up excitedly and kowtowed to the Khanate cave. Morong Qi pursed his lips and said, I'll protect my master? Sun Chang'an glared at him and said angrily, What? You don't recognize me as your master? No, I just think that you have too much time on your hands. There are so many women in the world, but you insist on pursuing one. Humph, you don't understand. The most sincere, pure, and sacred thing in the world is love. Can't love overcome the barrier of appearance? Not far away, Yang Tiandong looked at them with envy. This ugly monk was so lucky to have such a powerful disciple accompanying him. If he had such a powerful disciple, he wouldn't have to worry about not becoming a monster king and having great power. Well, if he leaves, I can accept master if he wants to take in new disciples during this period of time, Yang Tiandong thought happily. He really wanted Morong Qi and Fang Liang. These two people's talents were simply outrageous. After Morong Qi accompanied Sun Chang'an and left, Yang Tiandong found Han Yen. He stated his intentions. Han Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Someone was actually fighting to take in a disciple? Don't tell me you want to take in a disciple to fight for the territory of the demon race? Han Yan asked with a half-smile. Yang Tiandong was seen through and was immediately embarrassed. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "How is that possible?" Han Yan snorted and said, "We'll see in the future. There are no good seedlings for you to be your disciple now. When I take in disciples, I have to look at their aptitude. You'd better not go around and take back some ugly melons and dates." Hee hee, of course. I'm also afraid of trouble. Get lost. You haven't even reached the void amalgamation realm. I'm afraid you'll become my weakest disciple. Okay, Yang Tiandong left dejectedly. His cultivation was indeed at the bottom. Fortunately, Sun Chang'an was still with him. Wu Daojian suddenly said, "Master, when will you arrange a disciple for me? It seemed to be fun to take in disciples. Do you want a male disciple or a female disciple?" Han Yan asked with a smile. Wu Daojian laughed and said, "Of course a female disciple. You have too many male disciples. I'm used to seeing them. However, there are very few female disciples. Ling'er usually focuses on cultivation and doesn't like to chat with me. Cultivate well. What's there to chat about?" "No, I didn't mean that I like, alright, we'll talk about this when you reach the Mahayana realm." Wu Daojian curled her lips, feeling a little wronged. Han Yan liked to see her wronged look. A cold goddess face showing a little girl's grievance. Needless to say, it was quite cute. "I'll let you take the next female disciple." "Thank you, master." Wu Daojian immediately smiled like a flower. Han Yan felt like he was teasing a child. Sigh. His mentality was old. For some reason, Han Yan felt that his heart was not as hard as before. He had to strengthen his Tao heart. Han Yan immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse. 3 years later. When Feng Liang returned, he hurriedly paid a visit to Han Yan. He knelt down in front of Han Yan and bowed. Then, he began to tell the story of him and the saintess of the demonic beasts. Once, by chance, he saw a fish swimming by the river. He walked over and released the fish into the river. Unexpectedly, he won the favor of the saintess of the demonic beasts because of this. This demonic saintess had been severely injured by the enemy and could only transform into a fish to hide. When Feng Liang saw that the fish had been following him, he felt that it was intelligent, so he put it in a bamboo basket. Later, he discovered that the fish was extraordinary and injured, so Feng Liang used his spiritual energy to heal it. Han Yan listened with great interest. Feng Liang asked uneasily, "Grandmaster, can I marry her?" Han Yan said, "If you really like her, then there's no problem. However, you can't let women delay your cultivation. Your goal is to become an immortal, not to live a mortal life." Feng Liang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Disciple understands." In fact, he was also a little confused. However, this was the first time he encountered love. The other party pounced on him too fiercely, causing him to be led by the nose. For some reason, he always felt that marrying and having children was not a life he should have. His goal was Han Yan. He wanted to live like his grandmaster. After Feng Liang left, Han Yan did not think much about it. In his opinion, this was a tribulation that Feng Liang had to go through. If he could not see through the mortal world, how could he see through the great Tao? Han Yan had also fallen into the pain of love, but that was in his previous life. Men and women each had their own sky, but when they were together, they would break the sky. After entering the reincarnation Earth Immortal realm, Han Yan continued to cultivate and strive to break through to the Heaven Immortal realm as soon as possible. According to Zhang Guxing, Heaven Immortals might appear after clearing the mortal world. Han Yan's cultivation was only at the Earth Immortal realm, so it was not safe enough. When Han Yan was alone, the world of cultivation was still bustling with activity and heroes came out in large numbers. In Tianjin Prefecture, Xianxia began to slaughter fiendish cultivators everywhere. At the same time, he challenged the masters of the sacred ground. He had never tasted defeat, setting off an invincible wind. A powerful figure sighed with emotion. Prodigies should be like Xianxia. This sentence caused other prodigies to follow suit. For a time, all the sects in the world began to be challenged by prodigies. Even Yuqing was the same. Fortunately, Yuqing could handle it by herself. Xiaoya used his powerful strength to suppress several prodigies. This old blind man was worthy of being the #1 prodigy in Tianjin Prefecture 5,000 years ago. Time flew. 7 years later. Xianxia came again. Fellow Daoist Guan, come out for a gathering. This time, we are not fighting, but catching up. I have an opportunity to bestow upon you. Xianxia's tone was cheerful. Obviously, he was in a good mood. Han Yan hesitated for a moment, but still got up and went to meet him. It was still that familiar little forest. Seeing Han Yan again, Xianxia still could not see through him. Just how strong is this guy? Xianxia cursed. He was already at the 8th level of the Mahayana realm and had cultivated the Azure Thunder Sacred Constitution, but he still could not see through Han Yan's cultivation. Fortunately, he did not become arrogant this time. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself again. What's the matter? Han Yan asked. Opportunity? Could it be that he wanted to give him a gift, want to be his disciple? Han Yan felt that Xianxia was more and more pleasing to the eye. Anyone who gave him a gift was a good person. Xianxia faked a cough and said, I received a dream from an immortal god. He came from the heaven of the upper realm. He is a heavenly general and is willing to accept me. When the time comes, if I ascend, I will be a part of the heaven. That's it? Han Yan frowned. He was somewhat dissatisfied. So, he was just showing off. Your strength is not bad. I can take you with me. When the time comes, you and I will combine our swords and become the 2 most powerful gods of war in the heaven. What do you think? Xianxia asked with burning eyes. Since he could not defeat him, he invited him. Han Yan frowned and said, You're going to be a dog for the heaven. When Xianxia heard that, his face instantly darkened. He said in a low voice, What do you mean? He had good intentions, but in the end, he was scolded. If it were not for the fact that he could not defeat him, he would have attacked him. Don't you know that the heaven might want to clean up the mortal world? As the heavenly pride of the Tianjin Prefecture, can you tolerate your hometown being massacred? Han Yan said bluntly. When he heard that, Xianxia frowned. The Tianjin Prefecture had also received information from the seniors of the upper realm. It was the mighty people of the Tianjin Prefecture who had ascended before. They were told to ascend quickly if they could. Xianxia also knew about this, so he was very happy when he received the invitation from the heavenly general. Then what can I do? I can't change the decision of the heaven. Xianxia said while holding back his anger. Han Yan said expressionlessly, If the heavens want to destroy the human race, we cultivators should overthrow the heavens. If you don't even have this kind of backbone, when you reach the heaven, what will the heaven think of you? If those deities know that your hometown has been massacred, and you do nothing, what will they think of you? Xianxia's heart was pierced deeply. He was born with an invincible heart. Han Yan's words provoked his arrogance. I want to be the strongest deity. If I bow my head now, what about in the future? Keep bowing my head? Xianxia clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, Can the 2 of us overthrow the heaven? Han Yan said calmly, We can't, but we'll kill as many as come. We can show our strength and make the heaven give up on cleaning up the mortal world for us. When he heard that, Xianxia's blood surged. Why didn't he think of this before? Could this be the reason why Han Yan was stronger than him? Evil Slayer Heavenly King has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, Literati Star has developed hatred towards you. Current favorability, 3 stars, Giant Spiritual Martial God has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star, Divine Eye has developed hatred towards you. Current favorability, 1 star. Immortal Heavenly Wind has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. The Divine General has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Divine Lord Wuda has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. D. Tybeek has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Immortal Official Wind and Rain has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Heavenly Lord Thunder has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. A huge question mark appeared in Han Yan's mind. It was bigger than the sky and bigger than the earth. What the hell? Han Yan was almost scared to death. His body stiffened. Dozens of notifications popped up in front of him. This was the first time. This was too big of a deal. Han Yan could already imagine the scene of immortals staring at them. It was too terrifying. The celestial world can spy on the mortal world. On second thought, this was normal. After all, they were immortals. What should I do now? Admit defeat, or force myself? Xianxia clenched his fists and said excitedly, all right. I'll accompany fellow Taoist Guan and turn the world upside down. As soon as he said that, a large number of notifications appeared in front of Han Yan. Han Yan nodded and said, go back and cultivate well. Okay. Xianxia turned and left. His back view was even more high-spirited than when he came. His mindset had changed. He was no longer fighting for the number one in the world, he wanted to fight with the heavens. Han Yan returned to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. The feeling of being spied on finally disappeared. He was uneasy. He didn't know if the heaven would immediately send troops down. After returning inside the congenital cave, Han Yan asked in his heart, can the system barrier block the prying of immortals? A word popped up in front of his eyes. Yes. Han Yan's uneasy heart calmed down a little. In the 9 heavens, a majestic palace stood above the clouds. A plaque hung above the door. Xianxia Palace. The palace was spacious and grand. Dragons and phoenixes were entwined with silver-white pillars. 2 rows of mighty immortals stood, all facing a majestic figure in the main hall. Celestial ruler. The celestial ruler sat on the dragon throne. He was almost 300 meters tall, and behind him, golden light flickered and speckled with stars, making him appear holy and imposing. None of the immortals and deities in the palace were as tall as the celestial ruler. The majestic celestial ruler wore a crown made of beads on his head as he scanned the people below him with a sharp gaze. What do you think of the mortal's words just now? The celestial ruler asked. His voice was deep and resounding, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. A white-haired, ruddy-faced old man in a Taoist robe stood out. He cupped his hands in greeting and said, such arrogance of a mortal is detrimental to heaven's prestige. Heaven can send heaven's generals to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a heaven general with a dragon coiled around his waist stood out and said, Your Majesty, the heaven is in need of people now. If this person is really talented, we can indeed accept him. Although the heavenly rules are strict, we still have to show our generosity to attract the geniuses of the heavens to join us. The other immortals all stood out to express their opinions. That demon saint is still unwilling to be killed. Now that a mortal dares to jump up and bite the heaven, where are we supposed to put our faces? Is face more important, or the future of the heaven? The Buddhist sect, Divine Palace, Goblin Court, Tao sects, and so on are all trying to rope in the mortal world. Even the demon is the same. If the heaven insists on cleaning up the mortal world, wouldn't it go against the general trend? The heaven is the land of immortals and deities. How can we look at the problem from the perspective of fighting for power? Haha, why don't you literature immortals go and kill the demon saint? The literature immortals and heaven's generals formed 2 camps. Most of the heaven's generals admired Han Yan, while the literature immortals disliked him. The Xianxia Palace was as noisy as a market. The celestial ruler frowned. After a long while, all the immortals and deities stopped. The celestial ruler stared at them expressionlessly. They were so scared that they lowered their heads and returned to their positions. After dealing with the demon saint, I'll send the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to clean up the mortal world. If these 2 mortals can stop the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, then I'll do as he wishes. If they can't, then they'll enter the cycle of reincarnation with the mortal world. The celestial ruler said with an unquestionable tone. All the immortals and deities bowed. What do you think about the Buddhist sect's conditions? The celestial ruler asked. The atmosphere in the Xianxia Palace instantly became heavy. Ever since he knew that the immortals and deities were spying on him, Han Yan hid in his cave abode and never went out. He first focused on cultivating the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. He became more skilled and powerful in the 6 paths seal, 6 paths soul absorption, gate of reincarnation, and yin-yang shuttle. In the blink of an eye, Another 10 years passed. Detected that you are 900 years old. You have taken another step forward in your life. You have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and become an immortal. You will receive a supreme treasure. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Stay in the mortal world. You will receive a random natural treasure. Han Yan didn't think about it and chose not to ascend. You chose not to ascend for the time being. You will receive a random natural treasure. Congratulations on receiving the 9 Heavens Galaxy Water. 9 Heavens Galaxy Water, one of the heavenly waters. It can produce immortal chi and absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to continuously produce the 9 Heavens Galaxy Water. Drinking a mouthful can heal physical injuries. Drinking a bowl can heal essence spirit injuries. It looks very powerful. It can heal injuries and even produce immortal chi. Han Yan immediately took out a fist-sized ball of silver water that floated in his palm. That's all, it's not even enough for a bowl. Han Yan looked at the corner of the cave abode. Where should I put it? He got up and walked to the corner. He threw a small hole and placed the 9 Heavens Galaxy Water inside. The 9 Heavens Galaxy Water didn't soak into the soil. Han Yan was relieved. Wu Daojian asked curiously, what kind of water is this? The spirit chi is so dense. Han Yan said, my precious silver water. You're not allowed to drink it secretly. How can I drink it secretly? Wu Daojian puffed up his cheeks and snorted. Han Yan smiled, then sat back on the bed. He took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse. As he cursed, he checked his emails. He found that the demon race had become more active recently. This was not a good sign. Could it be that the demon race wanted to take advantage of the internal strife of the human race? It's not impossible. Han Yan thought to himself. He didn't intend to interfere. With Xianxia in the human race, it would be difficult for the demon race to overturn the situation. He had used the simulation trial before. In the trial, he didn't make the first move. Instead, he waited for Xianxia to attack. Xianxia's strength was already comparable to the first level of the itinerant immortal realm. In the mortal world, this kind of strength was definitely a big boss. Han Yan thought of the heaven again. After so many years, there was no movement from the heaven. Could it be that the matter of the demon saint had not been resolved? Why couldn't the heaven send a heavenly army to deal with him? Could it be that there was a price to pay to deactivate the heavenly rules? If Han Yan was an immortal, he would have killed him immediately. But from the perspective of an immortal, it was understandable. The difference in strength was too great. If a Yuqing Qi refinement realm genius threatened to stop Han Yan from cleaning up the outer sect, Han Yan would just laugh it off. He wouldn't kill him directly. No matter what, Han Yan still had time. He had to make the best use of his time and become as strong as possible. A month later, Han Yan began to study the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger, preparing to improve his Sword Dao mystique. Once again, Han Yan came to Sword Dao River and saw Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. You? Earth Immortal Realm. How is that possible? His tone became horrified. Upon hearing Zhang Guxing's words, Han Yan was secretly pleased. He purposely did not hide his cultivation level to show it to Zhang Guxing. One could not always keep a low profile. One had to show off to vent. Han Yan liked to see Zhang Guxing shocked. Who knew, it might even increase his favorability. Zhang Guxing's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars, it could develop into the Dao. Cough cough, fellow Daoist. Han Yan felt that his thoughts had gone astray. Or rather, he had become coquettish. Zhang Guxing sighed. You're breaking through so quickly. There's immortal chi in the mortal world too? Under normal circumstances, there was no immortal chi in the mortal world. This was also the reason why immortals were unwilling to descend. Those immortals who descended mostly did so out of curiosity or to avoid their enemies. Han Yan smiled. How's my cultivation speed? Can it attract the heavens? Zhang Guxing replied, it's not just the heavens. I'm afraid even the Buddhists and divine palaces would be envious. Han Yan was even more pleased with himself. This was 900 years of bitter cultivation. Do you really plan to fight against the heavenly army? Zhang Guxing asked. Han Yan said helplessly, what else can I do? I have no one to rely on, and I want to protect the people around me. I can only grit my teeth and do it. Even if I break my teeth, I have to swallow it. Zhang Guxing was silent. Han Yan did not say anything else. He walked around Zhang Guxing and continued forward. Zhang Guxing turned to look at Han Yan. No one knew what he was thinking. In the next year, Han Yan came 3 more times to improve the 3 pure world cleansing, reincarnation sword intent, and firmament sword qi. Han Yan only nodded to Zhang Guxing each time. He did not exchange any pleasantries. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan sat on the bed and thought to himself, this guy really doesn't have a powerful background? With my talent, why aren't you trying to rope me in? Han Yan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued to cultivate. 3 years later, Jioding Jinren came to visit. He had not visited Han Yan for a long time. This meant that Yuqing had been peaceful. Long time no see, Elder Han. How has your cultivation been? Jioding Jinren asked with a smile. Han Yan inexplicably missed Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi wouldn't stand on ceremony with him. Han Yan smiled and said, it's all right. Did anything happen recently? Jioding Jinren nodded. Something did happen, something big. The demons are gathering. Why gather? Why are you gathering? A goblin emperor rose up in the demon race and declared that he would lead the demon race to prosperity. This goblin emperor is said to have the support of the demon race's immortal emperor from the upper realm. After the war between the righteous and the demon race, the human race is weak. If the demon race successfully gathers together, the human race might not be able to stop them. So, what does Yuqing need to do? That's what I wanted to ask. The human race's holy lands have already begun to discuss countermeasures. However, the 2 races are intertwined. Once the war starts, it will be chaotic. It might even be more chaotic than the war between the righteous and the demon. Don't be afraid. With me around, nothing will happen to Yuqing. As for the world, with Ji Xianxia from Tianjin Prefecture, nothing will happen. In other words, we don't have to do anything? Yes. Han Yan said earnestly, know our place. Although we've taken over the 9 Dragons sect, we're still not the strongest sect in the 10 prefectures and 9 dynasties. Jioding Jinren took a deep breath. He also realized that he had been a little impetuous recently. As Yuqing grew stronger, the ambitions of some elders and disciples began to grow. They hoped that Jioding Jinren could lead Yuqing to continue expanding. Once you set foot on the path of power, it was difficult to let go. After Jioding Jinren left, Han Yan did not think much of it. No matter how much trouble Yuqing caused, as long as he was around, the sect would not be destroyed. Han Yan opened the email. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by a demon king, X12, your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X170003, your Dao partner Xing Hongxian encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Her soul has been strengthened. Your grand disciple Feng Liang comprehended a mystical ability in battle. Your disciple Tu Linger was attacked by a demon beast, X54928, your disciple Tu Linger's bloodline has begun to transform into a grand magus. Your grand disciple Murongqi was attacked by a demon beast, X204211, your disciple Sun Chang'an was attacked by a demon beast, X9842, your good friend the Divine General was attacked by an immortal emperor. The cultivation world was not peaceful again. Han Yan noticed the Divine General's movements. TSK. An immortal emperor, Han Yan's previous arrogant words had attracted a lot of hatred and goodwill. Because he had heard of the Divine General's legend, he had arranged special attention for the Divine General. He did not expect that the Divine General would be attacked by an immortal emperor in just a few years. It seemed that working in heaven, especially as a heavenly general, was extremely dangerous and tiring. It was worth mentioning that the system did not show the Divine General's cultivation level. Just like Di Hongya, his cultivation level was unknown. Han Yan also noticed that Sun Chang'an and Murongqi were attacked by a large number of demon beasts. The number of attacks was too exaggerated. In other words, 200,000 demon beasts had attacked Murongqi in the past few years. This did not include the demon beasts that Murongqi took the initiative to kill. Indeed, Sun Chang'an was a low-level version of Tang Sanzang. He was extremely attractive to demons. Han Yan was not worried that he would be eaten. After all, Morongqi was there. Morongqi was already in the void amalgamation realm, which was equivalent to a demon saint in the mortal world. It was extremely difficult for ordinary demon kings to kill him. Han Yan continued to check his friends who had not been set as special attention, especially the immortals and gods in heaven. They were all attacked by demons. The highest number of attacks was more than 300,000. Ridiculous, it was too ridiculous. Han Yan suddenly felt that joining heaven was not a good thing. Heaven was not the most powerful force, but it was the most famous. It would definitely be targeted by countless powerful cultivators. It seems that even if I ascend, it's best to find a hidden sect. Heaven is too ostentatious. It's not suitable for me. Han Yan thought silently. After looking for a while, Han Yan continued to cultivate. 2 years later, Tu Ling'er returned. She first visited Han Yan. Tu Ling'er knelt in front of Han Yan and said excitedly, "Master, I was attacked by demon beasts on the way back and accidentally awakened a mysterious power. Can you help me take a look at my body and see if I have any powerful bloodline?" Take a look at her body, Han Yan frowned. Wu Daojian looked at Tu Ling'er suspiciously. Tu Ling'er felt that she had said something wrong and hurriedly explained, "When I was in Tianjin Prefecture, although my aptitude was excellent, no powerful bloodline was detected. Now, my physical strength is rapidly increasing. It's really strange." Han Yan said calmly, "Your previous life is not simple. It's best not to spread this, or it will lead to a fatal disaster. When that time comes, even I can't protect you." Hearing this, Tu Ling'er was shocked and asked cautiously, "You already knew?" "I have insight into the 3 realms, and the heavenly eye of the soul can detect reincarnation." "Thank you for your reminder, Master." Tu Ling'er had a look of lingering fear. She looked at Han Ju with even more respect. She turned her right hand and a Ganoderma appeared in her hand. "Master, this is a treasure of heaven and earth that I spent all my spiritual stones to exchange for in Tianjin Prefecture. This treasure is in the top 3 in value in the treasure house of Tianjin Prefecture," Tu Ling'er said with a smile. Han Yan frowned and said, "Has the Tianjin Prefecture known that you are my disciple?" Tu Ling'er replied, "I have already severed my relationship with the Tianjin Prefecture. Before I left, I accepted a lot of tasks to repay my debt. My former master also agreed. Now, the Tianjin Prefecture revolves around Xianxia and gives priority to Xianxia. They didn't reject my departure at all. Instead, they seemed relieved. I can understand. Prodigies like you are nothing in front of Xianxia." Han Yan said calmly. Tu Ling'er was depressed. When she returned to Tianjin Prefecture, the name she heard the most was Xianxia. Xianxia's strong rise made many prodigies in Tianjin Prefecture feel pressured. The Tianjin Prefecture went crazy and gave all the best cultivation resources to Xianxia. They spared no effort to nurture Xianxia, causing the other prodigies to be treated badly. Tu Ling'er grew up in Tianjin Prefecture, but she had a weak relationship with her master and did not have any close friends. Therefore, her departure was not stopped by the Tianjin Prefecture. One less person, one less mouth. Han Yan looked at Tu Ling'er's aggrieved expression and said with a smile, "Cultivate well. Xianxia is very busy now. This is your chance to surpass him. The power in your body is not something Xianxia can compare to." Tu Ling'er immediately beamed. "The Black Fox Goblin Emperor has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. A line of words appeared in front of Han Yan. He immediately checked the Black Fox Goblin Emperor's information. Black Fox Goblin Emperor, Mahayana Realm Level 8, Demon Emperor. He has obtained great fortune from the demon clan and has unified most of the demon clans in the mortal world. He has developed hatred towards you because he heard your disciple Feng Liang mention you and say you are the best in the world. He wants to defeat you and the human race. Current hatred points, 4 stars. You dare to challenge me when you are only at Mahayana Realm Level 8, do you have a death wish? Han Yan was disdainful and did not bother to deal with the Black Fox Goblin Emperor. As for Feng Liang, he was not worried. The son of heaven and earth could not die. Even if he died, he would die in another world. Han Yan chatted with her for a while before asking her to leave. After leaving the Khanate cave abode, Tu Ling'er felt a little regretful. Am I not good looking? Tu Ling'er went to the Fusang tree, took out a mirror, and looked at himself. Yang Tiandong glanced at her, uninterested. After all, he had cultivated the heartless flying sword. The three-headed Wyrm king chuckled and asked, could it be that Miss Tu has a sweetheart? Heiyuji added with a smile, yeah, maybe it's on the mountain. There are too many women who want to eat their sweetheart. Tengu asked curiously, who? The two golden crows also opened their eyes. Tu Ling'er blushed. She glared at Heiyuji and scolded, we haven't sparred in so many years, and you want to fight? Heiyuji scoffed, you fight her. Tai was the larger of the two golden crows. The other one was called Xiao. Tu Ling'er rolled his eyes at Heiyuji and scolded, coward. Grandpa Chicken is a phoenix. A phoenix calls itself Grandpa Chicken? Han Yan ignored the affairs of the world and focused on cultivation. The cycle of spring and autumn, the ups and downs of the mortal world. Some people experienced hardships, some fell into happiness, some ascended, and some went to the underworld. Many of Han Yan's disciples, grand disciples, and friends also experienced all kinds of things in the mortal world. As for him, he sat on the meditation cushion, comprehending the great Tao and improving his cultivation. He forgot about time. 30 years passed. Han Yan finally broke through to the mid-stage of the reincarnation Earth Immortal Realm. With the addition of the red spider lily and the ninth heaven galaxy water, the immortal chi in the cave abode kept increasing. However, Han Yan still felt that his cultivation speed was slow. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to do the daily missions. He could only do it for 6 days, no more than that. He also checked his mail. The cultivation world was getting more and more chaotic. Not only the cultivation world, but also the heaven. If the heaven was chaotic, it would be a good thing for Han Yan. As long as the heaven was not peaceful, it would not descend to the mortal world. Looking at the number of times the immortals were attacked, this chaos would probably continue for many years. Han Yan was more interested in the mysterious demon sage. To be able to make the heaven unable to do anything for hundreds of years, he was even more powerful than the great sage equal to heaven in Journey to the West. Han Yan cursed for half a year. Apart from Suzaku, Yang San, and perfected Zhou Qing, he also cursed the immortals who hated him. After cursing all his enemies, Han Yan felt refreshed. Let you hate me. Han Yan continued to cultivate. About 2 years passed. Suchi suddenly visited him. Ever since he returned, Suchi had been cultivating in seclusion. His cultivation level had already reached the conjoint body realm. After his god had awakened, his potential had also transformed. After entering the cave abode, Suchi knelt in front of Han Yan and bowed. Han Yan did not let Wu Dao Jian out either. As long as the two of them did not interact, he would not be infected by bad luck. Master, I've been in seclusion for so many years, but I feel that my cultivation is not enough. I want to go out and train. Do you have any missions for me? Suchi asked expectantly. Han Yan did not reject him directly. Suchi had been holding it in for so long. It was time for him to go out and explore. He could not restrain Suchi for the rest of his life. Han Yan suddenly thought of the Black Fox Goblin Emperor who hated him 30 years ago. Go and find the Black Fox Goblin Emperor. Try to stay by his side and gain his trust. Don't act rashly, Han Yan said with a smile. Suchi's eyes lit up when he heard that. He immediately agreed. He did not ask who the Black Fox Goblin Emperor was. He believed that he could find out. Han Yan waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Every disciple and grand disciple had mastered the invocation technique. Han Yan was not afraid that something would happen to Suchi. Suchi's fate was stronger than Fang Liang's. After Suchi left, Wu Dao Jian asked, who is the Black Fox Goblin Emperor? You want to go too? I'll only go if Master wants me to. Forget it. You're so weak. Don't be caught by the Black Fox Goblin Emperor and become his concubine. Then I'll stay by Master's side and keep cultivating. Sooner or later, I'll be stronger than the Black Fox Goblin Emperor. When that time comes, I'll skin him and make a set of clothes for master. You have a strong desire to kill. You won't be of much use. Ah? Han Yan closed his eyes and cultivated. Wu Daojian curled his lips. Although he looked wronged, there was a smile in his eyes. Inside a palace, Yang San, who was wearing silver armor, was meditating. His expression changed. He suddenly opened his eyes and gritted his teeth. No. I can't take it anymore. He stood up and looked at the sky outside the palace. General, what can't you take it anymore? A wisp of green smoke came out of the oil lamp beside him and condensed into the figure of a beautiful woman. She floated in the air and looked at Yang San gently. Yang San clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "The battle with the demonic saint in the heaven is still going on. Now, I can't stop thinking about my junior sister's tragic death when I cultivate every day. Also, there's a curse power pestering me. It's most likely related to that guy in the mortal world. I'm going to descend to the mortal world to kill him now." The woman frowned. With the heavenly rules, your cultivation will be suppressed to the itinerant celestial stage. It's very dangerous. Yang San's eyes flickered. I can ask the immortal god for a heavenly stone. No, that's against the heavenly rules. I just have to be fast. I'll come back after I kill him. But, don't worry. I'm at the advanced stage of the Tai Earth celestial stage. How can I not be a match for an itinerant celestial? It's only been a few years. Do you think it's possible for him to break through to the Earth celestial stage? It's impossible, but it's not good to violate the heavenly rules. The celestial ruler is very sensitive about this. I've made up my mind. Another 10 years passed after Su Qi left. Han Yan had been cultivating wholeheartedly, and his cultivation level improved steadily. On this day, he opened his eyes, took out the Book of Misfortune, and started cursing. At the same time, he opened the mail. Your good friend Zhou Fan has recultivated the tyrant body. His cultivation level has improved greatly. Your good friend Mo Zhu has comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth during cultivation. His comprehension has improved. Your good friend Ji Xianxia has been attacked by demons, X158907. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has been attacked by your enemy, the Black Fox Goblin Emperor. Your grand disciple Feng Liang fought to survive. He has condensed his killing heart. Your good friend Divine General has been trapped in the fiendish formation. His fate is unknown. Your disciple Su Qi has been attacked by demons, X24113. It was still so chaotic. Perhaps for some people, it was not chaotic, but exciting. Han Yan might be invincible in the mortal world, but he still had no interest in exploring the world. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He could not waste time now and cause himself to encounter powerful enemies in the future. Han Yan really did not want to die anymore. Just as Han Yan was lamenting, Wu Daojian saw him open his eyes and said, "Master, the earth immortal gourd vine seems to have started sprouting." Han Yan said, "Really? That's good. I'll go out and take a look in half a year." Wu Daojian asked curiously, "Why half a year?" Han Yan held the Book of Misfortune and said seriously, "I can't do things carelessly. Cultivation also needs to have a rhythm. I'll calm my mind first." Wu Daojian did not understand but felt that it was awesome. After spending half a year cursing all his enemies, Han Yan stood up and walked out of the Khanate cave abode. Yang Tiandong, Tu Ling and the three-headed Wyrm king stood up and bowed to the Fusang tree. Heiyuji and Tengu also looked at Han Yan. Han Yan stared at the earth immortal gourd vine on the Fusang tree in deep thought. One of the gourd vines had indeed begun to sprout. Perhaps it was some sort of pattern, but there were exactly 7 sprouts. There were 7 Khanate gourds in the untainted land. There were also 7 Calabash brothers in the anime. In the unseen world, 7 might represent some sort of law. It seems like the Fusang tree, earth immortal gourd vine, 9 heavens galaxy water, red spider lily, and immemorial spiritual ginseng can affect each other and accelerate their growth. Han Yan thought silently. He was looking forward to seeing the earth immortal gourd vine produce a gourd. These gourds could be refined into magic treasures or transformed into living beings. Han Yan's desire for magic weapons was not high, but he was looking forward to the gourd's transformation. Cultivation was boring and lonely. If it weren't for the company of Heiyuji, Wu Daojian and the others, Han Yan's personality would probably have changed. In addition, the calabash spirit could also become a powerful force in the future. Perhaps I should give my lineage a name. Han Yan suddenly had an idea. Sooner or later, he would ascend to the upper realm, and it would be difficult for the Yuqing to follow him forever. Moreover, in the Yuqing, there were many lineages, the 18 peaks, the main peak, and the lineage of each elder. Although it was a sect, there were various inheritances. Han Yan did not think too much about it. At present, he was not suitable to inherit a lineage alone. He would wait until his disciples had completely grown up. After stopping for a while, Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. At the same time, above the firmament, a crack appeared in the vast starry sky. A figure slowly stepped out and walked towards the mortal world. It was Xianxia. Xianxia wore heavy silver armor. His figure was majestic, and he wore a silver-flecked dragon crown on his head. In his hand, he held a long spear with a burning spearhead. He had a ferocious smile on his face. "Your nightmare has arrived." Yongsan's heart was filled with excitement. He was finally going to avenge his junior sister. He and Yang Yanjun had grown up together. They could be said to be childhood sweethearts, and they had even done the deed of husband and wife. However, he was afraid that his master would find out, so he had never made it public. Yang Yanjun had followed his instructions to descend to the mortal world and died. This hatred was like a nightmare that had been haunting Yang San's heart. If he did not take revenge, his Dao heart would be damaged. As Yang Yanjun descended to the mortal world, she pinched her fingers to calculate. Soon, he figured out where his junior sister had died. He immediately flew in that direction. He did not want to delay, lest there were more problems. He wanted to kill Han Yan as quickly as possible, extract his soul, and bring it back to heaven to torture him every day. When he thought of the scene of Han Yan begging for mercy, Yang San was so excited that he could not control himself. Yuqing, cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Not long after Han Yan returned to the cave abode, he heard a familiar voice. "Fellow Taoist Guan, come quickly. I'll wait for you at the usual place." Xianxia again. Han Yan was speechless. Was this guy pestering him? Why did he come looking for him every few days? Han Yan sighed and stood up helplessly. In the forest, Xianxia waited for Han Yan with a smile. He wanted to tell Han Yan a piece of good news. At this moment, his heart suddenly palpitated. He looked up and saw a handsome man shining with a strong light walking towards the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. He held an extremely dazzling flaming spear in his hand. Xianxia frowned. Who was this? He immediately rushed forward and blocked Yang San. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Xianxia looked at the other party's posture. It was obvious that he was looking for trouble with Yuqing. He was now the number one in the world. He had the obligation to protect the righteous path in the mortal world. It was a good opportunity for Han Yan to owe him a favor. Yang San stared at him coldly and spat out, "Get lost." Xianxia's anger rose when he heard that. He cursed, "Arrogant." He raised his hands, and lightning burst out of his body. Yang San did not say anything. He waved his spear, and his dermic powers erupted, sending Xianxia flying. Xianxia vomited blood. Blood splattered across the sky. Yang San continued forward. He looked at the 18 peaks of Yuqing in the distance. He held his spear with one hand and waved it fiercely. In an instant, the rolling flames transformed into a huge flaming dragon that swept forward. The mountains and rivers along the way shattered, and the clouds and mist were scattered by the heat wave. It was unstoppable. "You're courting death." Xianxia roared angrily. He rose into the sky with disheveled hair. Thunderclouds gathered, and the world darkened. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved on Xianxia's body. His eyes burst out with lightning, and his robes bulged from his muscles. He was like a thunder god that had descended to the mortal world. He was insufferably arrogant. Yang San looked at him in surprise. This person could actually control the lightning? Xianxia struck out with his palm. Countless bolts of lightning shot towards Yang San from all directions. The scene was shocking. Xianxia waved his spear and easily blocked the lightning attack. He noticed that the flaming dragon had dissipated. The 18 peaks of Yuqing in the distance were still safe and sound. A figure stood in the air in front of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Han Yan. At that moment, Han Yan was frowning. What powerful dermic powers! He was much stronger than Yang Yanjun and Daoist Jian. Under the Fusong tree, Heyu Ji, the 2 golden crows, Tengu, Wu Dao Jian, the 3-headed Wyrm king, Tu Ling Er, and Yang Tiandong looked nervously at the horizon. In their eyes, the sky was filled with lightning, as if it was the end of the world. The pressure of the battle had already enveloped the entire Yuqing, shocking all the cultivators out of seclusion and into the sky. The completely enraged Xianxia could no longer be bothered to guess Xianxia's identity. He continuously struck out with his palms, bombarding Xianxia with endless bolts of lightning. Xianxia, late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal, 8th grade Heaven General. Han Yan could not help but frown when he saw the information. Late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal, the path of Grand Unity and the path of reincarnation were roughly the same. The minor realms were divided into early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and perfected. The reason why the itinerant immortal realm was divided into 9 stages was that it was not part of the Grand Unity system. Han Yan's itinerant immortal realm was the reincarnation itinerant immortal, so it was not divided into 9 stages. Xianxia was still a late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal when he came to the mortal world. What did that mean? He had the heaven evading stone. It was a delivery. Han Yan immediately flew toward Xianxia. He did not use the simulation trial as he was afraid of being attacked by Xianxia when he closed his eyes. It was obvious that Xianxia was no match for Xianxia. Xianxia noticed Han Yan's arrival, and his eyes instantly turned red. It was him. He was the one who killed his beloved junior sister. Xianxia roared angrily and waved the spear in his right hand. Monstrous flames swept out and destroyed countless bolts of lightning. Xianxia spat out blood again and flew backward. How is this possible? Xianxia gritted his teeth and tried his best to stabilize his body. However, he was still sent flying dozens of miles away. He looked up and saw Xianxia's powerful aura. It was earth-shattering. Monstrous flames coiled around Xianxia like a tornado, connecting heaven and earth. The earth trembled violently, and cracks appeared in the sky. Han Yan, who was advancing, could clearly feel that the surrounding space was attached by a mysterious force. It was like an invisible prison that imprisoned heaven and earth. Even if he wanted to escape now, it would be difficult for him to do so. This guy really wanted to kill him. Han Yan had no choice but to take out the primordial judgment sword. He injected his dermic powers into his numinous treasures, and they emitted a dazzling light. Xianxia did not waste any time and directly charged toward Han Yan. The flames around him condensed into 9 ferocious fire dragons that were nearly 10,000 feet tall. They roared at Han Yan, and the dragon's roar resounded throughout heaven and earth. The cultivators of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect watched this scene from afar and were all shocked. Oh my God, who is that person? Could it be that an immortal has descended to earth? There's such a powerful being in the mortal world. Can the deity-slaying elder withstand it? Hiss. Is that a Mahayana cultivator? Even Grand Ascension stage beings aren't this strong. Jioding Jinren, Xiao Yao, Lu Bumi, and the others were also watching the battle nervously. Facing Xianxia's pressure, they felt an unprecedented fear. What kind of cultivation did he have to have such an imposing manner? Han Yan immediately brandished his sword and used 3 pure world cleansing in the face of the menacing Xianxia. In an instant, with him as the center, a sea of sword chi appeared around him. Sword shadows condensed one after another, and there were too many to count. Xianxia thrust his spear forward, his momentum like a rainbow. 9 fire dragons followed and spewed flames at Han Yan. Han Yan's eyes focused, and the millions of sword shadows around him immediately charged towards Xianxia. Boom! Almost instantly, millions of sword shadows collided with Xianxia and his 9 fire dragons. Terrifying sword chi exploded, flattening the landscape and scattering the sea of clouds. Amidst the sword chi, the sword light shone on Xianxia's face. His face was filled with fear. This sword chi, Earth Immortal, how could this be? Wasn't he immortal? Why was he an Earth Immortal? Did he also have a heavenly Dao stone? In a flash, many distracting thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. He used all his dermic powers to resist, but 3 pure world cleansing was too domineering and forced him to retreat. If he could master a divine power like 3 pure world cleansing, he wouldn't be just an 8th grade heavenly general. Han Yan brandished his sword again, and more sword shadows attacked. In less than 2 breaths, Xianxia's physical body was destroyed. Han Yan was somewhat dissatisfied. They were both earth immortals, but he couldn't kill Xianxia instantly. It seemed that he had let his guard down. In the distance, Xianxia floated in the air, completely dumbfounded. Xianxia, who was so powerful, had been crushed by Han Yan without any resistance. Just how powerful was Han Yan? In the sword light, Han Yan quickly arrived in front of Xianxia's primordial spirit. After the physical body was destroyed, only a storage ring and a stone were left floating in the air. Even the spear in Xianxia's hand had been reduced to ashes. Xianxia's primordial spirit looked at Han Yan in shock and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "Mortals couldn't be so powerful. This guy must have descended from the upper world," Han Yan said calmly. "I'm from the Great Way Divine World. My real identity is Cao Cao." With that, he raised the primordial judgment sword and prepared to destroy Xianxia's body and soul. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Little friend, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Let my disciple go, and this matter will be over in the future. Perfected Zhou Qing's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Perfected Zhou Qing." Han Yan looked around but didn't see anyone else. He used the simulation trial to check but didn't detect perfected Zhou Qing. Could it be that he was still in the upper world and was just transmitting his voice? Very likely. With perfected Zhou Qing's hatred, if he could kill Han Yan, why would he hold back? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he heard his master's voice. He didn't say anything harsh to Han Yan. The most important thing now was to survive. Han Yan hesitated for a moment and directly destroyed Xianxia's primordial spirit. Then, he put the heaven-evading stone and the storage ring into his sleeve. Perfected Zhou Qing's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Very good, Cao Cao. Since that's the case, our enmity will not end until one of us is dead. I want to see how competent the Great Way Divine World is. Just wait and see. Perfected Zhou Qing's voice sounded. Han Yan didn't reply and flew toward Xianxia. Only Han Yan could hear perfected Zhou Qing's voice. After the Yuqing cultivators couldn't sense Xianxia's aura, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The deity-slaying elder was as strong as ever. No matter how strong the enemy was, only death would await them when facing him. Han Yan and Xianxia came to a mountain forest. Xianxia sat under a tree and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. He looked at Han Yan with a complicated gaze. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you Guan Yu or Cao Cao? Is the Great Way Divine World from the upper world?" Han Yan didn't answer in case perfected Zhou Qing was still eavesdropping. He asked, "Thank you for today's matter. Why are you looking for me?" Xianxia was clearly here for Han Yan. The fact that Xianxia could stand up made Han Yan have a good impression of him. Hearing this, Xianxia was embarrassed. He had wanted Han Yan to owe him a favor, but he had almost been killed. This person came from heaven and is an immortal god. It's normal that you can't defeat him, Han Yan comforted. Immortal god? How did you offend an immortal god? Xianxia asked in surprise. Han Yan didn't hide anything and told him about the relationship between Great Sage Green Python, Luo Qiuma, Daoist Jian, Yang Yanjun, and the others. He knew that Xianxia was related to a certain immortal god in heaven. It was a good opportunity to spread the news to prevent any misunderstandings. Xianxia couldn't help but fly into a rage when he heard that. In other words, the heavenly general is behind the prevalence of the demonic path and demon Tao. Now, heaven wants to use this reason to clean up our mortal world? They've gone too far. When I return, I must ask that immortal god what right they have. His impression of heaven worsened. As expected, immortals and gods are all hypocrites. Xianxia was angry for a while before he began to talk about serious matters. I came to find you because I wanted to ask if you wanted to explore the demon realm together. The reason why the Black Fox Goblin Emperor was able to rise was because of the help of the demon realm. The demon realm is also a mortal world, but the demons are the main race. If the two of us join forces, we will definitely be able to massacre the demon realm. At that time, the resources of the entire demon realm will belong to you and me. This is also the hope of the immortal God who gave me a dream. Heaven and the demons are also irreconcilable, Xianxia said in a low voice. After learning about Xianxia and Taoist Jian, Xianxia began to doubt heaven. Han Yan shook his head and said, "Go ahead. I'm too strong. If I attack, you won't be able to do anything." Xianxia, he felt insulted. However, when he thought of the previous battle, he had to admit it. The difference in strength between the two of them was indeed huge. Han Yan reminded him, "Be careful. There are also demon forces in the upper realm. If you can receive instructions from the immortal God of heaven, the demon realm might have made arrangements for the demons of the upper realm. You can't be careless as a pawn." The word pawn pierced Xianxia's heart deeply. However, after calming down, Xianxia began to suspect. He had once asked the immortal God for help in his dream, asking heaven not to clean up their mortal world. However, the immortal God said that the celestial ruler had already made a decision and he could not interfere. Now, it seemed like he had been played. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. "Is there anything else?" Han Yan asked. Xianxia said, "Our prefecture lord invites you to be the deputy prefecture lord. Are you willing?" Han Yan shook his head. Xianxia was disappointed. 5 minutes later, Xianxia left, and Han Yan returned to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Yuqing was still in an uproar. The battle just now was too exciting, making it difficult for people to calm down. Han Yan ignored Yang Tiandong and the others and returned inside the congenital cave. He began to think. Even though he was at the middle stage of the reincarnation Earth Celestial stage, he couldn't kill Xianxia, who was at the late stage of the Tai Earth Celestial stage. There was a huge problem. Other than the sword Dao, he felt that he needed to increase the strength of his dermic powers. Han Yan pondered as he cultivated. 7 years quickly passed. A line of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes while he was cultivating. "Giant spiritual martial God has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 4 stars, Han Yan was stunned. Didn't she have a good impression of him before? Why did it suddenly turn into hatred? Han Yan immediately checked Giant Spiritual Martial God's information. Giant Spiritual Martial God, perfected Tai Heaven Immortal Realm, 4th grade Heavenly General. Because you killed his subordinate, Xianxia, he has developed hatred for you. He thinks that you are too arrogant. When the heaven cleans up the mortal world, he will definitely teach you a lesson. Current hatred points, 4 stars. So that was the case. The Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm was a little too strong. Han Yan felt the pressure. For this, he immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and began cursing Giant Spiritual Martial God. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye. Instead, 20 years had passed. Han Yan was very close to the late stage of the reincarnation Earth Celestial Realm. On this day, a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Detected bearer of Connate Providence, check its origin. After so many years, he had finally encountered another person with Connate Providence. Han Yan was curious and immediately chose to check. In order to experience the suffering of the mortal world, the Supreme Buddha reincarnated and descended to the mortal world. Due to the Buddha's strong providence, Chu Shuren's talent is unparalleled, and his providence is not inferior to that of the Son of Heaven and Earth. As he grew up in a Taoist temple, he has a benevolent heart and hates evil. He does not pursue the Tao and hopes to use his mortal body to enlighten the world. Under the guidance of the Buddha in his dream, he came to Yuqing. His original intention was to promote the great kindness Dharma in the Cultivation sect. The reincarnation of the Supreme Buddha, Han Yan was shocked. He noticed that the reason why Chu Shuren came to Yuqing was because of the guidance of the Buddha in his dream. What did that mean? Did the immortal world's Buddhists notice Han Yan? Did they deliberately send a spy? Or could it be that the Buddhists were here for Sun Chang'an, the reincarnation of the ancient spiritual ginseng? Han Yan was very cautious. He could not accept this kid. He would pretend that he did not see it. Han Yan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Yuqing, Heavenly Thunder Peak. In a hall. The disciple in charge of Heavenly Thunder Peak was frowning as he looked at a man in the hall. This man was the reincarnation of the Supreme Buddha, Chu Shiren. Chu Shiren was wearing a Taoist robe. He looked young and handsome, and there was an optimistic and cheerful smile on his face. The disciple in charge said helplessly, "You've been in this sect for 5 years, but you haven't reached the foundation establishment realm. With your talent, this shouldn't be the case. What do you usually do?" Currently, only those who reached the golden core realm in Yuqing were qualified to enter the inner sect. He had already made an exception to recruit Chu Shiren into the sect, which had already caused criticism among the disciples of Heavenly Thunder Peak. Back then, it was the disciple in charge who had led Chu Shiren into cultivation. In 7 days, he had cultivated from 0 cultivation to the 4th stage of the Qi refinement realm. Such talent was simply unheard of. It was precisely because of this that the disciple in charge had made an exception to accept Chu Shiren as his personal disciple. He had originally wanted to give the sect a surprise, but he did not expect it to become his own nightmare. This disciple actually did not like to cultivate. Yes, he did not like it. Damn it, if you don't like it, why did you acknowledge me as your master back then? The disciple in charge had a headache. He had forgotten that he was the one who insisted on accepting Chu Shiren as his disciple back then. Chu Shiren smiled and said, "Master, you know my ambition. I believe that spiritual power is the biggest factor preventing the world from walking towards peace, so it's impossible for me to cultivate." Impossible to cultivate, the disciple in charge was almost angered to death. "I should really send you to the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain and let the deity-slaying elder change your personality." The disciple in charge harumphed. Chu Shiren had been in Yuqing for a period of time, so he had naturally heard of the legend of the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. He asked curiously, "Master, what kind of person is the deity-slaying elder?" He was very curious about the deity-slaying elder. As the strongest cultivator in the entire sect, the deity-slaying elder rarely appeared in public. He did not touch power, cause trouble, and did not want women. He only made a move when Yuqing was facing a disaster. In his opinion, he was a saint. He felt that understanding the deity-slaying elder would help him consolidate the great Tao he wanted. Peace for all. How would I know? I've been in this sect for so long, but I've never seen him. The disciple in charge harumphed. This was the truth. He had only been in this sect for a few hundred years. Chu Shiren asked, "Why do the people of the world have to pursue longevity? Is longevity really good? With the bad nature of the people of the world, if everyone lives forever, how can the world bear it?" Hearing his question, the disciple in charge had a headache. He said unhappily, "Not everyone can live forever. Longevity is just a legend. People cultivate to fight against the heavens. Did the heavens mistreat the world? Get lost. Master, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't cultivate anymore. You and I will promote. If you don't get lost, I'll expel you from the sect." "All right." Chu Shiren sighed and left dejectedly. The disciple in charge really envied his talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoiled him like this. However, there was something wrong with Chu Shiren's thinking. Why don't we send him to the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain for a period of time? This thought appeared in the disciple in charge's mind. Another 10 years had passed since Han Yan learned that the Supreme Buddha had reincarnated and come to Yuqing. His cultivation had already broken through to the late stage of the reincarnation Earth Immortal realm a few years ago. He cultivated wholeheartedly, aiming to break through to the perfected stage of the reincarnation Earth Immortal realm. On this day, Jioding Jinren came to find him. Han Yan led him into the cave abode. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, and Jioding Jinren was a little embarrassed. "What's the matter?" "Just say it," Han Yan said with a smile. Jioding Jinren faked a cough and said, "It's like this. The elders think that this mountain is very big and vast. Can the 18 peaks choose an outstanding disciple to cultivate on this mountain? They won't disturb your cultivation. I wonder if." "No." Han Yan said calmly. Without waiting for Jioding Jinren to continue, Han Yan said meaningfully, "Although the sect often sends resources to the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain, the spiritual energy of this mountain mainly comes from the tree outside the cave. It's not convenient for me to reveal the origin of this tree. If I open this door today, more people will come in the future. This is not a good thing for me." Jioding Jinren frowned. Han Yan had saved Yuqing many times. No one had contributed more than him to Yuqing's success today. Yuqing owed him more. If Han Yan wanted to rebel, the Nine Dragons sect led by Huang Zuantian and the Blood Fire Heavenly sect led by Lu Bumi would immediately switch sides to Han Yan. Everyone knew who the biggest pillar of Yuqing was. Jiuding Zhenren was also very clear in his heart. He sighed and said, "Actually, I'm also very clear. It's just that those elders often say it, and I'm tired of hearing it. The next time they mention it, I'll directly reject them." Han Yan nodded and said, "Sect Master, don't put all your thoughts on the sect. You also have to spend time cultivating. How far Yuqing can go depends on your cultivation." Jiuding Zhenren smiled and nodded. Han Yan thought for a moment and waved his right hand. Books of cultivation techniques and magic scrolls appeared on the table. These were all Dao technique resources that he had seized from the storage rings of his enemies. They were not all of them and belonged to a batch of weaker Dao techniques. "Take it to the sect," Han Yan said. Jiuding Zhenren was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly flipped through the pages. Soon, he was shocked. These cultivation techniques, he turned to look at Han Yan and said excitedly, "Thank you, Elder Han. I won't let anyone disturb you in the future." Han Yan smiled and nodded. After Jiuding Zhenren left, Han Yan continued to cultivate. Soon, the disciples of Yuqing discovered that the cultivation technique building had many horribly priced cultivation techniques. There were even immortal ascension techniques. The whole sect was in an uproar. After that, the other elders who had designs on the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain were all scolded by Jiuding Zhenren. 3 years later, Han Yan stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune. As he cursed, he checked his emails. "Your grand disciple, Feng Liang, was sent to the demon realm by your enemy, the Black Fox Goblin Emperor. Your good friend, Xianxia, was attacked by demon beasts, X189221. Your good friend, Mo Fuzhou, was attacked by demon beasts, X107234. Your good friend, Zhou Fan, encountered an opportunity and obtained the inheritance of an ancient mighty figure. Your Dao partner, Xianxia, was attacked by demon beasts, X8653. Your grand disciple, Morongqi, was attacked by demon beasts, X147880. Your grand disciple, Morongqi, was attacked by a demon saint and was seriously injured. Your grand disciple, Morongqi, has awakened his innate mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly, and his bloodline has begun to transform." Along the way, Han Yan's eyes were filled with danger. The cultivation world was really dangerous. He was not worried about his disciples. As for Xianxia, Fairy Xixian, and Chang Yuer, he was even less worried. The 3 women all had the heavenly puppet. Han Yan was very curious. With Xianxian's strength, if he found the Black Fox Goblin Emperor, the Black Fox Goblin Emperor would definitely not be able to escape death. Why was the Black Fox Goblin Emperor still alive? Han Yan could not figure it out, but he was too lazy to think about it. This was the tribulation of the mortal world, and it had nothing to do with him. Did he have to personally kill all the demons and fiendish cultivators? Half a year later, Han Yan was about to continue cultivating when he suddenly thought of Chu Shiren. "I wonder how this kid is doing recently. After all, he was the reincarnation of the Supreme Buddha. His identity was even more exaggerated than Morongqi's." Han Yan could not forget him. He checked Chu Shiren's information and found that his cultivation was still at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. After so many years, his cultivation had not increased at all. How could he be so talented? Han Yan was secretly puzzled. He was too lazy to think about it. About 5 years passed. In front of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Chu Shiren came to the stone tablet and joined the kneeling group. After so many years, there were still disciples kneeling at the foot of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. The old and the new were replaced. There were always people who hoped to move Han Yan with sincerity. Chu Shiren silently knelt in front of the others and began to kowtow. "I hope that the deity-slaying elder can agree with my great kindness Dao technique and give up on cultivation together to reform the disciples of the entire sect." Chu Shiren thought. In a huge stone hall, the Black Fox Goblin Emperor sat on a throne made of white bones. He had transformed into a human, and his face was demonic and cold. He had a head of white hair, and 6 huge black-furred fox tails behind him. They swayed wantonly, stirring up waves. The Black Fox Goblin Emperor sized up a man in the hall mockingly. It was Suchi. Suchi half knelt in the hall with his head lowered. "Why do you want to submit to me?" the Black Fox Goblin Emperor asked. Suchi was now at the conjoint body realm. The Black Fox Goblin Emperor naturally had to meet such a powerful cultivator personally. Suchi looked up and replied, "I hate the human race. My parents died when I was young. I wandered the human race for many years and was always attacked. I don't want to provoke people. People are more important than me. Human cultivators are too greedy. In order to snatch treasures, they can even abandon their so-called morals." Upon hearing that, the Black Fox Goblin Emperor looked as if he understood what he meant. He said hatefully, "The human race always preaches that demons eat humans, that demons are unforgivable, and that demons are evil. But in reality? The number of demons slaughtered by humans far exceeds the number of humans eaten by demons." The Black Fox Goblin Emperor found Suchi more and more pleasing to the eye, but he did not completely let down his guard. "What do you want to obtain by submitting to me? What can you do for me?" the Black Fox Goblin Emperor asked with narrowed eyes. Suchi replied, "I don't need anything. I just need a place where I can cultivate in peace. I'll cultivate near the Goblin Emperor. It's fine as long as I'm not disturbed. If the Goblin Emperor is in danger, I'll definitely do my best to save him." The Black Fox Goblin Emperor shook his head and laughed. If he really encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, how could a mere conjoint body realm cultivator help? He's a conjoint body realm cultivator after all. It'll be easier to unify the human race if I keep him. The Black Fox Goblin Emperor's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. He was very ambitious. Not only did he want to unify the demons, but he also wanted to unify the human race and become the master of the mortal world, several years later. 4 lines of words suddenly popped up in front of Han Yan, who was cultivating. "Detected that you have reached 1,000 years old and have taken another step forward in your life. As you have maintained your original heart and kept a low profile, you have the following choices. 1. Draw a random physique. 2. Activate a new system function. 3. Obtain a supreme treasure." Han Yan raised his brows. There were indeed benefits to keeping a low profile and cultivating. However, how should he choose? Han Yan's spirit root was the spiritual body of the 6 paths. It was indeed very helpful in terms of cultivation speed, but he always felt that it was not enough. Looking at Xianxia and Zhou Fan, their physiques sounded domineering. The new system function was also worth looking forward to. According to the previous functions, the system function could not directly make Han Yan stronger, nor could it save his life. They were all supplementary functions. As for the third option, Han Yan directly ignored it. He hesitated for a long time. In the end, Han Yan chose the second option. The system's new function. You have chosen to activate the system's new function. Congratulations on activating the Dao field function. Dao field, choose a place as a Dao field. The Dao field has the functions of defense, blocking divine senses, increasing spiritual energy, and so on. The upper limit of each ability is based on the cultivation level of the Dao field master. The higher the cultivation level of the Dao field master, the stronger the Dao field. Dao field, a strengthened version of the barrier. More than that, there was also the effect of increasing spiritual energy. It was a little too powerful. Han Yan was overjoyed. He directly chose the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain and activated the Dao field. If he ascended in the future, he would definitely bring the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain with him. Lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. You have successfully activated the Dao field. The Dao field can currently defend against all attacks below the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. It can block the divine senses of those below the Deity Realm. It can block the Heavenly Dao. It can increase spiritual energy by 5 times and immortal energy by 2 times. Han Yan's eyes widened. So impressive, this wave was going to take off. What did it mean to block the Heavenly Dao? Was it equivalent to the effect of the Heaven Evading Stone? Blocking the Heavenly Dao will not be affected by the Heavenly Dao rules, including forced ascension. In that case, Han Yan could nurture all his disciples into immortals and ascend together. If all his disciples and grand disciples reached their peak state in his previous life, how strong would they be? Han Yan suppressed his excitement and guessed, could it be that I will continue to receive rewards from the system if I persevere? At the same time, under the Fusang tree, Tu Ling'er opened his eyes and asked curiously, do you feel that the spiritual energy is increasing? Heiyuji snorted. Is it very rare? The calabash vine has already formed seeds. Tu Ling'er felt that it made sense. Yang Tiandong could not help but look at the Connate cave abode. He had a feeling that it was his master's doing. In the following period of time, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that the spiritual energy was increasing faster and faster. In less than a month, the spiritual energy was at least 5 times denser than before. Everyone on the mountain was very excited, including Han Yan. Han Yan's cultivation speed, immortal chi, double, in the blink of an eye. Another 15 years had passed. He successfully broke through to the perfected reincarnation Earth Immortal Realm. Awesome. After the breakthrough, Han Yan was very excited. Next was the reincarnation Heaven Immortal Realm. At that time, even if the giant spiritual martial god personally descended, Han Yan would not be afraid. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started to celebrate. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, a middle-aged man was kowtowing while trembling. It was Chu Shiren. After kneeling for 20 years, Chu Shiren was on the verge of collapse. But he was stubborn. The more Han Yan refused to accept him, the more he wanted to kneel. He believed in one thing, and that was sincerity. During this period of time, his master, the instructing elder of the heavenly Thunder Peak, had come to visit him many times. If it wasn't for this, Chu Shiren would have knelt to death long ago. Chu Shiren's experience was also widely spread in Yuqing. From a young man kneeling to a middle-aged man, this kind of willpower left everyone dumbfounded. In order to continue kneeling, Chu Shiren had no choice but to cultivate. The spirit chi at the foot of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain was also very abundant, so Chu Shiren's cultivation level had reached the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm. After breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm, he stopped cultivating. This was his principle. If he could not cultivate, he would definitely not cultivate. He also attracted the attention of Yang Tiandong, Tu Ling'er, and the 3-headed Wyrm king. This kid is really hardworking. The 3-headed Wyrm king clicked his tongue in wonder. Tu Ling'er shook his head and said, not only is he hardworking, but he only took a month to break through from the 8th level of the Qi Refinement realm to the Foundation Establishment realm. This kind of talent was simply ridiculous. She had never heard of such talent even in the Tianjin prefecture. With such talent, why didn't Master accept him? Yang Tiandong's eyes lit up. He had finally waited. He was even more talented than Feng Liang and Murong Qi. Yang Tiandong immediately stood up and went to visit Han Yan. After entering the cave abode, he knelt in front of Han Yan and talked about Chu Shiren. Han Yan had a strange expression. It only took a month to reach the Foundation Establishment realm from the 8th level of the Qi Refinement realm. That was a little too fast. Han Yan fell into hesitation. He was afraid of the identity of the Supreme Buddha, but if the Buddhists really targeted him, he might offend the Buddhists if he kept rejecting them. The Buddha had knelt and worshipped him for 20 years, that was sincere enough. What am I afraid of? I even dared to accept the war god of the Divine Palace, the Monster Saint, and the Golden Crow. Why would I be afraid of the Buddhists? Han Yan thought silently. If the Buddhists targeted him, he should receive a notification of hatred. Then accept him, Han Yan said casually. Yang Tiandong was surprised and quickly thanked Han Yan, then quickly left. Wu Daojian curled his lips and said, when will it be my turn? There were also female disciples kneeling at the foot of the mountain. When she saw Yang Tiandong accept a disciple, she also wanted to. Han Yan said calmly, accepting a disciple depends on the talent. Well, I hope my precious disciple will appear soon. Wu Daojian's face was full of longing. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. He suddenly thought of something and smiled mysteriously. Maybe your disciple has already appeared. Wu Daojian's beautiful eyes widened and hurriedly asked, where? On the Fusang tree. The Golden Crow? You deserve it? Who is that? The seed of the earth fairy gourd vine. Dao Comprehension Sword was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. Her original body was the heaven and earth grass, but she could transform. Why couldn't the seed of the earth fairy gourd, which had a higher root, on the mountain road? Yang Tiandong helped Chu Shuren up the mountain. After kneeling for 20 years, Chu Shuren's legs were trembling when he walked. Chu Shuren forced a smile, while Yang Tiandong was very excited. He finally accepted a disciple. He had begun to look forward to the scene of Chu Shuren fighting Feng Liang and Murongqi alone. You will be my first disciple from now on. Cultivate well and don't let me down. Yang Tiandong smiled. Chu Shuren frowned and said, Cultivate? Impossible. I can't cultivate in my life. I want to become a disciple of the deity-slaying elder. I want to persuade the deity-slaying elder to give up cultivation and pursue the Tao of great kindness together. Yang Tiandong almost fell when he heard that. What the hell, impossible to cultivate. Yang Tiandong really wanted to throw Chu Shuren down the mountain. However, on second thought, the spirit chi on the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain was so abundant. This kid would definitely not be able to resist cultivating in the future. If he didn't cultivate, what could he do on the mountain? When can I meet the deity slaying Grandmaster? Chu Shuren asked expectantly. If the deity-slaying elder took the lead to give up cultivation, Yuqing would definitely follow. It depends on your performance. Yang Tiandong said perfunctorily. He was very dissatisfied. This disciple was not enthusiastic about him at all. In the dim world, the ground was covered with demon corpses. Blood mist filled the world. Feng Liang held a sword and knelt on a mountain of corpses. He panted heavily, his face covered in blood. He looked up with difficulty and saw a stalwart figure in the sky. It was Xianxia. Xianxia was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and the two of them had similar gazes. What's your name? Which sect are you from? Xianxia asked condescendingly with a mocking tone. Feng Liang took a deep breath and said, Xianxia, I know you. Tianjin Prefecture's #1 prodigy. Hearing this, Xianxia's lips curled up even higher. Oh? Since you've heard of me, that means you're from the same world as me. Take me as your teacher. Your aptitude is very good. I can make you the second in the world. Xianxia said proudly. He only helped because he saw that Feng Liang's talent was good. Feng Liang wiped the blood on his face and smiled with difficulty. You're the first in the world? Are you serious? Xianxia frowned, feeling a little flustered. The news of him losing to Han Yan hadn't spread. How did this person know? I'm from Yuqing. Have you forgotten that you've looked for my grandmaster several times? Feng Liang asked with a smile. Xianxia was moved. Endless embarrassment, shame, and anger occupied his heart. You're Guan Cao Cao's grand disciple? Xianxia asked in shock. That's right. I saw you looking for my grandmaster at the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. You, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly had the urge to kill him. But Feng Liang was Han Yan's grand disciple. He couldn't do it. In the whole world, only Cao Cao was his good friend and close friend. The two of them had promised to fight against the heaven together. With such a friendship, Feng Liang could be considered his junior. Haha, I see. Fellow Taoist Chao's grand disciple is indeed not simple. Since your grandmaster and I are close friends, why don't you and I roam the demon realm together? If you die here, fellow Taoist Chao will also be sad. Xianxia laughed. He landed behind Feng Liang and used his spiritual power to heal him. Feng Liang said, actually, I was also a disciple of Tianjin Prefecture. My name is Feng Liang. Have you heard of me? Xianxia replied, no, I never put anyone in my eyes in Tianjin Prefecture, nor did I care about other disciples. What af** king pretentious guy, Feng Liang complained in his heart. But he was still very curious about Xianxia. The first in the world, 5 years later. Han Yan had broken through to the early stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm, his magic power skyrocketed, soul transformation. In conclusion, it felt great. The entire Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain shook. Wu Daojian was kicked out of the Xiantian cave a year ago. she was discussing this matter with the others. "Master, you broke through again?" The three-headed Wyrm king asked in astonishment. Yang Tiandong was deeply moved. "Not only did Master train hard, but his talent is also beyond our reach." Chu Shiren's heart ached when he heard this. He actually broke through again, no way, he had to persuade Grandmaster. He stood up abruptly and walked towards the Khanate cave abode. As a result, as soon as he got close to the entrance of the cave, he was sent flying by a terrifying force and vomited blood. Yang Tiandong hurriedly caught him. Heyu teased, "Yang Tiandong, you have to take care of your disciple. If his thoughts are known by Master, he will die miserably." Who didn't know that Han Yan's only interest in life was cultivation? Trying to persuade Han Yan not to cultivate was definitely courting death. Yang Tiandong smiled bitterly and looked at Chu Shiren, who had already fainted, with a headache. 5 years, a whole 5 years, this fellow really didn't cultivate. It was unimaginable. How could there be such a person in the world who was so talented but didn't want to cultivate? It was simply against the heavenly Tao. If not for Chu Shiren's rare talent, Yang Tiandong would have slapped him to death. When his lifespan is almost up, he will know how to cultivate. Wu Daojian covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing Chu Shiren's attitude, she felt better. Fortunately, she didn't rush to take him in as a disciple. The Golden Crow, Ada, suddenly said, "Although he doesn't cultivate, his soul is very strong. It contains an aura that makes us siblings palpitate." Xiao nodded. The others couldn't help but look at Chu Shiren curiously. On Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, other than Han Yan, no one was stronger than the 2 Golden Crows. What was Chu Shiren's background? Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 102-01-400-4399, race, immortal, cultivation, early stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm, cultivation technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be inherited, magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major kiliacosm thunderstorm, wind god technique, still phase technique, mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity. Sword, heaven earth embodiment, somersault cloud, grand unity, 10,000 sword sect, Tathagata incantation, 6 paths ultimate seal, firmament sword chi, grand unity, heaven earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger, grand unity, universe in the sleeve, door of reincarnation, God inviting technique, 3 heads, 6 arms, dharma artifacts, small universe belt, Qilin sword, demon binding rope, burning fiend bell, 6th grade numinous treasure, book of misfortune, grand unity supreme. Treasure, earth emperor's soul ward, 3rd grade numinous treasure, heart protecting immortal chain, 3rd grade numinous treasure, meditation mat, grand unity 6th grade numinous treasure, heavenly spirit bracelet, supreme grade numinous treasure, purple gold soft armor, grand unity 8th grade numinous treasure, 9-layered heaven trampling boots, grand unity 6th grade numinous treasure, giant spirit bracelet, grand unity 5th grade numinous treasure, imperial dragon. Providence carriage, grand unity 2nd grade numinous treasure, 9-5 supreme providence robe, grand unity supreme treasure, grand she phoenix wing crown, grand unity supreme treasure. 14 million years of lifespan, who else? Han Yan was really about to become arrogant. 1,000-year heaven immortal, unparalleled, however, he could not be arrogant. The 2 little Golden Crows were born with Mahayana realm cultivation. Such talent was at the bottom of Jinwu. It was hard to imagine how ridiculous the number 1 prodigy of Jinwu was. Han Yan suppressed his excitement and consolidated his cultivation. The defense level of the Dao field has been raised to Grand Unity Perfected Immortal. It can defend against all attacks below Grand Unity Perfected Immortal. Congratulations on breaking through to the Reincarnation Heaven Immortal Realm. You have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and become an immortal. You will receive a Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone. 2. Do not ascend for the time being. Continue cultivating. You will receive a bottle of Dao Sect Golden Pills. Han Yan did not hesitate and directly chose the second choice. The information of the Dao Sect Golden Pill appeared before his eyes. Dao Sect Golden Pill, Dao Sect's original Golden Pill. It can strengthen one's Dao. It has the effect of reviving the dead, reforming the physical body, and increasing one's lifespan by 10,000 years. Not bad, not bad, he could keep it to save his life, although Han Yan was confident, he was not arrogant. What if his physical body was destroyed one day? However, could souls consume pills? There was something about the Tao sect. Han Yan continued to consolidate his cultivation. A year later, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the early stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm. After he called Wu Dao Jian in, he began to comprehend the three pure world cleansing. In less than half an hour, he stepped into the Sword Dao River. Compared to before, it was an earth-shattering transformation. Han Yan missed Zhang Guxing after not seeing him for a long time. Of course, the most important thing was still to show off. Han Yan walked in front of Zhang Guxing and directly revealed his cultivation without saying anything. Zhang Guxing felt his aura and nodded in satisfaction. He smiled and said, "Not bad, you've reached the grand unity heaven immortal realm." "Wait. How did you do it? Have you been possessed by an immortal emperor?" Zhang Guxing's tone was filled with horror. "This kid's cultivation is too fast. It doesn't make sense." Han Yan smiled and said, "I didn't possess anyone. I cultivated diligently every day and tried my best to reach this level of cultivation." Zhang Guxing said in a strange tone, "Heaven is going to suffer." Zhang Guxing's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Yan smiled in satisfaction. As expected, my brother likes this. The Sword God Emperor has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Sword God Emperor, Han Yan was curious and quickly checked his interpersonal relationships. Soon, he found Sword God Emperor's profile picture. Sword God Emperor looked quite old, but his eyes were sharp. Sword God Emperor, perfected Tai Golden Immortal, the most powerful sword prodigy in the Divine Palace in a million years, and also Zhang Guxing's junior brother. Because he knows of your talent, he has a strong interest in you and wants to recruit you to the Divine Palace. Current favorability, 3 stars, someone from the Divine Palace, perfected Tai Golden Immortal, only one step away from the Immortal Emperor realm. Han Yan was secretly shocked. Zhang Guxing actually had such a powerful junior brother, then he shouldn't be so weak. Why don't you go to the Divine Palace? I can help introduce you. Although the Divine Palace is not the orthodox immortal god, its power is constantly growing. Even the heaven has to give face, Zhang Guxing said. Han Yan asked in surprise, "You're from the Divine Palace?" He couldn't help but praise his acting skills. Zhang Guxing saw his surprise and felt a trace of pride in his heart. "Yes, I used to be, but now I'm alone. I just have some connections. If you're willing to go to the Divine Palace, you won't be mistreated," Zhang Guxing said softly. Han Yan hesitated. Morongqi and the Divine Palace had a grudge. How could he go? Now that the dojo was opened and his immortal qi was increased, he didn't need to rely on the Divine Palace at all. Han Yan smiled and said, "Let me think about it." Zhang Guxing said, "You can't bear to leave the people around you? On the path of cultivation, it's difficult to bring along a family. Even the great emperor of the Divine Palace can't protect everyone around him. It's impossible for everyone to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm and live forever. Even for a genius like you, if you want to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm, you have to rely on opportunities." Han Yan didn't believe it. But he didn't dare to refute Zhang Guxing directly. After all, Zhang Guxing had good intentions. He smiled and said, "If there's really no way out, then send me to the Divine Palace. I don't want to protect the people around me now, I just don't want to ascend." There were a lot of enemies in the upper realm. He really couldn't ascend. Ever since he had the dojo, his ambitions began to expand. Ascending alone was fraught with danger. He wanted to bring his disciples and grand disciples with him. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Han Yan bypassed Zhang Guxing and continued forward. This time, he was going to try his best to see how far he could go with the 3 pure world cleansing. Zhang Guxing turned to look at his back, his heart filled with emotions. He didn't expect that the brat he thought to be rash back then was now a celestial immortal. How many years had it been? To Zhang Guxing, 1,000 years was like a dream, passing by very quickly. This was also why there was a saying that a day in heaven was equivalent to a year on earth. Perhaps he'll be able to stir up a storm in the 6 realms. Zhang Guxing silently thought to himself. He was actually looking forward to it. Han Yan moved forward step by step, surpassing the sword cultivators who were moving forward in the river of Sword Dao. The Sword Dao river ahead gradually turned purple, like a dazzling kaleidoscope passage. At this point, the number of sword cultivators moving forward had greatly decreased. Han Yan looked back, but he could no longer see Zhang Guxing. He took a deep breath and continued forward. Although he was already feeling the pressure, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't move forward. He wanted to see the limits of his Sword Dao comprehension. After a long time, Han Yan began to feel dizzy. He felt as if there was a huge mountain on his body and every step was very difficult. He saw a black figure walking in front of him. His footsteps were very firm and he did not hesitate at all. He was neither fast nor slow. Who is he? Han Yan could not help but think. For some reason, Han Yan actually had the thought that he was inferior to him. Han Yan shook his head and continued forward. After about 20 steps, he found it difficult to move forward. He could only watch as the black figure left. He sighed and retreated from the Sword Dao River. After returning to his cave abode, Han Yan began to consolidate his insights. In the following year, he raised the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger, Heaven-Earth Sword Qi, and Reincarnation Sword Intent to the limits of what he could reach. However, his mystical abilities were still at grand unity. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began cursing his enemies. As he cursed, he checked his emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan has obtained a Buddhist spirit pearl and his bloodline has transformed. Your grand disciple Murong Qi has broken through to the conjoint body realm during the slaughter. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has been attacked by demon beasts, X230045. Your good friend Xianxia has been attacked by demon beasts, X343211. Your good friend Huang Jihao has encountered an opportunity and obtained the Sword Immortal Legacy. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has attained greater mastery of his fiend arts and has entered the conjoint body realm. Your good friend Divine General has killed an immortal emperor and his providence has increased greatly. So many opportunities, the heavenly Tao is definitely opening a back door, Han Yan thought silently. He noticed that the Divine General had actually killed an immortal emperor. As expected of the immortal god with the greatest contributions in heaven. According to Zhang Guxing, the immortal emperor was an undying existence. He did not know if the Divine General had completely killed the immortal emperor or only destroyed his body. After all, there was no such thing as death. How exciting! Han Yan sighed and began to pay attention to the heavenly puppet. Emoju was still cultivating in seclusion. Fairy Xixian, Xing Hongxian, and Chang Yu were not in danger for the time being. Everything was going smoothly. Han Yan was very satisfied. Usually, at this juncture, the women would be a burden. Fortunately, his spare tires and Dao companions were very cautious and never caused trouble for him. They could settle everything on their own. This was also the reason why Han Yan could always care about them. It was likable. After cursing for half a year, Han Yan continued to cultivate. Heaven Immortal Reincarnation was not enough, he wanted to continue breaking through. The stronger he was, the better. Demon Realm. Xianxia stood on the mountain peak and looked at Feng Liang, who was fighting with several demon kings in the distance. He was filled with emotions. This child's talent is indeed impressive. He's almost catching up to me. Xianxia thought to himself. He had actually heard of Feng Liang's name a long time ago. Back then, he had specially looked for Han Yan to ask about Feng Liang. However, in front of Feng Liang, he had to show that he did not care. After all, he was the #1 expert in the world. How could he be calculated with a junior? However, after wandering together for so many years, Xianxia realized that Feng Liang's talent was far beyond his imagination. This fellow's providence was too strong. He could always encounter fortuitous opportunities and even break through in battle. It defied common sense. Xianxia felt a sense of crisis. He felt that he could not rely on his current cultivation base to indulge himself. He had to spend time cultivating and strive to surpass the Mahayana stage as soon as possible and become an immortal. However, he was worried that he would be forced to ascend. How did Cao Cao manage to stay in the mortal world? Xianxia was secretly puzzled. He decided to look for Han Yan later. Rumble, At this moment, the rolling dark clouds in the sky erupted with tens of thousands of lightning bolts. A terrifying pressure filled the world. Xianxia was moved. This pressure, he suddenly thought of Xianxia. Could it be that another existence from the upper realm had descended to the mortal world? Feng Liang also noticed that something was wrong and quickly retreated. The demon kings looked up and saw a scarlet eye appear in the thunderclouds. It was eerie and terrifying. It occupied most of the sky and looked down at Feng Liang. It made Feng Liang feel an unprecedented pressure. Humph, how dare you slaughter my demon clan? You're courting death. A cold snort followed. Xianxia looked at the scarlet eye in the thundercloud, and his heart raced. There was a voice in his heart telling him to run. Feng Liang was also frightened, and his head was covered in cold sweat. When the monster kings heard this, they were relieved. It was a senior from the monster clan. Senior, these two have massacred our monster clan. You have to back us up. Countless monsters have died in their hands. Senior, kill them quickly. Yes. Several monster kings shouted in unison. The scarlet eye suddenly glanced at them. Then, a gust of wind rose from the ground, and several monster kings were directly swept into the sky. They struggled with all their might, but it was to no avail. They were quickly sucked into the scarlet eye. Feng Liang and Xianxia were stunned. What was going on? The giant scarlet eye closed as well. Feng Liang immediately turned and ran, and Xianxia followed closely behind. The two of them flew extremely fast, and disappeared at the end of the world in the blink of an eye. The dark clouds in the sky covered an extremely far distance, as if the entire monster realm was covered by dark clouds. That terrifying pressure permeated the air. Didn't you say that the strongest in the monster realm was only at the Mahayana realm? Why are you running? Feng Liang said angrily. What happened to protecting me? Xianxia's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. The other party is from the upper realm, and I'm only invincible in the mortal world. How can I fight an enemy from the sky? Feng Liang was silent, and he could only bury his head and fly forward. Where do you think you're running to? The cold voice from before came from behind. Feng Liang and Xianxia's faces changed drastically, and a strong wind suddenly attacked. Feng Liang turned his head subconsciously, and was directly blown away by the strong wind, vomiting blood, and fell into the wilderness below, stirring up billowing dust along the way. Xianxia turned and raised his hands, and thunder exploded, shaking the world. He knew that he could not escape, so he would fight. Humph. Cao Cao can kill the upper realm deities, why can't I? Xianxia gritted his teeth and looked over. A burly demon with the head of a tiger and the body of a human came charging over on a demon cloud. This demon had the claws of a monkey, the tail of a cow, and wings of feathers on his back. It was extremely strange. Xianxia frowned and thought to himself, is it the amalgamation of those demon kings? He couldn't help but feel disgusted. This senior of the demon race was so cruel to his own kind. Earlier, he even said that he was going to stand up for the demon race. From the looks of it now, the other party had come for the two of them. The Black Fox Goblin Emperor had the support of the upper realm. Won't you tell us your name? Xianxia shouted. The burly fiendish demon snorted coldly. How can a mortal know my name? He slammed his palm towards Xianxia, and his terrifying mana transformed into countless blood arrows. Xianxia's body was surrounded by thunder and lightning. He wanted to defend himself, but in the blink of an eye, he was pierced by countless blood arrows and turned into a bloody figure. He was completely defenseless. Feng Liang, who was lying on the huge pit in the wasteland, widened his eyes in disbelief. Although Xianxia was very pretentious, Feng Liang really admired his strength. Almost no demon king could survive a single attack from Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia was killed instantly, Feng Liang panicked. What should he do? Feng Liang propped himself up with his sword and looked up. The burly fiendish demon lowered his head and looked at Feng Liang. His eyes flickered as he thought to himself, this kid has the heavenly Tao's providence. Could he be the son of heaven and earth from the mortal realm? He flew towards Feng Liang and did not attack. At this moment, the rolling thunder turned into a torrent and swept over. The burly fiendish demon waved his hand and dispersed the thunder torrent. Xianxia, who had turned into a bloody figure, rushed towards the burly fiendish demon. The burly fiendish demon snorted and waved his right hand. Boom, a giant sword condensed from blood chi descended from the sky, piercing through the thunderclouds and directly suppressing Xianxia. The blade landed on the wasteland, raising a cloud of dust thousands of feet high. It was unknown whether Xianxia was dead or alive. Feng Liang gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. He suddenly thought of the mysterious mystical power that his grandmaster had taught him. It could not be used unless it was a critical moment. It was a critical moment now. Feng Liang half knelt on the ground and began to cast a spell with both hands. The burly fiendish demon noticed his actions but did not care. Instead, he said, "If you want to live, kowtow to me." When Feng Liang heard that, he felt greatly insulted and trembled all over. The giant blood sword in the distance dissipated into blood chi. As Feng Liang cast a spell, a black crack appeared behind Feng Liang. It began to spin in mid-air, forming a vortex. The burly fiendish demon narrowed his eyes. Was this a summoning technique? He was secretly amused. What could this mortal summon? He continued to walk towards Feng Liang. Feng Liang's remaining spirit energy was completely used up. He did not know the situation behind him and thought that the mystical power had failed. What's going on? Why didn't I get a powerful mystical power? Feng Liang was completely panicking. Did his grandmaster lie to him? Impossible. It must be because he did not cultivate it properly before. Feng Liang remembered that when he first learned this mystical power, he was the fastest to cultivate it. He could not help but feel regret. So it was not that he cultivated it the fastest, but that he did not cultivate it at all. Seeing the burly fiendish demon getting closer and closer, Feng Liang despaired. He clenched his sword and prepared to die. A familiar voice came from behind him. "You must not be afraid of anyone other than me." Hearing that, Feng Liang felt like he was struck by lightning. He instinctively turned his head and widened his eyes. He saw Han Yan slowly step out of the black vortex. His expression was indifferent. The regal Providence robe fluttered in the wind. His magic treasures shone brightly, as if he was an immortal descending to the mortal world. Han Yan glanced at Xianxia. There was still a trace of life in him. He was not completely dead. He then looked at the burly fiendish demon. Grand Unity Earth Immortal, no wonder Xianxia could not block it. The burly fiendish demon looked at Han Yan in surprise. What a low cultivation! No, he was hiding his cultivation. The burly fiendish demon opened his mouth. "I am." Han Yan suddenly raised his right index finger and shot out a ray of sword energy. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger, boom, the sword energy turned into a rainbow and swept past Feng Liang's head. At this moment, Feng Liang's soul stopped trembling. His expression was sluggish. Before he could turn his head to look, the burly fiendish demon was killed. The sword energy swept past, drawing a deep ravine in the wilderness. It was like a canyon that stretched to the end of the world. "Who are you?" The burly fiendish demon's voice sounded. His tone was filled with fear. The body just now was not his main body. Han Yan said calmly, "Heaven, literati star." "Impossible. How can heaven care about this? Don't pretend to be literati star." Han Yan could not be bothered to reply. He raised his hand and pointed. Sword energy pierced the sky, the dark clouds were pierced, and the vast pressure that enveloped the world dissipated. The evil demon saint has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. This line of words appeared in front of Han Yan. Literati star. Just you wait for this saint. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in heaven? Humph, I will definitely destroy heaven. The other party roared at the top of his lungs. Han Yan frowned. What arrogance, could it be that he had a powerful background? He quickly checked the evil demon saint's information. Evil demon saint, mid-stage Grand Unity Heaven Immortal, a demon saint of the celestial world. Because you stopped him from capturing the son of heaven and earth, he developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. 2 words appeared in Han Yan's mind. That's it? After sensing that the evil demon saint's aura had completely dissipated, Han Yan came to Feng Liang and healed him. Feng Liang was both surprised and ashamed. He asked carefully, "Grandmaster, why are you here?" Han Yan replied, I taught you to summon me. Don't tell anyone else about this, including your master. Feng Liang was suddenly enlightened. His admiration for Han Yan was like an endless river, indescribable. Han Yan raised his hand and sucked Xianxia over from afar. Under the treatment of his heaven immortal Dharma power, their injuries quickly recovered. Fortunately, their primordial spirits were not injured. The evil demon saint did not seem to want to kill them. Han Yan was too lazy to think about the evil demon saint's conspiracy. He would make arrangements with the Book of Misfortune after returning. Xianxia looked at Han Yan with a complicated expression and asked, You're already an immortal. Why can you stay in the mortal world? Han Yan smiled mockingly and said, Acknowledge me as your master, and I'll teach you. Humph. Xianxia turned his head away. He couldn't help but ponder. Han Yan was indeed much more powerful than his master. It was just that he couldn't accept it emotionally. He had always treated Han Yan as a brother and a competitor. Go back as soon as possible. The demon realm is not so easy to bully. Han Yan got up and walked into the black crack, returning to the Khanate cave abode. Only he could enter this crack. If Xianxia and Feng Liang followed, they would be lost in the void without the connection of the invocation technique. After Han Yan left, Feng Liang and Xianxia fell into silence. Feng Liang smiled mockingly and said, Who's the strongest in the world? Humph, let's go back, lest that guy comes to trouble us again. Okay. The two immediately got up and left. Along the way, they were discussing how strong Han Yan was. Back inside the congenital cave, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the evil demon saint. A Tai celestial immortal could be called a demon sage in the upper realm. It seemed that a demon sage might not be very powerful. Han Yan thought silently. Wu Daojian asked curiously, Master, where did you go just now? Why do you have little Liangzi sent on you? Han Yan replied, I went to save him. He was with Xianxia and was almost beaten to death. Look, it's very dangerous outside. Don't go out. Wu Daojian frowned. Feng Liang was already very strong, and Xianxia was the #1 expert in the world. How could the two of them almost be killed when they joined forces? It seemed like he really couldn't go to the outside world. Wu Daojian pulled himself together and continued to cultivate. Han Yan cursed as he observed Chu Shiren under the fusang tree. This guy actually didn't cultivate after coming up the mountain. Crazy. If you are not cultivating, why are you here to acknowledge me as your teacher? Speaking of which, it was strange that a reincarnated Buddha would cultivate the Tao. He was probably a werewolf. Does the Buddhist sect want to take drastic measures to deal with the Taoist sect? Han Yan had always been observing Chu Shiren and did not dare to cultivate him easily. Why don't I ask my brother about the Supreme Buddha? Han Yan thought it was feasible. I'll go next time. Anyway, Chu Shiren doesn't want to cultivate. When he is about to die of old age, he will definitely be anxious. Thinking of Chu Shiren, Han Yan thought of the ugly monk Sun Chang'an. After so many years, why hasn't he come back? Poor Morong Chi's disciple has to suffer every day. Ever since he went out with Sun Chang'an, Morong Chi had been attacked many times and was seriously injured. Compared to Sun Chang'an, Han Yan felt more sorry for Morong Chi. Morong Chi was so good. He was cheerful and generous, and he respected him. Sun Chang'an often closed himself off and thought of Qian'er. Han Yan wanted to expel him from the sect. However, considering that this was the curse of the gods and Buddhas, he could only endure it. He didn't know how long it would take for Sun Chang'an to get rid of this disaster. He definitely couldn't do it by himself. He had to see when Han Yan reached the level of the gods and Buddhas before he could break the curse himself. Thinking of this, Han Yan shook his head and laughed. 13 years later. Under the fusang tree, Chu Shiren was already old. He had white hair and a thin body. He leaned against the tree trunk and looked at the sky, his eyes blank. Yang Tiandong opened his eyes and looked at him. He couldn't help but frown. This kid, hey, Kid Chu, how many years can you live? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Heiyuji asked with a smile. It was just joking. Chu Shiren was a foundation establishment cultivator after all. It wasn't difficult for him to live for nearly 200 years. It was just that he didn't take the face-retaining pill, so he was old. The three-headed Wyrm king laughed mockingly. I'm afraid his wish will be difficult to realize. He wants the world to give up cultivation. I even suspect that he's a spy sent by the demons. When Xianxia heard that, he suddenly turned his head and said in a low voice, only when the people of the world give up cultivation can the order of reincarnation be normal. As for the demons, the heavenly Tao will not indulge them. We can only care about ourselves. Tu Linger asked, then why did you cultivate to the foundation establishment realm? I did it for the great kindness Tao technique. Hypocrite. Xianxia was about to explode in anger. Ever since he went to the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain, his good temper had been polished away. These people were too despicable. It was fine if they didn't agree with him, but they still mocked him. At this moment, the door of the Khanate cave abode opened. Han Yan and Wu Daojian walked out. Upon seeing Han Yan, everyone stood up and bowed. Xianxia was stunned. This was the first time he had seen Han Yan. What a handsome face, he thought that the deity-slaying elder was an old man. Han Yan walked to the fusong tree and looked up at the two golden crows. Can you break through? Ada nodded and said, yes, but we are afraid of being expelled by the heavenly Tao, so we don't dare to break through. Han Yan threw out 2 heaven-evading stones, one of which was given by Courier Yang. Take these 2 stones and you won't have to transcend the tribulation. As long as you don't leave this mountain in the future, you won't be expelled by the heavenly Tao. Hearing that, the 2 golden crows were overjoyed. They hurriedly bit the heaven-evading stones and began to cultivate. When the others heard that, they immediately understood. Han Yan had long surpassed the mortal world, he relied on those 2 stones to stay in the mortal world. Han Yan looked at the 3-headed Wyrm king and waved his right hand, handing the abyss yellow dragon's dragon soul to him. This is the soul of a true dragon. Its consciousness has been erased by me. After you devour it, your bloodline should transform. You don't have to worry about being possessed. The 3-headed Wyrm king was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked Han Yan. Xianxia stared at him in shock. Han Yan deliberately provoked him. You want to persuade me to give up cultivating? I'll help the others become stronger in front of you. Yang Tiandong, Tu Linger, Heyu Ji, and Tengu looked at Han Yan expectantly. Han Yan said angrily, your cultivations are so weak. Why are you looking at me? Wait until you're close to the peak of the mortal world. Wu Daojian followed suit and said, that's right, that's right. All of you don't cultivate properly. Han Yan turned and returned to his cave abode. Xianxia hurriedly ran over and knelt behind Han Yan. He shouted, Grandmaster, please take the lead and give up cultivating. When Yang Tiandong heard that, he was so frightened that he almost wet himself. He rushed over and kicked him to the ground. What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Tiandong rebuked angrily. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. This kid is really bold, he really dares to persuade Han Yan. Han Yan turned his head and looked at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. In this world, anyone can persuade others to give up cultivating, but you can't. Xianxia got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He asked, why? He stared at Han Yan without fear. You don't cultivate. How do you know that cultivation is the greatest obstacle to world peace? Han Yan turned and stared at Xianxia. Xianxia said, power represents injustice. The greatest power of mortals is imperial power. The greatest power of the world is cultivation. If everyone in the world were mortals, they wouldn't need to pursue cultivation. How could there be a difference between the strong and the weak? Han Yan asked, if everyone in the world is a mortal and some people are born without limbs and can't experience the joy of ordinary people, then is the world really fair? Do you pursue a numb world without fighting or a paradise where everyone laughs and talks? Nirvana, Xianxia was shocked. He subconsciously replied, of course it's a paradise where everyone laughs and talks. There will always be people who want to live forever. If they can't live forever, they can't laugh. How are you going to change these people? Han Yan continued to ask. The others listened seriously. They could hear Han Yan's Tao heart. Xianxia said, I will lead them to pursue other joys. On what basis? What basis? On what basis can you change other people's aspirations? What qualifications do you have? If you have, then those who want to bully you, those who like to do evil, on what basis do you say that they don't have the qualifications? Because they're wrong. On what basis are they wrong? Do you think they're wrong because they're wrong? Or did the heavenly Tao tell you that they're wrong? In the end, you just want the world to listen to you. You want the world to become the world you want. I didn't. Actually, you're not wrong. Han Yan changed the topic and smiled strangely. Chu Shiren was stunned. He thought that Han Yan was going to scold him. This change was too fast. Han Yan said, if your cultivation is the strongest, then can't you create the world you want? Chu Shiren was silent. You clearly have excellent talent. Is it easy to cultivate or to persuade the world? You only have a lifespan of less than 200 years. How many people have you persuaded to change your mind? Han Yan's words were like a knife stabbing into Chu Shiren's heart. He had persuaded many cultivators. None of them were persuaded by him. Han Yan suddenly asked, do you believe in Buddhism or Taoism? The cultivation world of this mortal world was dominated by Taoism. The cultivation methods of Buddhism were rare and could even be said to be extinct. However, Buddhism was very popular among mortals, and many dynasties believed in Buddhism. Chu Shiren replied, of course, I believe in the Tao of Tao. I believe in the Tao of great kindness. Everything in the world is good. Han Yan said meaningfully, I don't know if you can stay true to your heart. I definitely won't change. Otherwise, my bones will be ground to dust, my soul will scatter, and I'll never be reincarnated. Chu Shiren promised, his expression resolute. Han Yan did not know the intentions of the Buddhists, so he did not say much and stepped back into the cave. Wu Daojian followed closely behind. Yang Tiandong pulled Chu Shiren to the side and began to lecture him. Chu Shiren was in a daze, still thinking about Han Yan's words. Was what he wanted really right? If he wanted the people of the world to give up on cultivation, he would have to cultivate himself first and become the strongest before he could change the world. What would that be? Act and establish at the same time. Chu Shiren was completely lost. For the next 10 years. The two golden crows broke through to the itinerant immortal realm one after another. Han Yan strictly ordered them not to leave the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Otherwise, they would be expelled by the heavenly Tao. The others were very curious. Why did the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain have the ability to resist the heavenly Tao? In these 10 years, Chu Shiren still did not cultivate. He sat under the tree every day, thinking about something. Han Yan was focused on cultivating, but he was still far from the mid-stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm. It had been more than 20 years, cultivating in the heaven immortal realm was much harder than cultivating in the earth immortal realm. It could even be said that the difference was huge. No wonder Zhang Guxing said that it was best to become a Grand Unity Heaven Immortal before coming out to explore. Grand Unity Heaven Immortals were ants, of course, Heaven Immortals were just bigger ants. Han Yan saw the Immortal Emperor being killed by the Divine General, causing him to think that even if he became an Immortal Emperor, he could not act recklessly. Besides, although the Divine General was impressive, he would also be trapped by the enemy. Perhaps only by reaching the illusory Daluo realm could he truly transcend. Han Yan opened his eyes, took out the Book of Misfortune, and began to relax. He had been cultivating his whole life, so he needed some entertainment. The first thing he cursed was the evil demon saint. He had to create some trouble for this guy. A few months later, Xianxia returned. The first thing she did when she returned was to find Han Yan. Han Yan sensibly chased Wu Daojian out of the cave, causing the grass spirit to be very dissatisfied. Where's my senior sister? Han Yan asked. If Chang Yuer returned, she would definitely come to see him. Xianxia replied, we separated after we returned to the Yen kingdom. She said she wanted to go back to her hometown. She has a hometown? Who knows? Let's not care about her. Husband, look, what kind of treasure is this? Xianxia opened her right hand, and a strange red stone appeared in her hand. Han Yan took it and looked at it. Apart from the color, this red stone looked like an ordinary stone. He used his divine sense to investigate it and found that there was a strange energy inside the red stone. Even he, a reincarnation heaven immortal, could not see through it. Another treasure? Han Yan was secretly shocked. This girl was too lucky, he asked cautiously, where did you pick up this stone? Xianxia replied, it fell from the sky and almost hit me. I took a look. How could a stone that fell from the sky be so simple? Another stone that fell from the sky, the previous evading stone also fell from the sky. Han Yan did not believe that it was a coincidence. There must be a reason. Somehow, a pair of eyes were spying on him. Don't think about it. I haven't seen you for so long. I miss you so much. Xianxia giggled and began to take the initiative to help Han Yan take off his clothes. Han Yan said helplessly, so anxious? Of course, I'm anxious. I miss you every day. How's my heavenly puppet? Bah, I'm just talking to it. I didn't do anything. Let's play some new tricks. What new tricks? Listen to my command. A month later, Xianxia left with satisfaction. Wu Daojian looked at her departing figure and could not help but grit his teeth. Her body was full of his master's scent. It was too strong. Wu Daojian began to doubt his life. He accompanied his master every day. Why couldn't he be so close to his master? As soon as Xianxia came back, he could, inside the cave. Han Yan was playing with the red stone and holding the evading stone in his left hand for reference. After looking at it for a long time, he still did not understand. He stopped observing and began to cultivate again. Perhaps when his cultivation reached a certain level, he would be able to see through the red stone. 3 years later. Han Yan was still cultivating when he suddenly felt a force trying to pull his consciousness away. Although it was not very strong, he remembered this force. Liriopterus. Han Yan relaxed and allowed Liriopterus to bring his consciousness to a vast starry sky. Liriopterus was only at the early stage of the Tai Heaven Immortal Realm, and Han Yan had already caught up. In terms of true strength, Han Yan was definitely stronger than him. Seeing Liriopterus again, Han Yan was filled with emotions. In the beginning, he thought that Liriopterus was very strong and superior. Now, he felt that it was just so. Liriopterus was the first to speak. The power behind the demon saint is about to compromise. Once the heaven executes the demon saint, they will soon clean up the mortal world. Many immortals have already noticed you. With the help of the system's hidden function, Liriopterus did not know that Han Yan's cultivation had already caught up to him. Han Yan nodded and said, thank you for the reminder. Previously, a large group of immortals had a good impression and hatred of him, which meant that the immortals had also agreed to his plan to prove his talent. According to Zhang Guxing, the strongest prodigy who had descended to the mortal world was not stronger than the Tai Heaven Immortal Realm, so Han Yan naturally did not feel much pressure. You seem to have offended the giant spiritual martial god. He is the heavenly general leading the team to clean up the mortal world, Liriopterus continued. Han Yan was not surprised. The giant spiritual martial god's cultivation was at the peak of the Tai Heaven Immortal Realm, so he was not invincible. Han Yan frowned and said, I don't know the giant spiritual martial god, but there was a heavenly general who descended to the mortal world to cause trouble for me. His name is Xianxia. Liriopterus suddenly understood and said, I see, Xianxia is one of the giant spiritual martial god's people. His position is not high, but he is deeply liked by the giant spiritual martial god. But then again, Xianxia descended to the mortal world without permission, which is against the heavenly rules. I must report him on this matter. Han Yan smiled and did not say anything. Liriopterus was only informing him. In the end, he was not very strong-willed. Otherwise, how could he allow his mortal world to be cleaned up? By the way, have you heard of the Supreme Buddha? Han Yan suddenly asked. Supreme Buddha? I've heard that there are 5 great Buddhas in Buddhism. The Supreme Buddha is extremely famous, mainly because he abandoned Buddhism. He actually advised Buddhism to give up cultivation. It's extremely laughable. Liriopterus replied. When he mentioned this, he wanted to laugh. Han Yan asked in surprise, why? Who knows? I always feel that there is a big conspiracy in Buddhism. Han Yan fell into deep thought. If what Xianxia said was true, then Chushuren might not have been planted by the Buddhists. They really had different ideologies. If he had such a disciple under him, he would definitely send Chu Shiren to the enemy forces. Perhaps this was the reason why Chu Shiren practiced the Tao. Liriopteris stared at Han Yan and said seriously, when the matter with the demon overlord is over, I will be transferred away. I won't be able to help you then. If you regret it, it's not too late. I can recommend you to heaven. Han Yan shook his head and said, I haven't regretted it yet. Thank you for your kindness. The two of them did not chat for long. Han Yan's consciousness returned to his body. He took out the Book of Misfortune and began cursing giant spiritual martial god. After all, this fellow was a full-circle primordial immortal. Every bit of damage he could inflict on him was worth it. Ever since the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain became a Tao field, the spirit chi increased fivefold. Everyone on the mountain began to cultivate faster. After the three-headed Wyrm king consumed the soul of the abyssal yellow dragon, his bloodline began to transform into a true dragon. However, before he could fully transform into a true dragon, he grew 2 more dragon heads and became a 5-headed Wyrm king. Not only that, but his cultivation level had also reached the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. The others' cultivation levels were also steadily increasing. The weakest, Yang Tiandong, also began to compete for the void amalgamation realm. After Xinhongxian and Fairy Shixian returned, they realized that the spirit chi on the mountain had increased. They no longer went out to explore and also entered seclusion. When the spirit chi reached a certain level, even the weakest talent could become an immortal. Of course, the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain had yet to reach that level. Another 10 years passed. Fang Liang returned. He first visited Han Yan before returning to the Fusong tree to cultivate. Han Yan noticed that he was a little lonely and did not mention the sanctus of the demon race. It seemed that this fellow had experienced heartbreak. Han Yan did not mind. Since Fang Liang was unwilling to say, there was no need for him to ask. He clicked on his interpersonal relationships and checked his emails. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has left the mortal world. Your Tao companion Xianxia has stepped into the Grand Unity Tao fruit and become a Grand Unity Earth Immortal. Your disciple Su Qi has spread bad luck. The providence of your enemy, the Black Fox Goblin Emperor, has declined. His lifespan has been reduced by 3,000 years. Your grand disciple Murong Qi has been attacked by demon beasts. X 178,930, your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your grand disciple Murong Qi and was seriously injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your disciple Sun Chang'an has obtained the blessings of heaven and earth. His providence has increased greatly. Mo Fuzhou has left the mortal world, Han Yan frowned. Could it be that the demon was playing tricks? I'll ask Mo Zhu later. Han Yan noticed that Zhou Fan had been attacked by Murong Qi. What was going on? Zhou Fan was too pitiful. Han Yan suddenly felt his heart ache. Although Zhou Fan was arrogant and had a deep grudge, his good impression of him had never decreased. He had died several times. It was normal that he could not defeat Murong Qi now. He did not know why the two of them had a conflict. Han Yan watched for a while. Then, he connected with Mo Zhu's heavenly puppet with his divine sense. Mo Zhu was meditating and cultivating in an ancestral hall. No one was accompanying him. Where did Mo Fuzhou go? Han Yan's voice sounded. Mo Zhu immediately opened his eyes. It was not the first time Han Yan had contacted her through the heavenly puppet. Therefore, she was not shocked. She was only happy. She quickly took out the heavenly puppet and replied, a few years ago, he said that he sensed an opportunity and wanted to go out alone. We don't know where exactly he went. Mo Fuzhou, Mo Yiling, and Mo Zhu had found many disciples of the Mo family in the past few hundred years. After reuniting and leaving the secular world, the Mo family had more than 1,000 disciples. It could be said that they had risen again. However, the whole world was hunting down demonic cultivators. Therefore, Mo Zhu did not dare to go back to Han Yan. How's your cultivation recently? Han Yan asked. Mo Zhu replied, I'm about to break through to the void amalgamation realm. Her tone was somewhat proud. After inheriting the Mo family's demonic techniques, her cultivation speed was indeed fast. The two chatted for a while. Han Yan cut off the connection with the heavenly puppet. Mo Zhu was happy. After so many years, he still cared about her. I must cultivate well. In the future, I will ascend with him and accompany him on the path of cultivation. Mo Zhu thought resolutely. After so many years, he should have reached the Mahayana realm. They were still far away. 12 years later, Han Yan finally reached the mid-stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm. He finally felt that his cultivation speed was a little slow. After all, he was not only the descendant of an immortal emperor. He also had the spiritual body of the six paths, top-notch talent in the sword Tao, top-notch comprehension, and so on. The Fusang tree, the earth immortal gourd, the spider lily, the heaven and earth grass, and the 9 heavens galaxy water are still growing. The immortal chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain can't be compared to the upper realm. Han Yan thought silently. He still had to ascend. After surviving this tribulation in heaven, he should consider ascending. As long as heaven was willing to let go of this mortal world, Han Yan would have nothing to worry about. He could not join heaven or the divine palace. These two factions would definitely have a lot of things to do. Of course, if he could still obtain some natural treasures that could produce immortal chi through the system before he ascended, he would not have to ascend. Han Yan thought as he consolidated his cultivation. On this day, the great Yan welcomed a heavy snow that was rarely seen in hundreds of years. It was even heavier than the blizzard when Demon King Dian Su woke up. Even the sun was covered by the snow. It was not only the great Yan, but also the other states and dynasties. Han Yan felt inexplicably uneasy. He was afraid that a great calamity was coming. As a reincarnation heaven immortal, his premonition was naturally extraordinary. Under the Fusang tree, Fang Liang looked up at the sky. It was white and snow filled the sky. Tu Linger muttered, "There's something wrong with this snow." Because the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain was already a Dao field, the snow could not fall into the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, making it the only mountain in the nearby mountains that was not covered in snow. The three-headed Wyrm king asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "This snow contains spiritual energy," Ada said. The two golden crows also tilted their heads and looked at the sky. Yang Tiandong, Chu Shiren, Heyu Ji, and Tengu were all looking around. At this moment, Han Yan and Wu Daojian walked out of the cave abode and came to the Fusang tree. "Heaven might be coming," Han Yan said softly after sitting down. Heaven, everyone was moved. In legends, heaven was the representative of immortals. Feng Liang had also learned that heaven wanted to clean up the mortal world, so his expression was complicated. "What do you mean?" Tu Linger was puzzled. Feng Liang immediately explained to everyone. After he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The immortals wanted to clean up the mortal world. If this wasn't a calamity, what was it? Han Yan said calmly, "I'm preparing to stop the immortals." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him in shock. They all knew that Han Yan was very strong, but was he strong enough to resist heaven? Heaven won't come out in full force. They will only send a portion of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. If I can block them and let heaven see my strength, I will join heaven in exchange for peace in the mortal world, Han Yan said with a chuckle. He said it casually, but his disciples and grand disciples could all feel the pressure. Heyu Ji could not help but say, "Master, you can already ascend. Why don't you take us and run?" He really felt that there was no need for Han Yan to fight to the death. Han Yan smiled and said, "Let's give it a try. If we can't block them, we can only run." Tu Linger frowned. "Master can run, but what about us?" "Don't worry, I can ascend with this mountain." This was true. The cultivate diligently become immortal mountain had already become a Dao field that could isolate the heavenly Dao. After ascending, as long as they did not leave the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, they would not be crushed to death by the immortal chi of the immortal world. The three-headed Wyrm king couldn't help but curse, "This is an immortal?" Just because of suspicion, he wanted to clean up the entire mortal world? Why not attack the demon directly? I don't believe it can't be done in heaven. I feel like this is just a superficial effort to clean up the demonic path in the mortal world. We are just sacrificial lambs. He had played this trick before. When competing with other demon monarchs for benefits, they would compromise and give him the benefits. However, he had to convince the masses, so they would push out some demons to take the blame. No matter how he thought about it, directly cleaning up the mortal world sounded wrong. After all, the righteous path was still the main force in this mortal world. The others also felt that heaven was too dark. Tengu looked at Chu Shiren and mocked, "If we give up on cultivating, we'll be dead for sure. We'll wait for heaven to deal with us." Chu Shiren frowned tightly. He was also in a very bad mood. Indeed, as Tengu said, if they gave up on cultivating, the entire world would be gone, let alone peace. "Grandmaster, should we call Master and Senior Brother back?" Fang Liang asked. Han Yan replied, "I've already called them." He had already informed Sun Chang'an and Murongqi through the 6 paths mark. "Cultivate well. Try to share my worries as soon as possible," Han Yan said with a smile. Everyone was ashamed. At this point, everyone began to work hard and cultivate with all their might. Chu Shiren seemed to have made up his mind and began to cultivate. His talent left everyone dumbfounded. Even Han Yan was shocked. In just a year, he had refined a golden core. He was King cheating. Han Yan couldn't help but be curious. How strong was the Supreme Buddha? The 5 Buddhas of the Buddhist sects were definitely more powerful than the Divine General. In the blink of an eye. Another 14 years passed. Sun Chang'an and Murongqi returned. Murongqi seemed to have changed into a different person. His aura was strong and he had already surpassed the 5th level of the conjoint body realm. As expected of the reincarnation of the Divine Palace War God, Sun Chang'an was still as hopeless as ever. It was worth mentioning that Chu Shiren was inexplicably close to Sun Chang'an and would always chat with him. Sun Chang'an, on the other hand, liked Chu Shiren very much. He called him disciple-nephew and disciple-nephew, which was even more intimate than calling him disciple. After so many years, Murongqi's patience with him had long been worn out. He didn't respect him at all and even yelled at him often. Han Yan felt strange when he saw their interaction. In his previous life, Sun Chang'an was only a treasure raised by the Buddhist sects, while Chu Shiren was the Buddha. Now, Sun Chang'an had become the Buddha's uncle master. Their relationship was messed up. Ever since Chu Shiren started cultivating, Yang Tiandong had been arrogant. Chu Shiren had already reached the nascent soul realm. He had reached the nascent soul realm in 14 years. Fang Liang and Murongqi were all inferior to him. Fang Liang and Murongqi were also frightened and cultivated even harder. In the cave abode, Han Yan cultivated while answering Wu Daojian's questions. Wu Daojian's aptitude was also very strong. After all, he had obtained the Tao comprehension of an immortal god. Although he couldn't compare to Chu Shiren, he was still much stronger than Yang Tiandong and He Yuji. "The celestial ruler wants to send his son to the mortal world to deal with you. You have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and don't fight to the death with heaven. You can obtain a random treasure. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Wait for heaven to descend to the mortal world. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a heavenly Tao spirit stone." 3 lines of words suddenly popped up in front of Han Yan's eyes. He was stunned. The celestial ruler's son, that meant he couldn't be killed. It was fine if he killed the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. He could replace them. But if he killed the celestial ruler's son, could he still be the celestial ruler's son? Han Yan frowned. Should he ascend immediately? No, after he ascended, perfected Dan Qing, Suzaku, and a bunch of immortals might be waiting for him. Moreover, after cultivating for so many years, it was time to show his might. He should cultivate quietly in a place where no one cared about him and appear in front of everyone. He could escape if he couldn't win. Han Yan made a decision and chose not to ascend. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power, Destiny Sword Chi Great Wheel. Destiny Sword Chi Great Wheel, Sword Tao Mystical Power, Karma Mystical Power. You can create a karma wheel with Sword Chi. Everything that is sucked into it will have their lives severed and their bodies and souls destroyed. Congratulations on obtaining a heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. The door of a dark hall suddenly opened, and a glaring golden light expelled the darkness in the hall. The majestic celestial ruler flew into the hall, his divine might vast. A silver-armored man who was cultivating in the main hall opened his eyes. He immediately stood up and knelt to the celestial ruler. In front of the celestial ruler, he seemed so small, but there was a hint of arrogance between his brows, and his entire temperament was filled with confidence. The celestial ruler looked down at him and said, "Xianxia, the matter of the demon saint has come to an end. After the heavenly punishment is over, I want you to descend to the mortal world and clean up this place. A prodigy has appeared in this world, and he has probably reached the celestial immortal realm. You have to go all out." This silver-armored man was called Xianxia, the son of the celestial ruler. His mother was from the true dragon race, and he had been cultivating in heaven. Xianxia asked in surprise, why didn't he ascend with such a cultivation level? There was once an immortal emperor who threw a heavenly Tao stone to the mortal world, and he obtained it. Perhaps this child is related to that immortal emperor. Fight with all your strength. Don't hold back. Can I kill him? Yes. Xianxia has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Han Yan, who had just received the inheritance, saw this line of words appear in front of him. He checked Xianxia's information. Xianxia, perfected grand unity heaven immortal, son of the celestial ruler, true dragon bloodline, received the inheritance of the heavenly dragon emperor, a rare prodigy, has the strength to kill enemies above his level. Because the celestial ruler asked him to challenge you, he has developed an interest in you. Current hatred points, 1 star, son of the celestial ruler, true dragon bloodline, the inheritance of the heavenly dragon emperor, a rare prodigy. Was this considered 4 connate fortunes? Han Yan cursed in his heart, this guy is cheating, perfected grand unity heaven immortal, and he can kill enemies above his level, another protagonist template. Han Yan felt a sense of danger. He continued to cultivate the destiny sword Qi Great Wheel. After mastering this divine ability, Han Yan began to improve other sword Dao divine abilities. In a short period of time, he could not improve his cultivation, so he had to improve his strength first. When he came to the sword Qi Long River again, he bumped into Zhang Guxing. Before Han Yan could greet him, Zhang Guxing spoke first. The demon saint who caused trouble in heaven has been captured and will be punished by the heavens. Soon, peace will be restored in heaven. At that time, we will continue to clean up the demon. Han Yan nodded and said, I already know. That demon saint has been captured? Doesn't he have a force behind him? Zhang Guxing said calmly, he's just a chess piece in the game between Buddhism and heaven. Heaven has given the western region of the celestial world to Buddhism. Heaven wants to save face, so that demon saint must die. The more Han Yan listened, the more it sounded like the story of Sun Wukong. Although Journey to the West was not so dark, after the various conspiracy theories of modern society surfers, Journey to the West evolved into a Buddhist conspiracy. Is that demon saint a monkey? Han Yan asked. Zhang Guxing replied, how would I know? After all, I've been here all this time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be bothered to ask about this. When Han Yan heard this, he immediately said with a smile, brother, thank you for your kindness. Zhang Guxing scoffed, what elder brother? Don't you call him senior? We're already so familiar with each other. Calling me senior sounds so distant. Alright, have you really thought it through? Although there is the precedent of the divine general, the celestial ruler is a scheming, temperamental, and has extremely high standards. Perhaps it will be difficult for you to enter his eyes. If it doesn't work, then I can only give up. Even if I can't win, I can still escape. I knew there was something wrong with you, kid. You don't seem to be cultivating the Tai Dao fruit. Your orthodoxy is more like the 6 paths of the netherworld. I'm not sure either. I'm not the reincarnation of a mighty figure. If there's an opportunity, I'll grab it. You're right. After that, Han Yan asked Zhang Guxing about the Supreme Buddha. Zhang Guxing indeed had some understanding of the Supreme Buddha. Among the 5 great Buddhas, the Supreme Buddha was the least utilitarian. However, he was deeply influenced by the one who created the 6 paths of reincarnation. He felt that the reincarnation of life and death was the highest path, the true heavenly Tao. He even repeatedly persuaded the Buddhist disciples to give up cultivation when he was preaching. This angered the other 4 great Buddhas. One of the Buddhas said that if you believe in the reincarnation of life and death so much, why don't you enter reincarnation? Thus, the Supreme Buddha really entered the reincarnation cycle and there was no news of him. Zhang Guxing lamented. After hearing this, Han Yan was completely convinced that this was not a conspiracy of the Buddhas. There was really something wrong with the Supreme Buddha. Zhang Guxing suddenly laughed mockingly. You're so concerned about the Supreme Buddha. Have you already come into contact with him? He has already reincarnated thousands of times, and the Buddhas have no intention of receiving him. You don't have to worry. The Buddhas can't wait for the Supreme Buddha to enter the reincarnation cycle forever. Han Yan smiled. Brother, you're so steady. You can even predict this. He then asked Long Shan. Never heard of him. Zhang Guxing's answer made Han Yan feel helpless. That's right. There can't be only one son of the celestial ruler. The two of them chatted for a while more before Han Yan continued forward. The blizzard in the human world lasted for many years. The spiritual energy in the snow benefited cultivators, but for mortals it was a disaster. More and more mortals died in the snow disaster. The earth and mountains were frozen into glaciers by the flying snow. There was no more greenery. Han Yan suddenly thought of the Ice Aeon. Could it be that Earth was also facing a great calamity before, so it ushered in the Ice Aeon? Was Earth protecting itself? It was very possible, however, that was all in his previous life. Han Yan's main goal was to work hard to become stronger. Heaven could come at any time. Han Yan began to feel anxious. He waited every day, causing him to be unable to calm down when he cultivated. Suchi had already returned. He was also called back by Han Yan. He said that the Black Fox Goblin Emperor had gone mad during his cultivation. That was why he left very smoothly without any hindrance. After Han Yan heard this, he could not help but want to laugh. A jinx is still a jinx. When Suchi returned, he found that the spiritual energy had doubled. He was pleasantly surprised and immediately went into seclusion. About 7 years had passed since he chatted with Zhang Guxing. Han Yan could not hold back his irritation. He got up and walked out of the cave. Fairy Xixian, Chang Yu'er, and Xing Hongxian were all cultivating in the cave. They did not go out again. Han Yan found Fairy Xixian. When Fairy Xixian heard his voice, she let him in. Speaking of which, Han Yan had not discussed the Tao with her for a long time. When he saw Fairy Xixian again, Han Yan found that she was the same as before. She still had the aura of a fairy. Why are you willing to come out of seclusion to see me? Fairy Xixian asked with a smile. She looked at Han Yan with a meaningful gaze. She was not stupid. She understood Han Yan's feelings for her. How many people in the entire Yuqing could enter the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain to cultivate? Han Yan asked with a smile. Have you heard that someone from the heaven is coming? This was not a secret in the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Xing Hongxian already knew. With her relationship with Chang Yu'er, she must have told Chang Yu'er. Chang Yu'er was also Fairy Xixian's disciple, so she must have already known. Fairy Xixian said, I already know. Actually, you don't have to stay for the sake of the Yuqing and the people of the world. You can already ascend. Do it soon. There's no need to fight to the death with the immortals. As for us and the Yuqing, this is all fate. There's no need to put yourself in danger. I've known you for 1,000 years. I know your personality very well. You only wanted to cultivate in the beginning. You want immortality. There's no need to be held back by feelings. I've lived for so long. To be honest, I've lived enough. Even if I have to die tomorrow, I'm not unwilling. The only thing I feel guilty about is your feelings. I'm afraid I can't repay you for your kindness. She rarely spoke so much at once. Han Yan smiled and said, Don't worry. I definitely have a foolproof plan. If I can't win, I'll take the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and ascend together. But are you willing to go with me? Fairy Xixian shook her head and laughed. If I say no, I'll be a hypocrite. Then she changed the topic and began to talk about the past with Han Yan. Han Yan's anxious heart also calmed down. After chatting with Fairy Xixian for a few days, he found Chang Yu'er and also chatted for a few days. His state of mind had completely calmed down. Reminiscing about the past was also useful. He could remember his initial heart. After returning inside the congenital cave, Han Yan was about to cultivate when a line of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. detected that the heavenly rules of this mortal realm have been suppressed. A great calamity is coming. Heavenly rules were taken away, the great calamity of heaven and earth was coming. Han Yan took a deep breath. It was finally coming. Who knew how many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals the heaven would send? Long Shan would definitely come, and giant spiritual martial god might come too. To be cautious, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Long Shan and giant spiritual martial god. He did not care about having an unfair advantage. The other party was bullying the weak with numbers. Heaven, Lingxiao Palace. The celestial ruler sat on the throne, majestic, divine light shining behind him. The immortals in the hall were all wise and powerful. Long Shan, dressed in silver armor, stood among the heavenly generals, expressionless, waiting for the celestial ruler's arrangements. The demon saint has been killed, and his soul has entered the cycle of reincarnation. Next, we should clean up the demon remnants in the mortal world. How many mortal worlds have been tainted? The celestial ruler said slowly. A white-robed elder cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, the demon has invaded 43 mortal worlds. 11 of them are worth cleaning up. So many? The celestial ruler frowned, displeasure flashing in his eyes. The immortals could not help but whisper. The white-robed elder smiled bitterly. The demon saint has delayed us for too long, giving the demon an opportunity to take advantage of. This demon saint calamity had lasted for nearly 1,000 years. It was indeed a long time. The celestial ruler said, Clean up what needs to be cleaned up. I won't ask. You can deal with it yourselves. However, there is a mortal world that I want you to see with your own eyes. He waved his right hand. A divine light flew out of his sleeve and floated in the hall, forming a huge mirror. The scene of Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain appeared in the mirror. White snow filled the sky. Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain seemed to be protected by an invisible layer of light, isolating it from the snowstorm. It had an ethereal feeling of being at the top. The celestial ruler said, Hundreds of years ago, you all saw the arrogant words of those two mortals. I discovered that the fate of this world far exceeds that of other mortal worlds. Apart from some powerful reincarnations, most of them come from this mountain. This time, this world must do its best to clean up the mortal world. Shan must also participate. The immortals couldn't help but look at Long Shan. No wonder he appeared in the palace. A burly heavenly general said, I'm willing to lead my subordinates to clean up this world. He was 30 meters tall, with broad shoulders, a round waist, a square face, and thick eyebrows. He emitted an extremely domineering aura. The immortals and deities were in an uproar. Who would have thought that giant spiritual martial god would personally clean up the mortal world? With the addition of Long Shan, this had already surpassed the strength of cleaning up the mortal world. Were the geniuses of this world really that powerful? When the time comes, all the immortals and gods must come to this hall to watch the battle of this realm, the celestial ruler continued. These words caused the immortals and gods to look in the same direction. Divine General, the Divine General's figure was majestic, and his face was handsome and cold. The armor on his body burned with flames, and there was a pair of phoenix wings on his crown that kept flapping. He could be said to be handsome and extraordinarily domineering. Back then, when the Divine General challenged the immortals and gods in the mortal world, the celestial ruler also let the immortals and gods watch. After witnessing the Divine General's demeanor and talent, no one dared to object to letting the Divine General enter heaven. After that, the Divine General quickly rose under the nurturing of heaven and became the sharpest spear in heaven. The Divine General's expression was indifferent and he didn't say anything. The immortals and gods couldn't help but look forward to how exciting the next battle in the mortal world would be. There won't be another Divine General. Long Shan suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of the immortals and gods. He looked at the Divine General with a burning gaze and said, There will only be one Divine General in the mortal world. There won't be a second one, but there won't be only one in heaven. His words were very harsh, but the Divine General wasn't angry. Instead, he lowered his head and smiled. The immortals and gods all smiled. This was because Long Shan was an admirer of the Divine General and had cultivated with the Divine General for a period of time. 8 years later. Han Yan had reached 1,100 years old, but the reward option didn't appear. It seemed that after passing 1,000 years, there wouldn't be a reward that came once every 100 years. This made Han Yan a little disappointed. In these years, the snowstorm in the mortal world had finally subsided. The sun shone brightly and spring was in full bloom. The mortals cheered, but the cultivation world was gloomy. The Tianjin prefecture had already spread the news that heaven was about to clean up the mortal world. The whole world fell into panic. The fiendish cultivators were also frightened. Although they did things their own way, they didn't want the mortals to be slaughtered by the immortals and gods. For a time, both the righteous and demonic sects began to crazily capture the remaining demon remnants. Many families like the Mo family were slaughtered. As for the Mo family, they had long gone into hiding and stayed away from the mortal world, so they weren't affected. On this day, the loud sound of a bell shook heaven and earth. All living beings in the world could hear it. Then, a dignified voice sounded, "This mortal world has been assimilated by the demon. I'm afraid it will become a disaster for all worlds. According to the laws of heaven, it should be destroyed. All heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, listen up. Clean up the mortal world." Boom, the whole world was in an uproar. Giant spiritual martial god's voice came too suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Endless thunderclouds covered the sky of the mortal world. Everyone looked up and saw terrifying figures appear above the layers of thunderclouds. They were high and mighty, like mountains. Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Han Yan and Wu Dao Jian walked out of their cave abodes and also saw the immortals in the sky. The sky was filled with immortals and gods, and their divine might suppressed the world. Although the number wasn't terrifying, each figure was huge. They looked down on the mortal world, bringing despair and fear to the mortal world. Heavenly might descended and enveloped the world. "Are those immortals?" the three-headed Wyrm king exclaimed. The others looked up nervously. Su Qi, Fairy Shi Xian, Xing Hongxian, and Chang Yu rushed over and also looked up. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They were all mortals, and it was their first time seeing the appearance of immortals. Facing the divine shadows on the thunderclouds, they only felt that they were incomparably small and insignificant. Yuqing was also in chaos. Countless disciples were discussing, and the elders activated the sect-protecting array. However, they all understood that their array formation was useless in front of the immortals. Under the Fusang tree, Heiyuji, Tengu, the two golden crows, Yang Tiandong, Sun Chang'an, Su Qi, Tu Ling the three-headed Wyrm king, Fang Liang, Morong Qi, Chu Shiren, and so on. Everyone looked at Han Yan. Facing such a terrifying immortal god, Han Yan still wanted to fight. How could he fight? Although Han Yan's strength was very strong before, compared to the immortals in the sky, his aura was worlds apart. The shortest divine shadow on the thunderclouds was at least 10,000 feet tall. Heiyuji said in a trembling voice, "Master, shall we run?" How could they fight? There was no way to fight at all. Han Yan ignored it. Instead, he looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He saw a group of people. The most imposing and terrifying divine shadow standing at the top. Giant spiritual martial god stood above the 9 heavens and looked down at the world with a cold expression, as if he was looking at insects on the ground. Han Yan could feel that giant spiritual martial god was staring at him. "Mortals who want to prove their talent to the heavens, come. After 2 hours, if no one can prove their talent, the heavenly punishment will descend and clean up the world." Giant spiritual martial god's voice was extremely loud and shocking. He spoke very calmly, but it seemed to be roaring and roaring. Giant spiritual martial god's words made the world go crazy. The immortal gods were going to destroy the world. In such a desperate situation, no one dared to jump out and challenge the immortal gods. They all had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. What if the immortal gods were joking? Han Yan was hesitating. Should he take the initiative to attack or wait for the immortal gods to come to the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain? How can cultivators of our generation be afraid when facing life and death? An ancient voice sounded. To be precise, it resounded throughout the 10 states and 9 dynasties. Han Yan had never heard this voice before, but he could sense an aura rising in the distance. A Mahayana cultivator, he was not the only one. Other Mahayana cultivators flew towards the sky. The Mahayana cultivators hidden all over the world moved out. They had no choice but to take action. Xianxia had also made his move, carrying tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Xianxia rushed into the clouds without hesitation. Behind him were the mighty figures of the heavenly immortal matter. So what if it's an immortal god? Man can conquer the heavens. Xianxia laughed in high spirits, full of pride. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. In the distance, waves of black demonic fog rushed towards the immortal gods in the sky. The Black Fox Goblin Emperor was in the demonic fog. This was a matter of the rise and fall of the world, not a matter of the human race. The Black Fox Goblin Emperor naturally had to take action. This was also the reason why Xianxia did not kill the Black Fox Goblin Emperor. Although the Black Fox Goblin Emperor united the demons, he had also promised that if the immortal gods attacked the human world, he would definitely take action. Dozens of mighty figures of the human world charged into the sky. Above the layers of thunderclouds, the divine shadows raised the divine weapons in their hands and slashed towards the mortal world. Destroying the world, dazzling light filled the world, so dazzling that Han Yan could not help but narrow his eyes. No, these people could not stop the immortal gods at all. He still had to take action. Han Yan left after saying that. Don't leave this mountain. When the strong light dissipated, everyone looked over and could not help but widen their eyes. A 100,000-foot-tall giant appeared in the sky. It was Han Yan, divine power, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Han Yan walked up step by step, as if there was an invisible staircase in the air. His golden robes fluttered wantonly. He raised his hand and used his own magic power to block the vast magic power unleashed by the heavenly soldiers, preventing Great Yan from being destroyed. In an instant, the immortals and deities in the sky all turned around and looked at Han Yan. That's him? What powerful magic power! There's actually such a cultivation in the mortal world? Could it be that he has the heavenly law stone? It's said that Xianxia was killed by him. The immortal god's voice was very loud, echoing throughout the mortal world. Everyone in the world was stunned. Did these words mean that there were powerful beings in the mortal world who were comparable to immortals and gods, on the other side of the sky? Xianxia stabilized himself in midair. His face was pale. He could not withstand the attacks of the heavenly soldiers. However, when he heard the heavenly soldiers' words, he could not help but smile. No matter what, fellow Daoist Chao was here to support him. Humph. A cold snort sounded. It was giant spiritual martial god's voice. The giant spiritual martial god, who was standing at the top, suddenly bent down. The common people were shocked and felt as if the sky was collapsing. Giant spiritual martial god was too huge and imposing. Han Yan saw giant spiritual martial god's face clearly. Even though he was already 100,000 feet tall, he still looked small in front of giant spiritual martial god's face. Grand Unity Heaven Immortal? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Giant spiritual martial god snorted, his tone full of killing intent. Lingxiao Palace. The immortals and deities in the hall were in an uproar. Grand Unity Heaven Immortal? How can such a monster appear in the mortal world? Could it be that someone from the immortal world has descended to the mortal world? I'm not sure, but no matter what, he is indeed a good seedling for heaven. After all, he appeared in the mortal world under our control. How old is he? I can't calculate. He should have a supreme treasure on him that can block karma deduction. The celestial ruler was expressionless. He ignored the discussions of the immortals and deities and stared at Han Yan in the mirror. Facing the high and mighty giant spiritual martial god, Han Yan was not afraid. His expression was calm. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the sky. Everyone in the Yan kingdom could see Han Yan's 100,000-foot tall body. The scene of Han Yan facing the immortals and deities pointing at the sky deeply shocked them. The next scene was even more unforgettable for them. Boom, heaven earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger. Sword chi shot out from Han Yan's right index finger and rose up. The sword light illuminated the world. The heavenly soldiers did not have time to react. Giant spiritual martial god subconsciously raised his palm to block. The terrifying sword chi exploded and scattered the thunderclouds in the sky. Kill. Accompanied by giant spiritual martial god's furious roar, countless heavenly soldiers swooped down from the sea of clouds like a rain of arrows. A sword appeared in Han Yan's hand. It was the primordial judgment sword. He held the sword with one hand and continued to step into the sky, swinging his sword quickly. The sword chi was unstoppable. The heavenly soldiers were killed by Hanju one after another, and their Tao dissipated. The heavenly soldiers were all at the itinerant immortal realm. How could they be a match for Han Yen, who was at the reincarnation heaven immortal realm? Han Yen did not hold back either. If he let these heavenly soldiers die, how could the heavens not know that he was afraid? On the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Sun Chang'an, Yang Tiandong, and the others witnessed Han Yan's battle style. They were all trembling with excitement. Grandmaster is so powerful, Morongchi said excitedly. It turned out that the Grandmaster was really confident. The others' eyes were also filled with shock and admiration. Fairy Xixian looked at Han Yan's back and sighed in her heart. Back then, when Han Yan had become her disciple, she had never thought that this child would be strong enough to fight with an immortal. Han Yan pressed forward and easily killed the heavenly soldiers along the way. However, his gaze was locked onto giant spiritual martial god. A perfected grand unity heaven immortal, it had to be said, giant spiritual martial god's aura was indeed terrifying. Even though he had already reached the mid-stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm, Han Yan still felt the pressure. It was very difficult to kill giant spiritual martial god instantly, however, Han Yan was still full of confidence. In the same realm, he was invincible. A rainbow light descended from the sky like a meteorite and collided with Han Yan. It was giant spiritual martial god. Giant spiritual martial god also used the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth divine ability. He was 100,000 feet tall and fought with Han Yan in the sky. The two heaven immortals used their divine abilities and directly tore the sky apart. Space twisted, and countless heavenly lightning interweaved between heaven and earth. The mortal world could not withstand it. Disasters occurred everywhere in the world. Whether it was mortals or demonic beasts, most of them were fleeing. Han Yan could not care less about the situation in the mortal world. He was completely focused on the battle. Although he had been cultivating diligently, with the simulation trial, his combat experience was still very rich. The firmament sword chi landed on giant spiritual martial god's body one after another, but it did not cause any substantial damage. This fellow's armor was extraordinary. It was even more difficult for giant spiritual martial god to hurt Han Yan. Han Yan kept moving, making it impossible for his saber to hit him. Hanju suddenly waved his sword. The sword chi was vast and mighty, turning into an endless sea of sword chi. Countless sword shadows condensed and appeared. They were densely packed like the stars in the universe. There were countless of them. 3 pure world cleansing, giant spiritual martial god was moved. What kind of divine ability was this? In an instant, countless sword silhouettes attacked him from all directions. They were vast, mighty, and extremely magnificent. The violent winds that were stirred up whistled in all directions, and it blew the forest on the ground to the point of ceaselessly shaking and even uprooting it. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. Once 3 pure world cleansing was used, the powerful giant spiritual martial god quickly fell into a disadvantage. Even though his magic power was boundless and the defense of his armor was strong, he still could not block the endless sword shadows. He kept waving his saber and gritted his teeth. Han Yan stood at the edge of the sky and waved his sword. The sea of sword chi kept condensing into sword shadows and shooting at giant spiritual martial god. The other heavenly soldiers were so scared that they did not dare to approach. They could only watch from afar. How is that possible? Giant spiritual martial god can't defeat him? Giant spiritual martial god is a perfected grand unity heaven immortal. He can't be immortal. He must be someone from the immortal world. Oh no, are we going to be cannon fodder again? No wonder we have to clean up this mortal world. There's actually such an expert hidden here. The heavenly soldiers were terrified. In heaven, they had the lowest status, but they also cherished their lives and did not want to die. Most immortals became heavenly soldiers not because of feelings, but for benefits. Han Yan raised his left hand and shot out the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger from time to time, piercing through giant spiritual martial god's armor. Giant spiritual martial god was furious. All the immortals and gods in the Lingxiao palace were watching. He did not want to lose. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. Almost at the same time, Han Yan waved his sword and turned around. Clang, the saber and sword collided. The sound was crisp and ear-piercing, causing all the mortals in the world to temporarily lose their hearing. Han Yan smiled contemptuously and said, "That's it?" Giant spiritual martial god was enraged. His face twisted and he lost his mind. He roared and used his domineering strength to send Han Yan flying. However, before he could continue, thousands of sword shadows swept over again. The sword shadows turned into a powerful torrent and crashed into Giant Spiritual Martial God's chest. Giant Spiritual Martial God was pressed down, blood flowing out of his mouth. This was the blood of an immortal god. It splashed into the sea of clouds, causing them to dissipate. Damn it! Giant Spiritual Martial God gritted his teeth and tried his best to stop. However, there was an endless stream of sword shadows shooting over, causing him to fall faster and faster. How terrifying and spectacular was the sight of 100,000 feet tall body descending from the sky, like a giant mountain. It set off a world-destroying gale. The mountains and rivers below were crushed to the point of exploding and flattening. The earth cracked and countless cracks appeared. Dust flew everywhere as cities were destroyed by the strong winds. Countless mortals, livestock, and demonic beasts were swept to the horizon. The giant spiritual martial god landed on the ground, causing the land within 1,000 miles to collapse. In front of immortals and gods, everything in the mortal world seemed fragile. Countless sword shadows fell from the sky and landed on giant spiritual martial god. There was a loud boom, the martial god's armor was shattered. His body was ravaged by the 3 pure world cleansing. He couldn't help but roar like a primordial beast, shocking the world and making ghosts weep. Han Yan looked down at giant spiritual martial god from above. He hesitated. Should he kill giant spiritual martial god? Giant spiritual martial god was not a heavenly soldier. Continue to press, destroy his physical body first. Han Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. As giant spiritual martial god roared, his physical body was quickly destroyed by the 3 pure world cleansing. Only his soul was left. He was still under the suppression of the 3 pure world cleansing and could not move. Han Yan looked up at the sky and said, "Is the heaven really going to clean up the mortal world at all costs?" His voice resounded throughout the entire mortal world and echoed in the Lingxiao treasure hall. The celestial ruler was expressionless. The immortals and gods whispered to each other. Giant spiritual martial god might not be a first-rate heavenly general in heaven, but he was also a pillar of strength. Most of the battles were led by him. A burly heavenly general stood out and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this kid is too arrogant. I think we should ask the heavenly punishment to destroy this world." The other literature immortals agreed, but some immortals and gods disagreed. The divine general said casually, "Your Majesty has already said that if he can show his talent, he can give up on cleaning up the mortal world. He's probably only 1,000 years old and has reached the heaven immortal realm. Do you have such talent?" With that said, all the immortals and gods fell silent. Who dared to not give face to the divine general? The burly heavenly general snorted and did not continue to persuade him. The celestial ruler ignored the immortals and continued to stare at the mirror of light. Seeing Han Yan suppress the immortals and gods, the Yuqing cultivators cheered. Jioding Zhenren also revealed a fanatical expression. He knew that Han Yan was very strong, but he did not expect him to be so strong that even the immortals and gods were no match for him. He was glad that he listened to Li Qingzi's opinion and did not offend Han Yan. Under the Fusang tree, Suqi looked at the magnificent scene in the sky in a daze. For some reason, he felt that this scene was very familiar. It was as if he had seen it before in a dream. Morongqi and Tu Linger's blood boiled as they watched. They wanted to participate immediately. The others were also very excited and could not remain calm. "Humph. Do you really think that there's no one in heaven?" A cold snort sounded like muffled thunder. Han Yan turned his head and saw a vast silver light descending from the sky, illuminating the world. In the dazzling light, a figure was walking toward Han Yan. Longshan's silver armor burst out with divine light. He held a trident in his hand and his cape fluttered wantonly, emitting an insufferably powerful aura. He was stronger than giant spiritual martial god. That was Han Yan's first thought. He turned to look at Longshan. The 3 pure world cleansing that was suppressing giant spiritual martial god dissipated. Han Yan returned to his original body. The lawful embodiment of heaven and earth would continue to consume his dharmic powers. He planned to deal with Long Shan with all his strength. This was the son of the celestial ruler, the bloodline of the true dragon, the inheritance of the heavenly dragon great emperor, and the pride of the ages. He could not be careless. Long Shan looked at Han Yan with a burning gaze and asked, "How old are you?" Han Yan said calmly, "I just reached 1,100. Hearing that, Long Shan frowned and quickened his pace toward Han Yan. The Lingxiao palace was in an uproar. 100 years old celestial immortal. How was that possible? The divine general was right. This was even more exaggerated than Long Shan, the son of the celestial ruler. Liriopterus immediately stood out from the immortal gods and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, you must accept this child. Otherwise, it will be a great loss to heaven." He was extremely excited. He did not expect that Han Yan could really block the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, and suppress giant spiritual martial god, who was stronger than him. Liriopterus was proud. This was the mortal realm under his jurisdiction. The other heavenly generals agreed. Such a prodigy is indeed hard to meet. If we nurture him, he will definitely become the next divine general. That's right. Your Majesty, please reconsider. If there are 2 divine generals in heaven, how can we be bullied by the Buddhists? Hearing the words of the immortals, the celestial ruler's expression did not change. He said, "Let's wait and see. Who do you think will win between him and Shan'er?" Hearing that, all the immortals fell silent. This was really not easy to guess. Long Shan's talent was terrifying, and his combat strength was immeasurable. However, Han Yan had also dealt with giant spiritual martial god effortlessly. They did not dare to make wild guesses. No matter who they guessed, they might offend someone. Looking at the celestial ruler's attitude, Han Yan was very likely to become one of them. A white-haired old immortal said slowly, "His Highness Long Shan has obtained the Thearcha's inheritance. His advantage has never been his cultivation speed, but his combat strength." With someone taking the lead, the other immortals followed to support Long Shan and flatter the celestial ruler. "It's the end of the month, please vote." Han Yan did not know the situation inside the numinous heaven hall. He only had one goal now. Defeat Long Shan. Long Shan was obviously stronger than giant spiritual martial god, but Han Yan did not feel any danger. No matter how strong he was still a grand unity heaven immortal. The 2 of them got closer and closer, and their auras kept increasing. The surrounding sky was distorted from the pressure. "Please fight me with the determination to kill me, because I will not show mercy." Long Shan stared at Han Yan and said indifferently. Han Yan cursed in his heart. "You have the heavens behind you, you have the celestial ruler, of course you have nothing to fear, but what about me?" Han Yan's impression of Long Shan increased by 3 stars. Almost at the same time, Han Yan and Long Shan charged at each other at the same time. Boom, a strong light burst forth, illuminating the horizon. Han Yan quickly waved the primordial judgment sword and fought with Long Shan. Long Shan waved the trident in his hands and easily blocked Han Yan's sword. Both of them were testing each other and did not use their full strength. But the testing only lasted for a few breaths of time. Long Shan's attack suddenly increased, and he sent Han Yan flying with his trident. He then stabbed forward with his trident. His long spear was like a dragon, and his magic power transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was like a mountain range, whistling through the sky and attacking Han Yan with unstoppable force. The thunderclouds churned violently, and the weather changed rapidly as if the heavens were changing face. After Han Yan figured out the strength of Long Shan's magic power, he immediately used 3 pure world cleansing. This divine ability had a large killing range, and its lethality was even more terrifying. It had always been Han Yan's ultimate technique to kill his enemies. Once the sword Qi Ocean was released, countless sword shadows quickly condensed and attacked Long Shan again. Long Shan did not panic at all. He had personally witnessed the battle between Han Yan and giant spiritual martial god. He waved the trident, and his magic power transformed into 9 golden dragons. They quickly circled around his body and destroyed all the sword shadows that attacked from all directions. Long Shan defended while charging at Han Yan. He had a wild smile on his face. Han Yan was indeed very strong, but not as strong as him. Han Yan used the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger, but Long Shan dodged it. Seeing that Long Shan was about to reach him, Han Yan drew a circle with his sword. Sword chi flowed out and condensed into a huge sword chi wheel. It spun at high speed. The sword chi spun around the wheel at high speed, creating a terrifying hurricane. Destiny sword chi great wheel, karma divine ability. Long Shan instinctively felt the danger, his expression changed slightly, and immediately moved behind Han Yan. Han Yan turned around and waved his sword, countless sword shadows slashed out with great momentum, crashing into Long Shan. Long Shan relied on the 9 golden dragons around him to block the torrent of sword shadows, but he was still pushed back. What a powerful sword chi! Does he have an endless supply of magic power? Long Shan frowned, feeling that Han Yan was hard to deal with. The Destiny Sword Chi Great Will made him feel that it was extremely dangerous, and he could not get close to it. However, if he kept his distance, he could only passively endure the 3 pure world cleansing. Han Yan's eyes narrowed. He felt that he could not delay any longer. The faster he defeated Long Shan, the more he could prove his talent. With a shake of his shoulders, 2 heads and 4 arms grew out of his body. Divine ability, 3 heads 6 arms. The Qilin sword appeared in one hand, and he waved it at Long Shan with both hands. Sword chi and sword shadows kept attacking. The remaining 4 hands stretched out their index fingers and pointed at Long Shan. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Han Yan's attacks increased dramatically, and the number of sword shadows and sword chi far exceeded before. Under such a violent attack, Long Shan's 9 golden dragons were destroyed one after another. Not good. Long Shan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged. Whoosh, there was an uproar in the Lingxiao Hall of the Golden Arches. Seeing Han Yan suppress Long Shan, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. 3 heads 6 arms, a Taoist divine ability. This kid is from the Taoist sect? No, he doesn't have the karma of the Taoist sect on him, maybe it's just a fortuitous opportunity. Oh no, his physique is not simple, he can actually squander his magic power like that. Is His Highness going to lose? The immortals and gods were shocked. The celestial ruler's expression was calm as he watched the battle quietly. In the mortal world, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals watched the battle from afar, and they were all dumbfounded. Giant spiritual martial god's physical body had been destroyed, and even the son of the celestial ruler could not defeat Han Yan. Are the mortals now so fierce? At the same time, he used 3 heads 6 arms, Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger, 3 Pure World Cleansing, and Heaven Earth Sword Chi. Han Yan suppressed Long Shan, as if there were 3 Han Yans fighting Long Shan. Long Shan did not dare to get close, afraid that he would be injured by the Destiny Sword Chi wheel, so he could only keep dodging. But all the immortals and gods were watching from the sky. No matter how he dodged, he did not dare to escape. This was a battle of dignity, he had already boasted before. Long Shan gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. His silver armor burst out with divine light, and he turned into a silver rainbow, breaking through countless sword shadows and sword chi, and charging at Han Yan unstoppably. Han Yan's eyes focused, and he raised his palm. 6 Paths Ultimate Seal, 6 Paths Dharma power condensed into a huge black seal that looked like a character, and it collided with the incoming Long Shan, blocking him. Han Yan followed and moved behind Long Shan, and the Destiny Sword Chi will just happened to be facing Long Shan. The terrifying suction force pulled Long Shan into the Destiny Sword Chi wheel. Not good. Long Shan's expression changed drastically, and he tried to escape, but the suction force was too terrifying, and the surrounding space was violently distorted. The golden dragon around him roared, as if it was forced into a desperate situation. Long Shan did not panic, and his hands quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, his Dharma power condensed into a silver light shadow, and it appeared above his head. This silver light shadow had a domineering figure, and although its face could not be seen clearly, it emitted an invincible aura. Emperor, kill the enemy! Long Shan shouted angrily, and the silver light shadow above his head raised its right hand and slapped at the Destiny Sword Chi wheel. Boom, the Destiny Sword Chi wheel was directly scattered. Han Yan frowned, and almost at the same time, his arms did not stop, and he madly attacked Long Shan. He even opened his mouth and spat out sword chi. Long Shan was caught off guard, and he fell to the ground from the pressure of countless sword chi. Tens of millions of sword shadows followed, and as if the sky was collapsing, they crazily landed on Long Shan's body. Long Shan ended up in a passive state like giant spiritual martial god. Not good. Long Shan finally panicked. Han Yan's divine arts were simply too fast, and he could not keep up. The silver light shadow on his body finally dissipated after receiving the attacks of tens of millions of sword shadows and sword chi. This time, Long Shan could only use his corporeal body to endure everything. Boom, Long Shan fell to the ground, and the ground cracked open, but there were still countless sword shadows and sword chi descending from the sky. At first glance, it looked like a black pillar that connected the sky and the earth. Han Yan was expressionless, and he did not stop executing divine arts. His 6 arms moved together, and his 3 heads had cold expressions. He was like a desolate war god, violent and domineering. Below, Long Shan endured Han Yan's sword chi and sword shadows, and his corporeal body was like a sandbag, unable to dodge. If this continues, I will definitely lose, Long Shan thought angrily. His first battle after seclusion was actually a complete loss. He did not even injure Han Yan. How would the immortals and gods of Lingxiao Palace and his father see him? Thinking of this, Long Shan's eyes turned red. He could not lose, he definitely could not lose. I am the son of the celestial ruler. The prodigy of the true dragon race. I even received the Thearch as inheritance. Why should I lose? Why? Long Shan roared in his heart, and the mysterious power deep in his bloodline was activated. Boom, he exploded with a terrifying aura like a volcanic eruption, breaking through the sword chi and sword shadows, and turning the surrounding ground into ashes. Han Yan, who was in the sky, saw a silver pillar of light shoot into the sky, directly dispersing the 3 pure world cleansing sword chi ocean. Han Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Did this guy go all out? If this wasn't the main character template, what was it? However, I can suppress the main character. Han Yan immediately activated the 6 paths Dharma power and slashed out the sword chi ocean again, layer by layer. There were a total of 9 sword chi oceans. This was what Han Yan had learned before. Since he couldn't increase the strength of the 3 pure world cleansing, he might as well increase the number. 9 sword chi oceans were equivalent to 9 3 pure world cleansing. This move consumed a lot of Han Yan's Dharma power. If not for the fact that the 6 paths of reincarnation technique was an immortal the arch cultivation technique, he wouldn't have been able to squander his Dharma power like this. 3 pure world cleansing, 9 heavens, the 9 sword chi oceans quickly condensed into countless sword shadows, and the mortals in the world were dumbfounded. Most of the mortals couldn't see that it was Han Yan who was using the divine power. They thought that the immortal gods were about to unleash heavenly punishment to destroy the world. Oh my God, who will save us? Why? Why do the immortal gods want to kill us? What did we do wrong? The heavenly Tao is unfair. The immortal gods are heartless. The immortal gods are heartless. All the living beings in the world were wailing. As the battle between Han Yan and Long Shan continued, the world couldn't bear a battle between heaven immortals, and all kinds of natural disasters kept happening. In the Lingxiao Palace, the immortal gods were also stunned by this move. This kid's Dharma power is endless? He has a deep understanding of the Sword Tao. That's not right. His Highness has the Thearch as inheritance. Could it be that this kid too? His cultivation technique is not simple. Maybe he has the Thearch as inheritance. His Highness is about to begin. Long Shan arrived high in the sky, and when he saw the 9 layers of sword chi ocean, he could not help but stare with wide eyes. For the first time, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Who exactly was the other party? Was he really a celestial immortal? No, it's impossible for me to lose to someone of the same level. Long Shan used his anger to suppress the uneasiness in his heart. He raised his right hand, and the trident flew back into his hand. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a 1,000-foot-long white dragon. His face was ferocious, and his fangs were as sharp as blades. His eyes were bloodshot, like 2 huge beads of blood. He roared and charged towards Han Yan. The 3-headed, 6-armed Han Yan was expressionless as he gently waved his sword. The 9 layers of sword chi ocean condensed into billions of sword shadows that directly descended. At this moment, Han Yan was like the god of war who wielded the heavenly law and controlled the heavenly punishment. The 9 heavens of the 3 clear world cleansing was the heavenly punishment. Long Shan, who had transformed into a dragon, could no longer care so much. He, who had lost his mind, rushed towards Han Yan at full speed. Millions and millions of sword shadows fell. In the eyes of all living beings, the sky collapsed. Boom! 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 Countless sword shadows landed on the white dragon's body. The white dragon roared and continued to move forward. In his eyes, there was only Han Yan. When he was less than a kilometer away from Han Yan, he was still crushed to the ground by the 3 pure world cleansing. Countless sword shadows fell like a torrential downpour. Han Yan stood high above in this torrential downpour, looking down coldly. The white dragon wailed as he was crushed to the ground again, enduring the pain brought by the 3 pure world cleansing. The entire human realm was shaking. Soon, the white dragon's body was covered in blood. One could already see his bones. Han Yan was expressionless, but he was panicking internally. The celestial ruler was still not saying anything. If this continued, Long Shan would really be killed by him. If that happened, he and the heavens would not rest until one of them was dead. He was not afraid. At most, he could escape, but this human realm would be completely destroyed. No matter how powerful he was, he could not fight against the entire heavens. At the same time, the immortals in the Lingxiao palace were also panicking. Your Majesty, is it not over yet? His Highness can't hold on much longer. This kid is obviously waiting for the heavens' attitude. Otherwise, His Highness would already be dead. That's right. The previous giant spiritual martial god did not completely die. I think we can take him in. Even the literature immortals started to change sides. The talent Han Yan displayed was simply too amazing. It would be a pity to kill such a prodigy, but letting him go would be a huge problem. The celestial ruler's eyes flickered. He did not answer. The divine general stood there calmly and did not speak to persuade the celestial ruler. Han Yan watched as Long Shan's physical body was destroyed, leaving only his essence soul. Long Shan only had 1 star of hatred for him. At this point, his hatred had not increased. Have some backbone. Join the heavens. A vast and domineering voice entered Han Yan's ears. Voice transmission technique. Han Yan immediately understood. Detected that the celestial ruler has invited you to join the heavens. You have the following choices. 1. Agree. Obtain the celestial ruler's favorability. You will receive a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Decline. Obtain the celestial ruler's hatred and endless pursuit from the heavens. You will receive a mystical power inheritance and a supreme treasure. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan. When he saw the second choice, he was speechless. Han Yan asked in his mind, what about the mortal world? No more cleaning. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals will retreat immediately. Okay, but can you wait a little longer? I don't want to ascend now. Okay. Okay, I agree to join the heavens. Han Yan stopped. The 3 pure ones and the 9 heavens of cleansing also disappeared. Long Shan's soul lay in the huge pit, on the verge of death. The heavenly soldiers all heaved a sigh of relief. If Long Shan died in front of them, they would all be buried with him. At this moment, the celestial ruler's voice resounded throughout the world. This mortal world has been infiltrated by the demon and should have been wiped out. However, someone stood up and exchanged his talent for peace in the mortal world. I hope everyone will remember his contribution. Heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, retreat. Restart the heavenly rules. The world was silent. All the catastrophes stopped, as if a mysterious force was calming everything down. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. The celestial ruler had kept his promise. The celestial ruler has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. You have chosen to join the heavens. You will receive a heavenly Tao spirit stone. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals immediately left with the souls of giant spiritual martial god and Long Shan. Han Yan followed to check on his interpersonal relationships. The celestial ruler's profile picture looked very domineering. This guy looked very much like the celestial ruler in Han Yan's mind. In Han Yan's opinion, the celestial ruler should be high and mighty, domineering beyond compare, like the first emperor of Qin, and not the slightly cowardly Jade Emperor of Journey to the West. Celestial Ruler, Cultivation Level Unknown. The Lord of Heaven, the immeasurable Emperor, controls all immortals and gods. His temperament is unpredictable. Because of your talent, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. What is the immeasurable Emperor? Han Yan was secretly curious. He turned around and flew back to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. The Yuqing people were cheering because they had all seen Han Yan come out of the mountain. The person who had saved the world and obtained the recognition of heaven was their deity-slaying elder. When they arrived under the Fusang tree, their disciples and grand-disciples were pleasantly surprised. Hey, Yuji said excitedly, we don't have to run anymore? Han Yan smiled and nodded. That's right. The others surrounded him, each more excited than the other. Fang Liang asked excitedly, Grandmaster, will you join heaven? Han Yan smiled and said, there's no hurry. Although he had survived this calamity, he did not want to join heaven immediately to avoid trouble. He must have offended many immortals in this battle. The immortals retreated, and the mortal world was at peace. For a time, the mortal world was filled with laughter. Yuqing was even jubilant. It was extraordinarily lively. Han Yan chatted with his disciples for a while before returning inside the congenital cave. He had benefited a lot from this battle. The Divine General's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars, Wen Xing's hatred towards you has decreased. Current hatred, 1 star, Di Tai Beak has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, Thunder God has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, Shu Jingxing has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star, Grand Marshal Shen Peng has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Lines of notifications popped up in front of Han Yan. Most of them were favorable impressions. The immortals were not stupid. Han Yan's performance was enough to become the next Divine General. Naturally, they wanted to rope him in. Of course, there were also some immortals who were secretly jealous. However, they did not expect Han Yan to receive their favorability and hatred. Han Yan calmed himself down. Today's battle made him realize his shortcomings. Previously, he could kill those of a higher realm instantly. Now, he still needed to fight for some time. Although Long Shan was not simple and was a genius of the heavenly court, it still made Han Ju feel uneasy. No, he had to improve his strength. The higher the realm, the smaller the gap between people of the same realm. Han Yan did not want to be unable to defeat enemies of the same realm in the future. Thinking of this, Han Yan perked up. He had to work harder. Time flew. 10 years had passed since the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals retreated. Peace had returned to the mortal world, and fiendish cultivators were almost extinct. Previously, the demon had caused heaven to clean up the mortal world, causing both the righteous path and the demon race to hate the fiendish path. The fiendish path was also afraid of the immortals. Yuqing knew that Han Yan was the one who fought against the immortals, causing this matter to spread throughout the world. Portraits and statues of Han Yan were all over the world. Of course, the portraits were not accurate. The statues were also very different from Han Yan's image. In 10 years, the immortals did not descend to the mortal world again. Han Yan also cultivated in peace for 10 years. On this day, Xianxia came to visit. The two of them met in the grove. You want to ascend? Han Yan asked. Xianxia nodded and said, the immortal god tribulation has passed. There's no need for me to stay in the mortal world anymore. Besides, I'm different from you. I don't have the means to stay in the mortal world. With him? Xianxia asked, when will you ascend? Once he entered the celestial court, he would be a soldier. Xianxia snorted. Then I'll go to the heavenly court first and protect you in the future. It was unknown how strong Hanju was now. Even if he ascended, he might not be able to surpass him. I was born to be the strongest existence in the world. Han Yan smiled. Then I wish you a bright future. Xianxia's mood improved. He asked, when will Fang Liang ascend? We'll see. Okay. The two of them fell silent. In the end, Xianxia left. Han Yan was about to turn and leave when he bumped into someone. Celestial ruler, Han Yan was so scared that he quickly retreated. He had always remembered the celestial ruler's profile picture. After all, he was a big shot. The celestial ruler looked as tall as him. He was wearing a white robe. He did not look as domineering as his profile picture. Instead, he had a scholarly temperament. Han Yan took a deep breath. He had to calm down. The celestial ruler had a 3-star favorability of him. He should not harm him. The celestial ruler smiled. Han Yan, when I asked Xianxia to deal with you, I asked him to go all out and fight you with the determination to kill you. Han Yan was silent. He looked at him quietly. I didn't really want him to kill you. I just wanted to see your potential. You did not let me down. The celestial ruler's smile was very amiable. There was no sense of oppression. Han Yan asked in surprise, You expected me? The celestial ruler put his hands behind his back and smiled. You are not simple. You are not cultivating the Tai Dao, but you can attract many people with great luck. Even the jinx in heaven worshipped you as his master. Maybe you have a destiny that even I cannot see through. Han Yan was secretly shocked. After thinking about it, it was normal. What kind of existence was the celestial ruler? How could he not see through Su Qi's roots? Are you afraid of trouble? Do you not want to enter heaven? Is that why you are deliberately delaying it? How can that be? I observed the karma of your life. The number of people you interacted with was even less than the number of people a mortal interacted with in their lifetime. I was curious, so I calculated the first half of your life. I did not expect you to be a freak who has been cultivating since young. Freak, Han Yan felt humiliated. The celestial ruler smiled and said, If you don't want to enter heaven and get involved in trouble, that's fine too. Han Yan was stunned. The celestial ruler wanted to let him go? I will let you replace Liriopteris and be the celestial official in this mortal world. How about that? As for Liriopteris, I know that you have a good relationship with him. He will also be promoted. Usually, no celestials will disturb you. In terms of treatment, I will let you enjoy the same cultivation resources as Xianxia. When you become stronger, you can become the second great divine general in heaven. Replace Liriopteris? Han Yan was tempted. The celestial ruler continued, Usually, you don't have to go to the Lingxiao palace to meet the emperor. I will find someone to meet you. If you have any needs, you can ask him for help. After all, I am the celestial ruler. I can't always be around you. Han Yan understood the meaning behind his words and asked carefully, You want to hide me? This treatment was too good. It suited Han Yan very well. However, from another point of view, it was equivalent to depriving Han Yan of his growth in power and fame. The celestial ruler said calmly, Heaven is deep and the forces are complicated. I want you to be my man, not heaven's man. Do you agree? Han Yan was not stupid. This was the problem of choosing sides. If he refused, he would be dead meat. Moreover, the celestial ruler was very sincere and did not beat around the bush. Han Yan liked him very much. Following the celestial ruler should not be bad. Han Yan said, Of course I'm willing. To be honest, I don't dare to ascend because I don't have anyone to rely on in the upper realm. I still have many enemies. The celestial ruler said with a faint smile, You killed the backup they left in the mortal realm, didn't you? From now on, I'm your biggest backer. The Suzaku clan and the Dragon Immortal Island will no longer make things difficult for you. Of course, you can't cause trouble for me, unless someone provokes you. Also, don't spread the conversation between you and me, and don't tell Liriopteris. The great ruler of heaven still had to keep secrets. The waters in heaven were really deep. Han Yan nodded and said, Don't worry. You should have observed my character from the first half of my life. The celestial ruler's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. The celestial ruler raised his right hand and a scroll appeared in his palm. This is the inheritance of swordsmanship from heaven. You should like it. Han Yan caught the scroll. Just as he was about to speak, he looked up and saw that the celestial ruler had already disappeared. As expected of the immeasurable emperor, He really came and went without a trace. Han Yan opened the scroll and saw 4 words first. Heavenly Sword Path. Back in the Khanate cave abode, Han Yan took out the Heavenly Sword Way and began to comprehend it. A supreme art that the celestial ruler took out was definitely not something ordinary. Wu Daojian asked curiously, "What is this?" Han Yan replied, "A type of sword way." Hearing this, Wu Daojian's eyes lit up. She asked, "Can I learn it?" Han Yan looked up at her and snorted. "I'll teach you after I learn it." If Wu Daojian could become stronger, Han Yan would naturally be happy. She could not always be a pretty face. Moreover, Han Yan believed that he could obtain even more powerful theurgies. He was not afraid of teaching his disciple and starving his master. With Wu Daojian's feelings for him, she would not betray him. Even if she did, Han Yan had already left the 6 paths mark. He had ways to solve it. This might be unfair to Wu Daojian, but he had to be cautious. Even if it was the woman closest to him, Han Yan could not completely trust her. Immortality was his primary goal. He could not be blinded by his feelings. Han Yan stopped thinking about it and focused on comprehending it. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This heavenly sword way was something. Yes, it could definitely help him improve his strength. Lingxiao Palace. The celestial ruler sat on the throne. Once again, she regained her arrogant, domineering, and cold attitude. There was only one person in the palace. A white-bearded old immortal. This immortal was called Di Taibik. His position in heaven was equivalent to the head of the literary immortals. Di Taibik asked curiously, "Your Majesty, did you really give the heavenly sword way to that person?" The celestial ruler said, "Yes, with his talent, he should be able to master it completely in less than 1,000 years. Di Taibik sighed. With such a prodigy in heaven, it's only a matter of time before it prospers. I don't intend to put him on the immortal list. At least, I won't consider it before he becomes a Tai Golden Immortal." That's good too. We can avoid being targeted by the Divine Palace, the Buddhists, and the Goblin Court. From now on, you'll be in charge of Han Yan. If Han Yan has any needs, as long as it doesn't cross the line, you'll try your best to satisfy him. If someone tries to harm him, you'll have to help them. Do you understand? Understood. How is Xianxia? His Highness has already recovered his physical body, and his Tao heart has also stabilized. He doesn't hate Han Yan or you. Instead, he feels that he is not strong enough and did not work hard enough. Yes, he's more ambitious than his siblings. The celestial ruler smiled and looked outside the Lingxiao King Hall. Di Taibik hesitated for a moment and said, "The reincarnation of the immortal emperor in the Divine Palace has awakened the emperor's path." Buddhism and the Divine Palace seem to, the celestial ruler snorted. Seems like they've hooked up, right? Heaven is the orthodox immortal god recognized by Daozu. Now that Daozu has been in seclusion for countless years, they all want to overthrow heaven's rule. It's not a problem. Heaven also has its own connections. It won't collapse. Di Taibik smiled and nodded. The celestial ruler seemed to have thought of something and said meaningfully, "That person in the underworld seems to have established some kind of agreement with Han Yan. If the soul of the demon sage is transferred to Han Yan's mortal world, you'll help to hide this matter. Of course, you can't let that person in the underworld know that it's my idea." Di Taibik was stunned and quickly agreed. 5 years later. Han Yan had completely mastered the heavenly sword Dao. He couldn't help but sigh. This sword Dao was really unfathomable. He, who had top-notch sword Dao aptitude and top-notch sword Dao understanding, actually took him 5 years to completely master it. If it were someone else, they might not be able to master it in their lifetime. The heavenly sword Dao was divided into 4 levels. The first level, a sword to the heavens. The second level, a karmic severance. The third level, a sword to the primordial world. The fourth level, the immortal slaying sword formation. When Han Yan first saw the immortal slaying sword formation, he couldn't help but think of the immortal slaying sword formation in the investiture of the gods. Only the 4 sages could break it. When he learned the immortal slaying sword formation, he understood that it wasn't as invincible as he thought. The power of the immortal slaying sword formation in the heavenly sword Dao depended on the strength of the sword. Han Yan immediately started the simulation trial. When he was fighting with Long Shan and giant spiritual martial god, he had already let the system copy their strength. Relying on the heavenly sword Dao, Han Yan directly killed Long Shan. He only used the first level of the sword Dao, a sword to the heavens. He also killed giant spiritual martial god instantly. Han Yan began to fight the two of them alone. 1 against 2, he still killed them instantly. This heavenly sword Dao was very strong, Han Yan thought happily. He raised his hand and pointed, imparting the first level of the heavenly sword Dao to Wu Daojian. A beam of light drilled into Wu Daojian's forehead. Her body trembled, and then she entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. Han Yan continued to cultivate, striving to reach the late stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm as soon as possible. Although the celestial ruler had become his backer, he wouldn't completely rely on the celestial ruler. He still had to rely on himself for everything. Time flew by. 20 years passed in a flash. The calamity in heaven decades ago had completely passed. The world no longer mentioned the calamity back then, and the cultivation world returned to normal. Some people fought, some people ascended, and some people preached the Tao to the world. Yuqing benefited greatly from Han Yan's contributions. It had already become the holy land of the 10 states and 9 dynasties. There was an endless stream of itinerant cultivators and mortals coming to join the sect. Han Yan wasn't disturbed. He cultivated in peace and successfully broke through to the late stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm. On this day, the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain welcomed a guest. It was Di Taibeek. He directly stepped into the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, ignoring the mountain protecting array. Even the Dao Field's defensive array was useless. Yang Tiandong, Chu Shiren, Feng Liang, and the others were shocked. They all stood up, thinking that the enemy had attacked. Di Taibeek smiled and said, "Don't panic. I'm an immortal god from heaven. I'm here to offer Han Yan an immortal position." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at each other. Di Taibeek glanced at the Fusang tree and was secretly shocked. It was actually the Fusang tree. No wonder this kid could cultivate in the mortal world. Di Taibeek walked towards the Khanate cave abode. Han Yan opened the cave entrance and chased Wu Daojian out. After entering the cave, Di Taibeek and Han Yan exchanged pleasantries. Han Yan also learned of his identity. Di Taibeek, perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, 2nd grade Literature Immortal in Heaven, the leader of the Literature Immortals, one of the Celestial Ruler's right-hand men, deeply trusted. Due to your potential and the Celestial Ruler's high regard for you, he has a good impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Previously, it was a 2-star favorability. Now, it had increased by 1 star. What was worth mentioning was that the system could detect the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. The cultivation levels of Di Hongya, the Divine General, and the Celestial Ruler could not be detected. This meant that the 3 of them were at least immortal emperors. Di Taibeek took out a golden token from his sleeve and said, "This is the Heavenly Dao token. It can allow the Heavenly Dao in charge of this mortal world to contact me through this token. If you have any needs or troubles in the future, you can look for me. You can use it by imprinting a soul mark on the Heavenly Dao token." Han Yan smiled and accepted the token. Di Taibeek did not leave immediately. He began to exchange pleasantries with Han Yan to improve their relationship. The Heavenly Dao Sword Dao that His Majesty bestowed upon you is not simple. If you can learn it within 1,000 years, it should not be difficult for you to become an immortal emperor in the future, Di Taibeek said with a smile. 1,000 years, it would take that long? Han Yan had a suspicious look on his face. Di Taibeek sighed and said, "Do you think it's exaggerated? There was a sword immortal in heaven who took 10,000 years to learn the Heavenly Dao Sword Dao. He once severed the river of destiny with a sword and shocked the heavens, causing the major factions to have no choice but to repair the river of destiny." Sever the river of destiny, so powerful? Han Yan might have mastered the Heavenly Sword Dao, but he was not that powerful. This was normal. No matter how powerful the mystique was, it depended on one's cultivation. Han Yan asked curiously, "What is the river of destiny? Is it like the river of Sword Dao? It doesn't exist on the surface, but in a deeper space?" Di Taibeek replied, "That's right. The river of destiny is related to everyone's destiny. If the river of destiny is severed, all lives will be severed. So this is a taboo, and all forces have to maintain it. Han Yan was deep in thought. The path of cultivation was more complicated than he had imagined. When you master the heavenly sword Tao, remember to tell me. I have to tell His Majesty about this and make him happy. Di Taibeek stroked his beard and smiled. Han Yan hesitated. Should he say it? If his talent was too exaggerated, would the celestial ruler be wary? But on second thought, who was the celestial ruler? Would he be wary of a junior? If that was the case, how could he and the divine general have survived? There was no need to hide, Han Yan said. To be honest, I have already mastered the heavenly sword Tao. Di Taibeek smiled. Not bad, not bad. You have learned, what? Mastered? Don't brag. The leader of the literary immortals could not remain calm. How could it be? That was the heavenly sword Tao, Han Yan said helplessly. I can't possibly try it on you, can I? Besides, the mortal realm can't take it. If you don't believe me, we can leave the mortal realm and try it in the void. Above the mortal realm was the starry sky. Above the starry sky was not the immortal realm, but a void. A void with nothing. Di Taibeek said immediately, let's go. He waved his right hand, and Han Yan came to a dark space in a flash. There was no light, but both of them were immortals, and their bodies emitted a faint divine light. Use the heavenly sword Tao on me with all your might, Di Taibeek said. Han Yan did not hold back. Half an hour later, the void returned to normal. Di Taibeek looked at Han Yan with a complicated expression. Han Yan was the same. This guy was actually a sword cultivator. Wait a minute. Could it be that the sword immortal that Di Taibeek was bragging about was himself? Shit. If that's the case, wouldn't I be slapping my own face? I really didn't want to. Han Yan only wanted to profit and become stronger. He didn't want to make enemies by slapping their faces. Luckily, Di Taibeek wasn't a petty person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed from 1-star hatred to 3-star favorability. Di Taibeek sighed. I underestimated you. His Majesty also underestimated you. Di Taibeek's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars, Han Yan hesitated. This matter, Di Taibeek smiled and said, don't worry. Only heaven, earth, you, I, and His Majesty know. There won't be a fourth person who knows. Han Yan was completely relieved. A smile appeared on his face. I will immediately go and tell His Majesty about this matter. Heaven is a blessing, heaven is a great blessing. Di Taibeek smiled and sent Han Yan back to his cave residence. After that, he immediately returned to heaven. Han Yan didn't think much about it and continued to cultivate. Wu Daojian returned to his cave residence. He puffed up his cheeks and asked, who's that old man? Han Yan replied, what does it have to do with you? How's the sword Tao that I taught you? It's so difficult. I still have to comprehend it. Then why aren't you working hard? You're always thinking about nonsense. I only used half a year to master the first level of the sword Tao. What about you? It's been 20 years. I was wrong. Wu Daojian was ashamed. He felt that his aptitude was too poor. He had let Han Yan down. Han Yan snorted. You must master it within 100 years. Otherwise, I won't teach you the sword Tao in the future. Okay. Wu Daojian's fighting spirit was aroused. His eyes were shining. Although the heavenly sword Tao was extensive and profound, his cultivation speed and strength had been steadily increasing ever since he started cultivating this Tao. Most importantly, Han Yan didn't teach the sword Tao to anyone else. Wu Daojian felt special treatment. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Lingxiao Palace. Celestial ruler was moved. He said, it's only been 25 years, and he has already mastered the heavenly sword Tao? Di Taibeek suppressed his excitement and said, that's right. I've already tested it. It's indeed the heavenly sword Tao. He can even use the fairy slaying sword formation. Celestial ruler was in a daze. The palace fell into silence. Di Taibeek didn't dare to disturb Celestial ruler's thoughts. He remained silent. There were only the two of them in the palace. After a long time, Celestial ruler sighed. I've really underestimated him. Beak followed with a smile. Your Majesty is wise. You spared his life. Otherwise, he would have died decades ago. Celestial ruler smiled. Celestial ruler said, there's a Fusang tree on Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Give him some immortal water to help the Fusang tree grow. As for Dao techniques, there's no need for now. This kid's cultivation technique is not simple. He probably received the legacy of an immortal emperor. Beak was surprised. Legacy of an immortal emperor? Then won't we? Celestial ruler waved his sleeves. Which immortal emperor can compare to me? Moreover, Han Yan's karma is too little. That immortal emperor probably doesn't take him seriously. 10,000 years later, even if Han Yan moves that immortal emperor, will Han Yan listen to him or me? Don't always think about the potential danger. Let's pay first. Geniuses like Han Yan and the Divine General will definitely not be willing to be under others. When Han Yan becomes an immortal emperor, will he take the immortal emperor seriously? Beak's face was full of admiration. He hurriedly bowed and agreed. He seemed to have thought of something and said, there's a mortal called Xianxia who ascended. He has karma with Han Yan. Previously, they agreed to fight against the celestial soldiers and celestial generals together. Celestial ruler said, arrange the position of celestial general. He will be paid 7th grade. Tell him not to reveal any information about Han Yan. Understood. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years passed. Beak came to deliver immortal water during this period. There were a total of 7 bottles, which could help accelerate the growth of the Fusang tree. 1 bottle every 10 years. Han Yan was very happy. His impression of the celestial ruler had greatly improved. He personally watered the Fusang tree with immortal water. On this day, Han Yan thought of the heavenly Dao token. He was now considered an immortal god, but he had yet to make the heavenly Dao token recognize him as its master. He was a little incompetent. The process of using the soul imprint to recognize him as its master was not complicated. In less than 2 hours, Han Yan grasped the heavenly Dao token. At the same time, he felt the heavenly Dao of the mortal world. It was the universe and the starry sky above the sky. It was like a painting that enveloped the mortal world. Han Yan could overlook the entire mortal world through the heavenly Dao token. He could even see every mortal. He tried to look at Zhou Fan and quickly captured Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan was cultivating in a sacred ground. He looked at his other good friends and could easily capture them. Is this the feeling of being an immortal god? It feels so good. Han Yan's divine sense captured a stone tablet in the heavenly Dao token. It stood in the darkness. When his divine sense probed the stone tablet, a large amount of information drilled into Han Yan's consciousness. It was actually the ranking of the myriad worlds. Han Yan's mortal world was called the Scarlet Cloud World. It was probably named by the Liriopterus. It was ranked 4,932. Its ranking was not high, but it was not low either. There were more than 9,000 mortal worlds. There was a ranking for mortal worlds. Interesting. Han Yan did not think too much about it. He was too lazy to help the Scarlet Cloud World climb. It was quite good like this. In the middle stage, it would not attract attention. He did not know what the ranking was based on. He had to find a chance to ask Beak. Han Yan put the heavenly Dao token into his small universe belt. He took out the Book of Misfortune and the heavenly Dao Spirit Stone and began to help the Book of Misfortune upgrade. Although it seemed peaceful now and he had a backer, he would not relax. Even the powerful heavenly heaven was threatened by the Buddhists. In the celestial world, heaven was definitely not the strongest force. After a long time, a line of words appeared in front of Han Yan. The Book of Misfortune has been upgraded to a Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. Dharma treasures were divided into Dharma artifacts, Numinous treasures, Supreme Grade Numinous treasures, Grand Unity Numinous treasures, Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme treasures, and Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme treasures. After the upgrade, Han Yan began to try. First, he cursed perfected Dan Qing. After cursing for 5 days, his lifespan began to decrease. Han Yan remembered this length of time. He could not curse the same person for more than 5 days. Han Yan continued to curse one by one, including the immortals and gods in heaven who hated him. As he cursed, he checked his emails. The last time he checked his emails was 10 years ago. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the heavenly soldiers, X10006. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has returned to the human world. Your grand disciple Feng Liang dreamed of the primordial era during his cultivation. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your Dao partner Xianxia was attacked by demons, X124. Your Dao partner Xianxia encountered a fortuitous opportunity and her cultivation has increased. Your good friend Lan Shan was attacked by demons, X230584. Your good friend Zhou Fan obtained a dragon bone and his body transformed. The cultivation world began to surge again, but there were still many people who obtained fortuitous opportunities. Han Yan noticed Lan Shan's message. The number of attacks was a little exaggerated. Could it be that he was thrown into the demon territory by the celestial ruler? Lan Shan used to have a 1-star hatred for Han Yan, but for some reason, it became a 2-star favorability. The celestial ruler probably did a lot of thinking. Han Yan looked at it for a while and focused on cursing. Now that he was an immortal, he naturally could not interfere with the matters of the mortal world. Even if the world changed, he had to continue cultivating. Han Yan's next target was the true immortal realm. Break through to the reincarnation true immortal realm as soon as possible. Spring went and autumn came. 25 years passed. Han Yan had yet to break through to the perfection of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm. On this day, he walked out of his cave residence and came to the Fusang tree. Under the Fusang tree, other than Heiyuji, the 2 golden crows, the 3-headed dragon king, Tu Ling-er, and Chu Shiren, the others went out to train. Ever since he became an immortal, Han Yan no longer restricted others. In any case, it was impossible for him to cause any trouble in his mortal world. After being irrigated by the immortal water of heaven, the Fusang tree was already 300 feet tall. It was extremely spectacular and could be considered the most spectacular scene in Yuqing. The 7 gourd seeds of the earth immortal gourd vine were also constantly growing, and it was unknown when they would be able to give birth to living beings. Master, I have some doubts about my cultivation recently. Can you give me some pointers? Tu Ling-er came over and asked with a smile. She finally got her chance. Han Yan asked, tell me. Tu Ling-er did have some doubts about her cultivation. However, after Han Yan resolved her doubts, she did not let it go. Instead, she chatted with Han Yan. Hanju understood what she was thinking. However, he did not mind. He looked at Chu Shiren and said, look at your disciple nephew. His cultivation is about to catch up to yours. Chu Shiren's cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm and was close to the conjoint body realm. Tu Ling-er was still in the conjoint body realm and was still a distance away from the tribulation transcendence realm. Upon hearing that, Tu Ling-er was instantly embarrassed. She left as if she was escaping and focused on cultivating. Chu Shiren stood up and walked in front of Han Yan. After bowing, he wanted to say something but hesitated. Han Yan asked with a smile, why? Are you trying to persuade me to give up on cultivating? Chu Shiren took a deep breath and said, that's right. Grandmaster, you are already an immortal. You can completely make all living beings in the world give up on cultivation. In the past few years, he had almost not cultivated because he had such thoughts in his heart. Han Yan chuckled. My ambition is not to make all living beings in the world give up on cultivation. Mortal, are you living for yourself or for others? Chu Shiren was stunned for a moment before saying, of course I'm living for myself. I just want my life to be meaningful. According to your point of view, shouldn't humans give up on raising livestock? Livestock are also living beings. That's right. All living beings are equal. Then what do people eat? Food. Do you think that straw is not considered living beings? You believe in the cycle of life and death. Do you know why there are different levels of reincarnation? It's precisely because there are levels that bad people will not be reincarnated well in their next lives if they commit sins. Good people will suffer in this life but will be rich in their next life. That's the true balance. You've misunderstood. Chu Shiren frowned and hesitated. He wanted to refute, but he felt that he did not have the confidence. Han Yan looked at Chu Shiren and said, Mortal, if you want people to give up on something, you have to walk to the end of that thing and see what it is. If it's really barren, you will have a firm Tao heart to persuade others. If you have never smelled the fragrance of flowers, how can you say that flowers have no merit? Chu Shiren was convinced. Grandmaster is right. Chu Shiren sighed. Chu Shiren's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. If anyone else said these words to Chu Shiren, he would definitely despise them. However, it was different when it came from Han Yen. After all, Han Yen had given up the chance to ascend. He would rather offend the heavens to protect all living beings in the world. This righteousness was what Chu Shiren yearned for. Chu Shiren also wanted to be like Han Yen, who could truly contribute to the people of the world. Han Yen was about to speak when a line of words appeared in front of him. Detected bearer of Cultivate Providence, check its origin. Han Yen raised his eyebrows and immediately chose to check. Zhou Mingyue, second level of the Golden Core Realm, the reincarnation of the demon clan's great sage who pacifies the heavens. His master is one of the 5 great Buddhas of Buddhism, Bodhi Buddha. Because he refused to be disciplined by the heavens, he was hunted down by the heaven. Later, he fought his way up to heaven and was suppressed by the celestial ruler. His physical body was destroyed by the heavenly punishment and his soul entered the cycle of reincarnation. Hearing that there are immortals in the Yuqing, Zhou Mingyue especially came to become a disciple. Great sage who pacifies the heavens, Bodhi Buddha, not Sun Wukong, how did this guy who caused havoc in heaven come to the mortal world where he was? Han Yen instinctively resisted. After obtaining the heavenly order, he only knew so much about the mortal world. How could so many great beings reincarnate in front of him? No, he had to ask Mengpa. After all, Mengpa was in charge of the Bridge of Helplessness. She must have contributed to the reincarnation. Han Yen replied Chu Shiren and returned inside the congenital cave. His primordial spirit immediately left his body and jumped into the netherworld. After his cultivation increased greatly, Han Yen quickly caught Mengpo's breath and came to the Bridge of Helplessness. In front of the Bridge of Helplessness, the souls formed a long line, the end of which was covered by the netherworld's ghost fog. Why were there so many souls? Han Yen frowned. The last time he came to the Bridge of Helplessness, there were not so many souls. Heavenly Son of Heaven, you're willing to come and see this old woman? Mengpo's voice entered Han Yan's ears, her tone full of ridicule. During this period, another mortal world has been cleaned up by heaven. The people of this world have to be reincarnated. This old woman is going to be busy. Cleaning up the human realm? Han Yan frowned. Other than the Scarlet Cloud world, there were other human realms like this? He asked. How many human realms have been cleaned up over the years? Mengpa replied, this is already the 10th human realm. Han Yan was silent. The living beings of the 10 realms, the celestial ruler was really ruthless. Han Yan woke up with a start. He almost had a good impression of the celestial ruler because of how well he treated him. Now, it seemed that the celestial ruler was only being nice to him. The 10 realms did not have a prodigy like Han Yen. They were all turned into ashes. It was really terrifying. I'm curious. Why must you clean up the human realm? Han Yen asked through voice transmission. Mengpa did not hesitate and quickly answered, if the human realm needs to rely on the demonic path to improve its overall luck, then it will become a demonic world sooner or later. Although the demon has long retired from the stage of being the protagonist of heaven and earth, it has never given up on its evil intentions. It once launched a great calamity a million years ago. However, heaven could not completely destroy the demon and could only restrict the development of the demon. You came to me for this? Han Yen came back to his senses and said, of course not. I'm just curious. Why are there so many reincarnations of great beings in the Scarlet Cloud world? Mengpa smiled and said, you're thinking too much. There are so many great beings in the upper realm. Every day, countless great beings die, and countless great beings return from reincarnation. The number of people with great luck absorbed by the Scarlet Cloud world is actually quite high. So far, there are only a few reincarnations of celestial emperors in the Scarlet Cloud world, and there is only one great being who surpasses the celestial emperor. 300 years ago, the other mortal realms also encountered the reincarnation of Daluo. The entire realm's luck soared, and all living beings enjoyed the fortune brought by Daluo. The great being who surpasses the celestial emperor was probably Chu Shiren. Han Yan realized his mistake. He estimated the celestial realm from the perspective of the mortal realm. Perhaps the celestial realm was bigger than all the mortal realms combined. Was it true that there were as many golden immortals as dogs, and true immortals were everywhere? Han Yan secretly complained. If Tu Ling'er reaches the Mahayana realm, don't let her join heaven. Mengpa transmitted her voice to Han Yan. Han Yan asked, if you don't join heaven, does that mean you won't ascend? Yes, with her aptitude, she will definitely be chosen by the heaven. Only those with poor aptitude will be chosen by the immortal world's immortal sex. Alright. Han Yan readily agreed. Although hell was under the jurisdiction of heaven, Granny Meng clearly had her own selfish motives. As long as she didn't want Han Yan to become enemies with the celestial ruler, everything would be fine. Han Yan only wanted to cultivate properly. Han Yan continued to look at the group of ghosts in front of the Bridge of Helplessness, no longer disturbing Mengpa. The scene was truly spectacular. His gaze suddenly fell on a ghost. With the cultivation of a reincarnated heaven immortal, he could see through the ghost's past with a single glance. This person seemed a little familiar. Senior, please let this ghost reincarnate into a good body. Han Yan transmitted his voice to Mengpa and transmitted the ghost's aura to Mengpa. Yes. Mengpa immediately agreed. Han Yan looked for a while and shook his head with a smile. That ghost's name was Yang Luo 6 lifetimes ago. He was once the outer sect deacon of the Yuqing sect. He was also the one who brought Han Yan into the inner sect. 1,000 years later, Yang Luo was no longer Yang Luo. Han Yan had forgotten to help him get the foundation establishment pill back then. Today, he would return the favor. He hoped that he could build his foundation, refine his golden core, and nascent soul in his next life and live a happy life. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Yan detected Zhou Mingyue's location. This kid was kneeling at the foot of the mountain. After the immortal god tribulation, there were more people kneeling at the foot of the mountain than before. Zhou Mingyue was wearing the robe of an inner sect disciple of the Yuqing sect. His face was more feminine, with red lips and white teeth. He was good-looking and looked like a male companion. But he was indeed a man. Should I accept him? Han Yan hesitated. Thinking carefully, it couldn't be a coincidence that the great sage of the heaven-leveling reincarnated in the Scarlet Cloud world. How could someone who offended the celestial ruler be reincarnated casually? Could it be that it was arranged by the celestial ruler? Forget it, I'll accept him, cultivate more masters. If the celestial ruler asked, he would pretend not to know. No one knew that he had a system. Han Yan decided to let Chu Shiren accept Zhou Mingyue as his disciple. If the Buddha snatched his disciple, Bodhi Buddha would find trouble with the Supreme Buddha if he investigated. After thinking about it, Han Yan closed his eyes and cultivated. He would first test Zhou Mingyue for a few decades. If it weren't for his lack of determination, he wouldn't accept him even if the celestial ruler was reincarnated, 20 years later. Han Yan finally broke through to the perfected reincarnation heaven immortal realm. He couldn't help but sigh. The breakthrough of the heaven immortal realm was really slow. How long would it take to become a true immortal, golden immortal, and emperor? He didn't think too much and continued to consolidate his cultivation. About 4 years later, Han Yan began to break through. Wu Daojian was expelled from the cave abode by him. Master, you broke through again? He Yuji asked with wide eyes. If no one came to visit, Han Yan wouldn't chase Wu Daojian out. Wu Daojian snorted. I've been cultivating a kind of sword Dao recently. Let's spar. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? He Yuji accepted the challenge. He couldn't beat Feng Liang and Murong Qi, but he couldn't beat a grass, then. He Yuji was defeated. The two golden crows couldn't help but laugh at it. The three-headed Wyrm king felt a sense of crisis. Even this grass spirit's talent was so powerful, if this continued, he would be surpassed sooner or later. Chu Shiren stared at Wu Daojian, deep in thought. For some reason, Wu Daojian's sword Dao made him inexplicably absent-minded. Half a year later, Han Yan successfully broke through to the early stage of the reincarnation true immortal realm. His magic power skyrocketed and his soul transformed. Han Yan almost couldn't help but let out a long howl. It felt so good, he immediately checked his attribute panel. More than 30 million years of lifespan, close to 40 million years. What was a sense of security? This was a sense of security, Han Yan smiled proudly. He had only passed 3,000th of his life. The road of life was really long. Detected that you have reached the reincarnation true immortal realm. You have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and make a name for yourself. You can obtain a supreme treasure and a divine ability inheritance. 2. Do not ascend for the time being and stay away from the conflict. You can obtain a supreme treasure. Seeing this, Han Yan chose the second choice without hesitation. He wanted to be famous in the celestial world as a perfected immortal. He was courting death. Even immortal emperors would fall. No, even Dalua would reincarnate. Han Yan didn't dare to go to the celestial world. You chose not to ascend for the time being. You have obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a supreme grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, Heavy Purple Air Boots. Heavy Purple Air Boots, Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. Increases movement speed and can easily traverse the heavens. Not bad, Han Yan wasn't too surprised. He didn't want to traverse the heavens for the time being. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. Half a year later, he took out the Book of Misfortune and began to celebrate. After cursing all his enemies, he stood up and walked out of the cave abode in satisfaction. Zhou Mingyue was still kneeling at the foot of the mountain. Han Yan asked Chu Shiren to pick him up. When the others heard that Han Yan was going to accept another disciple, after interacting with each other for so long, they all realized that those who could enter Han Yan's office were all extremely talented. Could it be that this time, Wu Daojian was excited and prayed that it would be a female disciple? When Chu Shiren brought Zhou Mingyue up the mountain, Wu Daojian was disappointed. Although this fellow looked like a woman, his aura was that of a man. Zhou Mingyue was very excited. He had finally obtained the approval of an immortal god. He had been kneeling for more than 20 years. How many 20-plus years were there in a person's life? He Yuji, Tu Ling the three-headed Wyrm king, and the others surrounded Zhou Mingyue and sized him up carefully. To be accepted by Han Yan as his disciple, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Han Yan stood under the tree and did not pay attention to Zhou Mingyue. Chu Shiren brought Zhou Mingyue to kneel and kowtow to Han Yan. From today onwards, he will be your disciple. You will teach him. Han Yan said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Chu Shiren was stunned. Zhou Mingyue was also stunned. He hurriedly said, I want to acknowledge you as my master. I don't want to acknowledge a mortal as my master. Chu Shiren frowned. Heiyuji smiled and said, this mortal is already a void amalgamation realm cultivator. Are you sure you don't want to acknowledge him? Zhou Mingyue widened his eyes and looked at Chu Shiren in disbelief. The void amalgamation realm was extremely far away from the golden core realm. He did not expect that the white-haired Chu Shiren, who looked like an old man from the mountains, was actually such an expert. Wait, if Chu Shiren was so strong, then, Zhou Mingyue looked at Han Yan with an even more passionate gaze. Han Yan said, if you're unwilling, then go down the mountain. Zhou Mingyue was frightened and hurriedly agreed. At this point, the first fourth-generation disciple of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain appeared. Han Yan ignored Zhou Mingyue and began to observe the Fusang tree. Chu Shiren pulled Zhou Mingyue far away and began the ceremony. Chu Shiren was still looking forward to Zhou Mingyue. After all, he was his first disciple. After Han Yan finished watering the Fusang tree with immortal water, he returned inside the congenital cave to continue cultivating. He first improved his Sword Dao mystical abilities. After not coming to the Sword Dao River for a long time, Han Yan missed Zhangguxing. This time, he did not reveal his cultivation base and disguised it as the heavenly immortal realm. Zhangguxing was suspected to be related to the Divine Palace, and the Divine Palace and heaven were not on good terms. Now Han Yan could not casually show his cultivation to him. What if he was stabbed in the back? Seeing Zhangguxing again, Han Yan greeted him with a smile. Zhangguxing asked, you joined heaven? So direct, Han Yan said, you can say that I've joined, but you can't say that I've joined. I haven't entered heaven yet. I'm still in the mortal world. What do you mean? You don't plan to ascend? Since the celestial ruler did not clean up the mortal world, it means that he has acknowledged you. Why did you miss this opportunity? I just feel that the heaven is deep and the upper realm is dangerous. I want to stay in the mortal world to cultivate and stay away from trouble. It's impossible for you to become an immortal emperor if you keep hiding. You might be able to become a golden immortal if you cultivate diligently. However, to become an immortal emperor, you have to experience the mortal world and fight for Providence. Only then can you become an immortal emperor. Zhang Guxing spoke very seriously. Han Yan smiled and said, then wait until I cultivate to become a golden immortal. His talent was top-notch, and he cultivated the immortal emperor technique. There was really no need for him to cause trouble everywhere. What if he became a stepping stone for some protagonist? Wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted, and he would only benefit others? Just the Scarlet Cloud world had so many heaven-defying characters, not to mention the other thousands of mortal worlds. The upper realm was even more terrifying. Even someone as strong as the celestial ruler did not dare to act recklessly in heaven. Han Yan thought that he was smart, but he did not think that he had a flawless plan. His strategy was better than that of a dragon and phoenix. Instead of going to heaven to fight, it was better to cultivate peacefully in the mortal world and not threaten anyone. Zhang Guxing shook his head and laughed. He suddenly thought of something and said, although the matter of the demonic saint causing havoc in heaven has ended, there might be changes. The demonic saint is the great saint of the demonic race. He led millions of demonic soldiers to fight a bloody battle. In the end, the Buddhists were the ones who benefited. This made the demonic race and the goblin court very unhappy. This matter was not over yet? Han Yan teased, could it be that the Buddhists are planning the journey to the west and are preparing to let the goblin court and people from heaven participate, and set up many obstacles along the way? Through the journey to the west, they will slay demons and promote the greatness of the Buddhists? Zhang Guxing was surprised, are you really immortal with no illustrious past life? Han Yan was stunned. Could it be that he guessed right? The journey to the west was not made up? A long time ago, the Buddhists did indeed plan such a big plan, and it succeeded. That is why the Buddhists are so powerful today, and the Taoists also went into hiding. However, later on, the 5 great Buddhas of the Buddhists had different opinions and even fought. This caused the Buddhists to plummet, and also gave the Celestial Palace a chance to rise. The Celestial Palace is considered the fastest rising force in the upper realm. It is also the force with the most celestial emperors in the upper realm. Zhang Guxing's words shocked Han Yan. The force with the most celestial emperors? Oh no, did I stand on the wrong side? It seemed that the Celestial Palace had a better future. However, Moronqi had a grudge against the Celestial Palace. Even if he went to the Celestial Palace, he might not be able to receive such good treatment from the celestial ruler. He couldn't think like that. He had to cherish what he had. Han Yan adjusted his mentality. The two chatted for a while more before Han Yan took his leave. In the following year, Han Yan came to the Sword Dao River several times, as if he was going home. 7 years later, Jioding Zhenren came to visit Han Yan. Decades had passed since the immortal god tribulation. Although the world no longer talked about it, everyone still remembered this matter, especially in the cultivation world. Yuqing was deified because of Han Yan. Over the years, Yuqing had grown rapidly. Jioding Zhenren, Lu Bumi, Huang Zuantian, and other sect higher-ups were very busy. What's the matter? Han Yan asked with a smile. Jioding Zhenren was already a body integration cultivator, but he was very nervous when facing Han Yan. The person in front of him was a terrifying mighty figure that even the immortal gods couldn't defeat. To put it bluntly, Han Yan was now the ancestor of Yuqing. If the Yuqing cultivators had to choose between the two of them, no one would choose him. Han Yan was already a religion in the hearts of the Yuqing cultivators. Do you still remember Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou? Jioding Zhenren asked. Han Yan nodded. Daoist 9 Cauldrons continued, these two have met again and are even fighting with many sacred lands. They have offended more and more people. Some people even invited the Jade Pure Sacred Sect to encircle the two of them. Do you think Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou were among Han Yan's few good friends? Jioding Zhenren knew that, so he came to ask Han Yan. Han Yan replied, do as you see fit. After so many years, they're no longer Yuqing disciples. Don't always think that they're related to me. If they act recklessly, they're really evil people. They should be eliminated. 1,000 years had passed. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. People's hearts changed every few years, let alone 1,000 years. Although the two of them didn't like Han Yan didn't owe them anything. Everyone had their own path. Han Yan didn't want to care too much unless he owed them karma. I understand. Jioding Jinren replied. Then, he told Han Yan about the recent situation in Yuqing. Han Yan didn't want to care about things, so he didn't give any opinions. After he left, Han Yan took out the Heavenly Dao token. He wanted to see what Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou were up to recently. Soon, Han Yan's expression changed. Those two. At dusk, the setting sun was as red as blood. The wasteland was filled with cracks and canyons. Two figures were sitting on a steep cliff. They were Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. The two of them were meditating side by side. They seemed to be cultivating some kind of cultivation technique. There was a cloud of black gas floating above their heads. Han Yan sensed the aura of a perfected immortal. A Tai true immortal. How could there be a second Tai true immortal in the Scarlet Cloud world? Han Yan suddenly felt that he had been poached. Without saying a word, he moved behind Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept away the cloud of black gas. Then, Han Yan came to the other side of the world, where there was no one. He raised his right hand, and the black gas from before appeared in his palm. Fellow Taoist. I didn't destroy your mortal realm. A cold voice came from the black gas. Being caught by Han Yan, he did not panic at all. The undead emperor has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, undead emperor. It sounded very scary. Han Yan immediately checked his information through his interpersonal relationships. Undead emperor, middle stage Tai golden immortal, an immortal emperor of the upper realm. He was besieged by the immortal emperors of the divine palace and died. After 1,000,000 years, he cultivated again to become a Tai golden immortal. The undead emperor used his divine ability to split thousands of soul thoughts and searched for his successor in the myriad worlds. He wanted to create a great force like the divine palace. Because you interfered with his plan, he developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, immortal emperor. Han Yan was shocked. Taking a closer look, it was just a soul thought. What was he afraid of? Just his soul thought alone could have the cultivation of a perfected immortal. The undead emperor was something. Han Yan snorted. Invading the mortal realm of heaven is a violation of the heavenly rules. I'll look for Senior D Tai Beak right now. When the undead emperor heard this, he hurriedly shouted, Fellow Taoist. We can talk about it. How? The 2 people you chose are my boys. Don't you think you're going overboard? The undead emperor cursed secretly. No wonder these 2 brats were so tough. It turned out that they had an immortal behind them. The undead emperor fell into silence. Han Yan was also hesitating whether or not he should fall out with the undying emperor. The undead emperor said, Friend, it's my fault. I won't come here again. Please let go of my soul. Han Yan pondered for a moment. Even if he crushed this strand of soul, he wouldn't be able to kill the other party. Why should he deepen the hatred? Then leave. Han Yan released the black gas and secretly inserted the 6 paths imprint into it. The black gas quickly fled the Scarlet Cloud world. After confirming that his aura was gone, Han Yan returned to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou did not notice any of this. Many years later, they realized that the Almighty who wanted to take them in as disciples had really disappeared. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began doing his daily missions. A few months later, he finally cursed the undying emperor. In that case, the undead emperor wouldn't suspect him. After all, the undead emperor had thousands of soul strands and countless enemies. After cursing, Han Yan took out the Heavenly Dao token and told D Tai Beak about the undead emperor in case he didn't give up. Undead emperor? That guy is still alive. D Tai Beak's voice came from the Heavenly Dao token. Han Yan asked, Will he come again? I will report this to His Majesty. After all, the undead emperor is an immortal emperor. Don't worry, he won't appear again. After receiving D Tai Beak's guarantee, Han Yan was relieved. Wu Daojian asked curiously, who is the undead emperor? Han Yan didn't hide it and told Wu Daojian about the realm above the Mahayana realm. The Grand Unity Golden Immortal was so scared that Wu Daojian's face turned pale. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. We are still weak and can't be careless. Master, I have many enemies. I need you to work hard to become stronger so that you can save my life at a critical moment. Han Yan said seriously. Wu Daojian nodded solemnly, his heart filled with a sense of crisis. She continued to cultivate the heavenly sword path. Han Yan nodded with satisfaction. He began to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. After breaking through to the reincarnation true immortal realm, the 6 paths of reincarnation technique became unfathomable. Han Yan couldn't master it in a short time. However, he had a long lifespan, so he wasn't in a hurry. 17 years later, Han Yan finally learned the true immortal chapter of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. His cultivation speed increased greatly, and he also comprehended a new theurgy. The reincarnation divine I could see through the past and present lives of living creatures. After killing enemies, it could absorb the accumulated luck of the enemy's past and present lives. It was extremely powerful. This theurgy was very useful, but Han Yan didn't want to absorb luck everywhere for the time being. Han Yan continued to cultivate and improve his cultivation. He wanted to reach the mid-stage of the reincarnation true immortal realm as soon as possible. After reaching the true immortal realm, his breakthrough speed slowed down significantly. His speed of absorbing qi was much faster than before, but the amount of immortal qi needed to break through to the true immortal realm was too large. Han Yan checked his emails while cultivating. Your good friend Xianxia is comprehending the true meaning of the heavenly Tao beside the heavenly river. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General has left the celestial world. Your grand disciple Morong Qi entered the ancient mystic realm by mistake and cultivated an ancient theurgy. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demon beasts, X249983. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was bewitched by the fiend ancestor and developed a mental demon. Your grand disciple Feng Liang received guidance from an immortal in his dream. Your good friend Long Shan comprehended a Tai theurgy. His cultivation has increased greatly. There weren't many changes. However, Han Yan noticed that Feng Liang was being guided by an immortal. What was going on? Someone in heaven wanted to poach him, Han Yan frowned. He had to ask Feng Liang about it when he returned. Han Yan looked at it for a while and then focused on cultivating. Half a year later, Fairy Xixian returned and took the initiative to look for Han Yan. Han Yan asked Wu Daojian to leave the cave abode and be alone with Fairy Xixian. I obtained a letter in a mystic realm. I can use this letter to join a cultivation sect in the upper realm. Do you want to go? Fairy Xixian said after sitting down. Han Yan's relationship with heaven was not made public. The world only knew that heaven was no longer targeting the mortal world. Han Yan took the letter and read it. It was a sect called Tiangang Island. It had been established for hundreds of thousands of years and had a strong foundation. The master of Tiangang Island had ascended from the Scarlet Cloud world and had always missed his hometown. Han Yan said, "Do you want to go?" "I don't want to ascend for the time being." Fairy Xixian shook her head and said, "With my cultivation level, I'll just be courting death if I ascend." "Then keep it. If you want to ascend in the future, you can go to Tiangang Island," Han Yan said with a smile and returned the letter to Fairy Xixian. As the spirit qi in the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain became denser, Fairy Xixian also successfully broke through to the void amalgamation realm. She no longer had to worry about her lifespan. Chang Yu'er had been in seclusion all year round and was close to the void amalgamation realm. Fairy Xixian asked curiously, "Do you plan to stay in the mortal world forever?" Han Yan nodded. Fairy Xixian wanted to say something but hesitated. She wanted to persuade Han Yan, but on second thought, Han Yan's aptitude was not something that Han Yan could imagine. Why should she worry? The two of them chatted for a while before Fairy Xixian left. Han Yan was about to call Wu Daojian in when a voice entered Han Yan's ears. "Han Yan, I've already broken through to the Grand Unity True Immortal stage. Do you dare to fight me in the void?" This voice was somewhat familiar. Isn't this the celestial ruler's son, Long Shan? Han Yan frowned. Why is this kid here? Long Shan's voice floated over again. Don't worry, it's just a spar. I won't make things difficult for you no matter who wins or loses. Han Yan sighed. After sending off Xianxia, Long Shan came. Was this fate? Han Yan thought about it and still got up to meet him. After cultivating for dozens of years, it was not bad to go out and fight occasionally. Long Shan had a good impression of him, so he should not trick him. He probably really wanted to fight. Han Yan had relied on stepping on Long Shan to get to where he was, so he naturally could not hold back this time. If he lost to Long Shan, it meant that his talent was not as good as Long Shan's. What would the celestial ruler think of him? Han Yan was still hoping to cultivate in peace under the protection of the celestial ruler. The void was illusory and there was no light. Han Yan appeared in front of Long Shan. Both of their bodies emitted a faint light. That was immortal power, allowing them to survive in the void. Long Shan was still wearing a silver armor. He was in high spirits, and the corners of his mouth were almost raised to the sky. Very confident, no, conceited, this was Han Yan's first impression of Long Shan. Long Shan asked with a burning gaze, Han Yan, how is your cultivation? Han Yan's cultivation was hidden by the system, and he was still in the middle stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm. Han Yan said, I have also broken through to the true immortal realm. Hearing this, Long Shan's smile froze. His eyes widened, and his heart was in turmoil. How was that possible? He had suffered so much to break through to the true immortal realm. Han Yan hid in the mortal realm and, really? Long Shan gritted his teeth and asked. Han Yan spread out his hands and said, I never lie. Long Shan was silent. Han Yan was not in a hurry to attack. After a long time, Long Shan took a deep breath and said, when I become a golden immortal, I will challenge you. I will definitely step into the golden immortal realm before you. Finished speaking, Long Shan disappeared from his original spot. Han Yan was happy. He was quite sensible. This was good too. He did not have to suffer a more serious blow. He had already copied Long Shan's cultivation through the simulation trial. He could torture him when he returned. Green mountains and clear waters, blue sky and white clouds. Under a waterfall, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou stood by the river, gazing at the surface of the water. Now, they were no longer the arrogant youths of the past. They had all become very mature. Mo Fuzhou's body gave off a sense of vicissitudes of life. Zhou Fan, on the other hand, had become very evil. There was a murderous aura between his brows that could not be hidden. Are you sure? Zhou Fan asked with a frown. Mo Fuzhou said calmly, Ji Xianxia has already ascended, and Brother Han has already become a deity. There's no one in the mortal realm who's a match for the two of us. Why should we fight for the title of number one in the world, fight for fate, and then ascend? Zhou Fan hesitated. He had died several times and had no choice but to be cautious. In the past, it had always been Mo Fuzhou who followed him, shielding him from the wind and rain. He had always felt that he owed Mo Fuzhou, so in this life, Mo Fuzhou was in charge. However, he did not expect that after reuniting with him, Mo Fuzhou would become so crazy and ambitious. Mo Fuzhou glanced at Zhou Fan and said softly, if you're afraid, then find a place to hide and cultivate. Perhaps you'll have a chance to be like Brother Han. These words immediately provoked Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan had always regarded Han Yan as his goal. He thought that after wandering around, he would become a true cultivator. He did not expect that he would be left further and further behind. He could not imitate Han Yan's Tao, impossible. If you want to challenge it, then I'll accompany you. Zhou Fan snorted. He could not compare to Han Yan, but could he not compare to the rest of the world? Mo Fuzhou smiled and said, very well, we'll start with Tianjin Prefecture. Didn't they want to kill us? We'll destroy them directly. Okay. Zhou Fan was also looking forward to it. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked out of the forest. It was Xuanqing's junior sister, Xianxia. She had been protecting Zhou Fan all year round. Xianxia looked at the backs of the two and frowned. Damn it, what are these two brats trying to do now? Xianxia was really tired. After following Zhou Fan for so many years, she was really tired. She suddenly wanted to ascend like her senior sister. If she continued to follow him, she would die. Zhou Fan's enemies were already stronger than her. She might even become a burden to Zhou Fan. Should she leave? Xianxia hesitated. Previously, Xianxia had asked her to follow Zhou Fan because of the demon. Now that the demon would not be able to make a comeback, there was no point for her to continue following him. Thinking of this, Xianxia silently retreated into the forest. Zhou Fan seemed to have sensed something. He looked back and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He had understood something. However, he had his own path. He would no longer risk his life for a woman and let go of everything. In the blink of an eye. 30 years passed. Han Yan was close to the middle stage of the reincarnation immortal realm. However, he had spent more than 50 years, which was longer than the previous breakthroughs. On this day, Suchi came to visit Han Yan. He had broken through to the tribulation realm and his cultivation was progressing very quickly. After all, he had been cultivating hard. Master, I want to ascend. Recently, I always feel that something in the upper realm is calling me. Suchi knelt in front of Han Yan and said seriously. Han Yan frowned. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. As Suchi became stronger, his bad luck also increased. Yang Tiandong came back and visited Suchi. However, he encountered an inner demon and had to go out to relax. Han Yan pretended to be troubled. The upper realm is very dangerous. I may not be able to protect you. Suchi smiled and said, Don't worry, master. I won't cause trouble. Han Yan said, In that case, after you ascend, why don't you join the Non-Tongue Immortal Island? The immortal Danqing of the Non-Tongue Immortal Island is a mighty figure with countless disciples under him. This was told to me by an immortal. Of course, if you take immortal Danqing as your master, don't say that you're from the Scarlet Cloud world, let alone that you're my disciple. Suchi silently noted it down and said, Thank you for your guidance, master. It just so happens that I have to cultivate for a while after I ascend. Han Yan said, Go. If you really encounter trouble that you can't resolve, you can go to the heaven for help. Suchi was secretly touched. Master was still worried about him. He kowed out 3 times and got up to leave. After saying goodbye to the other disciples, Suchi left the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain that day. Han Yan inexplicably felt like a disciple who had completed his apprenticeship. However, Suchi was a jinx in the heaven. He had a tough life and wouldn't die so easily. Han Yan sighed, took out the Book of Misfortune, and started cursing Immortal Danqing. As he cursed, he checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Divine General has killed your enemy, the Undead Emperor. Your grand disciple Murongqi has comprehended a grand unity mystical ability. His providence has increased greatly. Your Tao companion Xianxia has obtained an immortal fruit. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your enemy Suzaku's cultivation has decreased greatly because of your curse. His realm has fallen to the itinerant immortal realm. Your Tao companion Xianxia has obtained the inheritance of an ancient mighty figure. Her soul has transformed. Your good friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by demon beasts, x 120,083. Han Yan noticed that the undead emperor had been killed by the divine general. Was the heaven so efficient? He immediately checked the undead emperor's portrait. It was still there. He was still alive. The message indicated that he was only left with a remnant soul. It was really tragic. Han Yan was very satisfied with this. He could sense the celestial ruler's attitude. He was indeed protecting him. Han Yan noticed that Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of an ancient mighty figure, and her soul had also undergone a transformation. He couldn't help but shift his attention to Xianxia. Xianxia was still in the Taoist temple that she had bumped into by chance. Previously, she was accompanied by Chang Yuer, but now she was alone. Chang Yuer didn't dare to take risks like her, so it was fine to go out occasionally. Han Yan had discovered a remnant soul in the statue, and that remnant soul had already awakened. It was an old woman wearing a Taoist robe, and she looked different from her usual image. She floated above Xing Hongshuan's head and chanted scriptures. Han Yan listened quietly, and the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why was it a Buddhist scripture? Was she preaching Buddhism in a Taoist temple? What kind of method was this? Han Yan checked Xing Hongshuan's profile picture in his interpersonal relationships. After confirming that Xing Hongxian hadn't been possessed and that her favorability hadn't decreased, he was relieved. He used his divine sense to investigate this remnant soul. Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Cultivation, however, it was only a realm, and her strength might not even be comparable to an itinerant immortal. She was already a candle in the wind. Han Yan continued to observe. After a long time, Xing Hongxian opened her eyes and said, "Master, can this Guanyin Sutra really help one become an immortal?" The old woman said, "Of course. Buddhism emphasizes the equality of all living beings, and any talent can become a Buddha or a Bodhisattva. As long as you have a firm Buddhist heart, this is your only way. Your talent is indeed mediocre, and mortal cultivation techniques can't help you. I don't have much time left, and I've even given you my soul. Don't forget what you promised me." As her voice fell, the old woman's remnant soul gradually dissipated like smoke. Xing Hongxian wasn't sad. Instead, she was very calm. Han Yan suddenly appeared in front of her. "Husband!" Xing Hongxian cried out in surprise and quickly got up. Han Yan could go wherever he wanted in the current Scarlet Cloud world because he was a heavenly Tao immortal. "Who was that?" Han Yan asked. Xing Hongxian replied, "A Buddhist cultivator from the upper realm descended to the mortal world a long time ago. Her body and Tao vanished, leaving only a remnant of her soul. She imparted her skills to me, hoping that after I ascend, I can help her tell Buddhism about her hatred and let Buddha make the decision for her." Han Yan asked doubtfully, "What grudge?" Xing Hongxian did not hide anything and answered truthfully, "A long time ago, the great tribulation of the heavens affected the mortal world. She formed a team with the immortal gods of heaven and came to the mortal world to eliminate the demon. In the end, she was betrayed by the immortal gods." "Is it about heaven?" Han Yan did not think too much about it. By the time Xing Hongxian arrived at Buddhism, who knew if it would be thousands of years later, or even tens of thousands of years later. "How are you?" Han Yan asked. He grabbed Xing Hongshuan's wrist and checked her body. Her spiritual energy was stable, and there were no hidden dangers in her body. Xing Hongxian smiled and said, "I'm fine. This Guanyin Sutra is really powerful. Husband, do you want it? You can give it to your female disciples to cultivate in the future." Han Yan hesitated and said, "That's not good. Didn't she tell you not to impart this skill to others?" "She did, but she's gone. Moreover, everything that belongs to me belongs to you. I will also follow our agreement and tell Buddhism about her hatred." "All right then, let me check if there's any danger in this cultivation method." Han Yan replied. Among the various Xianxia novels, Buddhism was the most miserably maligned. It was as if all Buddhas were hypocrites, and Buddha could be brainwashed. Xing Hongxian immediately imparted the Guanyin Sutra to Han Yan. This skill was not recorded in any books, and was passed down orally. Han Yan listened and began to sort it out. The Guanyin Sutra was really amazing. It could be cultivated directly to the Tai True Immortal Realm. One could cultivate the Guanyin Dharma, and its supernatural power was unparalleled. Han Yan repeatedly sorted it out, but did not find any flaws. "You can continue with your cultivation." Han Yan opened his eyes and left. Xing Hongxian was already used to Han Yan's straightforward personality. She meditated again and continued to cultivate. After returning inside the congenital cave, Han Yan smiled. Xing Hongxian also had her own fortuitous opportunity. She probably would not die of old age. This was good too. Han Yan would not have to worry. Now, unless the people around him were outside all year round, as long as they were willing to stay in the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain to cultivate, they would not have the problem of reaching the end of their lifespan. Ever since the Fusang tree was watered with immortal water, the spirit chi of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain had skyrocketed. Han Yan continued to cultivate. After another 11 years, he finally broke through to the mid-stage of the Tai True Immortal Realm. His dermic powers increased again. Han Yan was in a good mood. He liked the feeling of breaking through. He was even more glad that he had spent more than 10 years shaking his luck and spirit root aptitude. After holding it in for more than 10 years, he had exchanged it for a lifetime of comfort. Han Yan was full of caution and continued to cultivate. His goal was the late-stage perfected immortal realm. About 3 years passed. Di Taibeek personally came to look for him. Han Yan invited him into the cave abode. It had to be said that the high officials of heaven were indeed impressive. They could casually descend to the mortal world. If it were other immortals, it would be a violation of the laws of heaven. After Wu Daojian was chased out, Di Taibeek sat at the table and said with a smile, "I heard that you are already a perfected immortal?" Obviously, the celestial ruler had heard that Long Shan had been scared away. "Yes, I was lucky," Han Yan said humbly. Di Taibeek stroked his beard and said with a smile, as expected of the prodigy that His Majesty personally took a fancy to. "You don't have to worry about the undead emperor anymore. The divine general has already killed him. Although he didn't die, he won't be able to stir up trouble for at least 1,000,000 years." 1,000,000 years was enough for Han Yan to rise. Han Yan said, "Thank you, heaven. Thank you, celestial ruler. Thank you, divine general. The heavenly peach banquet that is held once every 10,000 years is about to begin. There are still 100 years to go. Do you want to go? If you do, I can give you an invitation," Di Taibeek said. Han Yan thought for a while and said, "Forget it. I don't want to trouble myself." Di Taibeek said with a smile, "What's so troublesome about the heavenly peach banquet in heaven? Don't worry, your identity won't be made public. Celestial ruler won't mention you either. You're just going to enjoy the heavenly peach banquet and see the power of heaven." Han Yan hesitated for a while and asked, "Is this the idea of celestial ruler?" "Yes, one heavenly peach banquet is better than 1,000 years of hard work. Are you willing to not go?" "Okay, I'll go." Since it was the idea of celestial ruler, he wouldn't give face if he didn't go. Moreover, celestial ruler had asked the divine general to kill the undead emperor. It was indeed a big favor. So far, heaven had been contributing to him. He hadn't done anything. Di Taibeek smiled and said, "There is a reincarnation of an immortal emperor in Celestial Palace who awakened the emperor's path. He killed a primordial unity golden immortal when he was a primordial unity true immortal. Now he is a primordial unity golden immortal. He is the most powerful genius of the younger generation. You have to cultivate well. You will definitely have to face him in the future. You will be like him, representing heaven." Hanju couldn't help but frown. So awesome, he wanted to say something, but Di Taibeek disappeared. A red token appeared on the table, with the words Heavenly Peach Banquet engraved on it. The Heavenly Peach Banquet in 100 years? Han Yan thought silently, wondering if the Heavenly Peach Banquet would be delicious. Immediately, Han Yan took out the Heavenly Law token and used his divine sense to check the Heavenly Law tablet. He wouldn't know if he didn't see it. He was shocked when he saw it. The ranking of the Scarlet Cloud world had risen by hundreds. "That's not a good thing," Han Yan muttered to himself. He didn't want the Scarlet Cloud world to be too strong to avoid attracting attention. It would be best if it stayed in the middle and didn't have any presence. It was still okay at the moment. It had only increased by a few hundred places. If it continued to increase, there would be a problem. Han Yan felt that it was necessary to pay attention to the Heavenly Tao tablet in the future. He didn't do anything. Why was the Scarlet Cloud world still getting stronger? After becoming an immortal, Han Yan's luck was no longer linked to the Scarlet Cloud world. Was it the influence of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain? Han Yan couldn't figure it out, so he was too lazy to think about it. Yuqing, Main Peak, Conference Hall. Jioding Zhenren sat on the throne with a worried expression. The faces of the elders in the hall were similarly clouded with worry. Lu Bumi said, "This matter can't be avoided. Morongqi is the grand disciple of the deity-slaying elder. Although this relationship hasn't been spread, if something happens to Morongqi, the deity-slaying elder will definitely be furious." The other elders also voiced their agreement. Jioding Zhenren had a headache. He said helplessly, "It's not Morongqi who's in trouble now. He's the one who wants to cause trouble. He wants to destroy the sacred land. Who can stop him? Do you want me to find the deity-slaying elder?" He said that he won't interfere in worldly affairs, including the grudges of his disciples. He said that he doesn't care, but if Morongchi dies, he will definitely feel uncomfortable. I called you here because I hope you can come up with a foolproof plan. Silence. The hall was quiet again. It was too difficult to persuade Morongchi. Morongchi was now a top powerhouse in Yuqing. He was no longer just a disciple. By the way, Morongchi has a good relationship with Fang Liang. Fang Liang is gentle and kind. Why don't we let Fang Liang persuade him, someone suggested. Fang Liang and Morongchi were regarded as the two prides of Yuqing. They were already powerhouses who could run rampant in the world. Jioding Zhenlin's eyes lit up. Fang Liang isn't in Yuqing. Who's going to look for him? Lu Bami replied, I'll go. I can also represent Yuqing. Jioding Zhenlin glanced at him and nodded slightly. The matter was thus decided. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years had passed. One day, an old friend came to visit Han Yan. It was Huang Jihao from the true martial sect. He used to be an elder of the Suzaku sword sect of the Great Yan dynasty. He once challenged Han Yan and was almost killed instantly. This person had innate providence and an innate sword heart. He had also been to the Sword Dao River before. Han Yan had always had an impression of him, because this guy was a battle maniac. He was able to compete with Xianxia as an equal, and was always in the top 3 of the most frequently attacked list. Han Yan thought about it and decided to meet him. Huang Jihao was shocked when he entered the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. What a rich spiritual energy, even though he had traveled all over the world, he had never felt such spiritual energy. When he arrived at the top of the mountain and saw the 3-headed Wyrm king and the 2 golden crows, his hair stood on end. The auras of the 3 demons made him instinctively feel danger. Tu Ling'er glanced at him and ignored him, continuing to cultivate. He Yuji looked at him curiously. It was deja vu. Chu Shiren was still cultivating. Zhou Mingyue opened his eyes and sized up Huang Jihao. Come in. Han Yan's voice floated out of the cave abode. The door of the cave abode opened, and Wu Dao Jian walked out with a displeased look on her face. Huang Jihao looked at her and was secretly shocked. This woman's cultivation level was also high. Although it was inferior to his, she was definitely a powerful cultivator in the cultivation world. Hundreds of years had passed. How did so many experts appear under Han Yan's command? Huang Jihao felt an inexplicable sense of regret. He adjusted his mentality and walked inside the congenital cave. Zhou Mingyue asked curiously, who is this person? He doesn't seem to be as powerful as you guys. Why can he enter the Grandmaster's residence? Chu Shiren did not open his eyes and said, cultivate well. You don't even have the right to be summoned by the Grandmaster. Hearing this, Zhou Mingyue was embarrassed. His cultivation speed was already very fast, but it did not seem outstanding under the Fusang tree. He often wondered what kind of freaks these people were. In the outside world, nascent soul cultivators were considered powerful cultivators, but here, there were 2 suns lying on the tree. Who would dare to believe it? Zhou Mingyue sighed and continued to cultivate. Inside the congenital cave. Seeing Han Yan again, Huang Jihao was in a daze. He was still so handsome and stunning. Even if it was a woman, no one could amaze him in terms of appearance. Han Yan could not stand his gaze and asked, why are you looking for me? Huang Jihao came back to his senses and said, Morongchi is your grand disciple? That's right. Why? This kid is too arrogant. He claims to be the best in the world. He's alright. If he's the best in the world, then what about you? He doesn't take you, his grandmaster, seriously at all. I don't belong to the world. I belong to the heavens. Huang Jihao choked. Han Yan frowned and said, you came to look for me because of this? Was he bored? Huang Jihao said, Morongchi provoked my people, so I have to stand up for him. I have to fight him, but he's your grand disciple, so I can spare his life. No problem. Han Yan replied with a strange smile on his face. Huang Jihao hesitated and asked, how strong are you now? You are very polite. Han Yan said, you won't understand even if I tell you. Could it be that you want to spar with me again? Huang Jihao hurriedly shook his head. What a joke. Han Yan was already in existence who had fought against immortals. How could he dare to fight him? Back then, his master, Xianxia, came to challenge Han Yan and directly went into seclusion. Until now, his realm did not increase much. When will you ascend? Huang Jihao asked carefully. Han Yan smiled and said, Ascend? Impossible, I'll always stay in the mortal world. Huang Jihao's expression changed drastically. After half an hour, Huang Jihao walked out of the Khanate cave abode. He was in a daze as if he had lost his soul. Heyu teased, I remember now. He seemed to have come to challenge Master before and even brought his master along. Zhou Mingyue asked curiously, what happened in the end? In the end, of course, he was defeated in an instant. His master was almost scared to death. Grandmaster is so powerful. The man and the chicken seemed to be playing the role of the buffoon, which made Huang Jihao frown. Although Huang Jihao felt uncomfortable, he did not explode and quickly left. Han Yan took out the heavenly Dao token and began to observe Murongqi. What had Murongqi been doing all these years? Murongqi was cultivating on the top of a lone peak. He was meditating against the wind, his robes fluttering in the wind. He had the demeanor of an otherworldly expert. Han Yan saw that he was cultivating and lost interest. It had to be said that Murongqi's cultivation speed was indeed fast. He had just broken through to the tribulation stage not long ago. Han Yan could not help but think of the reincarnation of the immortal emperor in the divine palace. Could it be that after the reincarnation of a mighty figure, his cultivation speed could surpass that of the past? At this rate, Murongqi would reach the peak of the human world in a few hundred years. He might even be faster. Feng Liang was not slow either. He was already at the 8th level of the conjoint body realm. Just as Han Yan was thinking, 3 lines of words popped up in front of him. Your disciple Su Qi has ascended and brought bad luck to the immortal world, causing a drastic change in the providence of the immortal world. You have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and stop Su Qi. You will obtain a supreme treasure. 2. Continue cultivating and do not interfere with the heavens' conspiracy. You will obtain a random powerful bloodline. Bad luck descending to the celestial world, a plot in heaven. Han Yan was stunned. Was this plot in heaven referring to his arrangement, or was Su Qi's descent to the mortal world a plot in itself? Han Yan silently chose the second option. How could he stop Su Qi? Who would dare to provoke Su Qi? That would be asking for trouble. You have chosen to continue cultivating and not interfere with the plot in heaven. You have obtained a random powerful bloodline. Congratulations on obtaining the stellar primordial body. Stellar primordial body, a powerful bloodline born at the beginning of the primordial world. It is powerful and can absorb the essence of the sun and moon. It can borrow the power of the stars in battle. This bloodline looked very impressive. Han Yan immediately accepted the bloodline. In an instant, a strange power emerged from his body. The unprecedented pain caused his face to contort. Go out first. Han Yan hurriedly said. Wu Daojian was awakened. Although he was puzzled, he still walked out of the cave abode obediently. Not long after, the entire Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain began to shake, gradually affecting Yuqing. For some reason, one would think that an earthquake was coming. The 3-headed Wyrm king sighed. Master broke through again? It was too exaggerated. Wasn't it harder to break through the higher the realm? Why did it feel like breaking through was as easy as drinking water for Han Yan? Zhou Mingyue asked curiously, what realm is Grandmaster at now? Chu Shiren shook his head. He didn't know either. Don't ask. You can't imagine it at all, Heyu said smugly. Zhou Mingyue frowned and said, why are you so smug? It's not like you're the one breaking through. My master's breakthrough is my breakthrough. Nonsense, you're too weak. It won't be long before I can defeat you. Young man, you're too arrogant. Heyu narrowed his eyes and said, but his heart was filled with a sense of danger. Zhou Mingyue was not bragging. This kid's talent was indeed ridiculous. He was like a second Murongqi. Heyu suddenly doubted life. Was it really the reincarnation of a phoenix? In a dark cave, an old man with disheveled hair was meditating and cultivating. He abruptly opened his eyes, which burst forth with a radiant light that illuminated the entire cave. This aura. Someone has awakened the primordial physique. The old man muttered to himself with a grave tone. He pinched his fingers to calculate, and his expression changed slightly. Heaven! What a heaven! How Tian, it seems like you've hidden your strength well. The old man muttered to himself. He immediately got up and walked out of the cave. He wasn't the only one. All the major powers in the immortal world had predicted this. Heaven, inside a loft. The celestial ruler was meditating on a futon, surrounded by smoke. Suddenly, he sensed something and opened his eyes. He frowned and pinched his fingers to calculate. Eh? Why did the luck in heaven suddenly increase? The celestial ruler was unable to deduce that Han Yen had inherited the stellar primordial body. The sudden increase in luck in heaven made him very vigilant, afraid that someone was up to no good. The celestial ruler quickly deduced that the reason for the sudden increase in luck came from the Scarlet Cloud world. To be precise, it came from Han Yen, but he couldn't figure out why Han Yen could increase the luck in heaven. This kid, the celestial ruler, was a little shocked. Back then, even the divine general didn't cause such a commotion. He didn't leave for the Scarlet Cloud world. Instead, he enveloped the entire heaven with his divine sense to prevent anyone from descending into the mortal world. There were many mighty figures hidden in heaven, and they weren't inferior to the celestial ruler. The celestial ruler was afraid that others would calculate and target Han Yen. Only a few mighty figures noticed the increase in luck in heaven. Most immortals and gods didn't feel anything unusual and were still doing their own things. A full month passed. Han Yen finally obtained the stellar primordial body. He felt that the entire world had changed. He could feel the power of the stars and the vitality of all things. This feeling, it's too awesome. Han Yen praised. His 6 paths dermic powers had increased several times, and his soul and divine sense had also soared. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had been reborn. His previous talent was already strong enough, and he could still transform. He was looking forward to his next cultivation speed. After his bloodline transformed, he was covered in sweat and mud. He had no choice but to cast a spell to wash his body. After washing up, he began to internalize qi and cultivate. Soon, he discovered that his cultivation speed had more than doubled. The most domineering thing about the stellar primordial body was that it could borrow the power of the stars. If he fought in the boundless sea of stars, he would be almost invincible unless his opponent's realm was far higher than his. In the future, Han Yen could use the 4th level of the heavenly sword Dao, sword to open the primordial world. He would first open up the primordial stars and then gather the power of the stars to fight. In that case, his combat strength would be unimaginable. I'm really a genius. Han Yen thought to himself proudly. Night fell, and the sky was filled with stars. Han Yen discovered that his cultivation speed had increased. This made him have the urge to head to the universe's sea of stars to cultivate. However, on second thought, if he went to the universe's sea of stars, he wouldn't have the support of the immortal qi of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. His cultivation speed would also decrease. Han Yen called Wu Dao Jian in and began the simulation trial. He killed Long Shan instantly. He couldn't kill Di Tai Beek instantly. The opponents in the simulation trial didn't have any thoughts or emotions. They fought based on instinct. Han Yen was killed before he could open up the primordial world. Di Tai Beek was still very strong. He was at the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm and was only one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. Wu Dao Jian sat on his futon and sized up Han Yen. For some reason, she felt that Han Yen seemed to have changed into a different person. She couldn't tell exactly what had changed. 3 years later, a voice entered Han Yen's ears. Come out and have a chat. Celestial ruler, Han Yen was stunned. Why was the celestial ruler looking for him? He immediately set off and went to the forest dozens of miles away. The celestial ruler turned to look at Han Yen and frowned. Han Yen's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? Could it be that he had offended the celestial ruler by sending Su Qi to the celestial world? Just as Han Yen was feeling uneasy, the celestial ruler's eyes lit up. What bloodline do you have? Why is your blood qi so powerful? Han Yen said, I don't know either. I do feel that my blood qi has become much stronger recently. He couldn't say anything about the stellar primordial body. It was hard to explain. The celestial ruler carefully sized up Han Yan. After a while, he said, "Do you want to go to the heavenly peach banquet?" Han Yan hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, I don't want to go. I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. However, if your majesty wants me to go, I naturally can't refuse. The celestial ruler's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. A notification popped up in front of Han Yan's eyes. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The celestial ruler also liked to listen to flattery. The celestial ruler smiled and said, "Since you don't want to go, then don't go. When the time comes, I'll let D Tai Beek personally deliver the heavenly peach to you." Han Yan was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Then, the celestial ruler began to chat with Han Yan about some interesting things in heaven. Most of the time, Han would just listen and occasionally chime in. The celestial ruler suddenly sighed. "If only the divine general knew how to repay kindness like you." Han Yan asked curiously, "Isn't the divine general the most meritorious heavenly general in heaven?" What did the celestial ruler mean? Did he have a conflict with the divine general, or was he deliberately knocking him down? His contributions are indeed great, but it is precisely because they are too great that he is arrogant. Previously, when I asked him to kill the undying emperor, I spent a lot of effort. The celestial ruler shook his head and smiled. His expression was somewhat bitter. Han Yan did not know whether to believe it or not. The divine general also had a good impression of him, and it was a 3-star favorability. Before today, it was the same as the celestial ruler's favorability towards him. Han Yan said, "At least he was nurtured by your majesty." "Your majesty, rest assured. When I grow up in the future, I will not forget your majesty's kindness." The celestial ruler smiled and said, "I believe in you. Cultivate well. With me here, no one will disturb your cultivation." After saying that, the celestial emperor disappeared from where he stood. Han Yan quickly returned inside the congenital cave. He began to ponder the celestial ruler's intentions. Could it be that the celestial ruler and the divine general were going to break up? He previously thought that the divine general was the celestial ruler's trusted aide, but now it seemed that was not the case. Currently, the celestial ruler's trusted aide was only D Tai Beek. Han Yan did not know anyone else for the time being. If there really is a traitor, I can check through the system. Han Yan thought silently. Then, he stopped thinking about it and began to focus on cultivation. When he became stronger, no matter how much chaos there was in heaven, he would not be afraid. Han Yan had never thought of working for heaven. He could repay the kindness, but there was no need to risk his life. Living was the most important thing. 5 years later. Han Yan opened his eyes and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse. This was the rule he had set. Every 10 years, he had to curse the enemy once to prevent anyone from being hot-headed enough to seek revenge. As he cursed, he checked his mail. Your grand disciple Morong Chi was attacked by your good friend Huang Jihao. Both sides were injured. Your grand disciple, Fang Liang, was attacked by your good friends Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan. He was severely injured, but at the critical moment, he had an epiphany and successfully escaped. Your friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by demons, X160105, your good friend Xianxia has ascended. Your good friend Grand Marshal Shunpeng was attacked by immortals from heaven. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren has comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth. His cultivation has improved greatly. Your divine pet Tengu was attacked by demonic beasts, X310229, your grand disciple Fang Liang has comprehended the divine spark of heaven and earth and has become a god. When Han Yan saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. It was really exciting. The Khanate Providence bearers also began to fight. They forced each other to become stronger. Could this be the reason why the Scarlet Cloud World's providence had increased greatly? Han Yan didn't want to interfere in the chaotic battle between Mo Fuzhou, Zhou Fan, Morong Chi, and Fang Liang. Even if someone died, with their providence, they might be stronger when they reincarnated. Several months later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune, took out the Heavenly Dao token, and checked the ranking on the Heavenly Dao tablet. He found that the Scarlet Cloud World's ranking had increased again. It had reached 3012th place. Ridiculous, Han Yan hurriedly observed the scarlet cloud world. He didn't know if he didn't look, but he was shocked when he saw it. Many experts had appeared in this world. Although Morong Qi, Feng Liang, Mo Fuzhou, Zhou Fan, and Huang Jihao were strong, they were still far from being number one in the world. Among the 5 of them, only Morong Qi, Mo Fuzhou, and Huang Jihao were in the top 100 cultivators in the world. They were all ranked below the 90th place. Most of the cultivators above them were from the various sacred grounds. Tianjin Prefecture had nearly 20 people on the list. After Xianxia left, Tianjin Prefecture didn't decline. Instead, it became more prosperous. Han Yan observed for a few days. After confirming that there were no demons or demons playing tricks, he was relieved. Forget it. Han Yan sighed in his heart. He couldn't stop those geniuses from cultivating. That would be a dereliction of duty. He could only pray that the Scarlet Cloud World's providence would increase slower. 20 years later, Han Yan finally broke through to the late stage of the reincarnation true immortal realm. He was close to the mystic immortal realm. Han Yan checked on Long Shan. He was only at the mid-stage of the grand unity true immortal realm. You want to reach the golden immortal realm before me? How dare you, Han Yan complained in his heart as he continued to consolidate his cultivation. 2 months later, he walked out of the cave abode and gathered everyone under the Fusong tree. Chang Yu'er, Fairy Xixian, and Xing Hongxian were also called over. He was prepared to preach the Tao to everyone to improve their cultivation. An immortal's preaching of the Tao was a great opportunity for mortals. Han Yan used his Tao voice to let everyone quickly enter a state of epiphany. During this process, the cultivation problems that everyone found difficult to understand in the past were directly solved. It was very magical. After a full year, Han Yan ended his preaching and began to let them ask questions. In just a short year, everyone's cultivation had improved. Even the 2 golden crows who had already reached the itinerant immortal realm. The most obvious was Zhou Mingyue. It was mainly because his cultivation level was low. After Han Yan's preaching, his talent was completely unlocked. After another half a year, Han Yan stood up. Husband, I want to talk to you for a while. Let's go in. Xing Hongxian suddenly followed and smiled. Chang Yu'er frowned. Fairy Xixian left. Wu Daojian was also a little unhappy, but he did not dare to say anything. Tu Ling'er looked at Xing Hongxian enviously. The others pretended not to hear and cultivated. Han Yan could not persuade Xing Hongxian, so he brought her into the cave abode and asked Wu Daojian to wait outside. Should I be more proactive? Chang Yu'er thought silently. Her eyes were firm. She decided to find Han Yan later and force herself on him. As soon as they entered the cave abode, Xing Hongxian stuck to Han Yan like a snake. Husband, why have you become more good-looking recently? I really like you. Xing Hongxian said in an extremely sweet voice. Han Yan had goosebumps when he heard it. This woman was getting more and more pretentious, Han Yan complained in his heart, but he still took off his clothes obediently. It was good to release it occasionally. It was to prevent problems with his state of mind. Heaven, North Heavenly Gate. Xianxia stood in his heavenly general silver armor, surrounded by more than 10 heavenly soldiers. As a low-grade prodigy, Xianxia would be arranged to guard the 4 heavenly gates every once in a while. Xianxia was expressionless. His mind had already flown beyond heaven. The last battle made me realize a lot. As expected, I still have to fight. I can't always cultivate in seclusion. Xianxia thought silently and decided to find a few heavenly generals to sweep the demon territory next time. At this moment, a few immortals flew in front of him. Xianxia and the heavenly soldiers bowed. Have you heard? His Majesty has invited the Divine Palace for this heavenly peach banquet. The Buddhist sect and the Goblin Court have joined forces. Heaven naturally has to rope in the Divine Palace. I heard that the prodigy from the Divine Palace is coming. Who? The reincarnation of the immortal emperor? How is that possible? It's another prodigy, the Sword God Emperor. It seems like the heavenly peach banquet is not that simple. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he listened to the discussions of the immortals. He had been in heaven for a while, so he knew a little about the Divine Palace. The divine palace might not have as many cultivators as heaven, but the divine palace had the most prodigies, immortal emperors, and thearchs. The two major powers are gathered. It's impossible for them to just chat. They will definitely spar and fight openly and covertly. If I can defeat the sword god emperor, won't I be able to soar to the sky? Xianxia thought silently as his eyes lit up. He was only a low-grade heavenly general and did not have a deep understanding of the cultivation realms of the celestial world. He did not know how strong the sword god emperor was. But since he was a prodigy, it meant that he had not grown up yet. After struggling with Xianxia for a month, Han Yan was finally willing to let Wu Daojian in. He ignored her little emotions and took out the Book of Misfortune. He could not lose the daily mission. He began to check his mail out of habit. It felt like reading through memorials. The celestial ruler might have felt the same way in the Lingxiao Palace. However, Han Yan did not need to do anything. He only needed to read. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by your grand disciple Feng Liang and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your grand disciple Feng Liang and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by your grand disciple Murong Qi and was severely injured. Your disciple Sun Chang'an was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Fortunately, your grand disciple Murong Qi saved him. Your disciple Su Qi spread misfortune. Nilong Immortal Island's fortune is declining. Your good friend Di Taibeek was attacked by a demon god, X14. Your good friend Long Shan received guidance from the great emperor and mastered the mystical power. Feng Liang was so fierce, he challenged Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan alone. Han Yan was stunned. He immediately checked Feng Liang. Feng Liang, second level of the tribulation realm. Due to the influx of fortune, he cultivated the divine body of heaven and earth, surpassing mortals. Divine body of heaven and earth, that was something. Han Yan also noticed that Su Qi had arrived at Nilong Immortal Island. My good disciple, I hope you can kill Daoist Dan Qing before he finds trouble with me. Han Yan muttered to himself. A strange smile appeared on his face. Wu Daojian asked curiously, who are you talking about? Han Yan said, nothing. Master, I'm about to master the first level of the heavenly sword path, Wu Daojian said with a smile. Han Yan said unhappily, let's talk about it after you master it. How many years has it been? All right. Wu Daojian had no choice but to continue cultivating. Han Yan ignored her and continued reading his emails. Only he could understand the pleasure of surfing. A few months later, the mission was completed. Han Yan first used the heavenly Dao token to observe Sun Chang'an. He was still very worried about Sun Chang'an. That guy often fell into love tribulations. After being away for so long, he did not know how he was doing. If not for the fact that the spirit chi of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain no longer needed Sun Chang'an to strengthen it, Han Yan would have pressed him down on the mountain. At this moment, Sun Chang'an was drinking in an inn in the city, mumbling a name. Qian. Han Yan was really convinced. Was the curse of the gods so terrifying? She had been dead for hundreds of years, yet she still couldn't forget. Han Yan suddenly felt that it might be better to let Sun Chang'an die. In his next life, Han Yan would directly trap him on a mountain and not see a single woman. No. What if he had his eyes on the woman on the mountain? That would become a melodramatic plot. Han Yan thought about it. Why don't I look for Qian'er's reincarnation? However, Sun Chang'an was so ugly. No matter how many times Qian'er reincarnated, she probably wouldn't like him. Sigh. Forget it. I'd better make the best use of my time to cultivate and strive to reach the realm of the gods as soon as possible to save Sun Chang'an. Han Yan thought so. Although Murong Qi always despised Sun Chang'an, he would always rush over whenever Sun Chang'an was in danger. Sometimes, Han Yan felt sorry for Murong Qi. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the eldest senior brother of Han Yan's third-generation disciples. He had to set an example. Han Yan felt that the third-generation disciples were much stronger than the second-generation disciples. Among the second-generation disciples, only Su Qi and Tu Ling'er made him worry less. Su Qi was the strongest. Sun Chang'an and Yang Tiandong were too useless. It was also time to think of a name for his sect. Ascetic cultivation sect, ascetic cultivation sect, ascetic cultivation mountain, ascetic cultivation cave, go. Cave, time flew by. 10 years passed by, and a century passed by. During Han Yan's cultivation process, time passed by another 30 years. 30 years had passed. Han Yan had not broken through to the reincarnation true immortal realm for the time being, but he was not far away. After obtaining the stellar primordial body, it still took such a long time. It was obvious that it was really difficult to break through to the true immortal realm. Long Shan was still in the middle stage. On this day, Fang Liang returned. His return caused everyone under the Fusang tree to stand up because he had lost an arm. What happened? Who did it? Heiyuji asked. Fang Liang's hair was a little gray, and he looked quite old. He was no longer the handsome young man from before. Fang Liang smiled bitterly and said, I broke it myself. Chu Shiren and Zhou Mingyue also looked at Fang Liang. Especially Zhou Mingyue, who was full of curiosity about Fang Liang. After going up the mountain for so long, he often heard others mention Fang Liang and Murong Qi. It was said that the Grandmaster loved them the most. Nothing, I'll go and pay my respects to the Grandmaster first. Fang Liang said with a smile. After that, he walked to the innate cave abode. Han Yan noticed that something was wrong with his state, so he drove out the Wudao Jian so that they could be alone. Grandmaster, I finally understand why you don't come out and why you don't get married. Fang Liang knelt in front of Han Yan and sighed. His face was full of sadness. Han Yan asked, what's wrong? Fang Liang began to talk about his experience. It turned out that the demon saintess he married was the daughter of the Black Fox Goblin Emperor. The Black Fox Goblin Emperor thought highly of him at first, but he found that the Black Fox Goblin Emperor wanted to unify the human and demon races, so he agreed to this marriage. Not only that, but the demon saintess also began to persuade Fang Liang, because the Black Fox Goblin Emperor promised that he would give his position to Fang Liang in the future. How could Fang Liang betray the human race? After several twists and turns, quarreling and different ideologies, this alien couple finally broke up. Fang Liang cut off his arm to show his determination that he would never look back. The demon saintess was heartbroken, and her temperament changed drastically. She was full of hatred for him. Han Yan comforted him, it's okay, in life, this kind of love tribulation is inevitable. Just cultivate well in the future. There are many fairies in the sky, there's no need to worry about her. Remember, cultivation is the most important. Fang Liang smiled bitterly. Han Yan said, stay in the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain, don't go out again. Otherwise, he would help the Scarlet Cloud world increase its ranking again. Fang Liang nodded and said, Grandmaster, I don't seem to be immortal now. This feeling is indescribable. Although I'm only in the tribulation realm, Mahayana realm cultivators are no longer my match. It's really strange. He had always thought that his luck and talent were the result of Han Yan changing his fate. So every time he heard others praise him, he would think of Han Yan, and his heart would feel warm. Han Yan said, it's nothing. Your uncle Master Su Chi has already ascended, your goal should be to follow him. Don't use the Mahayana realm of the mortal world as the standard. You may be strong in the mortal world, but compared to the geniuses of the upper world, you're not worth mentioning. Fang Liang thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Then, Han Yan began to teach him mystical abilities. He imparted the 10,000 sword divine technique to Fang Liang. When he completely grasped it, he would impart the 3 pure world cleansing. His goal was to let his disciples and grand disciples inherit his various abilities. That way, he would appear unfathomable and omnipotent. 3 months later, Fang Liang walked out of the Connate cave abode. He was no longer dispirited and was once again in high spirits. Wyrm King, want to spar? Fang Liang smiled at the 3-headed Wyrm King. The 3-headed Wyrm King thought to himself, this kid wants to bully me? No, he's only in the tribulation realm. What's there to be afraid of? After Fang Liang returned, the peak of the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain was lively for a few days before returning to peace. After thousands of years of tradition, Han Yan's disciples and grand disciples were already used to cultivating diligently. Zhou Mingyue seemed to treat Fang Liang as an imaginary enemy. His cultivation attitude was even more hardworking than before. Han Yan began to break through to the perfected reincarnation true immortal realm. 27 years later. Han Yan successfully broke through to the perfected reincarnation true immortal realm. He did not stop to rest. Instead, he continued to consolidate his cultivation. After about 5 years, Han Yan ushered in the opportunity to break through. Go out first. Han Yan opened his eyes and instructed. Hearing this, Wu Daojian stood up reflexively. She walked to the entrance of the cave and suddenly turned back. Master, I've already mastered the first level of the heavenly sword Dao. Not bad. I'll teach you the second level later. Okay. Wu Daojian left, looking a little disappointed. Han Yan thought to himself, was I too harsh on her? I have to be gentler to her in the future, lest she runs away. After walking out of the cave abode, Wu Daojian happily looked for Fang Liang to spar. The two of them went to the sky to spar. They were both sword cultivators. The battle caused a huge commotion, attracting many Yuqing cultivators to watch. The heavenly sword Dao versus the 10,000 sword sect. Han Yan did not watch the battle. Instead, he focused on breaking through. With the stellar primordial body, the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, and the spiritual body of the 6 paths, there was almost no suspense for Han Yan to break through. 7 years later. Han Yan succeeded in breaking through. His dermic power skyrocketed, and his soul transformed. Han Yan's mood was exploding with joy. He immediately called out his stats panel. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 13651 2045 999/9, race, immortal, stellar primordial body, cultivation, early stage of the reincarnation mystic immortal realm. 120 million years of lifespan, breaking through the horizon, Han Yan felt like he was about to soar into the sky. 100 million years of lifespan, unheard of, this is what it means to be an immortal. Han Yan's breathing quickened when he saw the attributes panel. As long as he didn't cause any trouble, Han Yan would write his name backwards if he couldn't reach the level of Daluo after cultivating for 100 million years. Han Yan consolidated his cultivation. Half a year later, he finally completed his breakthrough. The first thing was to take out the Book of Misfortune to celebrate. With such a long lifespan, he could squander it all. One person would be cursed for 7 days, one more day would shorten his lifespan. A few months later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. He started the simulation trial. Long Shan was no longer worthy of being his opponent. He directly challenged Di Taibeek. This time, he was not instantly killed by Di Taibeek. The two of them fought back and forth. When Han Yan used the 3rd tier of the heavenly sword Dao, Sword Splitter, the stars in the sky appeared and Di Taibeek was unable to withstand it. Di Taibeek had indeed cultivated the heavenly sword Dao and had also reached the 3rd tier. Unfortunately, he was still no match for Han Yan. This battle lasted for nearly an hour. After the battle ended, Han Yan frowned. An hour was too long. I'm still not strong enough. That person in the celestial palace is a true immortal who can kill a golden immortal. When he becomes a Xian immortal, killing a golden immortal will definitely be an instant kill. Han Yan thought silently. The pride in his heart was gone. He tried to fight the celestial ruler. As expected, he was instantly killed. Han Yan returned to his cautious nature. He was still too weak. If the celestial ruler's temperament changed and wanted to kill him one day, he would not be able to stop it. He would set another goal, to surpass the celestial ruler. After thinking, Han Yan called Wu Daojian in. Wu Daojian sat on her cushion and smiled. Master, you succeeded in breaking through? Han Yan thought of his previous decision to treat her better. He smiled and said, I will teach you the 2nd tier of the heavenly sword Dao. Come and sit beside me. Wu Daojian was pleasantly surprised. She had transformed for hundreds of years, but had never been on Han Yan's bed. She carefully sat beside Han Yan like a kitten. Han Yan did not mind. He waited for her to sit properly and began to teach her the 2nd tier of the heavenly sword Dao. After teaching for a year, he let Wu Daojian comprehend it on her own. This day, Di Taibeek suddenly came to visit. Han Yan chased Wu Daojian out and let Di Taibeek into the cave residence. Your disciples and grand disciples are very talented. They broke through quite quickly. Di Taibeek stroked his beard and smiled. He looked at Han Yan. Han Yan saw that he was not in a good state. He had been attacked by the god fiend. Could it be that he had not recovered from his injuries? I'm all right. Senior, are you here for the Feast of Peaches? Han Yan asked with a smile. Di Taibeek nodded. He waved his right hand and 4 fist-sized peaches appeared on the table. The peaches of immortality looked like ordinary peaches, except that they were pinker. The Feast of Peaches is about to begin. To prevent all the peaches from being eaten, I sent them to you in advance. Ordinary immortals can only eat 1. Even the Heavenly Mother can only eat 2. Most of His Majesty's sons can only eat 1 or 2. Those who are extremely talented can only eat 3, Di Taibeek said enviously. The celestial ruler was really willing to give Han Yan. Han Yan heard this and could not help but like the celestial ruler even more. If he could help the celestial ruler in the future, he would do so as long as his life was not threatened. Thank His Majesty for me. Han Yan will remember this kindness, Han Yan said earnestly. He could already feel the vast immortal chi in the peaches. As expected of the divine fruit of heaven. Di Taibeek continued with a smile, there are many prodigies from the divine palace at this Feast of Peaches. The leader is the divine sword emperor. He could become an immortal emperor at any time. Although he is not the most powerful cultivator among the younger generation of the divine palace, he is still the most powerful sword cultivator. If you were born 100,000 years earlier, you might be able to compete with him. The divine sword emperor, Han Yan's expression became strange. The divine sword emperor still had 3 stars of favorability toward him. They were all friends, so there was no need to put him down. Are the 2 forces going to fight? Han Yan asked curiously. According to the rules, the prodigies were going to fight and suppress each other. Fortunately, he did not go to the Feast of Peaches. Otherwise, he would be in danger. This was definitely the best opportunity to draw hatred. With the celestial ruler's high regard for him, it was very likely that he would be sent to fight. The more Han Yan thought about it, the more fortunate he was. Di Taibeek said with a smile, don't worry, the people in heaven are not to be trifled with. There are many prodigies in heaven. His Highness Long Shan is not the most powerful prodigy in heaven. He is only a prodigy. Han Yan nodded. That was good. He hoped that nothing bad would happen in heaven. What if the heaven disappeared soon after he joined? If that happened, wouldn't he become the main character of a fantasy novel? The 2 of them chatted for a while before Di Taibeek took his leave. Han Yan put away the peaches and took out the heavenly Dao badge. He wondered how the Providence of the Scarlet Cloud Realm had been recently. Soon, Han Yan saw the Scarlet Cloud Realm's ranking. He was speechless. 2532 ND place, it was rising too quickly, could it be that the providence of the heaven was declining? Han Yan fell into deep thought. Forget it, forget it. I'll improve my sword Dao theurgy first and increase my overall strength. Han Yan closed his eyes and began to comprehend the 3 pure world cleansing. Soon, he entered the sword Dao river. When he saw Zhang Guxing again, Han Yan saw that there was a figure in front of Zhang Guxing. The 2 of them seemed to be chatting. Zhang Guxing waved at Han Yan and said with a smile, you're here. You came at the right time. You can get to know each other. This is a young sword cultivator from the Divine Palace. He is only 3,000 years old and is already in the late-stage Grand Unity True Immortal stage. He has the potential to become a prodigy. Han Yan couldn't help but look at the figure in front of Zhang Guxing. It was a silver shadow, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, Han Yan was a reincarnation Xian celestial. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could see the figure clearly. He was dressed in red and had a sword at his waist. He was handsome and arrogant. He was also sizing up Han Yan. A 3,000-year-old late-stage Tai genuine celestial, his aptitude was indeed extraordinary. Han Yan praised him in his heart. He cupped his fists and said, I'm Han Yan. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The silver shadow cupped his fists and said, Zhu Jian of the Celestial Palace. Zhu Jian, what a good name. Han Yan didn't know what to say for a moment. The other party obviously had no interest in him. Zhang Guxing smiled and asked, "The heavenly peach banquet in heaven is coming soon. With your aptitude, won't heaven invite you?" Han Yan said, "I don't want to go. I'd rather stay at home and cultivate." Zhu Jian smiled and said, "Indeed. In this heavenly peach banquet, the celestial sword emperor of the celestial palace will definitely be in the limelight. No one in heaven can beat him." It was true, the heavenly peach banquet seemed to be a grand event, but the celestial palace wanted to take the opportunity to show off. Han Yan wasn't too worried. If the celestial ruler dared to invite the celestial palace, he must be confident. "Senior, I'll take my leave first." Zhu Jian bowed to Zhang Guxing and then turned to leave. Judging from his attitude, Zhang Guxing used to have a high status in the celestial palace. Even if he left, he could still be respected by the celestial palace. Han Yan thought so. He didn't dislike Zhu Jian's attitude. He felt that it was normal. Since he wasn't interested in befriending him, then he wouldn't. Zhu Jian didn't offend Han Yan. After Zhu Jian left, Zhang Guxing smiled and said, "The young people of the celestial palace are like you. They cultivate all year round and are not good at socializing." Han Yan nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't care." He changed the topic and asked, "Senior, do you know the relationship between the celestial ruler and the divine general? You came into contact with it so quickly?" There are indeed rumors that the celestial ruler and the celestial ruler are not on good terms. After the celestial ruler grew up, he was dissatisfied with many of the celestial ruler's decisions. In addition, his achievements overshadowed the celestial rulers, causing many forces to speculate. Of course, these are all rumors. The celestial ruler still belongs to heaven. Zhang Guxing replied, "If you really join heaven, don't try to guess their relationship. Only they know if they are together or not. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the divine general only listens to the celestial ruler." Han Yan nodded. He felt the same way. The heart of an emperor should not be recklessly guessed. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Han Yan took his leave. In the following year, Han Yan came several times. Zhang Guxing couldn't help but sigh. Who was the guardian of the Sword Dao River? Why did it feel like Han Yan had already treated this place as his home? After spending a year to improve his Sword Dao to the extreme, Han Yan was satisfied. He realized that he couldn't comprehend the heavenly Sword Dao any further. This Sword Dao was already at the extreme. Han Yan couldn't imagine how powerful the person who created it was. Han Yan took out a peach of immortality and ate one. The flesh of the peach of immortality instantly melted into a majestic immortal qi. Han Yan immediately refined it. A few days later, the peach of immortality was digested. Han Yan's dermic powers increased greatly. It was more than 10 years of hard work. His lifespan also increased by 10,000 years. However, he was still far from the mid-stage of the reincarnation mystic immortal realm. The difficulty of breaking through to the mystic immortal realm was dozens of times that of the true immortal realm. It seemed like the peach of immortality wasn't very helpful to the mystic immortal realm. This was normal. If the peach of immortality was extremely powerful, the celestial ruler could create an immortal emperor or even Daluo just by relying on the peach of immortality. Han Yan decided to keep the remaining 3 peaches of immortality for now. What if they were useful? He picked up the leftover peach of immortality and asked Wu Dao Jian to bury it under the Fusang tree. What if he could grow a peach of immortality? One must have dreams. It was fine even if he didn't succeed. Wu Dao Jian did as he was told. Han Yan continued to cultivate. 10 years later, Han Yan stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse his enemies. As he cursed, he checked his emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a powerful being. He used his spatial powers to escape and accidentally left the human world. Your grand disciple Murong Qi was attacked by demons, X289004. Your enemy Black Fox Goblin Emperor was attacked by your grand disciple Murong Qi. He was severely injured and his life is hanging by a thread. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by your good friend Sword God Emperor. He was severely injured. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by immortals, X67. Your good friend Lan Shan was attacked by your good friend Sword God Emperor. He was severely injured. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by immortals. He was severely injured. Your disciple Suchi spread bad luck. Taoist Dan Qing lost 10,000 years of lifespan. The chances of the Dragon Immortal Island suffering a heavenly tribulation have increased. Along the way, all of them were severely injured. It was so dangerous, Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Sword God Emperor was severely injured. This meant that the heaven was not suppressed by the God Palace. He did not want the heaven to be crushed by the God Palace at this juncture. On second thought, Han Yan felt that his thoughts were laughable. This was the heaven. Before he joined, the heavenly court was such a huge mountain that he couldn't even breathe under the pressure. After joining, he worried about the heaven all day. This was a bit like the concept of being invincible in the dark and being 70% weaker in the white. Only by becoming an enemy could one understand how powerful the other party was. Who injured the Sword God Emperor? Han Yan was very curious. The emails did not indicate who it was, which meant that they did not have any contact with Han Yan. It was not the godly general. The heaven was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Han Yan continued to curse as he thought. 2 years later. Han Yan, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up, and his gaze passed through the ceiling of the cave abode. He saw a figure appear in the void above the scarlet cloud world. This person was 1,000 feet tall and stood on a 1,000 feet long flood dragon. He wore a black robe, and his hands were crossed in front of his chest as he looked down at the scarlet cloud world. Han Yan frowned. Who was this person? The black-robed man slowly raised his right hand, and a long sword surrounded by blood energy appeared in his palm. He held the sword hilt. Not good. Han Yan immediately moved out of the cave abode and arrived above the scarlet cloud world. When the black-robed man waved his sword, Han Yan also pulled out his sword and slashed towards the sky. Heavenly Sword Tao, Heavenly Sword, the black sword energy rose and collided with the black-robed man's sword energy. There was a loud boom, the sword energy exploded and swept in all directions. Han Yan and the black-robed man's robes fluttered. The black-robed man looked at Han Yan with a surprised expression. A mere mortal world actually has a Xian immortal. The black-robed man thought to himself. His eyes turned vicious as he waved his sword again. Han Yan saw this and was instantly annoyed. Courting death, Han Yan did not say anything. He directly raised the primordial judgment sword and used 3 pure world cleansing. 9 sword energy oceans appeared in front of him. They were all vertical, like 9 huge plates facing the black-robed man. Countless sword shadows condensed. The black-robed man was surprised and immediately used a divine ability. The flood dragon under his feet turned into a ferocious tower that covered him. 3 pure world cleansings, 9 heavens erupted, each sword energy ocean shot out tens of millions of sword shadows, close to 100 million sword shadows blasted out. Han Yan did not hold back. 6 paths of dermic power poured out. When the sword shadows became bigger and bigger in the black-robed man's eyes, he cried out in his heart, not good. The torrent of sword chi formed by hundreds of millions of sword shadows was spectacular. It quickly drowned the black-robed man, and even the giant tower formed by the flood dragon was submerged. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically, and he was extremely terrified. How is this possible, this magic power, this sword chi? Is it really just a mystic immortal? The black-robed man gritted his teeth and used his magic power to resist. Soon, the giant tower that covered him shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. If this continued, his magic treasure would be destroyed in a few seconds. Damn it! The black-robed man shouted, let's talk nicely. There's no need to kill him. Wanderer Tianyi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Han Yan saw the notification that popped up in front of him, and his killing intent soared. He increased his magic power and killed Wanderer Tianyi with absolute strength. His body and soul were destroyed. He killed him directly. Han Yan stopped when he couldn't sense Wanderer Tianyi's aura anymore. Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships and couldn't find Wanderer Tianyi. He should be dead. He was in a bad mood. What's going on? He was in seclusion, and suddenly someone jumped out and wanted to destroy his mortal realm. What bad luck! Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. As soon as he sat down, a line of words appeared in front of him. Because this is your first time killing a Grand Unity Mystic Immortal, you have the following choices. 1. Upgrade the simulation trial function. 2. Upgrade the hidden function of the system. Han Yan narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. After a while, he chose to upgrade the simulation trial function. This function was too powerful, he could figure out his own strength and the enemy's strength. You chose to upgrade the simulation trial function. Detected that this mortal realm belongs to you. The simulation trial's detection range has been increased. With this mortal realm as the center, the surrounding void is included in the simulation trial's detection range. This works. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. Finally, the detection range was increased. With his current cultivation level, the radius of 100 miles in Yuqing was too small. Han Yan immediately began to detect the strongest person in the vicinity of the Scarlet Cloud world. Eastern Punishment Heaven, Early Stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal, Elder of Tianjin Prefecture, huh? Is there such a powerful warrior in Tianjin Prefecture? It was no wonder that the Tianjin Prefecture was still alive after going through so many calamities and being besieged. Why didn't this person make a move when Daoist Jian slaughtered Tianjin Prefecture? Han Yan continued reading and found that there were many experts hidden in the Scarlet Cloud world. There were a few itinerant immortals. Could these people be the legendary land immortals? There were hundreds of Mahayana cultivators, which was ridiculous. Only then did Han Yan realize that he had underestimated the Scarlet Cloud world. Some fellows could not even be detected by the heavenly Dao token when they were hiding. No wonder the Scarlet Cloud world's ranking kept rising. Han Yan watched for a while and then continued to cultivate. For years later, Di Taibeek came to visit. Han Yan called Wu Dao Jian out to be alone with Di Taibeek. The heavenly peach banquet is over. The divine palace didn't gain any advantage. It can be considered a successful conclusion, Di Taibeek said with a smile. Apparently, he was in a good mood. Han Yan asked curiously, the Sword God Emperor was defeated? Yes. Who? A prodigy. Although he's an immortal god in heaven, he inherited the Dao sect and rarely appears. You don't have to ask about his identity. You will meet him sooner or later. Was there a relationship between heaven and the Dao sect? Han Yan fell into deep thought. Di Taibeek continued, recently, a faction wants to destroy the mortal world under heaven. You have to be careful. Han Yan could not help but say, a few years ago, someone called Wanderer Tianyi came. After killing Wanderer Tianyi, Han Yan did not obtain the hatred of other mighty figures. He could not help but suspect that Wanderer Tianyi was an itinerant cultivator. How could an itinerant cultivator dare to provoke heaven? Wanderer Tianyi? Di Taibeek's expression changed, and he frowned. He seemed to have thought of something and said, Wanderer Tianyi is a mystic immortal. You, Han Yan smiled but did not say anything. Di Taibeek was shocked. This brat is already strong enough to kill a mystic immortal, this speed of improvement is too exaggerated. Di Taibeek took a deep breath and said, Wanderer Tianyi came from a powerful itinerant cultivator dynasty. It seems that the human race also has thoughts about heaven. Han Yan asked in surprise, there are kingdoms and dynasties in the immortal world? Of course. There are also humans in the immortal world, and there are a lot of them. They are the main characters of the heaven path. Heaven and divine palace mostly use humans as the foundation to select immortals. Will they come again? I will let the immortals protect Scarlet Cloud world. You don't have to worry. Di Taibeek's promise made Han Yan sigh in relief. As expected of heaven, they have a lot of resources. Han Yan was also afraid of trouble. Di Taibeek immediately stood up and smiled, since you know where he came from, it's easy. Wanderer Tianyi is really stupid to tell you his identity. Han Yan smiled. He stood up and sent Di Taibeek away. After Di Taibeek left, Han Yan walked in front of the Fusong tree and looked at the earth immortal gourd vine. The 7 gourd seeds had already grown into small gourds. The gourd essence seemed to be about to take shape. Han Yan was looking forward to it. Han Yan used his divine sense to search the immortal peach pit buried in the soil. There was no movement. It seemed that it was not so easy to plant an immortal peach tree. This was normal. If it was so easy to plant, the immortal peach tree would have been a common commodity. Grandmaster, a voice sounded, interrupting Han Yan's thoughts. Zhou Mingyue walked over carefully, looking very nervous. Han Yan glanced at him and replied, Zhou Mingyue gathered his courage and said, Grandmaster, I want to learn spells and abilities from you. What can I do to get you to teach me? Chu Shiren was very lazy when it came to cultivation. He had never learned any spells, so he had no spells or abilities to teach Zhou Mingyue. Han Yan smiled and said, then I'll teach you a move. Zhou Mingyue was surprised and hurriedly knelt down and bowed to Han Yan excitedly. Not far away, Chu Shiren curled his lips. Heiyuji teased, you're really casual as a master. Be careful not to be like your uncle master, Sun Chang'an. Chu Shiren frowned and said, my master didn't teach me anything. Ever since Yang Tiandong knew that he didn't like to cultivate, he ignored him and wandered outside all year round, causing their relationship to be very distant. Heiyuji shook his head and laughed. Han Yan taught Zhou Mingyue the wind god technique and major Kiliacosm thunderstorm. Zhou Mingyue's aptitude was not bad, so Han Yan only taught him for a few days. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yan opened his eyes and began to check the strongest experts around the Scarlet Cloud world. Ever since he was attacked by Tian's Wanderer, Han Yan would curse and read his emails every 10 years. He would also check the nearby mighty figures to prevent sneak attacks. Flame Lord Emperor, late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal, 3rd grade Heaven General. When Han Yan saw the late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal, he subconsciously became nervous. However, when he saw that it was from heaven, he heaved a sigh of relief. Do you want to visit him? Han Yan thought silently, but the other party didn't have a favorable impression of him, which meant that he didn't want to befriend him at all. Forget it. He was doing it for work, not protecting him out of kindness. Han Yan began the simulation trial. He didn't know how long it would take to defeat the Flame Lord Emperor. Half an hour later, Han Yan opened his eyes. The Flame Lord Emperor was something. At the beginning of the battle, Han Yan was completely suppressed. The burning power of the true sun flame was extremely terrifying. Even though Han Yan won, he still had lingering fears. If he couldn't kill the Flame Lord Emperor instantly, he definitely couldn't provoke him. Han Yan thought to himself. After understanding the Flame Lord Emperor's strength, Han Yan was relieved. With such an expert protecting him, he didn't have to worry about anyone invading the Scarlet Cloud world. The Flame Lord Emperor meditated in the void and cultivated quietly. He was like a scorching sun, shining in the darkness. Han Yan played the simulation trial for several hours before continuing to cultivate. Deep in the void, a man was meditating in a ball of raging flames. He wore a red robe and a golden crown, exuding the domineering aura of an emperor. He suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, the Flame Lord Emperor frowned. He felt that someone was spying on him, but he couldn't pinpoint the other party's location. No wonder the celestial ruler sent him to protect this mortal world. There was indeed a big problem. The Flame Lord Emperor didn't dare to let his guard down. He immediately waved his hand, and a ball of true sun flame flew out. It quickly split into hundreds of small flames and flew in all directions. In a bustling city, people came and went on the streets. Sun Chang'an stood at the corner of the street and looked over. He was dressed in black and wore a straw hat. He was looking forward to it. Morongqi suddenly appeared behind him and said, since you like her, then go and see her. Sun Chang'an was frightened by his disciple's voice. He turned around and complained, why are you always appearing and disappearing like a ghost? Humph, you're the one who doesn't cultivate properly. My cultivation is too high. You can't sense it. Morongqi was really helpless against this master. Those who didn't know would think that he was the master. Sun Chang'an sighed. She's so good-looking. She definitely won't like me. Morongqi shook his head. You're a powerful cultivator. She's just a small cultivator. How can she reject you? Qian'er isn't a woman who looks at cultivation. Then look at the face? We might as well look at cultivation. You, evil disciple. Sun Chang'an was so angry that his whole body trembled. He wanted to slap Morongqi, but he was no match for him. Morongqi said, what are you afraid of? You've been looking for her for hundreds of years. Even if you fail, you still have to give it a try. Your disciple will help you make a couple. Hearing this, Sun Chang'an took a deep breath and mustered his courage to walk over. Morongqi stayed where he was and watched the show. Time flew by and another 10 years passed. Han Yan was already 1,400 years old. Out of habit, he took out the Book of Misfortune to do his daily missions. Ever since the Flame Lord Emperor came, no one else came to attack the Scarlet Cloud world. Han Yan was still a distance away from the middle stage of the reincarnation mysterious immortal realm, but it wasn't far. He cursed as he checked his email. Your disciple Suchi spread bad luck. Perfected Dan Qing developed a mental demon. The Dragon Immortal Island suffered a rare sea disaster in tens of thousands of years and suffered heavy losses. Your good friend Zhou Fan was saved by a mighty figure and entered the celestial world. Your disciple Yang Tiandong left the mortal realm. Your Dao partner Xianxia encountered a fortuitous encounter and accidentally entered an ancient grotto heaven. Your good friend Huang Jihao comprehended the Tai sword Dao and his cultivation increased greatly. Your divine pet Tengu was attacked by righteous cultivators, X80393, your grand disciple Feng Liang comprehended the great Dao during his cultivation. His primordial spirit left his body and obtained the great Dao's favor. Han Yan looked. These 10 years could be said to be 10 years of fortuitous encounters. He checked Xuanqing's cultivation through interpersonal relationships. She was at the perfected Tai Earth Immortal realm. Although she couldn't compare to Han Yan, at least she was improving. Han Ju was still very concerned about this first Dao companion in his life. Although Xianqing had the intention to force Han Yan back then, she had always been the one doing things for Han Yan. Han Yan was looking forward to the scene when the two of them met. What would happen if Xianqing knew about his cultivation? I can't think about it anymore. If I think about it again, I can't help but want to come into being. The heavenly Dao is torturing me again, Han Yan cursed in his heart. A few months later, Han Yan cursed all his enemies and put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. Wu Daojian said, Master, the 9 heavens galaxy water has changed. Hearing that, Han Yan turned to look. The 9 heavens galaxy water was in the corner of the cave abode. After hundreds of years, it had turned into a small pool. The water surface was suffused with silver light. Han Yan saw something and his expression changed slightly. He immediately got up and walked over. The image of a city appeared in the 9 heavens galaxy water. People came and went. Many cultivators flew around in the sky above the city. It was like a water screen movie. This, Han Yan was shocked and could not understand. The 9 heavens galaxy water had such a function, who knew where the city and the water came from? Han Yan was confused. If you don't understand then ask, find brother. Han Yan immediately returned to his bed and started to comprehend the sword path. Very quickly, he came to the sword path river and found Zhang Guxing. Brother, have you heard of the 9 heavens galaxy water? Han Yan asked. Zhang Guxing was cultivating and was interrupted by Han Yan. He was a little confused and said, I have. You met the legendary Saint Water? This kid's talent was terrifying and his luck was enviable. Han Yan said, when I was training, I met a piece of water. It was the 9 heavens galaxy water. I saw the image of a city on the water surface. Why is that? Brother was so amazing, he knew everything. The 9 heavens galaxy water is the water of the heavens, it takes care of the worlds. The water surface shows the scene of the sun of heaven and earth of a world. The so-called sun of heaven and earth can be called the main character of the heavens. The human race is the main character of the heavens, so the human race can dominate the heavens. In the mortal world, the heavens will also choose the son of heaven and earth. Many factions in the celestial world rely on the 9 heavens galaxy water to find good seedlings. Han Yan was enlightened. Then would Feng Liang be targeted? That was really possible. This fellow was taught by a celestial god in his dreams and even dreamed of entering the ancient era. Maybe it was the doing of some powerful being. Han Yan didn't talk to Zhang Guxing anymore and left quickly. Zhang Guxing was depressed. What did this kid take him for, coming and going as he pleased? After returning to the cave, Han Yan came to the 9 heavens galaxy water again. He looked carefully and wanted to see who the son of heaven and earth of this world was. The 9 heavens galaxy water seemed to sense Han Yan's thoughts. The image changed and appeared in a courtyard. Under a willow tree, there was a woman in white cultivating. Her face was beautiful and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her cultivation and the willow tree behind her formed a beautiful picture. This was the son of heaven and earth. Han Yan was curious and reached his divine sense in. He was surprised to find that he could use the 9 heavens galaxy water to spy on this world. Han Yan was afraid of offending other cultivators, so his divine sense stayed in this courtyard. This woman's cultivation was already at the Mahayana realm. Detected person with Cultivate Providence, do you want to check its origin? A line of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes and he immediately chose to check it. Li Yao, 5th level of the Mahayana realm, son of heaven and earth, descendant of the immortal emperor. He was born with a heavenly phoenix and blessed the mortal world he was born in. He cultivated for 700 years and reached the Mahayana realm. He is cautious by nature, hates fighting, and likes to cultivate. Han Yan looked at the information in front of him with a strange expression. This template, it was like a female version of him. Han Yan immediately had a good impression of Li Yao. They were like-minded. Han Yan found Li Yao more and more pleasing to the eye. Li Yao, who was quietly cultivating, was like a fairy. The scene was so harmonious. After looking for a while, Han Yan retracted his divine sense. He did not disturb Li Yao. Who knew which mortal world Li Yao was in? Master, what's going on? Could it be that there's another world hidden in the water? Wu Daojian asked. Han Yan did not hide anything and explained the ability of the 9 heavens galaxy water. Wu Daojian was amazed. This water could spy on other worlds. It was really amazing. Han Yan meditated again and continued to cultivate. In a peach forest, a woman in a green dress stood under a tree, waiting shyly and expectantly. She had a beautiful face and looked around from time to time. In the distance, 2 people stood behind a big tree. They were Morongqi and Sun Chang'an. Morongqi urged, Master, what are you waiting for? She's waiting for you. Sun Chang'an was wearing a bamboo hat and a veil covering his face. He was very nervous. Don't worry. You've protected her for 10 years. She's already taking you as her lover. Go. Morongqi pushed Sun Chang'an out. Sun Chang'an was almost pushed down by him. This brat doesn't know how to control his strength. Sun Chang'an cursed in his heart. Then, he mustered his courage and walked toward the woman in the green dress. Soon, the woman in the green dress saw Sun Chang'an walking over. Sun Chang'an was wearing a bamboo hat and black clothes. His aura was extraordinary, which was very much in line with the woman's imagination of a powerful cultivator. He's the one who's been protecting me in the dark. The green-dressed woman's eyes were blurred as she watched Sun Chang'an walk over like a love-struck fool. Seeing her expression, Sun Chang'an became excited. Xianxia was finally going to be his. Sun Chang'an quickened his pace. When he arrived in front of the woman in the green dress, he fell silent again. He didn't know what to say. For a time, the peach blossom forest was silent. The woman in the green dress bit her lips and said, Why do you always? Sun Chang'an suppressed his excitement and said, I've been looking for you for hundreds of years. In my previous life, you grew up with me. You are the love of my life. His confession caused the green-dressed woman's neck and ears to instantly turn red. Hundreds of years, the green-dressed woman's heart had completely fallen. How many women in the world could withstand such a confession and infatuation? The lady in the green dress asked nervously, Can I see your face? Sun Chang'an hesitated. The green-dressed woman raised her hand and gently lifted his veil. In the next second, the green-dressed woman's body trembled and she abruptly took a step back. This step was like a bucket of cold water that extinguished the fire in Sun Chang'an's heart. Sun Chang'an smiled bitterly and asked, Am I ugly? The green-dressed woman fell silent. She really wanted to say that she was fine, but he was really too ugly. She had never seen such an ugly person. He wasn't deformed, he was truly ugly. The green-dressed woman wanted to say something but stopped. Sun Chang'an was filled with grief and indignation. However, he had already thought of this possibility, so he didn't despair. He had already experienced despair and was no longer afraid of it. Sun Chang'an asked painfully, Then I'll leave? Since they couldn't meet, then he would continue to hide in the shadows and protect her for the rest of his life. Sigh, don't go, the green-dressed woman sighed. Her words made Sun Chang'an feel better. Could it be that Qianer didn't despise him in this life? In the distance, Morongqi held his stomach and laughed. He tried to hold back his laughter and kept hammering the tree trunk. He was about to die from laughter. 30 years had passed since Han Yan discovered Li Yao. He had finally reached the mid-stage of the reincarnation mystic immortal realm. Although the speed of his breakthrough was slower than before, it was still acceptable to Han Yan. In these 30 years, every time Han Yan cursed his enemies, he would also take a look at Li Yao. This woman really knew how to cultivate bitterly. She had been meditating under that willow tree for 30 years, not moving at all. It was worth mentioning that no one came to disturb her. Logically speaking, one would be disturbed in a city. It wasn't a paradise. Perhaps the mortal world Li Yao was in was much more powerful than the Scarlet Cloud world. Because of this, people were used to cultivation. 30 years was not a long time for them. After breaking through, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune to celebrate. He cursed while checking the strongest person around the Scarlet Cloud world. Grand Marshal Shen Peng, perfected Tai Golden Immortal, 2nd grade Heaven General. Han Yan was puzzled. Why was the Grand Marshal Shen Peng here? He didn't use his divine sense to avoid disturbing the two great gods. A few months later, Han Yan checked again. The Grand Marshal Shen Peng was still there. Therefore, Han Yan began to use the simulation trial to challenge the Grand Marshal Shen Peng. An hour later, he opened his eyes with a strange expression. He had lost. They were both perfected Tai Golden Immortal, but Di Tai Beat couldn't beat him. However, the Grand Marshal Shen Peng could. Moreover, Han Yan was suppressed the whole time. They were not evenly matched. Not bad. As expected of the Heaven Marshal. His combat power was something. Han Yan guessed that the Grand Marshal Shen Peng should be on the same level as the Sword God Emperor of the Divine Palace. About 3 years later, the Grand Marshal Shen Peng left. Han Yan felt that it was a little strange. What did these two have to talk about? Couldn't they talk in heaven? Han Yan got up and went to the 9 Heavens Galaxy water to continue watching Li Yao. The Wu Dao Jian was jealous. Master, have you taken a fancy to her? Every 10 years, Han Yan would stare at Li Yao. Han Yan replied, a little. The Wu Dao Jian was even more unhappy when he heard that. After so many years, Li Yao's cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. Soon, he would probably be able to ascend. Han Yan hesitated whether to contact Li Yao. Such a person with great providence would definitely go far in the future. Han Yan could invite her to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain to cultivate and discuss the Tao together. Cough, cough. The Tao of diligent cultivation, Han Yan cursed in his heart. How could he scold himself? On this day, Li Yao was finally disturbed. It was her father, Li Tianqin. Yao, you're about to become an itinerant immortal. It's time for you to get married. How about the young master of the Lu family? His master is a grand unity heaven immortal, Li Tianqin asked with a smile. Li Yao frowned and said, Father, I don't want to get married. I just want to cultivate. Don't always think about climbing up the social ladder. Give me time, and I will lead the Li family to unprecedented prosperity. Li Tianqin shook his head and laughed. Yao, cultivation isn't that simple. You need opportunities. If you cultivate diligently all day, after reaching the immortal realm, you won't be able to move an inch. That's because you don't know my talent. Even if I'm in the immortal realm, I can surpass it with my own talent. Yao, this is a rare opportunity. Don't miss the chance that the young master of the Lu family likes you. Father, I really can't. This matter has been decided. Prepare well. Why would I harm you? I'm doing this for your own good. After Li Tianqin finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Li Yao meditated under a tree, frowning. After Li Tianqin left, Li Yao quickly went into a state of cultivation. Han Yan was speechless. That woman was so careless. If it were anyone else, they would have been upset for a while. Han Yan did not think too much about it and went back to his bed to cultivate. As for Li Yao's calamity, he had no intention of interfering. Looking at Li Yao's attitude, it was obvious that he had nothing to fear. 2 years later, Di Tai Beat came to visit. His expression was serious. It was obvious that something big had happened. Han Yan asked Wu Daojian to go out. Di Taibik sat down and sighed. Han Yan asked carefully, "What's wrong? Something happened in heaven?" Di Taibik said in a low voice, "Something big happened." Han Yan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Was his backer going to fall? His Majesty the Celestial Ruler's heavenly concubine gave birth to a son. He has great luck and was born to be a supreme being. Daojin said that he could become the next celestial ruler. He is the hope of heaven's revival. Di Taibik suddenly said with a smile. Han Yan was stunned. That was it. It was as if the sky had collapsed. Han Yan almost scolded him. He said perfunctorily, "It's really worth celebrating." Di Taibik smiled and said, "Who asked you to say that something happened?" "I took the opportunity to scare you." Han Yan was speechless. "You are the leader of the literature immortals. Aren't you afraid of losing your status?" "So?" Han Yan continued to ask. "So heaven is holding a feast. Do you want to go?" "Can I not go?" "Haha, I guessed that you didn't want to go." His Majesty guessed it too. That's why he didn't invite you. Haha. Han Yan's face twitched. He wanted to ask Di Taibik if he thought he was funny. Di Taibik said seriously, back to the topic. His Majesty wants to send the little prince to you. Are you willing to accept him? Han Yan was stunned. You want to take advantage of my spiritual energy? However, when he thought about how well the celestial ruler treated him, he had no reason to refuse. The celestial ruler's intentions were obvious. He wanted to rope in Han Yan. Han Yan felt that the celestial ruler had underestimated him. If he really encountered an irresistible danger, he would definitely abandon his disciples. As long as he did his best, there was no need to die on the same day, month, and year. Han Yan said, "Is it just temporary, or do you want me to take you as my disciple?" Di Taibik said meaningfully, accepting a disciple. To be honest, he could not understand the reason behind celestial ruler's actions. He felt that the celestial ruler valued Han Yan too much. Although Han Yan's talent was comparable to that of a godly general, he did not put in so much effort when facing a godly general. No problem. Han Yan agreed. Di Taibik nodded and said, "Recently, there are mortals in heaven trying to win over people's hearts. If someone looks for you, you have to tell me immediately. This is not a good thing." Hearing this, Han Yan could not help but think of the Grand Marshal Shenping and the Flame Lord Emperor. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Previously, the Grand Marshal Shenping came to look for the Flame Lord Emperor. The two of them have been together for several years. Don't tell anyone that I said this." Di Taibik frowned and muttered, "Grand Marshal Shenping again. Alright, I understand. You can continue cultivating." Di Taibik disappeared into thin air. He was even more anxious than before. It seemed that the Grand Marshal Shenping did not only look for the Flame Lord Emperor. Han Yan mocked himself. "I've really become a dog in heaven," he had to say. How fragrant. Currently, heaven did not treat him like a dog. Heaven supported him greatly. He had yet to contribute to heaven. Since he was already tied to the celestial ruler, then Han Yan had to contribute to the celestial ruler's position. Even if he did not contribute, he had to provide information. Han Yan stood up and walked out of the cave. The son of the celestial ruler will come. You guys have to cultivate well. Don't be defeated by him. Han Yan said to everyone who was cultivating. Everyone stood up. Feng Liang said in surprise, "The son of the celestial ruler? We can't compare to him." The great battle in heaven hundreds of years ago was still fresh in his memory. Long Shan's strength left all mortals in the dust. Heyu Ji shouted, "You fool, how can the celestial ruler only have one son?" The others couldn't help but look at Han Yan. That's right, it's the youngest son of the celestial ruler. He's just born and will become my new disciple. Han Yan joked. Everyone was in an uproar. Zhou Mingyue said nervously, "The celestial ruler? The celestial ruler of the Master of Gods?" The three-headed Wyrm king laughed, "That's right, it's him. Master is the master of the celestial ruler's son. It's clear how high Master's cultivation is." Tu Ling'er and Wu Daojian couldn't help but look at Han Yan with admiration. Han Yan had always stayed in the cave, but he could attract immortals. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. Chu Shiren asked curiously, Grandmaster, is the celestial ruler the strongest cultivator at the peak of cultivation? Han Yan understood what he was thinking. He smiled and said, that's not the case. Otherwise, the demon would have already ceased to exist. The celestial ruler also wouldn't have sent his precious son here. Chu Shiren was deep in thought. Alright, you guys continue to cultivate. I'm just informing you in advance. Don't be shocked when the time comes. Han Yan left these words and walked to the Fusang tree. He began to move his muscles and bones while observing the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree was his main reliance for cultivation. He couldn't afford to lose it. Fortunately, the Fusang tree had always been growing healthily. With so many disciples and divine pets protecting it, at least no one in the mortal world could destroy it. 7 years later. The celestial ruler's son was sent by Di Taibeek. He was only 7 years old. He wore a golden robe and looked very cute. His watery eyes looked around curiously. Di Taibeek put him down and pointed at Han Yan, from now on, he's your master. You have to listen to him and cultivate well. Don't cause trouble. The celestial ruler's son stared at Han Yan. He wasn't nervous at all. After all, he was the celestial ruler's son. All the immortals and gods had seen him before. Why would he be nervous? Detected bearer of Connate Providence, check its origin. Han Yan looked at a line of words that suddenly appeared in front of him and silently chose to check it. Long Hao, 9th stage of the itinerant immortal realm, son of the celestial ruler. He was born to be an emperor, the reincarnation of Hao Tian. Hao Tian was the second-generation ruler of heaven, the most powerful celestial ruler. He died in the immeasurable calamity. In order to take revenge, he killed his way back to the great Tao. His soul entered the heavenly concubine's stomach and became the son of the celestial ruler. When he becomes an immortal emperor, Hao Tian will awaken and possess a physical body. Hao Tian, the most powerful celestial ruler, Han Yan was secretly shocked. There was more than one celestial ruler. Wait, did the celestial ruler know about this? Han Yan did not expect the son of the celestial ruler to have such a powerful background. Could it be because of this that the celestial ruler sent him to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain so that he could cultivate to the immortal emperor realm in peace? However, what was going on with possessing a physical body? Could it be that Long Hao had two souls? Was he not Hao Tian's soul? Master, please accept me as your disciple. Long Hao knelt in front of Han Yan and began to kowtow. He was very cute, causing the hearts of Wu Daojian and Tu Ling'er to melt. Han Yan waved his hand and used his dermic powers to lift Long Hao. From now on, you are my 5th disciple. Han Yan smiled and looked at the others. In the future, he will also cultivate under the Fusang tree. You have to take good care of him. Also, don't fight with him. Although he is 7 years old, his cultivation level has already surpassed the Mahayana realm. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Surpassed the Mahayana realm at the age of 7, the 2 golden crows looked at Long Hao with jealousy. If they had such talent, they would not have been expelled from Jinwu. Long Hao's addition caused the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain to become lively. At first, Chu Shiren was the most interested in Long Hao and chased after Long Hao all day. It was only when Long Hao came to the Connate cave abode to complain that Han Yan asked the 3-headed Wyrm king to take Long Hao away and forbid Chu Shiren from approaching. Chu Shiren actually advised Long Hao not to cultivate. Long Hao was extremely disgusted with him. Han Yan did not pay much attention to Long Hao. He could leave the matter of taking care of children to others. In Han Yan's opinion, Long Hao was just a passerby. He could not stay by his side forever, nor could he be filial to him. In Long Hao's heart, the most important person was definitely the celestial ruler. Han Yan did not try to instill anything into Long Hao. If Long Hao really changed, the celestial ruler would definitely sense it. Cultivation was the most important thing. Long Hao's appearance made Han Yan think of many things. The position of celestial ruler could actually be changed. If Hao Tian awakened, he might covet the position of celestial ruler again. What Han Yan wanted to do was to become stronger before the celestial ruler fell. Even if he did not rely on heaven, no one would dare to provoke him. Another 10 years passed. Han Yan woke up from his cultivation. He took out the book of misfortune and started cursing his enemies. As he cursed, he checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a mighty figure of the celestial world and was seriously injured. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by demons, X270321. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by a demon Immortal Emperor and was seriously injured. Your disciple Sun Chang'an's Tao heart transformed and awakened a relic. Your divine pet Tengu encountered an opportunity and obtained an ancient demon king's golden core. Your good friend Grand Marshal Shenpeng was attacked by heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, X103872. Your good friend Grand Marshal Shenpeng was attacked by your good friend Divine General and was seriously injured. Your good friend Zhou Fan has obtained an opportunity and transformed his overlord body. Heaven was in chaos, Ji Xianxia was injured. Han Ju noticed Marshal Shenpeng's tragic situation and couldn't help but blame himself. It must have been related to his complaint. Although he blamed himself, Han did not regret it. If Marshal Shenpeng really destroyed the heavenly heavens, he would lose his backing. Moreover, the heavenly court definitely had their own considerations. It was impossible for them to kill a deity just because of Han Ju's words. Zhou Fan, on the other hand, impressed Han Ju. He directly skipped the heavenly tribulation and went to the celestial world. Very impressive. Without Zhou Fan's company, would Mo Fuzhou be lonely? Han Yan thought so. A few months later, he put down the Book of Misfortune, took out the Heavenly Tao token, and checked the ranking on the Heavenly Tao tablet. Han Yan was depressed. The ranking rose again, number 1997, it rose by hundreds again, it was ridiculous. Han Yan felt that the Scarlet Cloud world was causing trouble. If this continued, the Scarlet Cloud world would attract attention sooner or later. Not only heaven, but also other major forces. Previously, a mysterious sacred dynasty came to destroy the mortal world in heaven. Han Yan could only pray that the mortal worlds above them were cheats and difficult to surpass. Then, Han Yan got up and went to the Nine Heavens Galaxy River. Li Yao was still cultivating. Han Yan found it strange. Li Tianqin had arranged a marriage for her that she did not want. Why was she so indifferent? Wait, she had broken through to the itinerant immortal realm, interesting, no wonder she was fearless. Han Yan watched for a while, then went back to cultivating. Li Yao's appearance was just fun to him. It was like watching a TV series. He did not want to participate, only to watch. She has already broken through to the itinerant immortal realm. You have to hurry, Han Yan said to Wu Daojian. Wu Daojian pouted. The heavenly sword path is too difficult to cultivate. It will delay my cultivation. Then increase your cultivation first, and then cultivate later. Then I can definitely break through to the itinerant immortal realm. I don't want to be able to, but fast. Okay. Wu Daojian was provoked. She could not lose to that woman. Han Yan smiled in satisfaction. Wu Daojian's talent was still very strong. Coupled with the spiritual energy of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, her cultivation speed was naturally not slow. It was just that she had been comprehending the heavenly sword path. Lingxiao Palace. The celestial ruler sat high on the throne. There were only two immortals in the palace, Di Taibeek and the Divine General. Di Taibeek asked, Divine General, has Grand Marshal Shenpeng confessed? The Divine General replied, no, he refused to say the power behind him. But I guess it has something to do with Buddhism. His master should be a Buddhist ancestor, probably the Supreme Buddha who has disappeared for a long time. The Supreme Buddha, Di Taibeek's expression changed slightly. If it's the Supreme Buddha, it might not be related to Buddhism. I'm thinking that other than the Divine Palace, Buddhism, and the Goblin Court, there might be a huge force hidden in the dark, such as the three Taoist sects that fell during the Great God Investiture Tribulation, the celestial ruler said slowly. His tone was calm, but Di Taibeek and the Divine General were moved. The Great God Investiture Tribulation was a legendary tribulation that was located in the depths of the long river of history. The Divine General frowned and said, didn't Daozu order that Taoist sects can no longer participate in the battle of the heavenly Tao? The celestial ruler replied, that was in the past. Now that Daozu has been in seclusion for countless years, if those ancient existences of Daoist sects want to break through and become stronger, they have to fight for the heavenly Dao's luck. The arrival of the Daoist Lord was a sign. Di Taibik frowned and asked, then what about heaven? There are too many Daoist immortals and gods in heaven. In the ancient Great God Investiture War, Daozu forced the great cultivators of the three Daoist sects to enter heaven to become gods in order to support heaven. If the three Daoist sects make a comeback, they will definitely rush over. What are you afraid of? There are the four extreme emperors, the three divine generals, the 36 immortal lords, and geniuses like Han Yen in heaven. I've long had this concern. The celestial ruler said domineeringly. He was not afraid of the three Daoist sects at all. The divine general asked, how is Han Yan's cultivation? Di Taibik stroked his beard and smiled. He killed a mystic immortal not long ago. That's not bad. This kid's personality is the opposite of yours. He's suitable to guard heaven in the future. Yes, I also think highly of him. Although he likes to cultivate, he's definitely not afraid of trouble. The divine general smiled and looked forward to Han Yan's future. The celestial ruler said, continue investigating. Investigate all the immortals and gods that Grand Marshal Shunpeng colluded with. If they resist, kill them directly. It's time to purge heaven. In addition, investigate some of the old followers of Hao Tian and the Jade Emperor. If there are any ancient gods who believe in Hao Tian, record them. I'll remove their deity positions. Di Taibik hurriedly replied, yes, Your Majesty. The divine general followed and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll ensure that Your Majesty's throne is eternal. His expression was solemn and his eyes were firm. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 20 years passed. Han Yen had yet to break through, but his dermic powers were constantly increasing. The time it took to defeat Di Taibik was also constantly decreasing. On this day, Han Yen was cursing the enemy when he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure enveloping the Scarlet Cloud world. This pressure was only targeted at the immortal realm. Mortals could not feel it. Han Yen hurriedly checked the strongest person around the Scarlet Cloud world. Dragon subduing Buddha, late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal, Buddha of the Buddhist sect. Han Yen frowned. Buddha of the Buddhist sect, he immediately thought of Sun Chang'an. Could it be that he was here to find Sun Chang'an? Han Yen searched for the other party's location and found that the dragon subduing Buddha was in the void, stopped by the Flame Lord Emperor. Both of them were at the late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm and were confronting each other. Above the Scarlet Cloud world, in the void, the Flame Lord Emperor was expressionless as he stared at a dignified monk who was emitting a Buddhist light. This dignified monk was the dragon subduing Buddha. A golden dragon coiled around his body, and his muscles were strong and domineering. Ba. Fellow Taoist, are you really not going to let me in? The dragon subduing Buddha said coldly, his words filled with threat. The Flame Lord Emperor laughed contemptuously. This is my heaven's mortal world. How can you enter as you wish? Even if we fight today, it won't be long before the gods of heaven arrive. The heaven hasn't settled the score with the Buddhist sect for the calamity hundreds of years ago, and you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Do it. Let me experience the power of the gods and Buddhas. Facing the fearless Flame Lord Emperor, the dragon subduing Buddha frowned. He didn't expect the Flame Lord Emperor to be so rash. In the current celestial world, who didn't give face to the Buddhist sect, the dragon subduing Buddha's eyes turned cold as he snorted. Flame Lord Emperor, this karma is not over. The Flame Lord Emperor laughed disdainfully. On the other side, Han Yen was undergoing the simulation trial. After a long time, he opened his eyes and sighed. The gods and Buddhas are quite something. The late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm dragon subduing Buddha was actually stronger than Di Taibik, who was at the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. In the end, Han Yen barely managed to kill the dragon subduing Buddha, but only his soul was left. The battle was tragic. This dragon subduing Buddha couldn't be provoked easily, Han Yen thought silently. He checked the location of the dragon subduing Buddha again and found that he had already left. Han Yen took out the Heavenly Dao token to search for Sun Chang'an. Soon, he found Sun Chang'an. Han Yan's expression became strange. Sun Chang'an was meditating by the sea, facing the sea. His body emitted a Buddhist light, and his entire temperament changed. Although he was already ugly, under the holy aura, he was no longer so unsightly. Sun Chang'an's cultivation level had actually soared to the tribulation transcendence realm. What was going on? Han Yan immediately used his divine sense to detect Sun Chang'an. He had not been possessed, but there was a golden pearl hidden in Sun Chang'an's body. Could it be a Buddhist relic? At this moment, Morongqi flew over from afar. He landed in front of Sun Chang'an and said, "Master, her body has been buried." Sun Chang'an slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Morongqi comforted him, "Master, this calamity has passed. You don't have to think about her anymore. You don't owe her anything. It's just that she wants too much." Sun Chang'an said faintly, "Why can't samsara change human nature?" Morongqi did not answer. If reincarnation could change a person's personality, would they still be the same person? "Master, what are you going to do next?" Morongqi asked. Sun Chang'an said, "Let's go home." When Morongqi heard this, he immediately smiled. He had long wanted to go home. Where is home? Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Han Yan was even more curious when he heard their conversation. Sun Chang'an's love tribulations had been broken, forget it. He would ask when he returned. Han Yan put down the heavenly Tao token and sighed. My children and grandchildren have all grown up. They all have their own lives. Wu Dao Jian asked curiously, "Master, who are you talking about?" Han Yan smiled and said, "I'm not talking about anyone. When you attain the Tao in the future, will you leave the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain?" Wu Dao Jian said in surprise, "Leave the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain? Then where will I go? I was born here and won't go anywhere unless you leave." Ever since she transformed, Wu Dao Jian had never thought of leaving. Her world was very simple. It was cultivation. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. This question was still too early for Wu Dao Jian. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and continued cursing the enemy. A year later, Sun Chang'an and Morongqi returned. Long Hao and Zhou Mingyue, who had already grown up, were very curious about them. Everyone sat under the tree and chatted enthusiastically. Sun Chang'an had changed too much. The Buddhist light on his body was constantly emitting, making him look like an immortal god. Heiyuji teased, "Qian'er died again?" Sun Chang'an glanced at it and did not say anything. Morongqi sized up Long Hao and asked curiously, "What realm are you at?" They already knew each other. Morongqi was very curious about this little uncle master. For some reason, when he saw Long Hao, he felt his blood boil, as if he had met his lifelong enemy. Long Hao said proudly, "I'm already an itinerant immortal." Morongqi was silent. An itinerant immortal in his 40s, Feng Liang comforted him. "Senior brother, don't compare with him. We can't win." Long Hao smiled proudly. "If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to look for me. I'm your uncle master." Everyone continued to chat and listen to Morongqi talk about his experiences over the years. The two golden crows were also listening carefully. After chatting for several hours, the sky turned dark. Tu Linger was puzzled. "What do you think our sect should be called?" "We're not Yuqing's disciples." Among them, only Morongqi and Feng Liang held the position of Yuqing. The others only followed Han Yan. "Indeed, our sect is strong enough to be independent." Feng Liang nodded. Not to mention Han Yan, just Feng Liang and Morongqi were enough to look down on Yuqing. Heiyuji chuckled. "How about we call ourselves Chicken Sect?" Everyone turned their heads and glared at it. Ada flapped its golden crow wings and flipped it over. "Master, what do you think?" Feng Liang asked. Sun Chang'an didn't say anything. He felt extremely uncomfortable because Chu Shiren had been staring at him, making his hair stand on end. Sun Chang'an said, "We can only listen to Master on this matter." At that moment, the door of the cave abode opened. Han Yan and Wu Dao Jian walked out. Long Hao immediately came over and said excitedly, "Master, you're finally out. When will you teach me the divine power?" Han Yan sized him up and sighed. "In the blink of an eye, you've grown so big. I'll teach you the divine power tomorrow." Long Hao was handsome. At a glance, it was obvious that he was the son of the celestial ruler. He looked quite similar to the celestial ruler. On the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Long Hao had the best relationship with the three-headed Wyrm king. Everyone else was busy cultivating. Only Heiyuji and the three-headed Wyrm king had time to play with him. The three-headed Wyrm king had already reached the peak of the Mahayana realm and could transcend the tribulation at any time. Han Yan came in front of Sun Chang'an and asked, "How have you been recently?" The moment he saw Han Yan, Sun Chang'an's long-suppressed emotions finally erupted. His eyes instantly turned red. He lowered his head and choked with sobs. "Master. I feel bitter." In front of Morongqi, he had to maintain his image as a teacher. Only in front of Han Yan could he let go of the burden in his heart. Sun Chang'an began to cry loudly. He no longer had his previous dignified image. Han Yan's heart ached when he saw this. He was still his disciple after all. In the cultivation world, master and disciple were like father and son. Han Yan helped Sun Chang'an to the edge of the cliff and sat down. Morongqi hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, cultivate." "Don't look." Everyone nodded, but during the cultivation process, they all pricked up their ears to listen. Long Hao was the most curious. Why was this senior brother crying so sadly? He sat beside the three-headed Wyrm king and asked via voice transmission. The three-headed Wyrm king replied with a meaningful tone, he encountered the most difficult thing in the world. Love. Long Hao was even more puzzled. What's wrong with love? At the edge of the cliff, Sun Chang'an began to complain to Han Yan. Han Yan listened patiently. Detected that the ancient spiritual ginseng is awakening. You have the following choices. First, stop Sun Chang'an from awakening and continue to fall into the love tribulation. You can obtain a supreme treasure. Second, help Sun Chang'an awaken and escape the love tribulation. This will attract the attention of the Buddhist sect. You can obtain a supreme treasure. Looking at the choice in front of him, Han Yan did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he continued to listen to Sun Chang'an's complaints. The story was that simple. Qian'er was reincarnated. Under the protection of Sun Chang'an, Qian'er successfully joined a sect, but she fell in love with another man. When Sun Chang'an found out about this, he was extremely distressed. However, for the sake of true love, he could only send his blessings and continue to protect Qian'er. Later, Qian'er's husband found out about this and remembered Sun Chang'an. Therefore, he asked Qian'er to ask Sun Chang'an for various things. Sun Chang'an did not notice at first. It was Morongqi who found out about this. Sun Chang'an was not angry. Instead, he was heartbroken. Morongqi could not bear it and taught Qian'er's husband a lesson. However, as soon as he touched that guy, he died. Morongqi was dumbfounded. He swore that he really did not use any force. Qian'er hated Morongqi and Sun Chang'an to the core. Later, she married a demonic cultivator and wanted to take revenge. In today's world, which demonic cultivator was Morongqi's match? If a demonic cultivator came, Morongqi would kill him. Qian'er kept remarrying, and her hatred for Sun Chang'an continued to deepen. Later, she was plotted against by a demonic cultivator and her vitality was taken away. She aged overnight and lost all her cultivation. Han Yan was secretly shocked after hearing this. This was too ridiculous. On second thought, Han Yan felt that something was wrong. Was Qian'er's brain kicked by a donkey? She would rather marry a demonic cultivator and become a despicable person than be with Sun Chang'an. Also, Morongqi had died as soon as he touched Qian'er's husband. Could it be that there was a god secretly controlling this? Master. I really don't want to love anymore. I don't want to worry about Qian'er anymore. I really don't want to, but why do I always see her every frown and smile as if there's a demon in my heart? I'm already in the tribulation realm. How can I be more paranoid than a mortal? Sun Chang'an said in despair. His pupils had already turned golden. He had already begun to suspect that he didn't really like Qian'er. Instead, it was a curse, a calamity. Han Yan hesitated. Seeing Sun Chang'an in such pain, Han Yan could not choose the first option. Choosing to stop Sun Chang'an would save him some trouble, but Sun Chang'an would continue to suffer. What am I afraid of? the dragon subduing Buddha is no match for me. Even if there are stronger gods and Buddhas in Buddhism, I have heaven behind me. Heaven and Buddhism have always been enemies. Han Yan's eyes flickered as he made up his mind. He slowly raised his right hand and placed his index finger on Sun Chang'an's forehead. Sun Chang'an was stunned. He didn't understand what Han Yan was trying to do. Han Yan said calmly, "It's not your fault. In fact, you've been struck by a love tribulation." Love tribulation, Sun Chang'an was shocked. Before he had time to think, Han Yan's domineering dharmic powers rushed into Sun Chang'an's body. His divine consciousness directly entered the depths of Sun Chang'an's soul. In the depths of Sun Chang'an's soul, the Sarira was trembling violently. It emitted a mysterious power that constantly attacked his soul. The Sarira was resisting the love tribulation. Han Yan used his divine consciousness to help. After a long time, Han Yan stopped. Sun Chang'an closed his eyes and began to meditate. The memories of his previous life began to awaken. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. You have chosen to help Sun Chang'an escape the love tribulation. You have received a supreme treasure. Congratulations on receiving an Emperor Supreme Treasure, Vajra 5 Elements Bracelet. Vajra 5 Elements Bracelet, Emperor Defensive Supreme Treasure. It can withstand a blow from an immortal emperor and absorb 5 elements immortal chi. Emperor Defensive Supreme Treasure, it can withstand a blow from an immortal emperor. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. What a treasure, he had made a killing this time. Han Yan stood up and walked in front of Long Hao. What mystical ability do you want to learn? Long Hao said excitedly, of course it's the strongest mystical ability. Han Yan smiled. In that case, then he would impart the heartless flying sword, cough cough. Han Yan could only think about it. He did not dare to do it. He decided to impart the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger to Long Hao. A few days later, Han Yan's teaching ended, and Sun Chang'an also woke up. His entire body transformed, and the skin on his face began to peel off. His ugly face actually became extremely handsome, second only to Han Yan. Everyone was shocked by this. What's going on? Has Master been possessed? Senior brother, are you okay? The ugly monk has actually become handsome? Master, what happened to him? Everyone surrounded Sun Chang'an. Han Yan did not answer. Instead, he turned around and returned to the cave abode. Sun Chang'an opened his eyes. His pupils had turned golden. His skin was fair, and he looked handsome. He was a living example of a handsome monk. Morongchi was the most shocked. The only one who frowned was Chu Shiren. Seeing Sun Chang'an's transformation, he felt inexplicably uneasy. Sun Chang'an stood up and kowtowed to Han Yan. This bow was from the bottom of his heart. Even if he regained the memories of his previous life, he was still willing to acknowledge this master. From now on, I have nothing to do with Buddhism. I will only serve Master. Sun Chang'an thought with a determined look in his eyes. A line of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Sun Chang'an's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Han Yan was gratified. This was a good disciple who knew how to repay kindness. Han Yan did not believe in verbal promises. He only believed in favorability. After returning to the cave abode, Han Yan took out the Vajra 5 Elements bracelet and began to recognize it as its master. Dragon subduing Buddha has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Heavenly Rage Buddha has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4, 5 stars. It's finally here. Han Yan immediately checked the information of Heavenly Rage Buddha. Heavenly Rage Buddha, cultivation unknown. Buddha of the Buddhist sect, the previous owner of the ancient spiritual ginseng. He deduced that you helped the ancient spiritual ginseng resolve the love tribulation and developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4, 5 stars. Cultivation unknown. That would mean he was an immortal emperor. No wonder the love tribulation was so difficult to resolve. Han Yan thought silently. After the Vajra 5 Elements bracelet successfully recognized him as its master, Han Yan immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Heavenly Rage Buddha. From then on, there were 2 more names on the curse list. After cursing all the enemies, Han Yan took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted Di Tai Beek, pretending to ask who Heavenly Rage Buddha was. One of the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect, an immortal emperor. How do you know him? Di Tai Beek asked in surprise. Han Yan replied, he threatened me in my dreams, saying that he wanted to kill me. Since they were all enemies, it didn't matter how he made it up. Di Tai Beek said in a low voice, I will report this matter to His Majesty, the celestial ruler. You don't have to worry. Okay. After the Heavenly Tao token cut off the connection, Han Yan continued to cultivate. Breaking through to the late stage of the reincarnation mystic immortal realm as soon as possible was the most important thing. In a golden hall stood a huge cauldron. A figure floated above the cauldron. His hair was disheveled, his body was naked, and his muscles were well developed. He was like a ferocious beast in human form. It was Zhou Fan, an old Taoist priest stood in front of the cauldron. He stroked his beard and smiled. Not bad, not bad. To be able to endure such pain, in a sense, you can be considered a prodigy. Zhou Fan's face twisted as he gritted his teeth. How much longer? It's still early. Hold on. As long as you endure it, you can become an immortal. How is an immortal compared to celestial soldiers and celestial generals? Naturally, it surpasses celestial soldiers. As for celestial generals, their strength is different and cannot be generalized. Hearing this, Zhou Fan was pleasantly surprised. Ever since Han Yan fought celestial soldiers and celestial generals, he had always treated them as his goal. He could finally catch up to Han Yan. The horizons of mortals are so limited. They only know about heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. The heavenly court is not the biggest in the immortal world. The old Taoist priest shook his head and smiled. His words were full of contempt. Zhou Fan's body trembled when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and asked, who exactly are you? The old Taoist priest smiled and said, I'm just an elder of a sect. Is your sect more powerful than heaven? We are a sect under heaven. Zhou Fan almost cursed out loud. Then what are you bragging about? The old Taoist priest snorted and said, focus on your cultivation. Don't think so much. Zhou Fan could only suppress his anger and stop thinking about it. Ever since Sun Chang'an got rid of the love tribulation, he began to focus on cultivation, and his talent was completely stimulated. The ancient spiritual ginseng was naturally not simple to be able to make the Buddhists pay so much attention to it. His cultivation speed skyrocketed. Of course, the most talented person in Han Yan's sect was still Long Hao. Next were Chu Shiren and Murong Qi. Chu Shiren was still very resistant to cultivation and often went into a daze. Murong Qi's talent was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that the divine palace war god was about to wake up. After Han Yan taught Long Hao the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger, he quickly mastered it. Such talent was really ridiculous. Han Yan once again entered cultivation. As time passed, Xing Hongxian, Chang Yu'er, and Fairy Shi Xian would occasionally go out to gain experience. Their cultivations also rose along with the tide. Coupled with the celestial puppet, the mortal world was like their backyard to them. They would not encounter any danger. The late-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm was more difficult to break through than Han Yan imagined. After 40 years, Han Yan finally broke through. Late-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm, Han Yan's magic power skyrocketed. If he fought Tai Bai Jinxing again, he would only need 30 minutes to defeat him. As for Grand Marshal Shen Peng, Han Yan would not only leave behind his soul after killing him. Han Yan also took less time to kill the dragon subduing Buddha. Although Han Yan had been cultivating diligently, his battle prowess was also constantly increasing. The three of them became Han Yan's opponents. Fighting with the three of them would allow Han Yan to gain a lot of experience in fighting against immortals. Unlike cultivators in the mortal world, immortals and gods had many magic treasures. In the mortal world, spells and divine abilities were more useful than magic weapons. However, in the immortal world, magic treasures were sometimes more powerful than divine abilities. For example, the dragon subduing Buddha's staff was very terrifying. Han Yan felt that it would not be difficult for him to smash the scarlet cloud world into ashes. After the simulation, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the enemy. As usual, he began to check his email at the same time. Your disciple Suchi is spreading bad luck. The Dragon Immortal Island has encountered a rare shipwreck. Your good friend Xianxia has comprehended a mystical ability. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your enemy, Heavenly Fury Buddha, was attacked by your good friend, the Great Divine General, and was severely injured. Your enemy, Dragon Subduing Buddha, was attacked by your good friend, the Divine General. He was severely injured. Your good friend, the Divine General, was attacked by immortals and Buddhas. X18, your good friend, the Divine General, was severely injured. His life was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend, Huang Jihao, has ascended. Your divine pet, Tengu, has left the mortal world. Your disciple, Tu Ling has awakened a Grand Magus's mystical ability. Han Yan's impression of the Divine General improved rapidly. As expected of the #1 fighter in heaven, he even dared to fight the Heavenly Fury Buddha and the Dragon Subduing Buddha. It seemed that the Divine General was also an extremely powerful existence among the immortal emperors. The celestial ruler was also very hardworking. He dared to offend the Buddhists for him. On second thought, Han Yan guessed that the celestial ruler was also holding a breath and was just about to vent. Such a powerful heaven. He was really in love. Wasn't joining a powerful force to pursue protection, Han Yan was in a good mood. As for what happened to the others in the email, he did not care too much, including Tengu's departure. This divine beast of Providence was very difficult to kill. Even if he encountered a mighty figure, the most he could do was capture it. A few months later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and came to the Nine Heavens Galaxy. He found that Li Yao had already left the city and was hiding in a forest to cultivate, isolated from the world. Among the mountains and rivers, she was dressed in white. The breeze blew, and she was as beautiful as a painting. Her realm was also constantly breaking through. It was very good. At this rate, she would become an Earth Immortal in 50 years. Han Yan became interested in this world. Was this the mortal world or the immortal world? He probed the Nine Heavens Galaxy with his divine sense and looked in all directions. Most of the living beings were below the Mahayana realm. There was even no lack of Qi refinement realm. This should be the mortal world. No matter how weak the immortal world was, it could not have Qi refinement realm beings. Not long after, Han Yan caught a Grand Unity Earth Immortal. This mortal world was very powerful. The Heavenly Tao actually allowed Grand Unity Earth Immortals to exist. However, this Grand Unity Earth Immortal's status was extremely lofty. He was the Grand Elder of a large sect. This sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples, and the overall cultivation quality of the disciples was many times stronger than that of the Jade Pure Sacred sect. Han Yan looked for a while and withdrew his divine sense. He stared at Li Yao and fell into deep thought. Wu Daojian's voice floated over. Master, why are you looking at her again? Why are you thinking about her? Do you want to bring her over? Her tone was filled with jealousy. Han Yan replied, she's not simple. I just want to see how far she can go. Li Yao's body contained a strange power. It was not simple. Although this power was not enough to threaten Han Yan, it could allow Li Yao to kill enemies above his realm. Wu Daojian snorted, thinking that Han Yan was not saying what he meant. After half an hour, Han Yan returned to his bed. He took out the Heavenly Tao token and checked it. Recently, the Scarlet Cloud World's ranking did not rise. It remained around 1,800, which made Han Yan feel relieved. Han Yan unexpectedly found that the number of mortal realms under heaven had increased. The lowest ranking was already 10,078. Was this a mortal realm created by the immortals or plundered? Han Yan did not understand. Han Yan, come out. A voice entered Han Yan's ears. It was Di Tai Beak. The voice actually came from the void above the Scarlet Cloud World. Why didn't Di Tai Beak come to find him? Han Yan was puzzled. He quickly used the simulation trial to check and found that the Flame Lord Emperor was gone. What's going on? After confirming that Di Tai Beak was the real Di Tai Beak, Han Yan went to meet Di Tai Beak. The two met in the void. Di Tai Beak's face was very ugly. It was so gloomy that it looked like it was dripping water. Han Yan asked, where is the Flame Lord Emperor? Di Taibik replied, he betrayed heaven. It might be related to Grand Marshal Shenpeng. Betrayal? Han Yan frowned. If the Flame Lord Emperor was a spy, why did he dare to resist the dragon subduing Buddha? Di Taibik continued, Grand Marshal Shenpeng became an immortal emperor in the heavenly prison not long ago. Taking advantage of the divine general's absence, he wanted to cause havoc in heaven. Many immortals helped him. Han Yan asked nervously, what about His Majesty Celestial Ruler? Why did someone cause havoc in heaven after only a few hundred years? Did he think that heaven was an experience dungeon? Di Taibik smiled and said, His Majesty naturally took action. He suppressed Grand Marshal Shenpeng with one hand and imprisoned his body in the heavenly palace. His soul was banished to the mortal realm. Suppressed an immortal emperor with one hand, celestial ruler was a little strong. Han Yan hurriedly said, don't let him reincarnate in the Scarlet Cloud world. It was better to stay away from potential enemies. Of course. Di Taibik rolled his eyes at Han Yan. Di Taibik asked, Ji Xianxia, do you still remember? Han Ju's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He asked, what happened to him? If he did something, it has nothing to do with me. I definitely didn't order him to do it. I didn't say that I suspected you. Why are you feeling guilty? Di Taibik snapped. After becoming familiar with Han Yan, he no longer put on airs. Han Yan asked, what's wrong with him? Di Taibik said, he often fights with the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Occasionally, he is too heavy-handed and offends many celestial gods. Someone reported that he was close to Grand Marshal Shenpeng. Han Yan said in surprise, he has only ascended for a few years. There is no need for him to betray us. As for fighting, he used to look for me, but he didn't dare to do so anymore. Ji Xianxia is really courting death. His Majesty promoted him to Celestial General because of you. Now that there is internal turmoil in heaven, His Majesty intends to eliminate the former celestial ruler Hao Tian's old party. Now that all the celestial gods in heaven are taking sides, Ji Xianxia may be used to confuse the public, Di Taibik said seriously. Eliminate Hao Tian's old party? Wait, didn't Hao Tian reincarnate as Long Hao? Didn't the celestial ruler know about this? Han Yan frowned and hesitated whether to expose this matter. If he did, would he offend Hao Tian? The celestial ruler was so afraid of Hao Tian. This meant that Hao Tian was stronger than the celestial ruler. It was just temporary. Han Yan became more and more conflicted. Di Taibik asked in surprise, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you are also? Han Yan snorted, yes, with a spy like me, I would hide in the mortal world and cultivate. I don't know the ways of the world in heaven. Di Taibik shook his head and laughed. Of course, he was joking. However, he didn't expect Han Yan to realize how abnormal he was. Han Yan continued to ask, can the celestial ruler be stabilized? There has been quite a bit of unrest recently. If at this time, hundreds of years ago, they had just gone through the tribulation of the demon sage. Now, they had gone through the tribulation of Grand Marshal Shenpeng. If they cleaned up Hao Tian's old party, wouldn't they be afraid that it would collapse? Sometimes, it was not a bad thing to cut the Gordian knot. Di Taibik smiled and said, don't worry, heaven is still under His Majesty's control. After all, Hao Tian's old party is the minority. His Majesty has more than just the divine generals under his command. His tone was filled with confidence. Since that was the case, Han Yan had nothing to say. After the Flame Lord Emperor left, will there be a new great god coming? Han Yan asked. Without the Flame Lord Emperor around, he didn't feel safe, even though the Flame Lord Emperor wasn't as strong as him. Di Taibik said, I'm here to talk about this. How's your strength? If it's not bad, you'll have to rely on yourself during this period. I will cast a barrier around the surroundings. If there's an enemy attack, inform me immediately. I will come to support as soon as possible. Heaven will be very busy during this period. As the leader of the literature immortals, Di Taibik had a lot of things to do. He could even be said to be the busiest immortal god in heaven. Hearing this, Han Yan felt a little regretful, but he could only let it go. It's okay, I can do it, Han Yan replied. As long as an immortal emperor didn't come, he could handle it. Di Taibik nodded and then quickly left. Han Yan turned around and looked at the Scarlet Cloud World. The Scarlet Cloud World was surrounded by countless stars and looked so small. I hope the Buddhist sect won't find trouble with me during this period. Han Yan thought silently. The heavenly river was located above the 9 heavens. It surrounded the halls in heaven and ran through the 4 heavenly gates. Xianxia meditated by the river and cultivated. There was a wisp of murderous aura lingering between his brows. His expression kept changing. Sometimes it was ecstatic, sometimes it was painful, sometimes it was angry, and sometimes it was sad. At this moment, there was a voice in his ear that kept bewitching him. You were born with an invincible heart. You are the only immortal god in the world. What right do you have to work like a horse for these fake immortals? What right do you have to not become the celestial ruler? What right do you have to not become the strongest in the celestial world? Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and raised his arms. His terrifying dermic powers caused the heavenly river in front of him to explode, and water splashed everywhere. He panted heavily, and his face was ashen. Damn it! Did I encounter a mental demon? Is there a trick to this theurgy? Xianxia gritted his teeth. This was the first time in his life that he encountered a mental demon, so he was a little flustered. In the vast heaven, he did not know who to ask for help. If the words of his mental demon spread, how could the celestial ruler tolerate him? For some reason, Xianxia suddenly thought of Han Yan. No, I have to go down to the mortal world. After the disappearance of the Flame Lord Emperor, Han Yan did not dare to be too focused on cultivation. Just in case, he created a heavenly puppet and sent it to guard the void. 2 years later, Sun Chang'an came to visit Han Yan, wanting to learn the theurgy. Han Yan did not refuse and went out to teach the theurgy. If others wanted to learn, they would watch from the side. Sun Chang'an's cultivation increased very quickly, and he was about to break through to the Mahayana realm. Before breaking through the love tribulation, he had already broken through to the tribulation realm with the help of the relics. After Han Yan finished teaching the theurgy, Feng Liang suddenly said to Han Yan, Grandmaster, I want to ascend. Can I? Han Yan looked at him deeply and said, if you want to, then go. The others did not follow suit. They felt that it was good to cultivate on the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. So soon? Be careful not to get beaten up. Morongqi frowned. He had the best relationship with Feng Liang, as if they were brothers. Naturally, he did not want to see Feng Liang in trouble. Feng Liang said, I thought for a long time before deciding to go to the upper realm. Morongqi asked, do you want me to accompany you? You can't. Han Yan suddenly interrupted. The two of them could not help but look at Han Yan with puzzled expressions. Han Yan said, you can't leave the mortal world unless you surpass me. Surpass Grandmaster? Morongqi was shocked, and the others' expressions became strange. Although they were amazed at each other's talent, it was not worth mentioning compared to Han Yan. Han Yan was the most talented among them. Grandmaster, why is that? Morongqi asked. Han Yan waved his hand and said, it's for your own good. With that, he got up and left. He did not return to the cave, but to the void outside the Scarlet Cloud World. Morongqi fell into deep thought. He did not dislike Han Yan's overbearingness. He felt that Han Yan must have his reasons for doing so. Recently, he had encountered some illusions while cultivating. Could it be related to his past life? Everyone had their past life. Qianer had it, Sun Chang'an also had it, so naturally, he had it too. Grandmaster must know something, in the void. Xianxia moved forward carefully. This was his first time leaving the immortal world. The void was vast and boundless, making it difficult for him to distinguish directions. Han Yan suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring him into retreating. When he saw that it was Han Yan, he sighed in relief. Why are you here? Xianxia asked nervously. Han Yan was expressionless. He raised his hand and slapped. Soul absorption of the 6 paths, terrifying wind pressure sucked Xianxia, but there was an invisible force in front of Xianxia, preventing him from flying towards Han Yan. This feeling of being squeezed was extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia was about to curse when he saw a black shadow being sucked out of his body and quickly falling into Han Yan's hand. Han Yan withdrew his hand and frowned. Seeing this, Xianxia was shocked. Could this be his inner demon? A line of words appeared in front of Han Yan. Frowny face. Grand Marshal Shen Peng has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 2 stars. Grand Marshal Shen Peng? Han Yan frowned. Could it be that Xianxia is really related to Grand Marshal Shen Peng? The black gas in his palm condensed into a face. He could not see the face clearly. A cold voice sounded, "Kid. Don't meddle in the affairs of Buddhism." The affairs of Buddhism? Grand Marshal Shen Peng is a spy of Buddhism? Han Yan asked, "Who are you? Why are you hiding in my good friend's body?" I am Buddhism's Bodhisattva Wufa. He has my inheritance, so I want to cultivate him." Bodhisattva Wufa? Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships again. Grand Marshal Shen Peng, cultivation unknown, Taoist Jia Jiao disciple. Because his identity was exposed, his physical body was suppressed, and his main soul was forced to reincarnate. However, he has a backup plan. He wants to use his divided soul to cultivate an inheritor and then save himself. At the same time, he wants to sow discord between heaven and Buddhism. Because you obstructed him, he has developed hatred for you. Current hatred level, 2 stars. Taoist Jia Jiao disciple? Spy? Han Yan was speechless. However, the Jia Jiao had aroused Han Yan's vigilance. Didn't Taoism decline? Could it be that the investiture of the gods in Huaxia mythology really exists? Maybe the author was projected by the Great Path or told in a dream to create it? Han Yan was getting further and further away. Let me give you a piece of advice. Mind your own business. Grand Marshal Shen Peng's voice sounded again. He deliberately disguised his voice as he was afraid that Han Yan would find out. If the celestial ruler knew that he had a backup plan, he would be finished. Han Yan thought for a moment and said, "Go find someone else." He released his right hand, and the black gas immediately escaped. Grand Marshal Shen Peng has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability level, 1 star. Han Yan's face twitched. What a fickle man. Xianxia asked nervously, "What does Buddhism want? Why are they targeting me?" Han Yan stared at him and said seriously, "Maybe it's because you're weak. If it were me, he wouldn't have succeeded." Xianxia, why did you come back? I thought I had an inner demon, so I came to find you. Now that it's settled, why don't we have a battle? You will die. Are you serious? Yes. Forget it then. Xianxia was frightened and decided not to take the risk. He really missed Han Yan after not seeing him for hundreds of years. He asked curiously, "Chow Chow, what realm are you at now?" Han Yan said, "About the same as the heavenly generals." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was also a heavenly general, perhaps there was a great disparity in strength, but their realms should not be too far apart. Heaven has been taking sides recently. Be careful. Han Yan reminded. After all, Xianxia came from the same mortal world as him. He did not wish for Xianxia to die. Of course, if Xianxia wanted to die, then there was nothing he could do. Xianxia nodded. The two chatted for a while, then Xianxia returned the way he came. Now that the inner demon was settled, he had nothing to worry about. He just wanted to go back and cultivate. Han Yan also returned. 4 years later. Han Yan took out the heavenly Dao token and told Di Taibik that Grand Marshal Shen Peng had impersonated Bodhisattva Lawless. He also told Di Taibik not to spread the word that he was the one who said it. After a few years, Grand Marshal Shen Peng should not suspect him. How do you know about this? Di Taibik asked suspiciously. Han Yan said, "It's good that you know." Why do you ask? Whether it's true or not, you should investigate. He was too lazy to make up a lie, in case he had to make up more lies in the future. Di Taibik fell silent and then cut off the connection. Han Yan continued to cultivate. Although the cultivation world was turbulent and filled with endless battles, the Scarlet Cloud world as a whole was considered peaceful. There were no calamities. While Han Yan was cultivating, Feng Liang ascended. Han Yan recommended Feng Liang to Di Taibik and asked the heavens to take care of him. Di Taibik agreed with a smile. He could also tell that Feng Liang was the son of heaven and earth of the Scarlet Cloud world. Even if Han Yan did not say anything, the heavens would accept such a prodigy. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. While cultivating, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse his enemies. At the same time, he checked his emails. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has received guidance from an immortal god. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your Tao companion Xianxia was attacked by demons, X7940, your good friend Grand Marshal Shenpeng was attacked by your good friend Celestial Ruler. His soul has dissipated, and his body has been punished by the heavens. Your good friend Di Taibeek was attacked by an immortal emperor and was seriously injured. Your enemy perfected Dan Qing's cultivation has decreased greatly because of your curse and your grand disciple Su Qi's bad luck. He has fallen to the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. Your enemy Suzaku has gone berserk because of your curse and turned into a ferocious beast. Your enemy Suzaku has been killed by the Suzaku god race because of his calamity. He has died and his Tao has disappeared. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou has cultivated a demon cultivation technique and summoned a true demon servant. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. Suzaku had finally been cursed to death by him, and perfected Dan Qing's cultivation realm had decreased. That was good. Han Yan's goal was to kill perfected Dan Qing before he could settle the score with him. Even if Han Yan's cultivation was already stronger than perfected Dan Qing's, he had to be careful. Since ancient times, there had been many examples of the weak defeating the strong and killing the weak. One could not be careless on the path of cultivation. If one was careless, they would be defeated and die. Han Yan also noticed what had happened to Grand Marshal Shenpeng. He could only sympathize with him silently. There was no other way. They were in different camps. Han Yan had to make heaven stronger. There was no reason to help the enemy. The stronger heaven was, the more stable Han Yan's cultivation would be. Han Yan continued reading, and his mood became more and more cheerful. Wu Daojian suddenly said, Master, the woman you're concerned about is in danger. Han Yan was busy cursing. It's fine. She can hold on. She's surrounded. There are more than 1,000 enemies. Trust her. She's seriously injured. Oh? Han Yan frowned. Should he put down the Book of Misfortune and save Li Yao? He was quite fond of Li Yao. Wu Daojian exclaimed, There's no need. She killed all the enemies with one strike. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. She was quite something. Only the main character could be so powerful. More enemies are coming. It's very similar to when heaven cleaned up the human world, Wu Daojian exclaimed again. Han Yan's hand holding the Book of Misfortune shook. He fell into a dilemma. Should he put down the Book of Misfortune and go save her? Amazing. She actually killed the enemies again. So amazing. Wu Daojian's tone carried a trace of worship. It was clear how strong Li Yao was, to be able to make Wu Daojian change from jealousy to worship. Han Yan resisted the urge to use his divine sense to observe the battle, so as not to affect his cursing of the enemy. Wu Daojian fell silent and began to seriously observe the battle. Han Yan also did not say anything. After a while, Wu Daojian sighed. This person is so strong. I feel like no one can beat her. Han Yan asked, What's the situation? Wu Daojian said, She killed all the enemies. She's probably running away now. Han Yan was even more curious about Li Yao. She could even kill enemies from the upper realm. She was worth roping in. A few months later, Han Yan finally finished cursing all the enemies. He put down the Book of Misfortune and went to the 9th heaven galaxy. Li Yao was cultivating in a cave. Her clothes were still as white as blood, and her expression was calm. It was hard to imagine that she had experienced a fierce battle a few months ago. Han Yan looked at Li Yao for a while, then used his divine sense to probe into the 9th heaven galaxy water, and secretly gave Li Yao a 6-pass mark. He hesitated whether to befriend Li Yao or not. Inside the cave, Li Yao seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly opened her eyes. She furrowed her brows and looked around the cave. Strange. Li Yao muttered to herself. She raised her right hand, put her index finger and middle finger together, and wiped them in front of her eyes, and her eyes turned purple. Han Yan was amused. What kind of eyes are these, yin-yang eyes? Han Yan immediately transmitted his voice to Li Yao. Your perception is quite good, to be able to detect my presence. He purposely pretended to be mysterious. Li Yao frowned even more, and asked, Senior, what do you mean? Ever since she betrayed her family, her heart had been locked, and she didn't trust anyone. Han Yan's voice made her think that it was an expert from the Liu family. After all, she had killed many Liu family experts half a year ago. Han Yan asked, Is the place where you are in the mortal world? Li Yao was even more confused after hearing that. The other party shouldn't be from the Liu family since he asked that question. It's the mortal world, Senior, are you from the immortal world? Li Yao asked. Han Yan thought about it, and decided to be honest, and told her about the ninth heaven galaxy water. He couldn't be bothered to be mysterious. Han Yan smiled, You and I are fated. Li Yao was silent, and there was an inexplicable fear in her heart. There was actually such a divine item in this world. Han Yan could see her, so why couldn't the other powerhouses? There should be more than one ninth heaven galaxy water. She didn't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at her. Han Yan saw her fear, so he said, The ninth heaven galaxy water can only reflect the children of heaven and earth who aren't reflected, which means that other than me, no one else is watching you. I also didn't spy on you day and night, and spent most of my time cultivating. Your personality is to my liking. If you want to cultivate diligently and not be disturbed, you can seek refuge with me. Li Yao felt a little better, but he still asked warily, What do I need to pay? Han Yan said, We are bound together for good or ill. We are of the same origin and should help each other. Li Yao asked, I only need to act when the sect is in danger, right? Yes. Where is Senior? Scarlet Cloud World. Not the immortal world? It's also a mortal world. Li Yao was silent. People from the mortal realm were spying on her, Li Yao said, My enemy is a celestial immortal of primordial unity. For me, killing celestial immortals is as easy as crushing ants. Li Yao was finally moved. Was he really an expert? Don't make this matter public. If you want to come find me, do so quietly. Han Yan was very satisfied with Li Yao's talent. On the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, he would be one of the top 3 existences. Most importantly, Li Yao was not reckless. Once he came to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, he would definitely cultivate in seclusion. Li Yao took a deep breath and said, All right, I'll try to find the Scarlet Cloud World. At that moment, she was wandering the world and had nowhere to go. It was naturally a good thing that a senior was willing to take her in. Han Yan responded and cut off his spiritual consciousness. This was also a test. If Li Yao could find the Scarlet Cloud World, Han Yan would accept him. If not, it meant that Li Yao's luck was not good. Li Yao fell into deep thought, hesitating whether to trust Han Yan. On second thought, what did the other party want from her? Because of her beauty? Impossible. Although Li Yao was confident in her appearance, she was definitely not the number one in the world. With the other party's ability, he only needed to wave his hand if he wanted to be beautiful. Perhaps, this was really her opportunity. Li Yao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Yan looked at the notification in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Only 1 star, what a vigilant woman. Han Yan continued to cultivate. He had a feeling that if Li Yao wanted to come, he would definitely be able to come. After Wu Dao Jian heard the conversation between Han Yan and Li Yao, she couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, she had met her master early. If she had crossed worlds like Li Yao and barged in, she might have died on the way. Time passed very slowly for some people, and very quickly for others. Yuqing had developed very smoothly these years. Jioding Jinren almost didn't disturb Han Yan. If he encountered trouble, Morongqi would take action. At this point, Han Yan no longer needed to personally solve Yuqing's problems. Han Yan was already a legend in the hearts of the Yuqing disciples. Even many new elders and deacons had never seen him before. It had been more than 400 years since the battle in heaven. Even in the cultivation world, it was a very long time. Zhou Mingyue also began to rise. He often followed Morongqi to complete missions for Yuqing and gain combat experience. Yang Tiandong and Tengu returned from time to time. Tengu had left the mortal realm previously and gone to other worlds. He had obtained quite a lot of opportunities and his cultivation level had reached the 8th level of the body integration realm. He was already on par with Heiyuji. Heiyuji was finally stimulated and began to cultivate hard. As the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain became stronger and stronger, Heiyuji felt that it didn't matter if he cultivated or not. After all, if the sky collapsed, there would be others to hold it up. Chu Shiren's cultivation level had always been higher than Zhou Mingyue's. He did not cultivate hard. Tu Ling'er was already a Mahayana realm cultivator. She was talented and was willing to cultivate hard. Naturally, her cultivation level increased quickly. The three-headed Wyrm king had already transcended the tribulation not long ago and successfully became an itinerant immortal. Apart from Han Yan, there were currently 4 immortal realm cultivators in the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. The 2 golden crows, Long Hao, and the three-headed Wyrm king. The three-headed Wyrm king already had more than 3 heads, but he liked to be called this name mainly because he was used to it. About 26 years had passed. Han Yan walked out of the cave abode and called his disciples to the Fusang tree. From now on, our lineage will be called the Hidden Sect. What do you think? Han Yan asked with a smile. Since he had spoken, everyone naturally had no objections and began to flatter him. The Hidden Sect is good, the Hidden Sect. It's better than any other sect. Haha, it's better than the Hidden Sect. The Hidden Sect sounds awkward. I finally have a name. From now on, I'll be a second-generation disciple of the Hidden Sect. Why aren't you a first-generation disciple? Grandmaster isn't considered a disciple. This is according to the inheritance. Master is the first generation. Everyone was really happy. With a name, everyone's sense of belonging and cohesiveness would be stronger. Long Hao chuckled and said, from now on, I'll be the Hidden Sect's god of war. Whoever dares to provoke the Hidden Sect, I'll be the first to not let them off. When I become the celestial ruler, the Hidden Sect's disciples can choose the celestial position in heaven. Han Yan glared at him and scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? How can the matter of celestial beings be trifled with? As for the celestial ruler position, don't even think about it. You're courting death, the celestial ruler hasn't fallen yet and you're already thinking about becoming the celestial ruler. The others laughed and scolded Long Hao. Usually, they wouldn't dare to provoke Long Hao. Now that they had the chance, they naturally followed suit. Morongqi scoffed, I'm the Hidden Sect's god of war. He had always been unconvinced by this little martial uncle. He believed that he would surpass Long Hao. Long Hao didn't think much of it, but in front of his master, he could only smile and didn't dare to refute. Long Hao had always been in awe of Han Yan. The reason was that no matter how strong he became, Han Yan still made him feel unfathomable. He had heard that Han Yan had once challenged celestial beings alone, forcing heaven to give up on cleaning up the human world. His father must have sent him to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain because of Han Yan's strength. With a name, there must be rules. Hidden Sect disciples are not allowed to cause trouble or bully the innocent. Of course, if someone bullies a Hidden Sect disciple, as fellow disciples, you must take action. In the future, when you take in disciples, you are not allowed to make decisions. Every disciple has to be judged by me. Most importantly, fellow disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Han Yan said solemnly. There were not many rules in the sect. After all, there were not many disciples. The disciples all promised that they would remember it in their hearts. Han Yan stood up and waved his right hand. He brought Long Hao to the void above the scarlet cloud world. This was the first time Long Hao came to the void. When he was young, he was brought here by Di Taibeek. He had not seen the void along the way. He was frightened and nervous. Master, why did you bring me here? Long Hao asked. He thought that he had said something wrong and angered Han Yan. Han Yan said, I want to see your current strength. Boom, Han Yan directly released the reincarnation sword intent and suppressed Long Hao. In an instant, Long Hao's face turned pale and his body trembled. Since he was born, this was the first time he felt like he was facing death. An unprecedented fear enveloped his heart. At this moment, his mind was blank. After a full 10 breaths, Han Yan retracted the reincarnation sword intent. Han Yan said expressionlessly, do you understand? Long Hao's expression was dull and he was sweating profusely. He asked carefully, understand what? Han Yan said, there is always someone stronger. You have been staying in the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Do you think you are strong? You don't know that the outside world is more dangerous than you think. Your senior brothers and martial nephews are mortals, but they have been cultivating diligently. Do you really think you have left them behind? You are the son of the celestial ruler. You should be far ahead of them, but you are not. The celestial ruler is not the strongest. Why did he send you to me? It's because it's safe here. If you were in the heaven, you would have died long ago. The heaven has always been fighting both openly and secretly. You have many enemies. If you go to the immortal world, you could die at any time. Han Yan's words were like sharp blades stabbing into Long Hao's heart. Long Hao was really scared. He also realized that he had been too arrogant. Before today, he had always felt that he was very strong. His divine sense covered the entire mortal world, and other than Han Yan, no one could compare to him. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that he would become arrogant. Han Yan continued, however, I don't expect you to do anything for the secret order. I don't need it either. Since we're master and disciple, I've watched you grow up. Naturally, I hope that you can stay alive. Long Hao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars, Long Hao's eyes reddened. His heart was filled with excitement and guilt. He clenched his fists and said, Master, I know my mistake. Han Yan smiled and said, you're my disciple. You've grown up. In the future, don't always bully juniors. You have to set an example. Do you understand? Long Hao nodded heavily. Then, Han Yan brought him back to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. After today, Long Hao had changed. He was no longer so exaggerated, but he did not lose his confidence. He only became more reserved and no longer bullied Murong Qi, Zhou Mingyue, and Chu Shiren. Long Hao's cultivation really stimulated the others. After all, Long Hao's talent was the highest. If he cultivated hard, who could catch up to him, inside the cave abode? Wu Daojian could not help but ask, did you scare Hauer? She had watched Long Hao grow up, so she was naturally concerned. What are you talking about? Why would I scare him? I'm educating him. Han Yan said unhappily. Wu Daojian curled her lips. You used to scare me a lot. She could only hold these words in her heart and did not dare to say them out loud. Lingxiao Palace. The celestial ruler sat on the pedestal and looked at the floating mirror in the hall with a satisfied smile. Di Taibik smiled and said, Your Majesty, this Han Yan is quite capable in educating his disciple. His Highness has also restrained his temper. The celestial ruler said, How old is this brat? He's already thinking about my throne. Hearing this, Di Taibik's expression changed slightly. Your Majesty, His Highness didn't mean it. He doesn't know what the celestial ruler is. He just thinks that you're powerful, Di Taibik explained with a smile. The position of crown prince in heaven was not that simple. The celestial ruler's position was never inherited. Moreover, the celestial ruler had so many sons. If news of this spread, Long Hao would offend many of his brothers and sisters. Have you investigated the Jiejiao disciples in heaven? The celestial ruler asked. Di Taibik nodded and said, It's already recorded. What about the divine general? Has he recovered from his injuries? He's recovered. He's cultivating with the 4 extreme emperors. The 4 extreme emperors are very satisfied with him. The divine general might be able to learn mystical arts from them. Let him cultivate. It'll give the other celestial generals a chance. Then what do we do next? I'm going to Kunlun personally. Di Taibik frowned and asked hesitantly, Kunlun at this time, the celestial ruler snorted and said, All this time, it's been others finding trouble with heaven. I've had enough. Heaven wants to show its boldness as the master of all worlds. Di Taibik's head hurt, but he did not dare to refute. He understood one thing. The celestial world was about to stir up a storm, 20 years later. Han Yan was still a distance away from the perfected reincarnation mystic immortal realm. It was not that easy to become a golden immortal. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the enemies while checking his emails. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by immortals. X2, your grand disciple Feng Liang had an epiphany beside the heavenly river, and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons. X 1987, your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The Dragon Immortal Island encountered a heavenly tribulation that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. More than half of them died or were injured. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by the true dragon race. X10228, your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by the Divine Palace Immortal Emperor and was seriously injured. Han Yan suddenly frowned. He noticed that Zhang Guxing was seriously injured, and it was even caused by the Divine Palace Immortal Emperor. What was going on? Han Yan immediately comprehended the Sword Dao and quickly entered the Sword Dao River. However, he did not see Zhang Guxing. Han Yan had a bad feeling. Did something happen to brother? You finally hear a voice entered Han Yan's ears, and he turned to look in the direction of the voice in shock. He saw a figure of light standing not far away, staring at him. Zhang Guxing asked me to pass you a message, the figure of light continued. Han Yan asked in surprise, what happened to my brother? The figure of light replied, he was taken away by the Divine Palace, and will not return from now on. You will guard the Sword Dao River, and I will pass the divine seal to you. Han Yan asked in a low voice, is he all right? The figure of light sighed and said, his enemy took over and captured him. Back to the topic, he asked me to tell you perhaps you're right, but I hope you can follow your Dao heart. Follow my Dao heart, keep hiding. Han Yan's heart was heavy. Just as he was about to speak, the figure of light suddenly raised his hand, and a beam of light shot out from his index finger, directly hitting him. After being in a daze for a while, Han Yan regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, the Sword Dao River was still in front of him. The light figure from before had already disappeared. Han Yan felt that everything had changed. This Sword Dao River actually gave him an incomparably familiar feeling. He could even spread out his divine sense. This feeling, it was as if he was observing the space in his storage ring. From now on, he was the guardian of the Sword Dao River. He could clearly see the true appearance of the figures coming and going. He could control the mysterious power of the Sword Dao River to expel people. He could also enter and exit the Sword Dao River at will. From now on, the Sword Dao River would truly become his home, but Han Yan was not pleasantly surprised. Instead, his mood was very heavy. Zhang Guxing treated him quite well. When he was young and ignorant, he had even saved him. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to death by the Sword Dao River's heavenly Dao. And whenever Han Yan was puzzled, he would think of Zhang Guxing. The two of them could be said to be teachers and friends. Han Yan opened his mouth, Senior, may I ask who captured my brother? He believed that that person had not left yet. As expected. Divine Palace Immortal Emperor, Yu Tianbao. Why? You want to save him? With just you? The light figure's voice sounded again. Han Yan replied, I am not the Immortal Emperor's opponent. I just want to ask clearly. Sword God Emperor's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 2 stars, and it was actually the Sword God Emperor. The favorability had decreased just like that. Something was wrong. Could it be that the Sword God Emperor still hoped that he would take revenge for Zhang Guxing? How dare he think of that? Wait a minute, could it be that the Sword God Emperor wanted him to ask the heaven for help? Han Yan fell into deep thought. The Sword God Emperor's cold snort sounded again. Let me remind you one last time. You are now guarding the Sword Dao River only because you have obtained authority. You can't do whatever you want. If someone whose cultivation realm far surpasses yours enters the Sword Dao River, you can't do anything about it. Don't offend a supreme expert because of this. Han Yan understood this logic. If he really relied on the Sword Dao River to be unrestrained, Zhang Guxing wouldn't have been captured. In his opinion, the Sword Dao River was a company and he was the security guard. The security guard could expel people, but the security guard was not the owner of the company. He had only obtained a key. Han Yan bowed to the front and then returned inside the congenital cave. He took out the Heavenly Law token and contacted Di Taibik. Senior, do you know the Divine Palace's Immortal Emperor, Yu Tianbao? Han Yan transmitted his voice to the Heavenly Dao token. Di Taibik replied, I know. The newly appointed divine punishment elder of the divine palace is an immortal emperor. He has great power in the divine palace. What? Is he targeting you? Taibik sounded a little nervous. Han Yan said, he captured one of my brothers. Is there any way to save him? Brother? Where did you get this brother from? It's the one guarding the Sword Dao River. His name is Zhang Guxing. What? Zhang Guxing is your older brother? That's right. Your aptitude in the Sword Dao is so terrifying, so it's natural for you to run into him. Then, Taibik fell into deep thought. Han Yan frowned. It seemed that this was a difficult matter. If it were in the past, Taibik would have agreed right away. After a while, Taibik said, Zhang Guxing was once the Divine Palace's #1 sword cultivator. His talent was unparalleled. He only had the sword in his heart. The Divine Palace's palace lord once wanted to betroth his daughter to him, but he refused. His daughter was disheartened and married Yu Tianbao. She did marry him, but Yu Tianbao always felt that he was inferior to Zhang Guxing. Tens of thousands of years ago, Zhang Guxing was besieged by immortal emperors when he went out to train. For some reason, he abandoned his body and his soul left the divine palace to come to the Sword Dao River. It's almost impossible to save Zhang Guxing. Recently, heaven and the divine palace have been on good terms. At most, they can help you save his life. Taibik's words made Han Yan feel a little relieved. Being alive was better than anything. It's fine if he can survive. After Han Yan said that, Taibik agreed. Taibik continued, leave this matter to heaven. Don't act rashly. Your talent is terrifying, but your strength is not enough. You're definitely not a match for an immortal emperor. Han Yan replied, I understand. After cutting off the divine sense connection, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Yu Tianbao. There might be many Yu Tianbao, but there was only one Yu Tianbao in the divine palace. Han Yan cursed Yu Tianbao in the divine palace. He would not be wrong. 10 years later, Han Yan cursed Yu Tianbao in the divine palace again. At the same time, he checked his emails. Your good friend Celestial Ruler discussed the Tao with a mighty figure. He has benefited greatly and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the Divine Palace's Immortal Emperor, X4. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by Jinwu, X120. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was seriously injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Zhang Guxing comprehended the true meaning of the Sword Dao and comprehended a heavenly Dao mystical ability. Your grand disciple Feng Liang encountered a fortuitous opportunity and obtained a supreme Dao cultivation technique. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a demon sage. His entire sect was massacred. Han Yan was a little disappointed that he did not see Yu Tianbao being cursed. However, seeing that Zhang Guxing could still comprehend a mystical ability, it meant that he was doing well. He clicked on his interpersonal relationships and found that Zhang Guxing's cultivation base had become unknown. In other words, Zhang Guxing was an immortal emperor. Brother, you're so steady, you've turned danger into safety. Han Yan also noticed the celestial ruler's recent situation. To be able to discuss the Tao with the celestial ruler and improve his cultivation base, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Who could it be? Han Yan was curious. Also, how did the Jinwu and the Divine Palace get into a conflict? The mother of the 2 golden crows was very fierce. She fought against 4 immortal emperors. The celestial world was really exciting. Even immortal emperors would make a move, let alone ordinary cultivators. Fortunately, he did not ascend. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. Look at Zhou Fan. His entire sect was massacred when he just joined the sect. Han Yan was glad. A few months later, Han Yan finished cursing all his enemies. 3 lines of words suddenly popped up in front of him. Detected that the heaven was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. You have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and help the heaven. You will receive a heavenly Dao spirit stone and a mystical ability inheritance. 2. Do not ascend temporarily and continue to cultivate. You will receive a mystical ability inheritance. Han Yan cursed in his heart. You want me to ascend? Impossible. Han Yan silently chose the second choice. You choose not to ascend temporarily and receive a mystical ability inheritance. Congratulations on receiving a mystical ability, Reincarnation Clone. Reincarnation Clone can create a clone with independent thoughts. It will never betray its master and can freely travel through the heavens and realms without being affected by karma. This mystical ability was not bad. It could create a clone to guard the Sword Dao River. That was all. Han Yan did not want the clone to cause trouble for him. After thinking about it, Han Yan began to inherit the reincarnation clone. About another year passed. A line of words suddenly popped up in front of Han Yan, who was cultivating. Detected the person with connate Providence. Do you want to check its origin? Han Yan frowned and immediately chose to check. Crown Prince Xianxia, mid-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal, son of the Goblin Emperor of the Goblin Court. He inherited the soul of the ancient demon sage and is extremely talented. This time, he followed the Goblin Court to attack the heaven. His mission is to clean up the mortal realms in heaven. Cleaning up the mortal world again, are you all sick? Han Yan cursed in his heart. He felt that these so-called immortals were poisonous. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't always involve mortals. However, Crown Prince Xianxia was a mid-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal and was a bit troublesome. He wondered if he could instantly kill him. Moreover, this fellow had a huge background. He was the son of the Goblin Emperor. Wasn't that the same as Long Hao and Long Shan? Han Yan was worried. Far away in the void, the heavenly puppet opened its eyes. It saw a figure deep in the void staring at the scarlet cloud world. It was Crown Prince Xianxia. Crown Prince Xianxia was covered in black scales, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Upon closer inspection, he was actually a group of venomous snakes. His face was grave and stern, and his eyes were deep red. He looked very sinister. He didn't immediately attack. Instead, he observed the scarlet cloud world. This world's fate ranking is rising the fastest in the heaven realm. However, the mortals here aren't strong. This is a bit strange. Crown Prince Xianxia thought silently. At this moment, the heavenly puppet said, "What do you mean?" Crown Prince Xianxia knew that it was a puppet. He said calmly, "Come out and fight with me." How arrogant! Han Yan silently went through the simulation trial. At the same time, he let the heavenly puppet stall for time. Why do you have to do this? Did our mortal world offend you? The heavenly puppet asked. Crown Prince Xianxia didn't say anything. He raised his hand and sent out a palm. Boundless magic power attacked the heavenly puppet. The heavenly puppet instinctively used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger to block. This heavenly puppet also had the cultivation of a reincarnation mysterious immortal. Although it didn't have Han Yan's combat experience, it still relied on its own magic power to block Crown Prince Xianxia's attack. Crown Prince Xianxia's eyes focused. Even the puppet could block him. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Crown Prince Xianxia. He glanced over and saw Han Yan. What a handsome man, a thought appeared in Crown Prince Xianxia's mind. He immediately raised his palm. His palm turned into a ferocious beast claw. Strands of black energy came out of his palm. Roar! A terrifying roar suddenly sounded like a bolt from the blue. Han Yan wielded the Hongmeng Judgment Sword and slashed down. Countless sword shadows erupted and drowned Crown Prince Xianxia like a flood. Within the torrent of sword shadows, Crown Prince Xianxia's expression changed greatly. Not good. How can this guy's sword chi be so powerful? Crown Prince Xianxia cried out in alarm. He immediately shifted and jumped out. As soon as he appeared, he felt a terrifying sword chi behind him. He immediately took out an iron halberd and was about to turn around and swing the halberd when he was drowned by countless sword shadows. Oh no! Crown Prince Xianxia was terrified, and his physical body was quickly annihilated. His primordial spirit was protected by a mysterious force and was not destroyed by the sword chi. Han Yan attacked again. He raised his left hand and used 6-pass soul absorption to pull Crown Prince Xianxia in front of him. Wait! I am the son of the Goblin Emperor of the Goblin Court. You cannot kill me. Crown Prince Xianxia cried out in fear. Crown Prince Xianxia has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 3 stars. Han Yan frowned and used 3 pure world cleansing to destroy Crown Prince Tianzi's Xianxia. Since they had already become enemies, he had to kill him. If you did not develop hatred, then we could still sit down and have a chat. Crown Prince Tianzi's primordial spirit was destroyed. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the Xiantian cave abode. The void became silent again, and the sword chi dissipated like mist. After returning to the Xiantian cave abode, Han Yan's heart pounded. After killing the young, would the old come? Han Yan was already prepared to welcome the fate of the Matryoshka dolls. 2 hours. 4 hours. 10 hours. 2 days passed. Han Yan did not receive any hatred and was puzzled. Could it be that this Crown Prince Xianxia was not valued by the Goblin Emperor? He was the Crown Prince. Wait. The introduction said that he was the son of the Goblin Emperor, not the Crown Prince of the Goblin Court. If he was really the Crown Prince of the Goblin Court, why would the Goblin Emperor send him to the enemy's nest? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Time continued to pass. After Crown Prince Xianxia died, the Scarlet Cloud world was not attacked again. 10 years later. Han Yan was cursing the enemy when Di Taibeek suddenly contacted him through the heavenly Dao token. Han Yan was multitasking, communicating with Di Taibeek through divine sense. Recently, the heaven was attacked by the Goblin Court, and many mortals were killed. Did something happen to you? Di Taibeek asked. Han Yan replied, I met a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Di Taibeek suddenly became nervous and asked, what's the situation? Has he already left? He's dead. Ah? Di Taibeek was shocked. Han Yan could already kill a Golden Immortal. Isn't that even more ridiculous than the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor in the Divine Palace? Han Yan was only 1,000 years old. Although the one in the Divine Palace could kill a Golden Immortal when he was a true immortal, he was far more than 1,000 years old. Di Taibeek was shocked. He suddenly realized that he and His Majesty might have underestimated Han Yan. Di Taibeek asked anxiously, who's the one causing trouble for you? Han Yan didn't hide anything. He also needed the heaven to help him. The son of the Goblin Emperor. Crown Prince Xianxia. Since you knew his identity, you still dared to kill him? Di Taibeek asked in a strange tone. Han Yan asked, I have the support of the heaven. Could it be that the heaven is afraid of the Goblin Court? Impossible. I'm the number one in the heaven. Di Taibeek was silent. He couldn't refute this. Don't tell anyone else about this. I'll talk to His Majesty the Celestial Ruler first. Don't worry, the heaven will always be your most reliable backer. Di Taibeek said and cut off the connection. Han Yan didn't care. He continued to curse the enemy and read the mail. A few months later, Han Yan began to create a reincarnation clone. This reincarnation clone would be used to guard the Sword Dao River. 3 years later, Han Yan finally created a reincarnation clone that looked exactly like Han Yan. Wu Daojian was dumbfounded. Han Yan took out a mask and let the reincarnation clone put it on. From now on, you're called Liu Bei. Han Yan smiled and waved his hand to send the reincarnation clone into the Sword Dao River. The reincarnation clone's cultivation was about the same as his, but it didn't inherit his memories. Although Han Yan could enter the reincarnation clone with his divine sense and control its body, he couldn't let the reincarnation clone be exactly like him. Wu Daojian asked curiously, Master, is Liu Bei your? Han Yan replied, it's just a clone. Didn't you go to the Sword Dao River before? He'll guard the Sword Dao River from now on. Wu Daojian was also very talented in Sword Dao. He had been to the Sword Dao River before. Where's that senior? Wu Daojian asked doubtfully. Han Yan said, he left because he had something to do. Wu Daojian was amazed, Master, how did you coax him to get this position? You won't understand with your talent. Han Yan rolled his eyes at her, then got up and went to the 9th Heaven Galaxy River. He found that Li Yao didn't come to find the Scarlet Cloud world. Instead, she hid in a canyon and cultivated. She was quite cautious and knew to change places to hide. She was probably afraid that Han Yan was tricking her. Master, something happened to Murongqi. Tu Ling'er's voice came from outside the cave residence. Her tone was urgent. Han Yan heard and immediately walked out of the cave residence. He saw Morongqi twitching under the fusang tree. His face was ferocious and his body was twitching violently. No one dared to approach him. Han Yan walked quickly to Morongqi and squatted down. He first used his divine sense to check Morongqi's body. He was not injured. There was something wrong with his primordial spirit. He probed Morongqi's mind with his divine sense. Soon, he saw a shocking scene. It was raining blood, and the world was dark. Dozens of terrifying figures were fighting in the sky. The terrifying aura caused the earth to tremble continuously. Countless lightning bolts connected the sky and the earth. It was like the beginning of chaos. It was terrifying and horrifying. Han Yan saw a figure emitting divine light, and his aura was the most powerful. He held 2 halberds of light, stepped on fire, and was surrounded by heavenly lightning. There was a large cauldron above his head, and it absorbed the spiritual energy from all directions, forming a destructive wind. God of War, Han Yan thought of these 2 words when he saw him. No matter how crazily the dozens of enemies around him attacked him, he remained calm and composed, suppressing the enemies with his aura. By my command, the heavenly Tao listens. Kill the enemy. A domineering voice sounded, shaking people's hearts. It was as if it came from the earliest ancient god in history. In an instant, countless heavenly lightning bolts struck down, illuminating heaven and earth. Han Yan's divine sense was cut off, and his consciousness returned to reality. Han Yan frowned and fell into deep thought. Master, how is he? Tu Linger asked. The others also looked at Han Yan nervously. Even Long Hao was very nervous. Morongqi was to his liking. Ever since Fang Liang left, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. Although there was a difference in seniority, they felt like brothers. Sun Chang'an suddenly said, he might have awakened the memories of his past life and is in the process of fusing them. He was all too familiar with this feeling, it was just that he was not in as much pain as Morongqi. Morongqi has a past life? The 3-headed Wyrm king was surprised. Heiyuji shouted, no wonder. I always thought that this kid's talent was ridiculous. I can't catch up to him no matter how hard I try. It turned out that Morongqi also had a powerful background. Han Yan said, he's fine for now. Let's wait for him to recover. The others began to discuss, curious about Morongqi's identity in his previous life. There were many legends about the reincarnation of immortals in the mortal world. Han Yan didn't return to his cave either. He sat in front of Morongqi and waited patiently. After a full 4 days, the Morongqi finally improved. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Han Yan. His expression was complicated as he slowly said, Grandmaster, Han Yan said, no matter what, this will always be your home. Here, you don't have to worry about anything. You can say whatever you want, and you don't have to worry about whether I can take it or not. In fact, I understand everything about you. Morongqi's pupils shook, and his mood became even more complicated. Han Yan jokingly said, do you know where your master came from? He's the ancient spiritual ginseng of Buddhism. He was once cursed by the gods and Buddhas. He experienced the tribulation of love and the reincarnation cycle and suffered unspeakably. These words caused the others to raise their eyebrows. Sun Chang'an had such an identity, no wonder he was so infatuated with Qian'er. Sun Chang'an's expression was calm and indifferent. Heiyuji was pleasantly surprised and shouted, looks like I'm really a phoenix. Master didn't lie to me. Since Morongqi and Sun Chang'an both had great backgrounds, so did it, the others could not help but let their imaginations run wild. Who didn't want to have a prominent identity in their previous life? Morongqi said, Grandmaster, since you know, why did you still accept me? He was no longer so high-spirited, and he looked very down and out. Weren't you the one who knelt for so many years to worship me? Han Yan asked with a smile, his expression calm. Morongqi was stunned and smiled bitterly. I've implicated you, Grandmaster. Han Yan snorted. Didn't you understand what I said just now? If you acknowledge me as your Grandmaster, I'll protect you. Even if it's the Divine Palace, I'm not afraid. Stay in the Cultivate, diligently become a mortal mountain and cultivate well. When you have the ability to take revenge, you can kill your way back. But what? Do you think I'm like an ant in front of the Divine Palace? I cultivate in peace. If the divine palace found you, they would have come long ago. Morongqi was silent. Han Yan said meaningfully, you may have been very powerful in your previous life, but here, your identity in your previous life is not outstanding. There are people even more ridiculous than you. Morongqi was shocked and could not help but look at the others. The others also looked at each other. Heiyuji said smugly, of course, I'm a phoenix. Do you know the origin of a phoenix? Longhao said proudly, martial nephew, what are you afraid of? Is the divine palace very strong? I'm the son of the celestial ruler. Wait for me to take over. Anyway, I'll take revenge for you in the future. Hearing this, Morongqi smiled and said proudly, I'm not afraid of the divine palace. I'm just afraid of implicating you. There's no need for you to do anything. In the future, I'll kill my way through the divine palace alone and kill all their immortal emperors. Han Yan looked at him carefully and felt that he had not changed much. He had not completely transformed into a stranger. Perhaps Morongqi had only gained his memory, and his personality was still the same as in this life. Master, what's your relationship with heaven? Morongqi suddenly asked. Han Yan said, in the future, if you want to go to heaven, I can help you. Morongqi understood the implication. Then, Han Yan got up and returned inside the congenital cave. Everyone surrounded Morongqi and began to ask him about his past. Morongqi did not reveal it, just as Sun Chang'an would not mention his previous life. Wu Daojian followed Han Yan into the cave and asked curiously, Master, what is his identity? Tell me, I will never reveal it. Han Yan sat on the bed and told Wu Daojian everything he knew about Morongqi. After Dao Comprehension Sword heard this, she could not help but be dumbfounded. She did not expect Morongqi's identity to be so great. It was too frightening, Han Yan said seriously, this matter cannot be revealed, including to the disciples of the hidden sect. Wu Daojian nodded heavily. She also understood that this matter could not be joked about. The nine-tailed demon empress has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan. He could not help but frown and immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. The nine-tailed demon empress, late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal, one of the demon empresses of the Goblin Court, Crown Prince Tianzi's birth mother. She knows that you killed Crown Prince Tianzi and developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Han Yan's frown deepened. What would come would come. He immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the nine-tailed demon empress. After cursing for 5 days, he continued to curse and also did it to other enemies. If you want to blame someone, blame the nine-tailed demon empress. Han Yan thought silently. A few months later, before Han Yan could finish cursing, Di Taibik's divine consciousness came from the heavenly Dao token. Han Yan established a connection with him. Don't leave heaven's range in the future, Di Taibik said in a serious tone. Han Yan responded. What a joke. He did not intend to go out in the first place. Di Taibik asked, don't you wonder why? Do you even need to ask? It must be because of Crown Prince Tianzi. Han Yan said helplessly. He felt that Di Taibik was too busy to think straight. Di Taibik sighed. That's not the case. Something even more terrifying has happened. What's wrong? Is heaven going to fall? Han Yan asked nervously. Just because he killed the son of the Goblin Emperor, Di Taibik said, how is that possible? Han Yan waited for him to continue. However, he suddenly fell silent. Han Yan frowned. What happened to Di Taibik? Did he disconnect? Was heaven's internet so bad? After a while, Di Taibik sighed again and said, I don't know why the Celestial Palace is at war with the Jinwu. The Goblin Court and the Buddhists have formed an alliance. Heaven is going to be passive. In the next period of time, heaven will be a little difficult, but it's okay. This is not the first time in a long time. Han Yan couldn't help but mourn for heaven. It wasn't easy to get on the good side of the Celestial Palace, but the Celestial Palace provoked the Jinwu. Maybe it had something to do with the Goblin Court. But no matter what, these things weren't something Han Yan could care about. The Goblin Emperor won't come to find trouble with me, right? Han Yan asked. Taibik said, the Goblin Emperor has many sons. Crown Prince Xianxia is not outstanding, and the Goblin Emperor is quite annoyed with him. The Goblin Emperor won't do anything rash, and the Goblin Court and the Buddhists won't always trust each other. As long as you don't leave the Scarlet Cloud world and heaven, it's fine. Han Yan couldn't help but complain, it's only been a few hundred years, and this is the second person who wants to clean up the Scarlet Cloud world. Are there no patrols in heaven? Yes, they will send stronger heavenly generals next. What about the Flame Lord Emperor? Have you found him? Found him, he's recuperating. That's good. Han Yan didn't ask much about the Flame Lord Emperor. He was just a nobody and didn't want to be involved too much. Taibik didn't continue chatting. After cutting off the divine sense connection, Han Yan began to meditate and cultivate. No matter what, increasing his strength was the key. Han Yan thought. Living in this world, life was just like this. Han Yan felt that he had kept a low profile, but he would still run into trouble. If he ascended, there would be even more trouble. No one could completely stay away from the world of mortals, and no one could live a peaceful life. Persevere in the Tao heart, just cultivate according to the previous path. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 40 years passed. Han Yan had finally reached the perfected reincarnation mystic immortal realm. The golden immortal stage was right in front of him. Han Yan was very excited. He had waited a long time for this breakthrough, much longer than any of his previous breakthroughs. After the breakthrough, Han Yan immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started celebrating. At the same time, he checked his emails to see how his friends were doing over the years. Your friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by Jinwu, X12098. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by demons, X167782. Your friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by demons, X237644. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The Dragon Immortal Island encountered an extremely cold disaster that is hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. Your friend Zhou Fan went through hardships and arrived at Punlai Immortal Island. Your grand disciple Murong Qi comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth and awakened his Tao. Your friend Divine General was attacked by the immortal emperors of the demon race, X15. Your friend Divine General killed the immortal emperors. His providence increased greatly. Han Yan looked at it. The cultivation world was still peaceful, but the immortal world was in chaos. Heaven and the Goblin Court were really at war, and it was a big war. This was even more exaggerated than when the great sage who pacifies heaven wreaked havoc in heaven. The Divine General was as fierce as ever. He was attacked by 15 immortal emperors, but he was not seriously injured. He even counterattacked. Han Yan persisted with the curse. After a few months, the curse finally ended. He continued to consolidate his cultivation and prepared to break through. It was said that when one reached the golden immortal realm, they would be able to comprehend karma and deduce fate. They would be almost immortal. Han Yan was looking forward to the golden immortal realm. After reaching the golden immortal realm, he would not be far from the immortal emperor realm. Of course, the immortal emperor realm was not Han Yan's goal. He wanted to surpass the deity realm and Daluo's realm. Only by becoming the strongest could he continue to live. About 7 years passed. Han Yan finally began to break through. He chased Wu Daojian out. Wu Daojian understood that he was about to break through, so he did not show any emotions. When the disciples under the Fusang tree saw him coming out, they did not pay much attention at first. When the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain began to shake violently, they realized that Han Yan was breaking through. Morong Qi sighed. Grandmaster's talent is ridiculously strong. I have never seen anyone more talented than him in my previous life. This was the truth. In this life, when he followed Han Yan had yet to reach the immortal realm. Sun Chang'an smiled and said, actually, Master's identity has always been very mysterious. He might be the reincarnation of an expert from the immortal world. Heiyuji laughed and said, ha ha ha, of course. My master is definitely powerful. I've always felt that master is extraordinary, Golden Croada said. Xiao Er nodded. They could not forget the terror of being suppressed by Han Yan. While everyone was discussing, Han Yan had already entered the important juncture of his breakthrough. In the Lingxiao Palace, gods gathered. The celestial ruler sat on the main seat expressionlessly. The Providence in the hall was very low. Even the divine general's face was gloomy. "No one can kill the immortal emperor of the Goblin Court," the celestial ruler asked. The immortals and deities looked at each other, speechless. Giant spiritual martial god said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, can't we invite those gods?" The celestial ruler said calmly, "The 24-star emperors are already on their way back. They suppressed the edge of the chaos previously. It will take them some time to return." The immortals and gods were pleasantly surprised. "Since that's the case, I'll fight him again. Although I can't kill him, he can forget about killing me," the divine general said. The other immortals and gods tried to dissuade him. "No, once you attack, more than 10 immortal emperors of the Goblin Court will come out in full force. They want to kill you too much. Yes, the Goblin Court sees you as a thorn in their side. Divine General, you just fought a great battle. Don't act rashly. Heaven can't lose the Divine General." Hearing the immortal's words, the Divine General frowned. He understood the logic, but heaven needed someone to go out and defend it. Otherwise, heaven would lose all its face. Xianxia stood at the bottom of the heavenly generals. His blood was boiling. He wanted to stand up, but his cultivation level was too weak. If he was strong enough, this would be his chance to become famous in one battle. The celestial ruler glanced at Cultivate and said, "In that case, go and invite the Crown Prince." Crown Prince, the immortals and gods were in an uproar. The divine general narrowed his eyes. Cultivate was relieved. Cultivate smiled and said, "His Highness the Crown Prince has been waiting for a long time for your Majesty to speak." An old immortal hurriedly asked, "Isn't His Highness the Crown Prince in Kunlun? I brought him with me when I returned from Kunlun. Now, he should be invincible in the Arch Realm," the celestial ruler said calmly. The immortals and gods were even more excited. The celestial ruler had many sons, but one of them was a legend in heaven. Before the rise of the divine general, he was the face of heaven. Xianxia was secretly curious. How strong was the crown prince that he could make the immortals and gods so excited? 10 years later, Han Yan finally succeeded in breaking through. Early stage reincarnation golden immortal realm. As soon as he broke through, Han Yan's dermic powers began to skyrocket. His soul also sublimated. His consciousness jumped out of the 5 elements and came to a gray space. "This place is," Han Yan looked around curiously. He spread out his divine consciousness, and there seemed to be a mysterious power hidden in the dark fog. In the dark, Han Yan saw a river. It was a river that was condensed in all the worlds in the universe. He couldn't see its source or where it went. In this river, Han Yan saw all living beings and the vicissitudes of life. He even saw his past and some unfamiliar scenes. Perhaps they were the future. A thought appeared in Han Yan's mind. Could this be the river of destiny? Han Yan flew towards the river of destiny. When he wanted to see his future self in the river of destiny suddenly turned to look at him. Han Yan felt like he was looking into a mirror. Don't pry into the future. The change of karma is the greatest variable. Han Yan in the river of destiny said those words to him. Han Yan immediately retracted his gaze and stopped prying into the future. He turned around and looked behind him. He saw another river. This river was mysterious and beautiful, like a dream. A ray of light suddenly swept over at an extremely fast speed. Even Han Yan, who had broken through to the reincarnation golden immortal realm, couldn't react in time. Han Yan's essence soul was struck. In an instant, he felt a powerful and vast power enter his body. This power was different from Dharma powers and was more unfathomable. Han Yan quickly entered a mysterious state. Enlightenment, his essence soul burst out with light. It was a dark light that was almost black. It looked similar to the surrounding darkness, but it also seemed out of place. After an unknown period of time, Han Yan finally regained consciousness. He had grasped a kind of power. Congratulations on comprehending the great Tao of life and death. As this is your first time comprehending the great Tao, you have the following choices. 1. Obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Obtain a mystical ability inheritance. Han Yan silently chose the first option and began to carefully comprehend the great Tao of life and death. He guessed that the reason why he could comprehend the great Tao of life and death was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation technique that he had been cultivating. The power of the great Tao was far stronger than Dharma powers. Han Yan could not completely control this power. He had only obtained it. You've actually comprehended the great Tao of life and death at the golden immortal stage. Brat, you're cultivating my cultivation method. A cold snort sounded, scaring Han Yan. He turned his head to look, but he could not see anyone else. Han Yan was nervous. He didn't know how to leave this place and return to his body. Could it be that the luck of the descendants of immortal emperors is real? Han Yan had a strange expression on his face. He was a little flustered. How did the system arrange an identity for him? Han Yan asked cautiously, Senior. He did not receive a reply. That voice no longer sounded. After a while, Han Yan suddenly felt a strong repulsive force pushing him out of this dark space. In the blink of an eye, Han Yan had returned to his physical body. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 168 11 23 99 99 99 99, race, immortal, stellar primordial body, cultivation, early stage of the reincarnation golden immortal stage, cultivation method, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, inheritable, great Tao of life and death, magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major kiliacosm thunderstorm, wind god technique, still phase technique, mystical power, 6 path soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, heavenly transformation, somersault cloud, grand unity, 10,000 sword sect, Tathagata mantra, 6 paths ultimate seal, firmament sword chi, grand unity, heaven and earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger, grand unity, heaven and earth sleeve, door of reincarnation, invocation technique, 3 heads, 6 arms, destiny sword chi great wheel, karma, reincarnation divine eye, reincarnation clone, artifacts, 12. 3 billion years of lifespan, that was longer than the lifespan of Earth in his previous life. Han Yan was in a good mood. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. After a full 3 years, his cultivation finally stabilized. He called Wu Dao Jianin, took out the Book of Misfortune, and began to curse the enemy. A few months later, Han Yan began to improve his Sword Dao mystical power. He felt more at home when he came to the Sword Dao River again. Han Yan's first improvement was the 3 pure world cleansing. When he passed by Liu Bei nodded slightly at him. Han Yan continued to move forward. This time, he wanted to see if his mystical power could surpass grand unity. As he moved forward, Han Yan did not feel any pressure. Even when he surpassed his previous limit, he still did not feel any pressure. After reaching the golden immortal realm, everything was indeed different. Along the way, there were fewer and fewer figures. After a while, Han Yan finally felt the pressure, but he could still bear it. He continued to move forward. Suddenly, he saw a purple figure. He did not know when it appeared, but it was walking side by side with him. That fellow's footsteps were still quickening, wanting to surpass Han Yan. Han Yan also quickened his footsteps. After 100 steps, both of their footsteps slowed down. Humph. A cold snort sounded. It was probably from the purple figure. Han Yan did not respond and focused on moving forward. Xianxia has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Yan ignored the notification in front of him and went back to check. Continue moving forward. After moving forward for an unknown period of time, there were no other figures around. There was only that purple figure in front of him, Xianxia. This person called Xianxia was quite something. He actually walked faster than Han Yan. Han Yan already felt that he could not bear the burden and could not walk anymore. Somehow, he felt that there were invisible shackles on his body. He had to break free. Han Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned around. The Arch Realm is ahead. Do you still want to continue? The Arch Realm, Han Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. He was finally there. Although he felt a lot of pressure, it was not to the point of backlash. Of course. Han Yan smiled and said in a casual tone. Xianxia asked, Who are you? Han Yan replied, Sima Yi from the heaven. Xianxia remembered this name and did not say anything else. Han Yan found it difficult to move, and his body began to tremble. He began to use all his strength to break free from the shackles on his body. Boom! Han Yan felt as if everything in front of him had exploded. Immortal world, high above the 9 heavens. Countless lightning bolts suddenly intertwined, blocking the light shining on the heaven. Inside the numinous heaven palace, the celestial ruler suddenly frowned and muttered, "Monarch realm?" He immediately observed the heaven, but he didn't find anyone undergoing a tribulation. It wasn't a breakthrough in cultivation. Could it be an emperor realm technique? The celestial ruler began to scan the tens of thousands of mortal realms below the heaven with his divine sense. With a sweep of his mind, he could see the myriad of living beings. Soon, his gaze locked onto the scarlet cloud world. This aura, Han Yan. This kid has comprehended an emperor-level mystique? The celestial ruler's eyes flashed with surprise. Han Yan kept surprising him, making him more and more satisfied. He immediately waved his sleeves to conceal the heavenly mystery so that no one could divine Han Yan and bring trouble to Han Yan. Several months later. Inside the congenital cave, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Your mystique, 3 pure world cleansing, has been upgraded to the Arch realm. As this is your first time comprehending an emperor-level mystique, you have obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a supreme-grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, Godslayer Sword. God-slaying Sword, Supreme-grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, a heavenly Tao demonic treasure. It kills enemies without karma and can absorb demonic aura for its own use. Han Yan saw the God-slaying sword's information and felt good. He immediately took out the God-slaying sword and began to make it recognize him as its master. The blade of the God-slaying sword was black and looked extremely evil. Especially the carvings on the sword guard, they looked like demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Han Yan put away the God-slaying sword and continued to comprehend the sword Tao. He wanted to upgrade all his sword Tao mystical powers to the Arch realm. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years passed. Han Yan had improved all his aspects and raised his strength to the current limit. He began the simulation trial. Tai Beak, instant kill. Inferno Lord Emperor, instant kill. Celestial Ruler, instant kill. Grand Marshal Shunpeng, instant kill. Crown Prince Tianzi, instant kill. Dragon Subduing Buddha, instant kill. Han Yan opened his eyes. Overall, he was very satisfied. No one below the immortal emperor level should be able to kill him now. However, when he thought about how he had offended the demon empress of the Goblin Court, he became vigilant again. No, how could he be considered strong if he couldn't defeat an immortal emperor? Han Yan took a deep breath and suppressed his pride. He took out the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and began to upgrade the Book of Misfortune. It was not suitable to upgrade the God-slaying sword. It was a demonic treasure and could easily backfire on its master. It would be better to upgrade the Book of Misfortune. It could continue to deal with enemies. Han Yan liked to kill his enemies before they attacked. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. Wu Daojian was curious about Han Yan's behavior. Wasn't that an ordinary book? Could it be that master lied to her? Han Yan ignored Wu Daojian and spent a few days successfully upgrading the Book of Misfortune. Your Book of Misfortune has been upgraded to an Emperor's spiritual treasure. Han Yan was stunned when he saw this. It seemed that the Vajra 5 Elements bracelet was stronger because it was an Emperor spiritual treasure. Emperor spiritual treasures and Emperor spiritual treasures were the levels above supreme-grade Grand Unity treasures. Han Yan did not think too much and began cursing his enemies. His curses would begin to reduce their lifespan after 5 days. Han Yan planned to curse every enemy for 5 days, but he did not reduce his own lifespan. While cursing, Han Yan opened the email. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a demon saint and was severely injured. Your friend Tai Beak was attacked by monsters, X5631, your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by demons, X49323, your grand disciple Feng Liang is fighting and devouring demon souls. His bloodline is transforming. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by your good friend Xianxia and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by the Divine Palace Immortal Emperor. Your disciple Su Qi is spreading bad luck. Daoist Master Danqing's Dao heart is shattered and he is delirious. Heaven and Goblin Court were still fighting, but from the looks of it, Heaven was starting to gain the upper hand, and the number of attacks was not as exaggerated as before. On the other hand, the divine palace was in a miserable state, especially the sword god emperor. How did the celestial palace offend the Jinwu? Han Yan suddenly felt that Jinwu was not weaker than the celestial palace. In fact, they were even stronger. Master, Li Yao is being hunted again, Wu Daojian suddenly said. She was meditating beside the Nine Heavens galaxy and could see the surface of the water when she turned her head. Han Yan cursed and asked, "How's the situation?" Wu Daojian replied, "It's all right. None of them are her match." After so many years, Li Yao must still be getting stronger. Han Yan did not ask further. Since Li Yao was fine, he could not be bothered to care. Wu Daojian was watching with great interest. 6 months later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and continued to cultivate. A few days later, Xianxia suddenly returned. Han Yan called Wu Daojian out and spent some time alone with Xianxia. "Husband, how's your cultivation recently?" Xianxia sat beside Han Yan and asked with a smile. Han Yan replied, "It's all right. How about you?" After not seeing her for so many years, Han Yan really missed her. Xianxia giggled and said, "I'm not bad either." "Forget it, let's cut the crap and start." Han Yan, the two of them started to do it. They only stopped after more than a month. After Xianxia put on her clothes, she began to talk about her experiences over the years. Although there were risks, it was generally smooth sailing. Xianxuan's cultivation was already at the void amalgamation realm. She was very satisfied with her progress. "Husband, how many realms are you higher than me?" Xianxia asked curiously. Han Yan muttered, "Let me count, 8 or 9. Xianxia. Several days later, Xianxia left. Xianxia also offered her treasures to Han Yan this time. Unfortunately, Han Yan didn't think much of them and taught her a divine ability instead. The days returned to normal. Han Yan wanted to live a peaceful life without any worries and disturbances. It was not boring to be able to feel the growth of his cultivation every day. The hidden sect disciples were a little overwhelmed. After Zhou Mingyue received Han Yan's approval, he went down the mountain to train. Tu Ling'er also began to travel the world. Sun Chang'an, Long Hao, the three-headed Wyrm king, Heiyuji, the two golden crows, Chu Shiren, and Morongqi were still cultivating under the Fusang tree. The three-headed Wyrm king looked at Heiyuji and asked, "You don't plan to go out for a walk for the rest of your life?" Heiyuji said disdainfully, "What's so good about the outside world? Even Tengu has gone out. Given your cultivation, you shouldn't be in danger, right? No, that son of AB*TCH is probably dead. Are you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" "Afraid of the outside world." Heiyuji fell silent. The others could not help but open their eyes. They did not expect the usually annoying Heiyuji to be afraid of the outside world. On second thought, it made sense. He had never gone down the mountain before. Heiyuji flew into a rage out of humiliation. "How can I be afraid? It's just not time yet." Unfortunately, no one believed it. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Heiyuji was, social phobia? Could it be that he had scared him too much previously? Heiyuji was already at the conjoint body realm and was not far from the tribulation transcendence realm. It was very difficult for him to encounter danger in the mortal world with his cultivation level. After all, he had obtained a lot of Han Yan's inheritance. It would not be a problem for him to fight ordinary tribulation transcendence realm cultivators. "I'll force him to go out when he reaches the Mahayana realm in the future." Han Yan thought silently. He now treated the entire Scarlet Cloud world as his home. It was fine for him to wander around at home. 13 years later, Di Taibeek came to visit. This time, he came personally. Han Yan had no choice but to let Wu Daojian go out again to talk to Di Taibeek alone. Di Taibeek noticed the Nine Heavens galaxy water and the spider lily beside it. The spider lily had grown a lot and was beginning to produce immortal qi. This kid actually has a lot of supreme treasures. Di Taibeek thought silently. He did not ask. Everyone had their own secrets. The goblin court has begun to retreat. "How's your cultivation level?" Di Taibeek asked. Han Yan's realm was still stuck at the perfected immortal realm. In Di Taibeek's opinion, this fellow had used some tricks to deliberately suppress his realm. It was definitely not his true cultivation level. Han Yan hesitated. It's alright. I'm about to reach the golden immortal realm. Di Taibeek sighed. Your breakthrough speed is really fast. It won't be long before you can enter heaven. Hearing that, Han Yan was even more conflicted. End of chapter 219. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.